Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
101, Chapter 100, Letter. Current balance, 374,934,722 Scudi, 95 Bioki. How many days has it been? Oldgate thought as La Providencia sat docked in the busy harbor of Livorno, the sounds of the port a constant hum around her. Captain Oldgate stood on the quarterdeck, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, sharing a pipe and idle conversation with a few of his senior crewmen. The captured Xebecs had been sold off along with their remaining cargo, the bounty on Kara Murad had been collected much to Oldgate's satisfaction, and the galleon was now being restocked primarily with essentials like food, water, powder, and shot. Their next destination, the distant island of Thera in the Aegean Sea, wasn't a trading stop. They carried no specific cargo destined for the island, so the focus was purely on supplies for the long voyage south and ensuring the ship was fully repaired and seaworthy after the recent battles. The crew seemed content as the pay was good thanks to their wealthy passenger, the recent prize money from the captured ships and bounty had been shared generously, and the next leg of the journey was promising. Oldgate puffed on his pipe as the pack of cigar Alaric gave was long finished. He watched his men work. He noticed a few white flakes drifting down from the sky, then a few more. Snow. Almost forgot. It's December already. He grunted, pulling his heavy coat tighter. He glanced inland towards the distant Apennine Mountains, their peaks already dusted white. Good thing we're heading south to Thera soon, hate the damned cold. As he stared towards the mountains, lost in thought, a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision caught his eye. High up on the roof of the Palazzo Grangical that was overlooking the harbor, a figure had suddenly appeared from thin air. Oldgate squinted. Even from this distance, the figure's height and the distinct shade of blonde hair were unmistakable. A slow chuckle rumbled in Oldgate's chest. Damn brat, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head, appearing out of nowhere like a blasted ghost. He took another puff from his pipe. If I had his abilities, I would have ruled the bloody world by now, not just sailed it. As he watched, Alaric's figure on the rooftop simply vanished. Oldgate blinked, startled, scanning the roof again and confirmed that it was empty. Before he could properly register the impossibility of it, a familiar voice spoke right beside him. Sup. Oldgate jumped, spinning around, his hand instinctively going to his pistol before relaxing as he saw Alaric standing there on the deck, leaning casually against the railing, smirking. He hadn't heard him approach, hadn't seen him cross the gangplank. It was as if he'd materialized out of thin air from the roof. Oldgate scowled, though the expression lacked any real heat. Welcome back, brat, Oldgate said gruffly, taking a long drag from his pipe, watching Alaric while he narrowed eyes. Alaric raised an eyebrow, pushing himself off the railing. Miss me already, Captain? And did you finish that pack of cigars I gave you? Finished, the same day you gave, to me. Good stuff. Oldgate blew out a plume of pipe smoke. So, ready to leave this place? Alaric nodded, glancing up at the sails, then towards the south. When do we set sail? The wind seems favorable, heading south. Oldgate paused, giving Alaric a knowing look. So that brat Reuben chose his lass over adventure, staying behind in Tuscany. Alaric chuckled again, shrugging. That's a given, isn't it? Flavia's a fine woman, strong, beautiful, assassin heritage. Of course Reuben's head over heels for her. Oldgate scoffed, taking another drag from his pipe before tapping it against the railing. Well then, suppose there's no reason to linger. La Providencia's ready. You don't need to bring anything else aboard. No luggage this time either. Alaric smirked as the system interface flickered unseen at the edge of his vision. Nope. I've got everything I need right here. Oldgate raised a skeptical brow at Alaric, who carried nothing but the clothes he was wearing, but he merely nodded, accepting the strangeness as he always did with this particular passenger. He turned, his voice instantly shifting back into command mode, booming across the deck. Alright, you lazy sea dogs. Stop gawking. He roared, startling several nearby crewmen. Weigh anchor. Make sail. Loosen them topsails. We've got fair wind. He grinned fiercely, pointing south. Next stop, the Aegean. We're sailing for Thera. Aye, Captain. Alaric sat comfortably behind the sturdy wooden desk in the cabin he always occupied when aboard La Providencia. The gentle rocking of the ship and the creak of the wooden timbers were familiar sounds he was used to now. He dipped his quill into the inkpot, pausing for a moment before beginning to write on a fresh sheet of parchment. To my dearest family, father, mother, Uncle Bernard, Aunt Lynette, Edward, Caroline, Thulani, and Jonathan. I trust this letter finds you all in good health and high spirits back in Bristol. Please know that I am well, though the journey has been, as expected, quite eventful since leaving London. The voyage itself has been interesting. I have encountered many different people and seen sights both new and strangely familiar. The captain of this vessel, Edward Oldgate, is quite the character, a former associate of Henry Avery, believe it or not. We've become decent enough companions on this trip, sharing stories and cigars. He's a reliable captain, despite his rough edges. We've had our share of excitement too. Encountered some pirates here and there between ports, but nothing Reuben and I couldn't handle easily. We ensured the safety of the ship and crew each time. Our travels took us from London down to Portugal, then across to Barcelona in Spain, before landing in Rome via the port of Civitavecchia. From there, we journeyed north through Tuscany, stopping in Livorno before reaching Monteriggioni. Speaking of Reuben, he has grown considerably stronger. Thulani, Jonathan, make sure you two aren't slacking off on your training back home. Reuben sends his regards, though he won't be returning with me just yet. Mother, father, please do not worry yourselves unduly. I am eating well and taking care. Ensure you both do the same. Uncle, aunt, keep the businesses running smoothly. Caroline, stay strong. As I write this, we are sailing south from Livorno, heading towards the Aegean Sea. My next destination is a small island in the Ottoman territories called Santorini or Thera, as some might call it. After that, my path is less certain, perhaps further east. Which brings me to Reuben. He has decided to remain in Tuscany for the foreseeable future. He met a remarkable young woman in Monteriggioni, Flavia Auditore. It seems they've become quite inseparable. He sends his love and promises to write himself when he can. Oh, and please tell William Penn Sr. to keep them in check. Stay safe, all of you. Be careful, look after each other. I will send word again when I am able. With deepest affection. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. Alaric stared at the finished letter for a while, a strange feeling settling over him. It's my first time writing a proper letter in this life, feels weird, he muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. He then opened the system interface, navigating to the Buy section again. Need to pay Oldgate for the delivery. Premium cigar, 1 scudo. Total deduction, 21x, 21 scudo. Current balance, 374,934,701 scudi, 95 baiocchi. 21 sleek, black packs of cigars appeared on the desk beside the letter, neatly stacked. Alaric took one pack and slipped it into his coat pocket, leaving the remaining 20. He carefully folded the parchment, sealing it with a generic wax seal beside the desk. With the letter in his hand, he walked out of his cabin. He saw Oldgate on the quarterdeck, talking animatedly with one of his officers. Alaric approached them, announcing his presence. White beard. Oldgate turned, raising an eyebrow as Alaric came up the steps. Brat, what is it now? Are you up for a small delivery task when you eventually arrive back in London? Alaric asked, holding up the folded letter. Oldgate looked at the letter, then back at Alaric. What's it about? Just a letter for my family, Alaric explained. You know. In London, Oldgate clarified. Alaric shook his head. No, they're in Bristol. When you get to London, just drop this at a post office. Tell them to send it to the Kenway estate in Bristol. He gestured back towards his cabin vaguely. As payment for the trouble, I've left 20 packs of those cigars you like on my desk. Help yourself. Oldgate's eyes widened at the mention of the estate and cigars, then a slow grin spread across his face. Of course you have an estate, figures. Consider it done, lad. And thanks for the generosity. He took the letter from Alaric and tucked the letter securely into his coat pocket and turned, walking towards the captain's cabin at the stern. Don't forget to send it to Bristol. Alaric called after him. Kenway Estate. Oldgate turned his head back just as he reached his cabin door, opening the knob. You don't have to tell me twice, brat. He shouted back before disappearing inside. Alaric smiled faintly, turning to look out at the endless the sea ahead. How are they all doing back home? He wondered, a rare flicker of longing crossing his features before he schooled his expression back to its usual calm neutrality. Why do I keep forgetting to use the Hiraishin? That's crazy. I should put a Hiraishin tag in this ship. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 102 Chapter 101 Thera. Current balance 374,934,701 scudi, 95 baiocchi. A month had now passed since La Providencia left Livorno. Alaric stood on the quarterdeck near the helm, leaning against the railing, watching the grey expanse of the Aegean Sea slide past. The journey south had been interesting. They traveled along the coastline of Italy's southern peninsula that was known as the Boot, then passed through the Strait of Messina, and navigated the Ionian Isles before entering the vast Aegean. The weather had been somewhat cooperative, save for one memorable exception. Flashback. They were somewhere south of Crete, making good time towards Thera. It was late afternoon, around 5:30 p.m. Alaric was in the captain's cabin with Oldgate, sharing a bottle of rum the captain had liberated from the Zeebeck stores. Oldgate's large table was at the center of the cabin, covered with nautical charts marked with trade routes, potential hazards, and Oldgate's own annotations. And that's when Avery gave the signal, Oldgate was saying, swirling the rum in his cup, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. Chaos, utter chaos it was. The Gamgee Isawai, the Mogul ship, bristling with cannons, more men than we could count, but Avery, he had this look, you know, like he already knew how it would end. How did he manage it? Alaric asked, genuinely curious about the legendary heist. Against such odds. Oldgate took a long drink. Cleverness, lad. And sheer, bloody-minded nerve. He used the Fancy's speed to stay just out of their main range, peppering them, drawing their fire. Then, when they were focused on us, his other ships, smaller, faster ones, came in from the other side, grappling hooks flying. Boarding action was fierce, bloodiest fight I ever saw. Lost a lot of good men. He paused, staring into his cup. But the loot, gods, Alaric, the loot. Gold, silver, jewels beyond imagining, enough to make kings jealous. We loaded our ships till they nearly sank. He chuckled darkly. Almost got my head blown off by a cannonball fragment during the fight. Landed right where I'd been standing a second before. Avery just laughed when I told him later. Alaric nodded slowly. Sounds like quite the captain. Oldgate agreed. Capable, cunning, ruthless when he needed to be, but fair to his crew, mostly. Shared the spoils better than most. Just as Oldgate was about to continue, the galleon gave a sudden, violent sway, much sharper than the usual roll of the waves. Bottles rattled on the shelves. Both men looked up, surprised. Seconds later, the cabin door burst open, and a drenched, wide-eyed officer stumbled in. Captain. The officer yelled over the rising howl of the wind outside. There's a storm coming up on us fast. A big one. Came out of nowhere. Oldgate's eyes widened. He slammed his cup down and bolted out of the cabin, Alaric right behind him. They emerged onto the deck to a scene of chaos. The sky that was clear just moments ago, was now a churning mass of purple and black clouds. The wind shrieked through the rigging, and strong waves, far larger than anything they'd encountered in the Mediterranean, were bearing down on them. Visibility dropped as rain began to lash down. Worst of all, several dark, twisting funnels formed downwards from the clouds towards the sea waterspouts. How in the bloody hell did you lazy dogs miss a storm that big? Oldgate roared at the sky, his voice barely audible over the tempest's fury. He shoved the current helmsman aside. Get off. I need the wheel. Reef the sails. All hands, secure the rigging. Batten down the hatches. Move, you slugs, move. The galleon groaned as a massive wave crashed over the bow, sweeping across the deck. Sailors scrambled, desperately trying to follow orders amidst the chaos. The ship pitched violently, threatening to capsize. Alaric stood calmly near the main mast, observing the scene. The sheer power of the storm was impressive, even to him. The waterspouts was menacingly closer. Can't exactly cut a tornado in half with Kuzenage, he thought wryly. Need to reinforce the ship, buy Oldgate time to navigate through this. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the world momentarily freezing into shades of grey as he triggered Chronos. Time stopped for 10 precious seconds. Moving faster than the eye could follow, Alaric flashed through a rapid series of complex hand seals learned from the Fuinjutsu scroll. This works on a human body. I hope the principle applies to a ship's structure too. He slammed his palm flat onto the wet deck. Azura's crest. Intricate, glowing seals instantly spread out from his hand like a spider web, shooting across the deck, up the masts, along the hull, encasing the entire galleon in a lattice of reinforcing energy. The seals pulsed brightly for a moment, sinking into the wood and iron, then faded just as time snapped back to normal. Okay, the galleon should be able to endure the stress now, Alaric thought, feeling the ship shudder less violently under the next wave. But we still have to avoid those waterspouts and ride out these waves. He saw a group of sailors struggling high above on the main yardarm, trying to reef the massive mainsail against the tearing wind. One man lost his grip, dangling precariously. Without hesitation, Alaric leaped upwards, landing lightly on the yardarm beside the struggling sailor. He effortlessly secured the flapping canvas and helped the grateful man regain his footing before leaping back down to the deck, landing silently beside Oldgate at the helm. Another waterspout went towards them. It was a monstrous vortex of wind and water. Oldgate gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to turn the massive wheel, fighting the storm's pull. The ship resisted, the wheel barely moving. Damn it, she won't turn. Alaric immediately reached out, grabbing one of the handles on the wheel with just one hand, and pulled. Oldgate's eyes widened in shock as the wheel spun easily under Alaric's seemingly casual effort, turning the galleon just enough to avoid the waterspout's direct path, though they were still tossed violently by its power. Hard to starboard. Oldgate roared, recovering quickly and shouting further orders to adjust the remaining sails. They fought the storm for what felt like hours, dodging waterspouts, riding up the crests of enormous waves and sliding down into deep troughs, the galleon groaning and shuddering but holding together thanks to Alaric's reinforcement. Finally, almost as suddenly as it began, they sailed out from under the black clouds into calmer waters and clearing skies. Alaric looked back at the receding storm, shaking his head slightly. Damn, he commented to Oldgate, wiping rain from his face. That was my first Real sea storm. Oldgate spat seawater over the railing, still gripping the wheel tightly. You'd best hope it's your last, lad, he growled, though there was a grudging respect in his eyes. He turned, scanning his exhausted crew who were checking for damage and securing loose gear. You all right, lads? A ragged chorus of "Aye, Captain," came back. Oldgate grunted, his gaze turning stormy again as he looked towards the navigator's usual station. I'll be having a word with that damned navigator later. End of flashback. Alaric leaned against the railing near the helm, enjoying the warm breeze. Beside him, Oldgate puffed contentedly on one of the premium cigars Alaric had made. They watched as the distinctive caldera cliffs of Thera grew larger on the horizon. Here we are then, lad, Oldgate announced, gesturing with his cigar towards the volcanic island. Thera. Alaric gazed at the island, a familiar yet alien landscape from his memories of the game. He saw white villages clinging to the edges of cliffs, standing out against the dark volcanic rock in the deep blue sea. Hello Thera. System currency updated. Scudo converted to 8 currency. Conversion fee, 1 Scudo, 80 Bioki. Current balance, 374,934,701 Scudi, 15 Bioki 44,992,164,234 AIK. Current balance, 44,992,164,234 AIK. 1 Real 12 AIK, 1 384 AIK, 1 Scudo 120 AIK. Almost an hour later, La Providencia carefully navigated the caldera and dropped anchor in a small, somewhat sheltered harbor at the base of the cliffs. It was strangely quiet as they hadn't encountered any significant Ottoman naval presence patrolling these waters, which Alaric found slightly odd but didn't complain about. Oldgate stretched, looking around the harbor. Well, lad, this is the last stop for you on this contract, he said, turning to Alaric. He clapped a heavy hand on Alaric's shoulder, his expression a mixture of lingering awe from their adventures and genuine warmth. Been one hell of a voyage, I'll give you that. Never seen anything like you or that friend of yours. Be careful out here, lad. The Ottomans don't take kindly to uninvited guests with unusual abilities. Alaric smirked. Don't worry about me, Captain. I can handle myself. He met Oldgate's gaze. Thank you for the passage, Edward. It was memorable. The rest of the payment, the £3,000, I've left it in my cabin, on the desk. Help yourself. Money withdrawal, 3000-1-152-000 Current balance, 44,991,012,234 Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 103, Chapter 102, NEA Kamini. Current balance, 44,991,012,234 Santorini, or Thera, as it was known now, was small. Smaller than Alaric remembered from the island of his previous world's reality, but it was slightly vast than the compressed version in the Odyssey simulation. The caldera was recognizable, but the settlements seemed fewer, smaller, clinging more desperately to the volcanic rock. It's understandable, I suppose, Alaric thought, standing alone on the small stone quay after watching La Providencia weigh anchor and sail out of the caldera. I'm in the world of the game, adapted to its own history and scale. He gazed up at the white villages settled high above, then turned his head, looking back out at the now empty expanse of blue water where the galleon had been as a faint smile touched his lips. Now I'm completely on my own. The feeling wasn't entirely unpleasant, just quiet. Alaric closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the salty Aegean air, tinged with the faint smell of sulfur from the volcano. He gathered his chakra, then sent it pulsing outwards, expanding rapidly across the island and the surrounding waters, his foresight pulse-sensing ability, bought from the system years ago. It was incredibly useful for reconnaissance, passively alerting him to nearby life forms and actively mapping a vast area when focused. About 800 people currently on the main island, he noted, most concentrated up in that village on the cliff. His senses stretched further, across the caldera waters towards the smaller islands. Nothing significant on Nea Kamini or Palea Kamini, just some goats, but his mental focus sharpened, probing the waters near the Nea Kamini. There, one distinct, powerful life signature. Cassandra, or Alexos. He chuckled softly. He already knew this world wasn't a perfect replica of the original Assassin's Creed lore. His own family existing was the first major deviation. Caroline Scott having a sister named Avellini was another. Captain Oldgate bearing such a striking resemblance to the legendary White Beard from One Piece, complete with the Gururera laugh, was certainly not standard history. And then there was Alaric himself, the biggest anomaly of all. Either way, Cassandra or Alexos, it'd be nice to meet one of the original Misthias, he thought with genuine curiosity. He shook his head slightly, dismissing the philosophical ponderings for now. Time to investigate. He started walking towards the edge of the stone quay as his boots were silent on the weathered rock. As his foot reached the edge, hovering just above the crystal clear water, he focused his chakra, channeling it to the soles of his feet. He stepped out onto the surface of the sea as the water held firm beneath him. Water walking was second nature now, practiced endlessly during his youth. He took a few steps out onto the caldera bay. He looked across the water towards Nea Kamini, judging the distance. Bruh. I'm not that bored that I'm going to walk all the way over there. It's almost night time. With another internal chuckle, Alaric shifted his stance slightly and began to move. He wasn't running ninja style across the water, nor was he sprinting like an Olympian. He was, for all intents and purposes, speed walking. But his walk propelled him across the surface of the sea at an astonishing 50 kilometers per hour, leaving only the faintest ripple as he headed swiftly towards the distant island and the mysterious presence hidden beneath the waves. The islands here might be smaller than in his memory, but the distances across the water were still significant. Alaric arrived swiftly at Nea Kamini, the larger of the two dark, volcanic islands squatting in the center of the caldera. He leaped from the water onto the black, rocky shore, shaking off the few droplets that clung to his boots. He scanned the desolate landscape, jagged rocks, sparse, tough vegetation clinging to life as the smell of sulfur was stronger here. He began to explore, moving quickly, his eyes searching for any sign of the hidden entrance he remembered from the game. He circled the island, climbed its highest point, looking into crevices and small caves. Nothing. No carved doorway, no ISU symbols, no telltale shimmer of a hidden mechanism. Strange, he thought. The game definitely had an entrance here, maybe this alternate reality changed things. He focused his foresight pulse again, concentrating it downwards, deep beneath the island's crust. Yes, the presence was still there, deep underground, radiating that faint ISU energy signature, but there was absolutely no indication of a tunnel or passage leading down from Nea Kamini itself. With a single, powerful chakra-boosted leap that carried him effortlessly across the waters, Alaric landed on the smaller, older island, Palea Kamini. He repeated his search here, quickly covering the smaller landmass. Again, nothing. Just volcanic rock, hardy shrubs, and the occasional goat. Damn it, am I really going to have to dive for this? Find some underwater entrance like Layla Hassan. He wasn't particularly keen on a long swim in the cold Aegean depths. Alaric sighed, then had an idea. Maybe I missed something subtle. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, the familiar patterns of the eternal Mangekyo sharing and blazing to life, overlaying his normal vision with enhanced perception. Simultaneously, he activated his eagle vision, bathing the world in hues of blue and gold, highlighting points of interest. He decided to give the islands one more sweep. He leaped back across the water to Nea Kamini, landing silently. Then he began to run, circling the island at high speed. Something unique about his eagle vision was that it didn't turn off if runs. His Sharingan pierced through the mundane surface details, analyzing textures, densities, energy flows, while his eagle vision highlighted anything unusual, anything significant, painting potential clues in shimmering gold. He ran around the entire perimeter, then crisscrossed the interior. Nothing on Palea Kamini had stood out, and Nea Kamini seemed just as barren, until he reached a specific point on the western slope, near the caldera edge. At face value, it was just another sheer rock face, indistinguishable from the surrounding volcanic terrain. But to Alaric's enhanced sight, something was off. The Sharingan detected minute inconsistencies in the rock density, almost invisible seams tracing a large, rectangular shape. The eagle vision confirmed it, outlining the same rectangle in a faint gold, indicating an object of significance, something artificial hidden within the natural landscape. There you are, Alaric thought, stopping before the disguised section of cliff face. He whistled softly in appreciation. Seamless. Blends right in with the rock. The ISU are very good at their camouflage technology. He walked closer, running his hand over the cool, rough surface. He examined the edges, looking for any sign of a switch, a pressure plate, a hidden keyhole, anything that might activate the entrance. Nothing. Not a single clue. Damn, he sighed internally. No obvious mechanism. I think this kind of entrance needs a piece of Eden to open it, the staff of Hermes Trismegistus, most likely, judging by the Odyssey game, and I really don't want to go swimming to find an alternative entrance. He chuckled wryly. Well, if technology failed, there was always brute force. He gathered a small, almost negligible amount of chakra into his right fist. Hup. He pulled his hand back slightly and delivered a quick, testing punch to the center of the disguised door. Thwack. The impact echoed slightly. A tiny network of hairline cracks appeared on the rock face around his knuckles, and a small dent formed, but the massive stone door remained firmly shut. Alaric flexed his fingers, then chuckled again. Right. Guess I shouldn't be stingy with my strength when dealing with ISU engineering. He took a firmer stance, drawing a much more significant amount of chakra, maybe 30% of his readily available pool, into his fist, making it pulse with power. He pulled his arm back further this time and then unleashed the punch with explosive force. Boom. The sound was deafening. The seemingly solid rock face shattered inwards, exploding into fragments and dust. The force of the blow traveled through the island, causing the entire landmass of Nea Kamini to shudder violently for several seconds. Dust and pebbles rained down from the cliff face around the newly revealed dark opening. Alaric lowered his fist, dusting off his knuckles nonchalantly as the tremor subsided. He stared into the dark tunnel he had just created. "Heh," he thought with amusement. "Whoever's underground, if they're awake, will definitely be confused about that little earthquake." Alaric stepped through the opening he'd created, the dust still settling around him. He found himself in a short, rough-hewn tunnel that quickly opened up into a smoother, clearly artificial corridor made of the strange ISU metal. Just ahead, blocking the path, was another entrance, the one he recognized instantly from the game. A massive, triangular stone door, intricately carved with ISU patterns. "Damn," Alaric thought, running a hand over the cool surface of the triangular door. "I really should have just waited until I arrived here before selling that apple of Eden back in Rome. This door certainly only opens with a piece of Eden, probably the staff, but maybe an apple would have worked too." He sighed, looking at the imposing stone barrier. He briefly considered punching his way through this one as well, flexing his fist, but then stopped himself. "Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 104, Chapter 103, I'm here. Current balance, 44,991,012,234 AIK. Nah, I shouldn't just go around destroying unique ISU structures like this." It felt good punching the outer door, but this one seems more significant. Besides, brute force wasn't always the most elegant solution. He examined the slight gap where the two halves of the triangular door met. Placing the fingertips of both hands into the narrow seam, Alaric took a deep breath and focused, pouring a significant amount of chakra into his arms and legs, anchoring his feet firmly on the metallic floor. He gritted his teeth and pulled. Muscles strained, and the chakra flared visibly around his arms. With an ear-splitting screech of stone grinding against stone, the massive triangular door halves slowly began to slide apart, trying to protest against the manual override. Alaric kept the pressure constant, sweat beading on his forehead from the sheer physical exertion required even with his enhanced strength. He managed to open a gap just wide enough for him to slip through sideways. The moment he released the pressure and squeezed through the opening, the heavy stone doors slid shut behind him with a resounding THOM, placing him into near darkness again. He found himself on a narrow ledge overlooking a vast, dark chasm. Far below, barely visible, was the glint of water. A familiar setup. So, only people who can do the leap of faith are supposed to pass this area, Alaric mused, peering down into the abyss. He could easily make the jump, but saw no need for the dramatics. He smirked and simply stepped off the ledge. Instead of plummeting, however, he applied chakra to his feet just before impact, landing lightly on the surface of the underground pool with barely a ripple disturbing the still water. He walked across the water towards the only visible path forward as he could see a narrow tunnel entrance on the far side of the chasm. Reaching the edge, he saw the path ahead was blocked by another obstacle, a small, rough hole in the rock wall, only large enough for someone to crawl through if they were prone on the ground. Alaric sighed. He unsealed his Kuzenagi sword from the tattoo on his shoulder, the blade appearing in his hand from thin air. He channeled a small, precise amount of chakra into the blade, making it hum slightly. With a few swift, clean cuts, he carved out a larger opening in the rock wall, easily big enough for him to walk through upright. The cuts were so precise, slicing through the stone like butter, that the surrounding cave didn't react. No rumbles, no falling debris. The section of rock he'd cut simply crumbled silently to the ground. Sealing the Kuzenagi again, Alaric walked through the newly widened passage. Almost immediately, he felt the temperature rise dramatically. The air grew thick and hot, carrying the smell of sulfur and burning rock. However, it didn't affect him as his innate phoenix flame adaptation made him virtually immune to extreme heat, unless it surpassed his own internal fire or that of Emberus. He emerged onto another ledge overlooking a pool of bubbling magma far below. A series of cone-shaped stepping stones formed a narrow path across the molten rock towards another cave entrance on the far side. Alaric smirked. He could carefully hop across the stones, but does he need to? His clothes, unfortunately, weren't as heat-resistant as he was. Even coated in chakra, a direct splash of magma could ruin his expensive clothes. Although he could apply seals for protection, he decided against it for now. With a powerful leap, he soared across the magma pool, landing neatly on the platform by the far entrance. This entrance led immediately into a long, steep slide made of the same smooth ISU metal. Not wanting to damage his clothes by sliding conventionally, Alaric skillfully balanced on the soles of his feet, surfing down the long slope like a skier, maintaining perfect control. My clothes are far too expensive for this kind of rough treatment, he thought wryly as he slid rapidly downwards. They're limited too. He reached the bottom, hopping off the end of the slide onto solid ground. He walked forward down another corridor, seeing a narrow, winding path ahead, just wide enough to walk through single file. After navigating the tight passage for a minute, it opened up again onto another ledge. Seriously? Another pool of magma? Alaric sighed, looking down at the fiery expanse below. Well, it is inside a volcano, I suppose. Again, he saw stepping stones, but opted for the direct route, leaping effortlessly across the gap to the pathway on the other side. This is almost too easy, he thought, shaking his head slightly as he walked along the final pathway. All these obstacles designed for ISU or highly trained humans is completely bypassed by me. He walked under a natural stone archway, and stopped. The pathway opened into a truly colossal cavern, far larger than the vault under the Vatican. Massive, strangely shaped pillars constructed of the ISU metal reached up into the shadowed heights, not appearing to support anything but standing like silent monuments. The air hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible energy. Strange geometric patterns glowed softly on the walls and pillars. Alaric looked around, taking in the sheer scale and alien grandeur of the hidden ISU sanctuary. A slow grin spread across his face. I'm here. This is basically the entrance that Alexos/Cassandra, depending on which character you played, went through to meet Pythagoras. I tried to be as accurate as possible. The air scarce, but it hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible energy. Strange geometric patterns glowed softly on the walls and pillars. Damn, this place is massive, Alaric thought, feeling genuinely overwhelmed by the scale for perhaps the first time on his journey. And it's so dark. He leaped downwards from the pathway, landing softly on the stony floor below, a surface composed of a strange mix of natural rock and smooth ISU materials. Ahead, stretching across another vast chasm, was a massive and long bridge in the middle of the water surrounding the place, leading towards a huge pyramid floating silently at the far end of the cavern. Alaric began to walk calmly across the energy bridge with silent steps. He noted sections where the bridge seemed broken or faded. He simply leaped effortlessly over these gaps. After crossing the bridge, the floating pyramid was actually large from his perspective, its surface covered in intricate, glowing carvings. Behind it, taking up almost the entire far wall of the cavern, was a large, hexagonal screen or window, displaying a breathtaking, real-time view of the ocean depths outside the island. Schools of fish darted past, stingrays glided gracefully, and the ghostly remains of ancient, submerged buildings hinted at a forgotten civilization below the waves. Directly beneath the apex of the floating pyramid, resting on the platform floor, was a large intricately carved ISU pedestal. Alaric walked calmly towards it, stopping a few feet away. He stared up at the floating pyramid, then at the mesmerizing underwater view through the hexagon window. Unbelievable, he thought, genuinely awestruck. I've seen Cami and explored the Vatican vault, but this scale, this technology, this view. I'm speechless. He folded his arms, absorbing the view, the strange beauty and ancient power of the place washing over him. He stood there for several minutes in silence, until, he smirked, not turning around. It's rude to sneak up on people, you know. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 105, Chapter 104, I've been civil enough. Current balance, 44,991,012,234 Previously. Alaric smirked, not turning around. It's rude to sneak up on people, you know. He called out into the vast, silent chamber. Now. Seeing that there was no reply, Alaric sighed and turned around as he saw. W.O. He widened his eyes as a beautiful woman was cautiously standing just a few meters away from him. She was a few inches shorter than him, meaning she was quite tall for a woman in this era, perhaps around 5 feet 11 inches. She had dark brunette hair pulled back in a practical side braid that framed a face possessing classical Greek beauty, a straight nose, and captivating brown eyes that held an ancient wisdom and weariness. Her skin had the slight tan of someone who spent much time under the sun, and her lips were full and luscious. She wore a practical, dark attire suited for movement, a sleeveless tunic that showed toned arms, cinched at the waist by a simple, loose belt. A leather strap ran diagonally across her chest, making her said chest pop out slightly. Her forearms were wrapped in dark leather bracers, and Alaric immediately spotted the unmistakable glint of a hidden blade mechanism attached to her left bracer. Her long and athletic legs were covered by dark leggings tucked into sturdy, dark leather boots. "Who are you, stranger?" the woman questioned, her voice steady but laced with caution, her brown eyes narrowing slightly as she glared at Alaric, assessing the intruder who had bypassed the doors to Atlantis' defenses. Damn! Alaric felt an unexpected jolt, almost like a physical blow, as he met her gaze. He was momentarily stunned by her presence, her beauty, the sheer weight of history she represented. I think I'm in love. He quickly pushed the thought down, forcing a charming smile onto his face. Before he could speak, however, the woman spoke again. Is someone as handsome as you? She asked, tilting her head slightly, a part of the Order of the Ancients. Perhaps their predecessors. Alaric blinked, his eyes widening slightly again, this time in surprise at being called handsome by her. He quickly recovered. Ah, no, he replied smoothly, offering a slight bow. No Templar affiliations here. I am Alaric Jonathan Kenway. May I know the name of the legendary Misthias I have the honor of addressing? The woman's eyes widened significantly in shock this time, her cautious stance tightening into outright suspicion. How do you know that name? Okay, Alaric, play it cool, he coached himself internally. Don't lose your damn footing over a beautiful lady who's literally ancient. It is not a name, he replied calmly. It is a title, is it not? The woman didn't relax. With a faint shimmer, a sword seemed to appear in her hand from nowhere, likely ISU technology integrated into her gear. A witty one, are you? She questioned again as her glare intensified. Fine then, how do you know of that title? And how did you get in here? Alaric raised his hands slightly in a placating gesture. Whoa now, careful with that sword, you could hurt someone. Cassandra, for Alaric was now almost certain it was her, glared at him for another long moment, then her gaze flickered slightly, as if listening to something only she could hear. A faint chuckle escaped her lips, breaking the tension slightly. You break into this place, bypass defenses that have stood for centuries, and you expect a nice greeting. Alaric's smile widened slightly. Did you perhaps talk to Alethea just now? Did she warn you about me? Cassandra's eyes widened again, this time with genuine alarm. Her grip tightened on her sword hilt. It seems you know far more than you should, stranger, she said, her voice dropping low, losing all trace of amusement. I should just question you again when I break your legs. I have been civil enough. Without further warning, Cassandra exploded forward. She didn't just charge, she flowed across the ISU platform with blinding speed, her sword swiftly aimed directly at Alaric's throat. The sheer power radiating from her was immense, far exceeding Reuben's even when he wielded the sword of Damocles. Alaric recognized instantly that this ancient warrior, kept alive for millennia by the staff of Hermes, was on another level entirely, easily at least 5 times stronger than Reuben. Alaric met the attack, not with casual ease this time. He sidestepped the initial thrust as the sword tip whistled past his ear. Cassandra immediately transitioned into a relentless flurry of slashes and stabs, each blow carrying enough force to shatter stone. Alaric found himself needing to put actual effort into dodging and blocking, his movements becoming sharper, faster than they had been against the assassins or even Reuben. He parried a powerful slash with his forearm, feeling the impact jar him slightly despite his enhanced body. Another thrust came instantly. He twisted, deflecting it with the back of his hand, the force scraping against his knuckles. Okay, definitely stronger, he conceded internally. This wasn't a game anymore. He unsealed Kuzenagi from the tattoo on his shoulder, the familiar weight of the chocut settling into his hand. Cassandra didn't pause, pressing her attack, her ancient Spartan fighting style mixed with millennia of experience making her a terrifyingly unpredictable opponent. Clang, clang, she-ink. Kuzenagi met Cassandra's sword, sparks flying in the dim bluish light of the ISU chamber. Alaric blocked, parried, and occasionally counterattacked, but Cassandra's defense was just as formidable as her offense. Her strength was immense, blocking her blows sent vibrations up Alaric's arm, forcing him to constantly reinforce his stance with chakra. Yet, despite the genuine effort required, Alaric remained outwardly calm, his expression focused but unpanicked, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he matched the legendary Misthias blow for blow. After several minutes of intense, high-speed combat where neither could gain a significant advantage, Alaric saw an opening. He feinted high with Kuzenagi, then delivered a powerful spinning kick aimed at Cassandra's midsection. She reacted instantly, attempting to block, but the force of the blow sent her staggering backwards, skidding across the ISU platform before catching her balance near the edge. Malakas. Cassandra cursed under her breath, glaring at Alaric with renewed intensity. She held out her empty hand, and with a brilliant golden flash, a staff materialized in her grasp. Alaric whistled softly, genuinely impressed. The staff of Hermes Trismegistus. He commented, eyeing the glowing artifact. Now that looks dope. Cassandra's eyes widened again at his casual recognition of the ISU artifact. With a determined glint in her eyes, the staff shimmered and reformed, its golden light coalescing into the familiar shape of the broken spear of Leonidas, though this version pulsed with far greater power than the original spear ever could have. I will stop playing now, stranger, Cassandra declared as her voice resonated with the staff's power. She lunged again, but this time her speed and strength were amplified exponentially. The spear had blurred, striking faster than seemed possible, each blow carrying the weight of an ISU artifact. Alaric found himself pushed back, Kuzenagi working overtime to deflect the relentless assault. He had to put in significantly more effort now, his movements becoming a near-invisible blur of dodges, parries, and chakra-enhanced blocks. He landed a solid punch on Cassandra's shoulder during a brief opening, making her grunt, but she barely seemed phased, replying with a shield bash using the energy of the staff that forced Alaric to leap back. He countered with a swift kick that she blocked with the shaft of her spear, the impact echoing through the cavern. She's really strong, Alaric thought, parrying another blindingly fast thrust. Definitely stronger than Reuben, Jonathan, and Thulani combined, even if they trained for another 100 years. The staff makes a huge difference. Yet, even as he acknowledged her power, he felt no real danger. He wasn't pushed to his limits, not even close. I don't even need to use Sharingan or Sage mode for this. The battle raged across the central platform, a whirlwind of flashing steel and golden light. They fought under the silent gaze of the floating pyramid and the giant hexagonal window displaying the serene ocean depths. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 106, Chapter 105, Premium Mattress. Current balance, 44,991,012,234 AIK. Days blurred into nights and back into days within the timeless ISU structure. Alaric lost track of how long they fought. Was it 1 day? 2? More. The staff sustained Cassandra, allowing her to fight without rest, her demigod physiology pushed to its absolute limits. Alaric, drawing on his own immense chakra reserves and enhanced body, matched her endurance blow for blow. He landed more hits now, sharp kicks, quick punches, occasional slashes with Kizanaga that left shallow cuts on her arms or legs, testing her limits, gauging her reactions. She, in turn, managed to score glancing blows with the spear, fueled by millennia of combat experience and the staff's power. Neither could land a decisive strike. Well, Alaric purposely didn't land one, he was enjoying this. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, perhaps more than 2 full days of continuous, high-intensity combat, Cassandra began to falter. Her movements, while still incredibly fast and powerful, lost their perfect edge. Her breathing grew ragged, sweat plastered her braided hair to her face. The golden light of the spear flickered slightly. Alaric pressed his advantage slightly, a series of quick feints followed by a solid kick that sent her stumbling backwards again. This time, she didn't recover immediately. Her knees buckled, and she dropped to the ISU platform, supporting herself on one hand, spear clattering beside her, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. The staff's power could sustain her body, but even her demigod will had its limits against such an opponent. Cassandra gave up, collapsing fully onto the floor of the ISU platform, lying on her back and gasping for air. She had fought countless battles across more than 2,000 years, faced gods, monsters, and armies, but this was different. She had never fought a single opponent continuously for days on end, never faced someone who seemed utterly tireless, impossibly skilled, and annoyingly calm throughout. You. She panted, staring up at the cavern's shadowed ceiling. HAAA, who are you, really? She turned her head slightly, looking at Alaric who stood nearby, as his sword was nowhere in sight, looking remarkably composed despite the marathon battle. You do not seem to tire, you heal almost instantly when I did manage to wound you, and, she frowned, remembering the feeling throughout the fight, I feel like you were not even serious fighting me. Alaric walked calmly towards her. He pulled the cigar pack from his pocket, selected one, put the pack away, and sat down cross-legged on the floor a couple of meters away from the exhausted demigod. I told you, he replied easily, lighting the cigar tip with his finger. The name's Alaric. He took a long, slow drag, letting the smoke curl upwards. And believe me, I actually put quite a lot of effort into not being killed by you back there. He offered a small, genuine smile. You are really strong, Miss Thias. Cassandra watched him, still catching her breath. She pushed herself up slightly, leaning on her elbows. Really? She asked, her tone laced with skepticism. That sounds condescending, coming from someone who looks like they just finished a light stroll. No, really, Alaric insisted, meeting her gaze squarely. You are, without a doubt, the first person to make me use more than half of my strength in a very, very long time. Cassandra sighed, letting her head fall back onto the floor. I have lived for 21 centuries, she murmured, staring up into the darkness again. Fought in countless wars, battled creatures of myth. This is the first time I have ever faced such utter defeat against a single opponent. Well, Alaric replied philosophically around his cigar, there's always a first time for everything, right? Cassandra stared at the ceiling for another moment, then gave a small, weary nod in agreement. Silence fell between them, broken only by the faint hum of the ISU chamber and the distant, unseen movement of ocean life beyond the hexagonal window. Seeing that she wasn't speaking further, Alaric decided to prompt her. Aren't you going to ask me what I'm doing here? He asked casually. How I found this place. How I knew about you, Alethea, the staff. I could be a bad guy, you know. Order of Ancients, Templar, whatever they call themselves these days. Cassandra chuckled weakly, turning her head to look at him again. I admit, I am intensely curious, Alaric Kenway, she said, her voice regaining some strength. But, if you truly had ill intentions, you could have killed me easily during our fight. Or, she added, gesturing slightly with her head towards her current exhausted state, you could kill me right now. You haven't. She paused, studying him. Alethea may not trust you, but, you do not feel like an enemy. Alaric nodded slowly, taking another drag from his cigar. True. Seeing that Cassandra was closing her eyes again, likely needing rest, Alaric decided a bit of comfort was in order. He opened the system interface mentally. Premium mattress, 768 AIK. Akimika barbecue, 2x, 24 AIK. Gallon with consumable water, 1x, 12 AIK. Suchakich ceramic cup, 2x, 24 AIK. Total deduction, 828 AIK. Current balance, 44,991,011,430 AIK. With barely a sound, a surprisingly plush-looking mattress appeared on the floor beside Alaric, settling between him and Cassandra. A large gallon jug of fresh water materialized next to it, along with 2 simple ceramic cups. Finally, 2 large Akimika barbecue appeared in Alaric's hands. Alaric shifted slightly, getting comfortable on the edge of the mattress. Cassandra's eyes snapped open at the sudden, delicious smell of roasted meat. She turned her head, blinking in surprise as she saw Alaric holding out one of the large barbecue skewers towards her. Her eyes widened slightly again, but exhaustion and hunger quickly won out over suspicion. She pushed herself into a sitting position on the floor. She took the offered skewer, murmuring a quiet, thank you, before immediately taking a large bite, her eyes closing briefly in appreciation. As she ate, she noticed the mattress beside her. She paused mid-chew, raising an eyebrow at Alaric. "Where did you get that?" she asked, nodding towards the mattress. Alaric just smiled enigmatically around his cigar. "Oh, you know, here and there." Cassandra's eyes twitched slightly, but she seemed too tired and too hungry to press the issue. She focused on finishing the barbecue, which disappeared remarkably quickly. When she was done, Alaric poured water from the gallon jug into one of the ceramic cups and handed it to her. Cassandra accepted the cup gratefully, drinking deeply. She sighed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "All right, Alaric Kenway," she said, looking at him directly now, her curiosity apparently rekindled. "You fight like a demigod, appear from nowhere, know things you shouldn't. What is your purpose here? You fight me half to death, then share a meal with me on a surprisingly comfortable mattress." Alaric chuckled, taking a sip from his own cup. "Huh, are you crazy?" he teased, echoing her earlier words. "You started the fight." Cassandra stared at him for a second, then a reluctant smile touched her lips. "Fair." Seeing her smile, Alaric remembered why he kept playing AC Odyssey back in his previous world. "Fuck. I can't not fall in love with that smile. Fuck. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 107, Chapter 106, The Misthias POV. Clangs of hammer on heated metal echoed softly in a hidden chamber within the doors to Atlantis, a sound Cassandra had grown accustomed to over countless solitary years. Deep beneath the volcanic island of Thera, she worked at her forge. Sparks flew as she expertly shaped a length of glowing steel, refining the edge of a new sword. It was a task she often undertook to pass the endless time, maintaining her skills, creating something tangible in a place built of impossible geometry and fading memories. This particular chamber, like several others tucked away within the vast structure, was invisible to anyone. Its entrance was a seamless part of the ISU wall, activated only by the unique energy signature of the staff of Hermes Trismegistus, the artifact that had granted her immortality, and burdened her with the role of keeper. Anyone stumbling into this place without the staff would walk right past these hidden chambers, never knowing they existed. "Must you keep banging away at that?" Alethea's disembodied voice echoed faintly in Cassandra's mind with amusement. The ISU consciousness, bound to the staff, was her constant companion, advisor, and sometimes, tormentor. Cassandra didn't pause in her work, turning the blade in the forge's heat. "It passes the time, Alethea. Better than staring at glowing walls or listening to your cryptic pronouncements. Besides," she added, examining the steel critically, "one must stay sharp. Who knows what might wander in." "Indeed," Alethea conceded. "Though few possess the means, or the knowledge, to find this place, let alone bypass its defenses." Cassandra sighed, setting the sword aside to cool. She ran a hand through her braided hair, the familiar weight of centuries settling upon her. "When, Alethea?" she asked quietly, the question she'd posed countless times before. "When will my time finally come? When will this watch end?" "Until the heir of memories arrives, keeper," Alethea replied, her tone patient, almost gentle. "When the one destined to carry the knowledge forward appears, then you may let go." Cassandra leaned against the cool metal wall of the forge room, crossing her arms. "The heir of memories," she scoffed softly. "When will that be? Another 1,000 years? 3,000 more years waiting in this tomb." "Patience, Cassandra," Alethea's voice resonated softly. "The heir will come when the time is right. Your journey is not measured by the years that pass, but by the choices you make, the knowledge you preserve, and the legacy you ultimately leave behind for them." "Great," Cassandra muttered sarcastically. "So, another few millennia of babysitting this staff and waiting for some obscure prophecy to unfold. Just what I needed." Just then, a low rumble vibrated through the ISU structure, faint but distinct. Cassandra frowned, pushing herself off the wall. "What now? Another tremor? This place feels like it's falling apart sometimes." "No." Alethea's mental voice sounded different. There was a tinge of alertness on her voice. "This is something else. Not natural seismic activity." Before Cassandra could question further, a deep, powerful KRA boom echoed from the direction of the main entrance chamber, far above. The sound was muffled by distance and layers of ISU construction, but the force of it caused the very walls of her hidden room to sway perceptibly. Cassandra's hand immediately went to the sword she'd just been working on, snatching it up. "Alethea, is the volcano erupting?" "Negative," Alethea replied instantly with her analytical tone. "My calculations indicate the next significant eruption is not due for at least another century." That sound, it originated from the outer entrance sequence. This meant that someone was breaking in, violently. Cassandra moved quickly, grabbing her familiar sword hilt, the one that could manifest the blade, and securing it to her belt. She strode to the hidden door of her chamber, placing her hand on the metal. The staff pulsed briefly, and the seamless wall slid open silently. She stepped out onto a high ledge overlooking the vast central cavern, the pyramid floating unmovingly. She scanned the area with her sharp eyes, searching for the source of the disturbance. Then she saw him. A tall figure, clad in unfamiliar but clearly expensive dark clothing, was calmly walking across the energy bridge towards the central platform beneath the pyramid. Blonde hair male, moving with ease. Malakas. Cassandra mumbled under her breath, eyes narrowing in disbelief and suspicion. Who the hell is that? And how did he get past the doors? Cassandra moved like a shadow along the upper levels of the cavern, observing the intruder. She observed his awe at the pyramid and the window. He seemed different from anyone who had ever stumbled upon this place before. Not driven by greed or a lust for power, but by curiosity. She descended silently, using hidden handholds and ledges known only to her and Alethea, closing the distance until she was only a few meters behind the tall, blond man who stood contemplating the heart of her sanctuary. She readied herself with her hand near her sword hilt, preparing to confront him. Just as she was about to speak, his voice echoed softly, startlingly, in the vast chamber, though he hadn't turned around. It's rude to sneak up on people, you know. What? How did he? Cassandra froze, her eyes widening slightly. He hadn't turned and hadn't shown any sign of noticing her approach. The man sighed dramatically and turned around slowly. Cassandra found herself looking directly at him, close enough now to see the details of his face, the startling blue of his eyes. Now that I'm up close, she thought, momentarily distracted, he is handsome. And tall, taller than me, even. W.O. The man's own eyes widened slightly as he took her in, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before being replaced by a calm assessment. They stood there for a moment, simply looking at each other, the ancient demigod and the impossible anomaly. Cassandra broke the silence first, her voice regaining its wary edge, her hand tightening on her sword. Who are you, stranger? The man seemed lost in thought for another second, still looking at her with an intensity that was unnerving. Is someone as handsome as you? Cassandra pressed, tilting her head, a part of the order of the ancients. Perhaps their predecessors. He's silent, but, she thought quickly, so that Confer dash. Her thought was cut off as the man blinked, seemingly snapping out of a trance. Ah, no, he replied smoothly, offering a slight, charming bow that seemed oddly out of place in the ancient ISU chamber. No Templar affiliations here. He straightened up, meeting her gaze directly. I am Alaric Jonathan Kenway. May I know the name of the legendary Misthias I have the honor of addressing? Cassandra's eyes widened again, this time in genuine shock. Misthias. That title, it hadn't been used for her in centuries, not since. How do you know that name? Is he trying to push my buttons? She thought, her glare hardening. The man remained calm. It is not a name, he replied evenly. It is a title, is it not? Cassandra didn't buy his casual explanation. She drew her sword, the blade shimmering into existence in her hand. A witty one, are you? Fine then, how do you know of that title? And how did you get in here? The man, Alaric, raised his hand slightly again. Whoa now, careful with that sword, you could hurt someone. Cassandra kept the sword steady, glaring at him. Be careful, keeper. Alethea's voice echoed urgently in her mind. I can sense that he is human, yet there is something more. Something, potent, dangerous. I cannot read his intentions clearly. Dangerous? Cassandra thought back, keeping her eyes locked on Alaric. In what sense? He's tall, perhaps strong, but I've faced far worse. No. Alethea insisted. It is more than that. His mind, it is shielded somehow. I cannot read him as I can others. Cassandra pushed Alethea's warning aside for the moment, focusing on the intruder. You break into this place, bypass defenses that have stood for centuries, and you expect a nice greeting. The man's smile widened slightly, infuriatingly. Did you perhaps talk to Alethea just now? Did she warn you about me? Cassandra widened her eyes once again, stumbling back half a step in shock. What? How does he know my name? Alethea's mental voice shrieked with disbelief and alarm, mirroring Cassandra's own reaction. Cassandra's grip tightened on her sword until her knuckles were white. This man knew far too much. It seems you know far more than you should, stranger, she said, her voice dropping dangerously low. I should just question you again when I break your legs. I have been civil enough. With that, they fought. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 108, Chapter 107, Alethea. Current balance, 44,991,011,438. Alaric took another drag from his cigar, composing himself before the ancient warrior. You never actually told me your name, Misthias. Cassandra looked at him, the weariness still evident in her eyes, but the hostility was gone, replaced by a cautious curiosity as she sighed softly. Cassandra, she replied simply. And yes, as you said, I was a Misthias of Sparta, a lifetime ago. Alaric nodded slowly, processing the confirmation. Sparta, aye. If my history serves me correctly, Sparta ceased to function as a truly independent city-state, around 146 BC when the Romans took over Greece. So, roughly 1858 years ago. Cassandra raised her eyebrows, clearly surprised by his specific knowledge. Yes, that is, remarkably accurate. How did you? Alaric cut her off gently, pressing his point. Which means you have been around for at least that amount of time, likely even more, yes. Am I wrong? Cassandra stared at him for a long moment, then rolled her eyes dramatically, though without any real heat. That is a truly horrible way of saying I am old, Kenway. Alaric held up his hands quickly. Ah no, that's not what I meant. He backtracked, widening his eyes slightly. I meant, well, you're practically immortal, sustained by the staff. You have surpassed the normal essence of life and dash. Cassandra cut him off again, holding up a hand. Alright, I understand. She shifted slightly on the floor, looking more comfortable now, though still clearly drained. Tell me, Alaric Kenway, where are you from? You speak Greek, English, your knowledge seems eclectic. Alaric realized she was deftly changing the subject away from her age and immortality. He sighed inwardly but chuckled outwardly. Yeah, I mean, sure, fair enough. He took a puff from his cigar. I was born in Swansea, Wales. My family moved to Bristol, England, about 14 years ago. Cassandra raised an eyebrow again. Wales, England. She processed the unfamiliar names. And how old are you, Alaric Kenway? 19, Alaric replied honestly. Cassandra's eyes widened again, this time in genuine disbelief. She looked him up and down, then let out a short, incredulous laugh, which quickly turned into a grin. 19, and you fight like that. How does a 19-year-old boy become so powerful? Alaric's eye twitched slightly at being called boy by someone millennia older than him. He shrugged nonchalantly. I guess you could say I was just born this way. Cassandra raised both eyebrows this time. Born this way. So, you are a god. Or perhaps a demigod, like some I knew. Alaric met her stare silently for a few seconds, taking a slow drag from his cigar as he considered his answer. He looked around at the glowing ISU architecture, the impossible view through the window, then back at the immortal woman before him. Sure, let's go with that. I mean, my parents are pure humans, as far as I know. But, he shrugged again, I've gotten to the point where I can't really be killed. I'm too strong for my own good, sometimes. It even gets. His eyes seemed to dull for a fraction of a second as a flicker of that rooftop loneliness passed through him. He forced a casual tone. Anyway, do you have more questions for this interview, Cassandra? Cassandra raised her eyebrows at his sudden shift but chuckled softly. Oh, I have many more questions for you, Alaric Kenway, she replied, a spark of intrigue replacing some of the weariness in her eyes. But before we continue that. She pushed herself up from the floor as her exhaustion finally went away. She walked over and picked up the staff of Hermes laying nearby. Holding the glowing artifact firmly, she tapped it but lightly on the floor. Alaric raised an eyebrow questioningly. Touch it, Cassandra instructed, holding the staff out towards him slightly. Someone else wishes to speak with you. Alaric looked at the staff, then at Cassandra's expectant face. He took one last drag from his cigar, then casually flicked the butt away where it vanished into nothingness before hitting the floor. He stood up from the mattress and walked over to Cassandra, stopping just a couple of feet away from her. He met her gaze, then looked down at the pulsating staff. She nodded encouragingly. Taking a breath, Alaric reached out and grasped the smooth, warm shaft of the staff just above Cassandra's hand. Instantly, the ISU energy surged, and a shimmering, translucent blue hologram flickered into existence beside them, coalescing into the form of a regal ISU woman. Alaric smirked, recognizing the figure instantly. Nice to meet you, Alethea. Silence was heavy in the ISU chamber after Alaric's greeting. The hologram of Alethea regarded him with an unreadable expression as her digital eyes were sharp and analytical. Cassandra stood beside him, watching the interaction intently. A few seconds passed before Alethea's synthesized voice broke the silence. Who are you, Alaric Jonathan Kenway? Alaric simply smiled, removing his hand from the staff. I believe I already introduced myself quite thoroughly to Cassandra here. No, Alethea interrupted as her tone was unchanging. Your biological markers are consistent with baseline Homo sapiens. You possess the standard neuroreceptor profile we engineered. And yet, her holographic eyes seemed to narrow slightly. Alaric cut her off with a chuckle. And yet, I'm this strong, this knowledgeable, able to bypass your defenses. Silence again. Alaric leaned back slightly, folding his arms. Don't you think your civilization was, perhaps, a touch arrogant, assuming you knew everything about the potential of the beings you uplifted? Alethea took a few moments, seemingly analyzing both Alaric's appearance and statement. Arrogance was indeed a failing of many ISU, she conceded, surprisingly frank. But what are you implying? Just because a human has these neuroreceptors you implanted in our ancestors' DNA, designed to make us susceptible to the pieces of Eden and perhaps limit our potential, Alaric said, his smile fading slightly, you think none of us could ever evolve beyond that? Become as strong, or even as smart, as you? Based on millennia of observation and data, Alethea responded logically, it was deemed highly improbable. Especially concerning the higher cognitive functions, the capacity for abstract reasoning and complex technological understanding on our level. We believed humans, as designed, were incapable of reaching our level of intelligence independently. Fair enough, Alaric conceded with a nod. But how would you look at me then? Given, well, everything. I perceive you as an outlier, Alethea stated, her voice still neutral. An anomaly. You possess the neuroreceptors of a human, yes, but your exhibited strength, agility, perception, and apparent knowledge, they do not conform to any known human parameters, hybrids or otherwise. Alaric shrugged. Well, maybe I'm just that then. An outlier. However, Alethea pressed on, ignoring his acceptance, that classification does not answer the fundamental question of what you are, nor does it explain your purpose for being here, invading this facility. Purpose. Alaric repeated lightly. I'm just sightseeing, really. You could call me an explorer of sorts. This place, he gestured around the vast chamber, is quite the sight. Cassandra scoffed softly beside him. Sightseeing? By punching your way through the entrance? Yeah, right. Alaric just chuckled, ignoring her skepticism. Alethea's hologram seemed to focus more intently on him. How much do you truly know, Alaric Jonathan Kenway? Alaric shook his head. Just call me Alaric, please. Hearing my full name constantly from an ancient superbeing is weird. Besides, he added with a playful smirk, you might get addicted to saying my name. Alethea remained impassive for several seconds. My kind does not possess the capacity for emotional attachment based on frivolous inclination. Alaric scoffed openly this time. Right, just like you weren't emotionally attached to, say, avenging your son's unjust punishment and death at the hands of Odin. Alethea's holographic form flickered violently for a moment, her eyes widening in digital shock. Cassandra raised a questioning eyebrow, looking between the hologram and Alaric. How do you? Alethea stammered, her synthesized voice losing its composure for the first time. How do I know this stuff? Alaric cut her off smoothly. Well, let's just say I got hold of a certain golden apple back in Rome recently. It told me things. Alethea's form stabilized, but her digital eyes were wide with alarm and disbelief. An apple? In Rome? How is this possible? Why did I not know of this? And Juno, what happened to Juno? What did you do with the apple? Alaric paused, considering his next words carefully. Well, I can't exactly say I sold it to my interdimensional game system, can I? He thought wryly. He decided on a partial truth, mixed with a necessary lie. Let's just say Juno and I had a disagreement, he replied casually. As for the apple, I kind of destroyed it. Alethea's hologram flared again, this time radiating palpable fury. What? Destroyed it? Why would you destroy such a precious, powerful artifact? Why? Alaric met her furious digital gaze calmly, and shrugged. Because I'd rather have Juno impaired and trapped in the grand temple where she belongs, rather than scheming her way out using a certain someone from the future. He paused, letting that sink in before adding, plus, the apple isn't needed to save the world from the next solar flare. I have another way to prevent its radiation from harming Earth's atmosphere. Alethea seemed momentarily stunned into silence by his claims. Cassandra looked utterly bewildered at their conversation as this were all news to her. Finally, Alethea spoke, her voice tight with suspicion and confusion. You know of the second disaster? You know of Juno's imprisonment? You claim you can avert the catastrophe? How do you know these things? And that, Alethea, Alaric just smirked, reaching into his pocket and pulled out his cigar pack, is a question for another time. He calmly removed his hand from the staff of Hermes, breaking the direct connection. He selected a cigar, put it between his lips, and lit it with his finger, taking a long, satisfying drag while Cassandra just stared at him. Her expression had a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and perhaps grudging respect. Alaric noticed her stare and turned his head towards her, exhaling a plume of smoke. What? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 109, Chapter 108, bet. Current balance, 44,991,011,438. Ruben's POV, 2 months had passed since Alaric left Monteriggioni. This means that it's been a month after Alaric arrived in Thera. 4 months from the start of their journey from Bristol. Currently January of 1713. Life at the Villa Auditora had found a new rhythm, one that now included Ruben. The assassins, respecting Matteo's word and perhaps still intimidated by the display in the courtyard, never pressured him to formally join the Brotherhood. They seemed content, and even thankful, to have his considerable strength residing within their walls, even if Alaric himself was gone. Ruben sat in the large, comfortable grand hall, sunlight streaming through the tall windows. He took a slow sip of the fragrant tea Flavia often prepared. His other hand rested on an open book detailing Italian history, a subject he was diligently studying, partly out of interest, partly to fulfill a certain promise to a stern maestro. I should have asked for a supply of actual celestial tea from that blonde before he left, Ruben thought with a familiar sigh. He always managed to pull things out of thin air when needed. He shook his head slightly, pushing the thought away, and focused back on his book. Sensing that someone was approaching him, Ruben looked up from his book, a small smile touching his lips even before he turned. Flavia stood there, dressed in her practical assassin attire with a playful glint in her eyes. She chuckled softly. I swear, amore mio, I did not make a single sound that time. And I am confident you did not see me approach from your chair. How is it you always notice? Of course, Reuben closed his book, setting the cup down. His smile widened as he met her gaze. I always feel it when you are near me, Flavia. Good. Flavia's smile deepened, and she gracefully sat beside him on the couch, leaning slightly against his shoulder and playfully looked at Reuben. Say, are you ready for tonight? Her question was cut off by the sound of the main villa door opening. Both Reuben and Flavia looked towards the entrance as Matteo Auditore strode in. He spotted them immediately, and a rare smile touched the maestro's lips. Ah, excellent, he declared. What perfect timing, you two. Reuben and Flavia exchanged a curious glance, raising their eyebrows. Come, Matteo instructed, gesturing towards his office. Follow me. Intrigued, they got up and followed the maestro down the corridor to his private study. As they entered, Reuben closed the heavy wooden door behind them. Matteo walked around his large desk and sat down, steepling his fingers as he regarded them both. I have received a request, Matteo began, his tone shifting to business. A mission for you, Flavia, and, he glanced at Reuben, I believe your particular skills could be of great assistance as well, Reuben, should you choose to accept. Flavia's playful demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by the focused cold gaze of an assassin awaiting orders. She nodded curtly. Reuben mirrored her nod with his serious expression. Matteo shuffled through a pile of papers on his desk, extracting a folded letter sealed with an unfamiliar crest. He scanned it briefly before handing it across the desk to Flavia. It comes from our brothers and sisters in Venezia. Flavia took the letter, unfolding it. Reuben leaned closer, reading over her shoulder. The primary objective, Matteo stated as they read, is the assassination of one Bartolomeo Ditti, a merchant believed to be highly placed within the Templar operations in the Serenissima Repubblica di Venezia. Padre, Flavia said after she finished reading as her brow furrowed slightly. She then holds up the letter. The details here are quite vague. It mentions the target, but little else. No specifics on his location, habits, or security. Matteo sighed, leaning back in his chair. Unfortunately, yes. The message was brief, likely sent under duress or with haste. It simply states the Brotherhood in Venezia requires assistance with this target. He paused. However, the lack of detail might also imply they have other uses for skilled operatives once you arrive. Other tasks or investigations underway. Reuben spoke up. Like what, Maestro? It depends, Matteo replied. Venezia is a complex city, politically and otherwise. You will need to make contact with the local bureau leader upon arrival. They will brief you fully. Consider the assassination the priority, but be prepared for complications. So, any questions beyond the lack of initial intelligence? No, Padre. This is enough to start. Flavia shook her head, folding the letter carefully. She turned to Reuben, a serious question in her eyes. Are you in, Reuben? Reuben met her gaze, then looked at Matteo. He thought of Alaric's parting words, get stronger, become known, help the assassins a little. This seemed like a perfect opportunity for all three. A small chuckle escaped him. Of course. I wouldn't miss it. Then, remembering his independent status, he added, but I'll take their money for my services, mind you. Need to earn my keep. Flavia smirked, while Matteo chuckled lightly. Do whatever you deem appropriate, Reuben, the maestro said. As long as the mission remains your primary focus. The Brotherhood pays its debts, though perhaps not always as generously as some. Flavia sighed dramatically. I just hope the Fratellanza in Venezia won't be stingy with their reward, tch. Matteo nodded. Prepare yourselves. Ready your horse, Flavia. He then looked at Reuben. And Reuben, we have several fine horses in the stables. Take your pick from the shed, find one that suits you. Reuben nodded, intrigued. Gotcha, Maestro. They stood, ready to depart. As they headed out of the office, Reuben muttered thoughtfully, mostly to himself, a horse, I've never ridden one. At the same time, let's take a slight glance at Edward James Kenway's life during this month of the year. The Sea Dog's Bite rocked gently in the harbor, its sails furled and the crew scattered about, mending nets and inspecting rigging. Edward Kenway stood at the bow, his eyes scanning the horizon. A few months earlier, Dalzell, the captain of the vessel named Emperor, had steered what was once a lawful privateer into outright piracy, foreseeing the War of the Spanish Succession's end. Kenway had objected, but when any sailor balking at the turn to piracy was thrown overboard, he found himself trapped in a new world of rogues. It was on that same voyage that the Emperor seized the Amazon galley, only for Edward Thatch and his band of loyal privateers to swoop in and free her. Thatch challenged the brutish Blaney to single combat against Edward, and when Blaney broke the rules, Thatch himself shot the mutineer dead. Impressed by Kenway's agility in the fight, Thatch offered him a place on his ship. You're the one they call Kenway. Kenway turned to see a tall man approaching, his hair drifting slightly in the breeze. The man had a commanding presence, his eyes sharp and assessing. Aye, that's me, Kenway replied. The man studied him for a moment before speaking again. Thatch, captain of this vessel. I saw how you handled Blaney, Thatch said with a half-smile. Kenway met his gaze. I don't take kindly to bullies. Thatch nodded. Good. He extended a hand. Join my crew. Kenway hesitated. He didn't know Thatch and wasn't keen on throwing in with another stranger so soon. But compared to life aboard the Emperor, where descent meant death and freedom was just a word, this was a far better gamble. I'm in, he said, shaking Thatch's hand firmly. Welcome aboard, Thatch replied, his gaze returning to the horizon. Let's see what trouble we can stir up together. Thera, Ottoman Empire. It had been a month since Alaric arrived in this hidden ISU sanctuary beneath Thera, a place he now half-jokingly referred to as his cavern apartment. Something about the ancient, humming silence and the presence of the immortal keeper had made him decide to linger, postponing his vague plans to head east. He and Cassandra had fallen into an unexpected, comfortable routine. They talked nearly every day, sharing stories with Alaric carefully curating his own, Cassandra slowly opening up about fragments of her impossibly long life. They sparred often, Alaric pushing Cassandra, forcing her to adapt, while she tested his own seemingly limitless abilities. They even worked together in the small forge Cassandra maintained, Alaric using his Vulcan ability to manipulate metals in ways that astonished her, while she shared millennia of practical blacksmithing knowledge. The vast, ISU tech cavern became their shared space. They cooked fish caught outside the hidden entrance, ate together on the surprisingly comfortable mattress Alaric had acquired, and spent hours simply conversing or enjoying the quiet companionship. They clicked instantly, an unlikely pair separated by millennia yet connected by their unique circumstances, their shared love of combat, and a surprisingly compatible intellect. Alaric found he could keep up with Cassandra's sharp wits, her deep well of historical knowledge, and her pragmatic, often cynical, cleverness. She, in turn, seemed fascinated by his strange knowledge, his impossible abilities, and his infuriatingly nonchalant attitude towards it all. Most evenings, after a strenuous spar, they would find themselves sitting side by side on Alaric's mattress, sharing food or simply talking as the ISU chamber hummed around them. Fishing became a regular activity. One particular trip stood out, sparking something exciting in Alaric. Flashback. Alaric woke suddenly as he glanced at the ornate gold pocket watch he kept beside the mattress. 4 a.m. Why am I awake so early? He wondered briefly, but didn't dwell on it. Sleep wasn't strictly necessary for him anymore, just a pleasant habit. He swung his legs off the mattress, dressed only in simple sleeping trousers, his toned upper body exposed to the cool cavern air. He began his morning routine with a series of brutally fast push-ups beside the bed. He was halfway through his set when familiar, near-silent footsteps approached. Training this early, Alaric. Cassandra's voice, husky with sleep but carrying its usual strength, came from the entrance of the main chamber area. Alaric glanced over his shoulder, saw her leaning against a pillar, watching him, then continued his push-ups without breaking rhythm. Of course, he replied between breaths. There's no excuse for weakness. Cassandra walked closer, stopping a few feet away, simply observing him. Alaric could feel her eyes on him, and when he finished his set and pushed himself up, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, he saw her gaze lingering on his bare torso. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Hey, he teased, turning to face her fully. Be careful with that stare, Miss Thias. You could fall in love with me. Cassandra snapped out of her momentary distraction, her eyes meeting his, a faint blush rising on her cheeks that she quickly suppressed. Heh, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. You're thousands of years too young for me, paid kid. Alaric just chuckled. Anyways, Cassandra said, changing the subject smoothly, I was heading out to fish for breakfast. The tide should be good. Want to come? Alaric looked at her, considering. A quiet morning fishing on the Aegean sounded appealing. Sure, he replied with a nod. Let me just freshen up. A quick application of Suetun jutsus later, he was clean and dressed in his usual attire. They exited the cavern through the passage Alaric had carved, and still hadn't bothered to fix the main doors, and emerged onto the rocky shore of Nea Kamini just as the first hints of dawn painted the eastern sky. Cassandra led him to a small, sturdy fishing boat hidden amongst the rocks. They pushed off, rowing a few hundred meters out into the deeper waters of the caldera. Cassandra produced two simple fishing poles from under a tarp in the boat. As she handed one to Alaric, a competitive glint entered her eyes. How about a small wager, Alaric? Alaric took the pole, examining the simple hook. He raised an eyebrow. A bet. Let me guess, biggest fish? Or first fish? Cassandra smirked, baiting her hook with practiced ease. Let's go with who gets the biggest fish. Sure, Alaric agreed easily. Sounds fair. What's the prize? Cassandra cast her line, the bait plopping into the calm water. She mused, tapping a finger against her chin. Loser has to do anything the winner says. One time. No questions asked. Alaric's eyebrows shot up, but his smirk widened. Anything, bold. He chuckled. Heh, no problem. You're on. He baited his own hook and cast his line. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds the gentle lapping of water against the boat and the distant cries of seabirds. The sun began to rise properly, as the caldera cliffs became hues of orange and pink. Nothing really bit their bait, so Cassandra just continued to watch her line patiently. Alaric appeared equally calm, leaning back against the boat's edge. Internally, however, Alaric grinned. He subtly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then he focused his chakra, extending his senses through the water below, simultaneously casting his Vulcan ability. Vulcan. His crimson eyes pulsed faintly beneath his eyelids. He felt the faint metallic signature of his hook, extending his control over it. His foresight pulse mapped the underwater terrain and the life within it. Small fish darted past. Then, there. A larger shape, moving slowly, deeper down. Definitely bigger than anything else nearby. As the large fish swam closer, drawn perhaps by the bait's scent, Alaric mentally manipulated the metal hook, making it twitch invitingly, then maneuvering it with impossible precision directly into the fish's path. Just as the fish opened its mouth, Alaric made the hook dart forward, lodging itself firmly in the fish's lip. Gotcha. Alaric grinned internally, deactivating his Sharingan as he felt the strong tug on his line. He yanked the pole upwards sharply. Ah, got one. He expertly played the line, reeling in the surprisingly large sea bass, its scales flashing in the morning sun. Cassandra watched him land the fish, her eyes widening slightly at its size. A few minutes later, she sighed as her own line remained stubbornly still. Alaric unhooked the impressive fish and held it up with a triumphant grin. Looks like I win, Matthias. Cassandra looked at the fish, then back at Alaric's smug face, and let out a resigned sigh, though a small smile played on her lips. So you did. That is, quite the catch. She reeled in her empty line. Alright, Kenway. I lost the bet. What is it you wish me to do? How far does anything extend? Alaric smirked, leaning back again. Anything, you said. Cassandra nodded, resigned but meeting his gaze steadily, a hint of challenge still there. I keep my word. Anything you say. Once. Alaric tapped his chin thoughtfully, pretending to consider various outrageous demands. Alright then, he said finally. Give me a massage when we get back to the cavern. A massage, that is all. Cassandra blinked, raising an eyebrow in genuine surprise. She sounded almost disappointed. After winning such a bet, that's it. Alaric mirrored her raised eyebrow. Oh, were you expecting something else, you dirty Matthias? He teased, his smirk widening. Fine, if a simple massage is too disappointing for the legendary eagle-bearer, you can give me a very sensual massage instead. Cassandra's eyes widened as she finally understood his teasing implication. A deep blush spread across her cheeks and neck, a rare sight. No. She stammered quickly. That is not what I meant at all. Alaric just grinned, thoroughly enjoying her flustered reaction. Well, he drawled, all I wanted was a simple back rub, maybe work out the kinks from that 2-day fight. But you thought that was a letdown. So, clearly, you desire to offer more. He let the implication hang in the air. Cassandra glared at him, her face still flushed, but her pride as a warrior, and her commitment to honoring a lost bet, took over. She took a deep breath, composing herself. Fine, she conceded through gritted teeth, though a reluctant smile tugged at her lips despite herself. A massage it is. I lost the bet. End of flashback. Also end of chapter. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 110, Chapter 109, The Bet Paid, R18. Current balance, 44,991,011,438. Skip this if you don't like lemons. Alaric and Cassandra had returned inside the cavern after their meal outside. The sea bass that Alaric caught was now reduced to bones on a makeshift plate. The day had been easy, comfortable, but the undercurrent of their bet pulsed between them like a living thing. Alaric laid down on his stomach on top of the mattress, a thin towel draped over his hips, the rest of his body was bare to the cool cavern air. He propped his head on one arm, staring at the wall, a smirk tugging at his lips as his mind wandered. Is she really gonna give me a sensual massage? Damn, the thought alone sent a jolt through him, half amusement, half anticipation. He'd won the bet fair and square, well, mostly fair, thanks to a little sharing and trickery, but he hadn't expected her to take it this far. Cassandra was a warrior, a legend, not some tavern wench playing at seduction. Yet here he was, waiting, his pulse kicking up a notch. Though, I'm to blame. I'm too handsome. The soft scuff of footsteps broke his thoughts. He glanced over his shoulder to see Cassandra approaching, her tunic hugging her frame in a way that made his throat dry. She carried herself with that same unshakable confidence, but there was something else in her eyes, a flicker of intent that made his smirk falter. Ready to pay up, Matthias? He drawled, keeping his tone light despite the heat creeping up his neck. Cassandra arched an eyebrow, kneeling beside the mattress. A bet's a bet, Kenway. Don't get cocky. He chuckled, settling his head back down. Wouldn't dream of it. Her hands found his back, warm and sure, pressing into the knots along his shoulders. Alaric let out a slow breath, relaxing into her touch. She was good, damn good, her delicate fingers working with precision. For a while, it was just a massage, firm and thorough, easing the tension from his overpowered frame. But then her hands drifted lower, thumbs digging into the dip above his hips, and Alaric's calm shattered. Her fingers skimmed the edge of the towel, brushing the sensitive skin just above his thighs, and a low groan slipped out before he could stop it. She didn't pull back. Instead, her touch lingered, teasing, her fingertips dancing closer to where the towel barely covered him, close, but never quite touching where he was starting to ache. She's doing this on purpose, he thought as his pulse was hammering. The air felt thicker, charged, and he shifted slightly, trying to hide how much she was getting to him. His breathing hitched, and he knew she'd noticed. Cassandra's hands paused, and her voice cut through the silence, low and steady. Turn around. Alaric froze, his brain scrambling. What? Turn around, she repeated, a hint of a smirk in her tone. I'm not done. And no, you don't need to, he stammered, heat flooding his face. This was more than he'd bargained for, and the idea of facing her like this, exposed, made his laid-back facade crack. Cassandra leaned closer, her breath brushing his ear. No, a bet's a bet. You won, Alaric. I'm honoring it. He swallowed hard, caught between wanting to argue and wanting to see where this went. She wasn't backing down, and that stubborn pride of hers, the same pride that had kept her alive for 2 millennia, wasn't giving him an out. With a muttered curse, he shifted, rolling onto his back, one hand clutching the towel to keep it in place. It didn't help. The towel couldn't hide the towering evidence of his arousal, standing up like a damn column beneath the thin fabric. Alaric avoided her gaze, his face burning, but he heard the slight catch in her breath. When he finally risked a glance, Cassandra's eyes were locked on him, wide for a split second before she schooled her expression. A faint flush crept up her neck, but she didn't flinch. Impressive, she said dryly, though her voice was huskier than usual. Shut up, he grumbled, half laughing despite himself. She, however, didn't laugh. Instead, she shifted closer, her hands settling on his chest, kneading the muscles there with the same deliberate care. But it was different now, her fingers trailed lower, tracing the lines of his abdomen, dipping toward the towel's edge. She stopped just shy of touching him, her thumbs pressing into the skin above his hips, and Alaric's control slipped another notch. His breath came faster, his body tensing under her hands. Cassandra, he rasped, as his tone carried a plea and a warning. She met his gaze, her eyes dark and unreadable. What? Too much for you? He smirked, shaky but defiant. You're the one who's gonna break first. Her lips twitched, and then her hand moved slowly and deliberately, brushing the towel aside just enough to graze the base of his erection. Alaric's hips jerked, a sharp curse escaping him as heat surged through his veins. She didn't pull away, her fingers lingering, teasing, and he was done playing coy. Fuck it, he growled, sitting up in one fluid motion and yanking her toward him. Their mouths crashed together, rough and hungry, all the tension exploding in that single kiss. Cassandra didn't hesitate, her hands sliding up his chest, nails scraping lightly as she kissed him back with equal fire. The towel hit the floor, forgotten, as she straddled his hips, her tunic riding up to reveal the strong lines of her thighs. Alaric's hands gripped her waist, pulling her flush against him, and she gasped into his mouth as his hardness pressed against her. For a moment, they just stared at each other, breathing hard, the line between them irrevocably crossed. You're a bastard, she muttered, but her hands were already tugging at his hair, pulling him closer. And you're a tease, he shot back, nipping her lower lip. She smirked, then rocked her hips, grinding against him, and Alaric's head tipped back with a groan. Goddamn, Cassandra. Shut up and fuck me, she said, blunt and commanding, and that was all the invitation he needed. He flipped her onto her back in one smooth move, pinning her beneath his larger frame. She arched up, meeting him halfway as he shoved her tunic up and out of the way. His hands roamed her body, strong, scarred, perfect, learning every curve, every spot that made her breath catch. She wasn't passive, either. Her legs hooked around his waist, pulling him closer, her nails digging into his shoulders. When he finally pushed into her, slow and deep, they both groaned, the sound echoing off the cavern walls. She was so fucking tight, hot, and so damn responsive, her hips rolling to meet his first thrust. Alaric set a rhythm, steady but relentless, each movement driving them higher. Cassandra matched him, her strength pushing back just enough to keep it a dance, not a conquest. Harder, she growled, her voice rough with need, and he obliged, slamming into her with a force that made her cry out. Her hands clutched at him, urging him on, and the mattress moved beneath them as the pace turned frantic. Sweat slicked their skin, and the air was thick with the sounds of their breathing, their curses, their moans. Alaric felt her tightening around him, her body trembling on the edge, and he leaned down, biting the curve of her neck as he thrust deeper. Alaric. She gasped, her voice breaking, and then she was gone, clenching around him as she came, her whole body shuddering. The sight of Cassandra, the unshakable Miss Thias, unraveling beneath him, pushed him over the edge. He followed her with a choked groan, spilling into her, his vision blurring as pleasure crashed through him. They collapsed together, a tangle of limbs and ragged breaths, the caverns hummed the only sound beyond their panting. Alaric rolled onto his back, pulling her half on top of him, and for a while, they just lay there, letting the aftershocks fade. Worth the bet? He asked finally, his voice hoarse but smug. Cassandra huffed a laugh, resting her head on his chest. Don't push your luck, Kenway. He grinned, running a hand through her hair. Too late for that. She didn't argue, just settled closer, and Alaric figured that was as good a victory as any. The cavern fell silent save for the faint hum of its ancient machinery, a steady counterpoint to the ragged breaths that had finally begun to slow. Alaric and Cassandra lay sprawled across the floor, their bodies slick with sweat, limbs heavy with exhaustion. For a while, neither moved, the air thick with the scent of their exertion and the lingering heat of their union. Cassandra shifted slightly, her head still resting on Alaric's chest, when her gaze drifted downward. She froze, then let out a husky laugh, her voice raw from hours of cries and gasps. "Gods above, Alaric," she muttered, her eyes locked on the unmistakable rise of his arousal, a column of intense stirring once more despite the marathon they'd already endured. "You're not human." Alaric grinned, a lazy, predatory flash of teeth. "Never claimed to be." His hand slid up her thigh, fingers digging into her flesh with renewed hunger. "Ready for more?" Her breath hitched, a spark reigniting in her dark eyes. "You'll break me," she warned, but her tone was a challenge, her body already shifting closer. "Try me," he growled, pulling her atop him with a strength that belied the hours they'd already spent tangled together. This was round 2. Cassandra straddled him, her thighs clamping around his hips as she took him in with a single, deliberate thrust. The sensation ripped a moan from her throat, her head tipping back as she began to move hard, fast, relentless. Alaric's hands gripped her waist, guiding her, but she was a force unto herself, riding him with a wild abandon that sent shockwaves through them both. Her nails raked down his chest, leaving red trails, and he bucked up to meet her, matching her ferocity. "Fuck, yes," she gasped, her voice breaking as she pushed herself to the edge. Alaric's fingers found her clit, circling with ruthless precision, and she shattered, her scream echoing off the stone walls. He didn't stop, thrusting up into her through her climax, drawing it out until she was trembling, incoherent. Before she could recover, he flipped her onto her back, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand. His other hand hooked under her knee, lifting her leg high as he drove into her again, deeper, harder. Cassandra's eyes rolled back, her body arching off the floor as pleasure bordered on madness. "Alaric, fuck, don't stop," she pleaded, her words slurring into a desperate chant. He didn't. He pounded into her with brutal rhythm, their sweat-slicked bodies slapping together. She came again, her cries jagged, and he followed, a roar tearing from his chest as he spilled into her. Then round 3 came. They barely paused. Alaric hauled her up, her legs unsteady, and pressed her against the cool stone wall. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs locking around his waist as he thrust into her standing, the angle hitting new depths. Cassandra's head fell back against the wall, her mouth open in a silent scream as he fucked her senseless. Her hands clawed at his shoulders, his back, anywhere she could reach, and he growled her name. His stamina was a relentless force. "More," she demanded, voice wrecked, and he obliged, spinning her around to face the wall. She braced her hands against it, pushing back as he took her from behind, one hand tangled in her hair, pulling just enough to make her gasp. The pace was punishing, her body shaking with every thrust, and she lost herself completely, climaxing again and again until her legs gave out. Round 4, then 5, then 6, until they could no longer count. They collapsed to the floor, but Alaric wasn't done. He pulled her onto his lap, her back to his chest, and entered her again, his hands roaming her body, teasing her breasts, her clit, driving her wild. Cassandra was beyond words now, reduced to moans and whimpers, her mind fracturing under the onslaught of pleasure. They switched positions, her on all fours, then him lifting her entirely, pinning her against the mattress they'd long since abandoned. Time dissolved. Hours. Days. Neither knew, nor cared. They fucked until their bodies screamed for mercy, and still they pushed on, driven by a primal need neither could sate. Cassandra came so many times she lost count, her voice hoarse, her body quaking with each release. Alaric matched her, his stamina inhuman, his own climaxes blending into a continuous haze of ecstasy. At some point, they ended up sprawled across the cavern floor, Cassandra half-draped over him, both of them drenched in sweat, chests heaving. The air was thick with their mingled scents, the hum of the cavern a distant drone beneath their labored breathing. How many times? Cassandra rasped, her voice barely audible. "Fuck if I know." Lost track after 10, 20. Alaric's laugh was weak, breathless. He brushed a damp strand of hair from her face, his touch gentle despite the wreckage they'd made of each other. She groaned, shifting closer despite the ache in every muscle. "You're a monster. And you love it," he murmured, kissing her forehead. They didn't move for a long while, too spent to care about the world beyond the cavern. How long they'd been at it, how many times they'd shattered together, it didn't matter. All that remained was the raw, unshakable bond forged in the fire of their passion, a connection that transcended time itself. One more round. "No, Malka, let me sleep. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 111, Chapter 110, Deep Conversation. Current balance, 44,991,011,438. Total deduction, 38,408, food and etc. Current balance, 44,990,973,038. 6 months had drifted by since Alaric Kenway first punched his way into the hidden ISU sanctuary beneath Thera and subsequently into the hundreds of years of solitude of Cassandra. What started with a multi-day battle born of suspicion and intrusion had settled into an unexpected, intense domesticity. The fishing bet, where Alaric had cheekily demanded a massage as his prize, had escalated quickly, breaking down barriers and leading them to do the deed onto the surprisingly comfortable mattress Alaric had produced. Since then, the vast, humming ISU cavern had become their shared space, Alaric's huge apartment, as he jokingly called it. Something about this place, this ancient repository of knowledge, and perhaps more significantly, something about its immortal keeper, had made Alaric want to stay. His vague plans of heading east faded into the background, the unexpected companionship filling a void he hadn't fully acknowledged, subtly easing the profound loneliness that often accompanied his unique existence. Their days fell into a rhythm dictated only by their own desires. They talked for hours, sharing histories, Cassandra recounting tales of ancient Greece, battles against mythical beasts and shadowy cults. Alaric shared about his own experiences, enough to intrigue and connect. There was one time, they had a deep conversation. Flashback. One cool morning, about a month into their cohabitation, Alaric found himself outside the cavern entrance just as dawn broke. The air was thick with fog rolling in off the caldera, obscuring the view of the main island. He stood near the water's edge on the black volcanic rock of Nea Kamini, simply breathing, letting the damp air fill his lungs. It was around 6 a.m. according to his pocket watch. He hadn't needed to sleep much the night before, his mind buzzing with thoughts: the ISU, his family, his purpose, Cassandra. He felt a familiar weight settle on him, the burden of his knowledge and power. Soft footsteps, almost silent on the rock, approached from behind. He didn't need to turn, he recognized her unique energy signature instantly. It was Cassandra. "Hey," she said softly, coming to stand beside him. Her presence was a familiar comfort now. "Hey," Alaric replied, keeping his gaze fixed on the swirling gray fog over the water. She didn't press, simply stood beside him in silence for a moment before settling down on the rocks, close enough that their shoulders brushed. After another moment of quiet contemplation, she gently leaned her head against his shoulder. The simple gesture felt surprisingly intimate. "Something troubling you, Alaric?" she asked quietly, her voice lacking its usual sharp edge. He hesitated, unused to sharing his deeper anxieties. But looking out at the endless gray, with this ancient, powerful woman leaning against him, the words tumbled out before he could stop them. "Honestly, yeah," he admitted, his voice low. "I have a lot of things on my mind." They stared out at the sea together, the distant white villages of Thera appearing as ghostly shapes through the thinning patches of fog. "I feel a little bit suffocated sometimes," Alaric continued, the confession feeling strange on his tongue. "From all this strength in me, this power, it leads me to think that I'm alone. In my own little world, separate from everyone else." He sighed. Sharing was hard. "I'm afraid I've become numb. From killing hundreds of people back in Bristol, the pirates, they might have had bad intentions, Templar allies maybe, but I could have just knocked them out, sent them to prison or something, but I killed them anyway." He shook his head slightly. There was no excitement in it, no remorse afterwards, nothing, just death. He paused again as the silence became heavy between them. "And I don't know if I'm meant to love," he admitted, the words barely a whisper. "Being immortal. I have no plans on dying, Cassandra. Who could possibly share a life like that?" He sighed again, feeling exposed. "I'm sorry you have to hear all that, I dash." He was cut off as Cassandra gently sat up straight, turning slightly so they were looking into each other's eyes. Her own brown eyes, usually so sharp and assessing, were soft now, filled with an understanding that transcended words. "Alaric," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion he'd never heard from her before. "I know what you feel. Better than anyone, I'm immortal too." She reached out, her calloused warrior's hand gently taking his. Her touch was warm, grounding. "I have been around in this world for far too long," she continued, her voice trembling slightly. "There were times, centuries, when I wanted nothing more than to die, to finally end it all." Tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. "I can no longer count how many lives my spear, my blade, this staff, have taken. Necessary, perhaps, in the fight against chaos, against the order, but the weight never truly leaves. I watched my friends, my family, my descendants live and die. I outlived everyone I ever truly cared about." A single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. Alaric watched, frozen, seeing the raw vulnerability beneath the millennia of stoicism. This was the first time he had ever seen Cassandra cry. "I really wanted to die, Alaric," she whispered, her voice breaking. "For so long. I truly, truly did. I accepted my role as keeper, waited for the heir Alethea spoke of, waited for permission to finally rest. But then I met you." More tears flowed freely now, and she didn't bother wiping them away. "Meeting you, someone else who understands immortality, who carries immense power, who feels separate. She took a shaky breath. "I do not feel like dying anymore, Alaric. I distanced myself from the world for hundreds of years." She looked directly into his eyes, her own swimming with tears but holding an intense sincerity. Waiting alone in the dark for the air of memories, just so I could finally die, alone. She wiped angrily at her tears with her free hand. It is painful. It is so incredibly lonely, but... A small, watery smile touched her lips. But I guess, maybe that is why we met each other. Two lonely immortals finding solace in a hidden cave. Alaric stared at her, his heart beating strangely in his chest. Her words, her vulnerability, her strength, it resonated deep within him. It seems, the thought came, clear and certain, I've found my wife. Cassandra took another breath, her voice steadier now. Let us share this loneliness, Alaric, she said softly, holding his gaze. This pain, this burden of forever. She was cut off as Alaric leaned forward, silencing whatever she was about to say by capturing her lips with his own. It wasn't a demanding kiss, but one filled with understanding, shared loneliness, and a burgeoning hope. Cassandra responded instantly, her hand tightening on his, the other coming up to cup his cheek, kissing him back with equal tenderness. After a long moment, Alaric broke the kiss, resting his forehead against hers. They looked into each other's eyes, the shared vulnerability creating a new, deeper connection between them. He smiled softly, and Cassandra's tears began to flow again, but this time they seemed different tears of relief, perhaps, rather than sorrow. He leaned in and kissed her again, gently, as the morning fog around them finally began to thin, revealing the promise of a brighter day over the caldera. End of flashback. They sparred daily, pushing each other's limits. They explored the ISU structure together, Alaric's modern knowledge sometimes providing unexpected insights into the ancient technology, while Cassandra guided him through passages only she and Alethea knew. They fished in the caldera, cooked meals together over fires Alaric conjured effortlessly, ate on the mattress overlooking the giant underwater window, and yes, they made love frequently, exploring a physical connection that was as intense and consuming as their sparring matches. They never spoke of commitment or marriage. Labels seemed irrelevant after 2 millennia for one and across dimensions for the other. They simply were, enjoying each other's presence, a connection forged in combat, curiosity, and undeniable attraction. Today, like many days, found them sparring on the large central platform beneath the floating pyramid. Alaric, still preferring to fight unarmed against her unless she used the staff, moved with grace. Today's lesson wasn't about overwhelming power, but technique. You rely too much on the staff's power and your own strength against predictable opponents, Alaric explained calmly, effortlessly redirecting a powerful thrust from Cassandra's practice sword. They rarely used real weapons in these sessions anymore unless testing something specific. But what happens when you face someone faster, someone who can anticipate, someone whose strength you can't simply overpower? Cassandra grunted, spinning into a low slash. Alaric leaped lightly over it. I kill them quickly, she retorted, pressing the attack. And if you can't? Alaric sidestepped, tapping her sword arm to throw off her balance slightly. Think leverage, Cassandra. Angles. Use their momentum against them. Like this. He flowed inside her guard, not striking, but using his hands to gently guide her attacking arm past him while simultaneously applying pressure to her shoulder, forcing her into an awkward, unbalanced position. See. Off balance. Vulnerable. Cassandra scowled but nodded, recognizing the principle even if her pride hurt slightly at being lectured on combat after centuries. Still, she couldn't deny the effectiveness. Alaric's techniques were unlike anything she'd ever encountered, precise, efficient, almost scientifically brutal in their application of physics and anatomy. She absorbed the lesson, adapting her stance, trying to incorporate the concept into her next attack. She genuinely enjoyed these sessions. For centuries, her skills had remained static, honed but unchallenged. Alaric, despite his youth, fought on a level she'd never imagined possible. He pushed her, forced her to think differently, to refine techniques she hadn't needed to reconsider in millennia. It was invigorating. She was improving again, learning, no longer stagnant. They continued for what felt like hours, the clang of the practice sword against Alaric's chakra-reinforced blocks echoing in the vast chamber. Alaric demonstrated counters, joint locks, throws, always focusing on technique over brute force, explaining the principles behind each move. Cassandra, a quick study with unparalleled experience, adapted rapidly, though she still couldn't land a clean hit when Alaric was truly focused on defense. Finally, after a particularly complex sequence where Alaric disarmed her and sent her spinning to the floor with a perfectly executed leg sweep, Cassandra stayed down, chest heaving, sweat dripping onto the ISU metal floor. She pushed her damp braid back from her face, panting heavily. Alaric stood over her, breathing easily, not a drop of sweat visible on him despite the hours of intense exertion. Cassandra looked up at him, a familiar mix of frustration and admiration in her eyes. Not once in these 6 months, not even during their initial marathon battle, had she seen him truly sweat or appear genuinely pushed to his absolute limit when sparring with her. He always seemed to have more in reserve, always seemed to be holding back. Alaric extended a hand down to her. Cassandra took it, allowing him to easily pull her to her feet. You hungry? Alaric asked, noticing the slight tremor of exhaustion in her hand. Cassandra nodded, managing a small smile. Always, after sparring with you. Alaric chuckled and opened the system interface mentally, pressing buy. Akinika barbecue, 12 8. Total deduction, 4x, 48 8. Current balance, 44,990,972,982 8. Instantly, four large, steaming skewers laden with perfectly grilled meat appeared in Alaric's hands. The rich, savory aroma filled the air immediately. He handed 2 of the skewers to Cassandra. I really don't understand how you pull things out of thin air like that. She accepted them gratefully, her eyes lighting up. She then took a large bite. Alaric just smirked, taking a bite of his own skewer. Secret. Cassandra raised an eyebrow as she chewed. Oh, I thought there were no secrets between us anymore, Kenway. She teased lightly. It's magic, Alaric replied simply, gesturing vaguely with his skewer. Of course it's a secret. Cassandra stared at him dryly for a moment, then shook her head with a small smile and focused on her food. They walked over to the simple wooden bench Alaric had crafted months ago using his wood-release jutsu, another ability that baffled Cassandra, near the edge of the platform overlooking the giant window. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, eating and watching the underwater scene. I plan to head out soon, Alaric said casually after finishing his first skewer. Thinking of going to Syria Vilayet, to Masyaf. Have you ever been there? Cassandra paused, swallowing a mouthful of meat. She raised an eyebrow. Masyaf? In the Levant? She shook her head. No, I never had reason to travel that far east during my active years, and certainly not since becoming keeper. When are you thinking of going? Alaric considered, picking at his second skewer. I don't know exactly, maybe a week from now. Soon. That is rather sudden, Cassandra observed, looking at him curiously. Why Masyaf, specifically? Alaric raised his own brows. There's supposed to be an apple of Eden hidden there, in the old assassin fortress. I'm surprised Alethea never told you about that one, considering its importance. Cassandra frowned slightly, then her gaze unfocused for a few seconds as she presumably consulted the ISU consciousness. She then looked back at Alaric, shaking her head. Alethea says the apple that was once stored in Masyaf was moved centuries ago, taken to England, she believes. She lost track of its specific energy signature recently, though. Alaric widened his eyes slightly, processing this new information. Moved to England? Wait a minute, the apple one found in the London Treasury, the one I sold, could that have been the apple in Masyaf? The timeline fit, roughly. It would also explain why Alethea lost track to the apple in England recently. He chewed thoughtfully on his barbecue. England, you say? Interesting. He shrugged. Well, if it's not there anymore, then I don't need to go to Masyaf after all. He took another bite. Guess I can just head to Persia sooner rather than later. Visit my friend Solomon, see what's there. Still got about a year and a half before 1715 starts, plenty of time. Cassandra suddenly stiffened beside him, her eyes widening as she looked at him sharply. She scratched the back of her neck, looking slightly awkward. Alaric. He noticed her reaction. What is it? Cassandra hesitated, then replied slowly, actually, about the year, you've been here for a year and a half now, not 6 months. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 112, Chapter 111, Time Dilation. Current balance, 44,990,972,982 8. Previously. He chewed thoughtfully on his barbecue. England, you say? Interesting. He shrugged. Well, if it's not there anymore, then I don't need to go to Masyaf after all. He took another bite. Guess I can just head to Persia sooner rather than later. Visit my friend Solomon, see what's there. Still got about a year and a half before 1715 starts, plenty of time. Cassandra suddenly stiffened beside him, her eyes widening as she looked at him sharply. She scratched the back of her neck, looking slightly awkward. Alaric. He noticed her reaction. What is it? Cassandra hesitated, then replied slowly, actually, about the year, you've been here for a year and a half now, not 6 months. Alaric stopped chewing, raising his eyebrows again. A year and a half? What are you talking about, Cassandra? I arrived 6 months ago. It's July 1713, right? Cassandra's eyes widened now, realizing his confusion. Malaka. I haven't told you. Alaric felt a strange sense of unease creep up on him. He had a bad feeling about this. Told me what? Maybe it is better if Alethea explains. Cassandra sighed, looking uncomfortable. She held out her hand, and the staff of Hermes materialized instantly, pulsing with golden light. Touched the spear. Alaric looked from Cassandra's worried face to the glowing ISU artifact. He slowly reached out and grasped the staff just above her hand. Alethea's hologram shimmered into existence beside them, her expression as impassive as ever, though perhaps with a hint of something Alaric couldn't quite read. Pity. Alaric Jonathan Kenway, the ISU construct began, her voice echoing slightly in the vast chamber. The cavern you inhabit, this sanctuary, is not merely a secluded space, it operates under unique principles. It is a domain where time behaves differently. Alaric kept his hand on the staff, listening intently, his unease growing. This phenomenon, Alethea continued, is akin to what your later sciences might term time dilation, a concept rooted in the manipulation of localized spacetime fields, though not precisely analogous to gravitational effects in this instance. Within this specific ISU structure, designed for simulations and long-term preservation, the internal temporal flow is desynchronized from the external continuum. She paused, letting the complex terms hang in the air. In simpler terms, the cavern's unique properties cause time to pass more slowly within its confines relative to the outside world. While you experience time progressing at its usual, subjective pace within these walls, the passage of time outside this localized field has been significantly accelerated relative to your frame of reference. To be precise, Alethea stated, confirming his dawning horror, during the period you perceive as 6 months spent within this cavern, approximately 1.5 standard years have elapsed in the external world. Your perception is accurate within this space, but the external timeline has moved onward at a faster rate. She concluded, this is not an illusion, Alaric Kenway, but a tangible effect of the engineered temporal dynamics of this facility. Your perception of elapsed time is accurate for you, here, but it has diverged considerably from the world you left behind. Alaric snatched his hand away from the staff as if burned. Alethea's hologram flickered and vanished. He stared blankly ahead, the implications crashing down on him. 1.5 years, not 6 months. He hadn't just spent half a year training and enjoying himself with Cassandra. He'd lost an entire extra year outside. His family, Reuben, the business, the political situation in England, everything had moved on without him for 18 months. Bruh. He muttered, the single word heavy with shock and sudden urgency. I need to go back to Bristol. This explains why my hair has grown so fast. Cassandra watched him, her expression filled with sympathy and perhaps a touch of guilt for not explaining sooner. Alaric. She started softly. Can I come with you? He turned his head sharply, looking at her as if seeing her properly for the first time since the revelation. The thought of leaving her here, after everything, it was unthinkable now. Of course, you're coming with me. No question. A radiant smile broke across Cassandra's face, chasing away the worry. Hee. She chuckled, a genuine sound of excitement. Good. I am excited to see your mam and Pat. It has been a very long time since I saw the world outside Greece. Alaric managed a weak smile back, though his mind was still reeling. Excited? Why? My parents, they're practically children compared to you. Before he could react, Cassandra delivered a surprisingly fast and precise punch to his ribs. It wasn't hard enough to truly hurt him, thanks to his durability, but it was sharp enough to make him grunt in surprise. Are you saying I am old, Kenway? She demanded, though there was a playful glint in her eyes now, the earlier tension broken. Alaric rubbed his side, managing a wry smile. No, that's definitely not what I meant. Cassandra scoffed, crossing her arms. Good. Then her expression softened slightly, becoming almost shy. Besides, I am still a woman. I get nervous when thinking about meeting the parents of someone important. Alaric looked at her, truly looked at her, the ancient warrior, the immortal keeper, nervous about meeting his family. He smiled again, a genuine, warm smile this time, reaching out to gently brush a stray strand of hair from her face. He scratched the back of his own head awkwardly. Women. In the Caribbean. The sticky heat of Nassau pressed down even in the shade of the busy tavern's porch. Edward Kenway was holding a cup of lukewarm ale, watching the chaos of the pirate haven unfold before him. Across the rough wooden table sat Edward Thatch, the formidable pirate already cultivating the fearsome beard and reputation that would soon make him infamous as Blackbeard. Thatch took a long pull from his own tankard, eyeing Kenway with a mixture of camaraderie and disapproval. Brahma, Thatch grumbled, slamming his tankard down. Abel Brahma and the Jacobite. Gods, Kenway, you've got the fire in your belly, the skill with a blade, why waste it on a pissant brig captained by a man whose boldest move is smuggling rum past a sleeping Spaniard? Edward grinned, unfazed by Thatch's characteristic bluntness. Come now, Thatch. A ship's a ship, and work's work. Brahma offered a berth, a share. It's a start. A start towards mediocrity. Thatch retorted, leaning forward, his dark eyes intense. That brig, the Jacobite, she's barely fit for coastal trade, let alone proper pirating. And his crew, a gaggle of snot-nosed farmhands who likely get seasick in a calm harbor. I saw M try to dock yesterday, nearly took out Hornigold's sloop. Your talents, lad, are wasted on such a pathetic outfit. You should be sailing with Hornigold, or Jennings, or, Thatch added with a meaningful look, perhaps under a blacker flag soon enough. Edward chuckled, swirling his ale. He knew Thatch meant well, in his own intimidating way. The older pirate saw potential in him, the same potential Edward felt burning within himself, the desire for gold, glory, a life less ordinary. But opportunities in Nassau weren't exactly falling into his lap. Brahma's venture seems simple enough for now, Edward replied easily. A quick run, easy coin. Gets my name out there a bit. Besides, he added with a wry smile, even newbies need someone to show them the ropes. I'll get by, Thatch. Make my own luck, as always. Thatch stared at him for a long moment, then let out a loud grunt, seemingly accepting Edward's stubborn optimism, though his disapproval remained clear. Humph. Just, watch your back with Brahma. Heard whispers he's not as straightforward as he seems. He drained his tankard. Be careful, Kenway. Edward raised his own tankard in salute, a confident glint in his eye. You as well, Thatch. Stay out of the Royal Navy's sights. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 113, Chapter 112, Bad Boy, R18, and Hiraishin. Current balance, 44,990,972,982 AKE. A week passed and Alaric sat alone on the wooden bench he'd made, gazing out at the mesmerizing view through the large hexagonal window. The underwater ruins and the drifting sea life outside the ISU structure offered a strange sense of calm that helped settle his racing thoughts about the lost time. He was no longer wearing his usual dark, practical attire. Cassandra, using materials Alaric had procured through the system and her own millennia of skill, had insisted on making him something different. Now, he wore a soft, silky white long-sleeved polo shirt with subtle pleated ruffles down the front. Over it was a tailored black vest, intricately embroidered with elegant gold patterns along the seams and edges. Around his neck hung a loose necklace Cassandra had crafted for him, a smooth, polished turquoise gemstone set in dark metal, with a small, intricate ruby cross dangling just below it. His usual black trousers were freshly cleaned, tucked into the familiar black boots he'd bought years ago in Bristol. His hair, perhaps due to the strange energies of this place or maybe just needing a cut, seemed a shade lighter, almost platinum blonde, and felt unusually silky. Combined with the refined clothes, the effect was striking. He looked less like a wandering adventurer and more like nobility, his already handsome features somehow sharpened, refined. He pulled a fresh pack of cigars from his pocket, slid one out, and returned the pack. Lighting the tip with a casual flick of his finger, he took a long, slow drag, letting the smoke curl towards the high, shadowed ceiling. He was just passing the time, waiting. Cassandra had insisted on getting ready properly before they finally departed this place, and she was taking her sweet time about it. He admired the view for several more minutes as the silence was broken only by the hum of the ISU chamber. Then, he heard her approach. He turned his head as Cassandra emerged from one of the hidden side chambers she used as her personal quarters. Alaric's breath caught. She wasn't wearing her usual practical tunic and leggings. Instead, she wore a dress made of a soft, light-colored satin that shimmered faintly. It was simple yet elegant, cut in a style that was perhaps vaguely Grecian but also timeless. Short sleeves ended in delicate trim, and a row of small, pearl-like buttons ran down the front of the fitted bodice. A wide sash of a complementary, darker silk with subtle golden borders wrapped around her waist, tied in a neat bow at the side, emphasizing her athletic yet feminine silhouette. The skirt flowed gently around her long legs, ending mid-thigh enough to be playful and alluring, yet retaining an air of dignity. It showcased the toned lines of her body in a way her usual gear never did. As she walked towards him, a hesitant smile on her face, Alaric's eyes widened, taking in the sight of her, the dress, the way it highlighted her curves, her legs. The cigar slipped from his lips and fell silently onto the ISU floor. Cassandra stopped before the bench, fidgeting slightly, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. So? She asked, her voice softer than usual. How do I look? Alaric could only stare for a moment, momentarily speechless. Why you? He stammered, finding his voice. You look too beautiful, love. Absolutely stunning. A genuine blush spread across Cassandra's cheeks at his sincere, awestruck compliment. Then, her eyes flickered downwards for a split second, noticing the very obvious effect her appearance was having on him, the unmistakable column rising beneath his black trousers. A mischievous smirk instantly replaced her blush. She stepped closer, leaning down slightly towards Alaric, who was still seated on the bench. Alaric. She purred playfully, her voice dropping to a husky whisper right beside his ear. You're a bad boy. Alaric's breath hitched, heat flooding his veins at her proximity and playful tone. He reacted instinctively, his hands shooting out to grasp her waist, pulling her closer until she was standing between his knees. Then how about, he replied, his voice suddenly rough, you be a good girl. He leaned forward, pressing a soft kiss to the smooth skin of her stomach just above the sash, inhaling her scent. Cassandra gasped, a soft moan escaping her lips as shivers ran down her spine. Cassandra's hands instinctively finding Alaric's shoulders as his lips lingered on her skin. The satin of her dress was cool against his mouth, but the heat of her body beneath it was undeniable, radiating through the thin fabric. His hands tightened on her waist, fingers digging into the silk sash, and he pulled her closer, urging her to straddle his lap. She didn't resist. With a grace that belied her warrior's strength, Cassandra settled onto his thighs, the short skirt of her dress riding up to expose more of her toned legs. Her hands slid up to cup his face, thumbs brushing over the sharp lines of his jaw as she leaned in, her lips hovering just above his. Your trouble, she murmured, her voice thick with desire, her eyes glinting with that familiar mix of challenge and mischief. And you're a damn tease, you look too hot right now. Alaric shot back, his smirk was wicked as he tilted his head to capture her soft lips. The kiss was slow at first, deliberate, a savoring of the moment. But it didn't stay gentle. Cassandra deepened it, her tongue teasing his, and Alaric groaned, his hands sliding down to grip her hips, pulling her flush against the straining bulge in his trousers. She gasped into his mouth, rocking against him instinctively, the friction sending sparks through both of them. The bench creaked beneath their combined weight, but neither cared. Alaric's hands roamed, one slipping beneath the hem of her skirt to trace the smooth skin of her thigh, the other tugging at the sash until it loosened, the silk pooling around her waist. Alaric. Cassandra breathed, breaking the kiss to nip at his jaw, her hands working the buttons of his vest with ease. The embroidered fabric fell open, and she pushed the silky polo shirt up, exposing the hard planes of his chest. Her fingers traced the scars and muscles there, her touch both reverent and hungry, and Alaric's head tipped back, a low growl rumbling in his throat. "Keep that up," he warned, voice rough, "and I won't be gentle." Her laugh was low, wicked. "Who said I want gentle?" That was all the permission he needed. With a swift motion, he lifted her off his lap and spun her around, pressing her back against the smooth ISU wall beside the hexagonal window. The underwater ruins outside cast a faint, ethereal glow across her face, highlighting the flush on her cheeks, the fire in her eyes. Alaric pinned her there, one hand braced beside her head, the other sliding up her thigh to hook her leg around his waist. Her dress bunched higher, and he pressed himself against her, letting her feel the full extent of his arousal through the thin layers between them. Cassandra's breath hitched, her hands clutching his shoulders as she arched into him. "Gods, Alaric," she whispered, her voice trembling with need. He didn't waste time. His fingers found the pearl buttons of her bodice, undoing them with a speed that spoke of impatience rather than finesse. The satin parted, revealing the curve of her breasts, and Alaric's mouth was on her before she could draw another breath, kissing and nipping down her collarbone, then lower, teasing the sensitive skin until she was writhing against him. "Fuck, you're perfect," he muttered against her, his voice muffled as he tugged the dress down her shoulders, bearing her to the waist. Cassandra's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as he lavished attention on her, his tongue and teeth drawing gasps and moans that echoed in the cavern. But she wasn't one to be outdone. With a sudden burst of strength, she pushed him back, reversing their positions so his back hit the wall. Her hands were at his trousers, deftly undoing the fastenings, and before he could react, she'd freed him, her fingers wrapping around his dick with a boldness that made his knees weak. "Cassandra." He started, but the words dissolved into a groan as she stroked him, her touch firm and teasing, her eyes locked on his with a smirk that promised trouble. "Quiet," she ordered, sinking to her knees before he could protest. The sight of her there, dressed in satin and looking up at him with that wicked glint, nearly undid him. When her lips closed around him, hot and deliberate, Alaric's hand slammed against the wall, his other tangling in her hair as he fought to keep control. She was relentless, her mouth and hands working in tandem, driving him to the edge with pure skill. He cursed under his breath, hips bucking despite himself, and just when he thought he couldn't take more, she pulled back, standing with a smug grin. "Not yet," she purred, stepping back to shrug off the rest of her dress. It pooled at her feet, leaving her in nothing but the glow of the underwater light. Her body was a masterpiece of strength and curves. Alaric didn't give her a chance to gloat. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her back to the bench. He laid her down, the wood cool against her skin, and spread her thighs, settling between them. His mouth found her clitoris, and Cassandra's back arched, a sharp cry escaping her as he tasted her, his tongue relentless, his hands pinning her hips to keep her still. "Alaric, fuck." Her voice broke, her hands clutching the bench's edge as he pushed her higher, her body trembling under his ministrations. She came with a shudder, her thighs clamping around his head, and he didn't stop, drawing out every aftershock until she was gasping, pleading. He rose, wiping his mouth with a smirk, and positioned himself above her, penetrating her in one smooth thrust. Cassandra's moan was raw, her legs wrapping around his waist as he set a rhythm, deep, steady, but building fast. The bench creaked ominously, but neither cared, lost in the heat of each other. "Harder," she demanded, her nails digging into his back, and Alaric obliged, slamming into her with a force that made her cry out. She met him thrust for thrust, her strength pushing back, their bodies a perfect clash of power and need. They didn't stop there. When the bench became too precarious, they moved to the floor, Cassandra straddling him again, riding him with a ferocity that left them both breathless. Then against the wall again, her legs over his shoulders as he took her standing, her screams echoing through the cavern. Each round blurred into the next, their stamina pushing them beyond reason. They lost track of time, of how many times they'd climaxed, of where one peak ended and the next began. Cassandra was a wildfire, her body trembling with overstimulation, her voice hoarse from crying his name. Alaric was relentless, his strength unyielding, driven by a hunger that matched hers. At some point, they collapsed together on the cavern floor, a tangle of limbs and ragged breaths. Cassandra's head rested on his chest, her body still quaking with aftershocks. "You're going to kill me," she rasped, a weak laugh escaping her. Alaric chuckled, his voice equally wrecked. "You're tougher than that, Miss Thias." He brushed a damp strand of hair from her face, his touch gentle despite the havoc they'd wrought. "How many?" she mumbled, too exhausted to finish the question. "No clue," he admitted, his hand tracing lazy circles on her back. "Does it matter?" She shook her head, nestling closer. Not a bit. Minutes passed as Alaric and Cassandra finished getting dressed, the earlier playful intimacy replaced by a calm and serene mood. Alaric checked the small, almost empty cigar pack in his pocket, then looked at Cassandra. Are you ready then? No other ancient artifacts or millennia-old keepsakes you need to bring? He asked, managing a slightly teasing tone. I am ready. The staff is all I truly need if there is fighting. Cassandra rolled her eyes but smiled, and he paused, then added with a playful wink that sent another jolt through Alaric, and money-wise, well, I have you, don't I? Alaric chuckled, shaking his head. Right then. If you're ready. He clapped his hands together once. Let's teleport. Cassandra raised a curious eyebrow. Teleport. Instead of answering verbally, Alaric squatted down slightly, placing his right palm flat on the smooth ISU floor. He channeled a minuscule amount of chakra, infusing it with the complex formula for the Hiraishin no Jutsu marker. When he lifted his hand, a faint, intricate pattern of ink-like symbols remained etched onto the metallic surface, a permanent anchor point should he ever need to return here instantly. Cassandra peered at the strange symbols, her brow furrowed. What is dash? She didn't get to finish her question. Alaric straightened up, smiled reassuringly at her, and placed his left hand firmly on her shoulder. With his right hand, he made a single, swift hand sign, the ram seal. Cassandra barely had time to register the gesture before her entire perception twisted violently. The vast ISU cavern vanished in an instantaneous flash of displaced space. One moment she was standing on the cool metal floor beneath Thera, the next. She stumbled forward, the world swimming around her. She saw rough wooden walls, smelled brine and tar, felt the gentle rocking motion of a ship at sea. They were inside a cramped, dimly lit space, likely a storage hold or an unused cabin. The sudden spatial transition hit her physiology in a way a simple travel never could. A wave of intense nausea washed over her. Her eyes widened in alarm as she clamped a hand over her mouth, looking around desperately. Spotting a relatively empty corner piled with old sacks, she lurched towards it and promptly threw up, emptying the contents of her stomach onto the dusty floorboards. Alaric appeared beside her, looking entirely unaffected by the teleportation, though he wore a slightly wry smile as he watched her retch. He scratched the back of his head. Right, he thought, observing Cassandra's reaction. Forgot about the potential side effects of Hiraishin on first-timers, especially those not used to rapid spatial displacement. Seems that's the after effect. He'd have to remember that for future travels with companions. But I'm a first-timer too. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 114, Chapter 113, It's Just Money. Current balance, 44,990,972,982 The familiar scent of brine, fish, and Roman dust filled the air in the port of Civitavecchia. Captain Edward Oldgate sat in his cabin aboard La Providencia, hunched over his charts with his first mate, Thomas. The galleon, having completed several profitable runs since dropping off Alaric Kenway in Thera 18 long months ago, was back in the Papal States' main port. All right, Thomas, Oldgate grumbled, tapping a thick finger on the chart. We offloaded the bulk of the timber and wool from England here. Good prices, decent profit. He looked up. What's the status on the goods we picked up in Lisbon and Barcelona? And what should we be looking to buy here before heading back north? Thomas consulted his ledger. Captain, the silks and fine textiles are selling well in the Roman marketplace as we speak, fetching a fine price. Same with the spices from the east, the perfumes, and the lacquerware we acquired, indirectly, on the last run. He cleared his throat. As for passengers to Rome on this leg, we earned a respectable 6,080 reals. Oldgate grunted, leaning back in his chair. Passage money's fine, but the real profit's in the cargo. He stroked his white beard thoughtfully. How much do you reckon we'll clear from the goods currently selling ashore? The first mate pursed his lips, calculating. Hard to say for certain until the merchants settle up, Captain. But based on initial offers, I'd wager somewhere around 15, maybe 16,000 scudi. Perhaps a bit more if Signora Rossi manages to haggle well for those silks. Oldgate stared out the stern window of his cabin, watching the bustling port activity. 16,000 scudi was good, but the upkeep on a galleon like La Providencia, plus a full crew's wages, ate into profits quickly. It's decent, he muttered, but I wish we had some miracle, another haul like those Ottoman ships. These crew wages are killing me slowly. Thomas sighed sympathetically. Aye, Captain. That Kenway boy, he was a miracle all right. Generous pay, brought his own excitement, practically funded that whole detour to Greece himself. He shook his head. Too bad we haven't had word from him since we dropped him off in Thera. Wonder what became of him. Oldgate sighed too, a rare moment of melancholy settling over the large captain. He pushed himself up from his chair. Who knows, Thomas? Lad like that, with his abilities, could be anywhere. King of some lost island, advisor to a sultan. He started walking towards the cabin door. Maybe somewhere far dash. His sentence cut off abruptly as he pulled the heavy cabin door open. He stopped dead, eyes widening in shock. Standing right outside his door, looking slightly disheveled but unmistakably familiar, was the blond man himself, Alaric Kenway. Beside him stood a woman of striking appearance and unusual height, half a foot shorter than Oldgate himself, who was 6 feet 5 inches. She currently had a hand clamped over her mouth and looked decidedly unwell, while Alaric was patting her back awkwardly and murmuring apologies. The first mate, following Oldgate out, peered past his captain's shoulder. "Excuse me, we are not yet taking any pass " Thomas began automatically, then stopped mid-sentence, his own eyes widening in recognition as he saw Alaric. Oldgate stared, dumbfounded for a second, at the sudden appearance of his former, most unusual passenger. Alaric looked up from the woman, noticed Oldgate, and a wide, familiar grin spread across his face. "Heh," Alaric said cheerfully, stepping slightly away from the woman who was now leaning against the bulkhead, still looking pale. "It's been a long time. Has it been a year and a half already, Whitebeard?" System currency updated. 8 converted to Scudo currency. Conversion fee, 216.8. Current balance, 44,990,972,982 374,924,774 Scudi, 90 Bioki. Current balance, 374,924,774 Scudi, 90 Bioki. Oldgate blinked, still processing the sudden reappearance. He stared at Alaric, then at the woman, then back at Alaric. He chuckled a deep rumble in his chest and shook his head in disbelief. "Brat, you just appear out of thin air inside my ship. You've been lurking around Rome all this time." Alaric raised an eyebrow. "Ah, right. He docked here just before we arrived." He offered a noncommittal smile. "Well, not exactly in Rome, but sure." Oldgate raised his own brow at the vague answer but just grunted. "Never a dull moment with you around, eh?" He looked Alaric up and down. "How are you doing then, lad? How's business? Found whatever you were looking for in Greece?" Alaric chuckled. "Business is complicated. But I'm doing well enough, Whitebeard." He gestured vaguely. "Found some interesting things, yes. How about you?" Same old here," Oldgate replied, puffing his chest out slightly. "Running cargo, dodging trouble. La Providencia's been waiting for your next mad charter, seems like." Alaric smirked. "Well, if that's the case, you up for another charter? A rather urgent one this time." Oldgate's eyes lit up with the prospect of more easy money. "Of course. Always ready for a paying customer, especially one like you. Where to this time? Back to Greece? Further east?" "Actually," Alaric said, his smile fading slightly, "Livorno. I need to visit Reuben and Flavia somehow." Oldgate's expression shifted, his grin disappearing. He crossed his massive arms, sighing heavily. "Damn about that, I thought you knew, lad. They're not there. Not in Livorno, not in Monteriggioni." Cassandra, having finally recovered from her nausea, straightened up, wiping her mouth discreetly. She looked between Alaric and Oldgate, sensing the shift in tone. Alaric glanced at her, saw her nod slightly indicating she was okay, then turned his full attention back to Oldgate, his easygoing demeanor vanishing. "What do you mean they're not there? So something happened?" Oldgate looked around the busy passageway outside his cabin. "Let's talk inside," he said gruffly, his voice lower now. He looked at his first mate. "Thomas, leave us alone for a moment. Manage the boys while you're at it, make sure the new supplies are stowed properly." Thomas nodded quickly, giving Alaric and the imposing woman beside him a curious glance before hurrying off down the corridor. Oldgate pushed his cabin door open wider and gestured for Alaric and Cassandra to enter. Once inside the spacious cabin, the door closed securely behind them. Oldgate walked towards the table laden with charts. He reached instinctively for a pouch of cheap cigarettes he kept tucked away, then paused, glancing at Alaric. Alaric smirked, recognizing the cue. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the fresh pack of premium cigars. He expertly flicked 2 out, tossing one towards Oldgate, who caught it deftly in his mouth. Alaric lit his own cigar with a snap of his fingers, while Oldgate used his flint lighter. As the fragrant smoke filled the cabin, Cassandra looked expectantly at Alaric. "So," she prompted quietly in Greek, "are you going to introduce me?" Alaric blinked, realizing his oversight. He turned, gesturing between the two. "Ah, right. Whitebeard," he said, switching back to English. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Cassandra." He then looked at Cassandra. "Cassandra, this is Edward Oldgate, captain of the galleon we're currently aboard, the La Providencia." Cassandra's eyes widened slightly at the casual declaration of wife. They hadn't discussed any such titles. A strange warmth spread through her chest like never before. "He already thinks of me as his wife," she thought, a slow, pleased smile touching her lips despite herself. I like that." Oldgate's eyes practically bulged out of his head. He choked on his cigar smoke, coughing loudly for a moment before managing to speak, staring at Cassandra with newfound respect and utter disbelief. Wife? Blimey, lad. When did this happen?" "Well, congratulations. To both of you." Alaric waved a hand dismissively, chuckling. "Not yet, Captain. We haven't done the official ceremonies yet, soon, though. And you'll definitely be invited." Cassandra smiled brightly at that, her earlier nervousness about meeting his parents momentarily forgotten. Oldgate nodded, recovering his composure and managing a broad grin. Well, I'll be damned. Good on ya, lad. He and Alaric took a simultaneous drag from their cigars, a moment of shared understanding passing between them. Oldgate's smile faded slightly as he turned serious again. Well, that's certainly good news, lad. Happy for you. He sighed, setting his cigar down carefully. But, let me tell you what I know about Reuben and Flavia, and the assassins back in Monteregione. Alaric and Cassandra immediately turned serious as well, focusing intently on the captain. Yes, Alaric said quietly, taking a drag from his cigar. About that. I told Reuben to back off if things got dangerous, told him to retreat to Livorno or Rome, or even head back to England entirely if something went awry. Oldgate nodded grimly. Seems he took your warning to heart, though perhaps not exactly as you intended. He picked up his cigar again. Thing is, lad. Reuben, he became too famous. Him and that auditora lass, Flavia. They went on a tear after you left. Started taking down high-ranking Templars all over Tuscany, even into the Papal States and Venice. Important ones, too. Merchants, officials, even a couple of cardinals whispered to be part of the order. Alaric listened intently, taking another drag from his cigar. Cassandra listened too, having heard stories from Alaric about his friend Reuben and the fierce assassin woman he'd fallen for. In the span of about a year, Oldgate continued, his voice low, they apparently killed dozens, maybe hundreds, of key Templar figures and their agents. Sabotaged trade routes, intercepted communications, they caused absolute chaos for the Templar order in Italy. Word travels, you know. Eventually, the Templars figured out where the heart of the problem was, where the Auditore assassins were based. He paused, meeting Alaric's gaze. They sent an army, lad. 1,000 papal soldiers, maybe more, marching straight for Monteregione. Alaric felt a chill and Cassandra's eyes widened. 1,000 soldiers against maybe 50 assassins and Reuben? Even with Reuben's enhancements and the sword of Damocles, those were impossible odds. Damn it. Alaric cursed softly. So, how did they get out? Did they retreat? With whom? Oldgate chuckled darkly. Luck, mostly. Or maybe one of Reuben's bad feelings. He told me later he had a nightmare, vivid as day, of soldiers swarming the villa. Managed to convince most of the assassins there, seems they respect him a lot, to pull back to Livorno for a few days, just as a precaution. Flavia's father, the maestro, stayed behind with a few others to scout. He took another puff. Good thing they did. Matteo confirmed the army was real, marching fast. He barely got out himself. And lucky for them, Oldgate continued, I happened to be docked back in Livorno harbor when they arrived, looking for passage out, fast. Needed to get clear of Italy entirely. He grinned. Sailed the whole lot of Reuben, Flavia, Matteo, maybe 30 other assassins, straight to Bristol. Cost a pretty penny, mind you, £10,000 sterling for the trouble and the risk. Alaric processed this, relief washing over him followed by amusement. A nightmare, huh? He took a long drag from his cigar, then looked decisively at Oldgate. Fine. Change of plans, Captain. Let me rent your service again. Charter towards Bristol. Fewest stops possible. Oldgate's grin returned, wide and predatory. Bristol, back to your home turf. Alright, Kenway boy, how much are you willing to give old Captain Oldgate this time? He leaned back, puffing his chest out. £50,000. He declared, clearly expecting Alaric to haggle or laugh it off. Alaric didn't even blink. He nodded once and extended his hand across the table. Deal. Both Cassandra and Oldgate stared at him, eyes wide. Oldgate sputtered, lad, 50,000? Are you mad? Can't you take a jest? No one pays that kind of sum for passage. Alaric simply kept his hand extended, his expression firm. Let's just do it, Whitebeard, he said calmly, though his voice held an undercurrent of urgency. I'm in a hurry to get back to Bristol, you see. Time is more valuable than I realized. Oldgate stared at Alaric's unwavering gaze, then down at the offered hand, his own palms suddenly feeling sweaty. £50,000, it was a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. This is a huge amount, lad. He stammered, then seemed to make up his mind. Hell with it. If you're serious, then deal. He grasped Alaric's hand, shaking it firmly. Alaric nodded, satisfied. He stood up, Cassandra rising with him. As they turned to leave the cabin, Cassandra leaned close to Alaric, whispering in Greek, how much exactly is £50,000, Alaric? Alaric put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her close as they walked out into the corridor. He leaned down and kissed her temple gently. Don't worry about it, love, he murmured back in English. It's just money. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 115, Chapter 114, Just a Little Slice of Life. Current balance, 374,924,774 scudi, 90 baiocchi. The late afternoon cast long shadows across the busy marketplace of Civitavecchia. While Oldgate oversaw the final stages of restocking La Providencia and selling off the last of the valuable cargo brought from England and Spain, Alaric and Cassandra took the opportunity to wander through the stalls near the harbor. It was around 6 p.m., and the market was still lively. Cassandra, fascinated by the changes in fashion and goods even since her last brief foray into the world centuries ago, moved from stall to stall, occasionally buying small trinkets or lengths of fabric that caught her eye, funded by coins Alaric had given her. Money withdrawal, 300 scudi. Current balance, 374,924,474 scudi, 90 bioki. Alaric mostly window-shopped, content to observe the flow of life in the Roman port city. His eyes, however, caught on a particular item displayed prominently in a tailor's stall, a handsome justiciar coat. It was a deep crimson, the wool clearly of high quality, and embroidered with subtle but elegant gold filigree along the collar, cuffs, and hem. It looked sophisticated, powerful. He walked over to the stall, running a hand over the fine material. Bon Ezra, he greeted the middle-aged shop owner who was folding other garments nearby. I quite like this coat of yours. The owner looked up, his eyes brightening as he saw Alaric's own expensive attire. Ciao, signore. He replied warmly, bustling over. Ah, you have a fine taste indeed. A magnificent piece, is it not? He gestured proudly at the coat. I acquired this from an old friend of mine in Paris, a master tailor within the Royaume de France. He designs exclusively for the nobility, even royalty. This coat, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, is uno di uno. Unique. He made only this one in this specific style and color. Alaric listened, examining the coat more closely, feeling the weight and quality of the fabric. It was exceptionally well made. He nodded decisively. It is a fine justiciar, he agreed. I'll buy it. The shop owner beamed. An excellent choice, signore. Given its unique nature and origin, the price is 640 scudi. Alaric raised an eyebrow slightly at the steep price but didn't haggle. He simply reached into his pocket, accessing the system. Money withdrawal, 640 scudi. Current balance, 374,923,834 scudi, 90 bioki. He withdrew the exact amount in gleaming silver scudi and handed the heavy coins to the shop owner. Just as the owner began counting the money, Cassandra returned, her arms laden with several bags and wrapped parcels, silks, spices, perhaps some local jewelry. Alaric smiled wryly. She clearly hadn't held back. Well, it's not like she knows of the current money system. But, well, that was fun, Cassandra announced cheerfully, joining Alaric at the stall. How about you, love? Find anything interesting? Alaric turned back as the shop owner finished counting, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed he has, signora. The owner exclaimed. A man of discerning taste. He looked at Alaric. Do you wish to wear it now, signore, or shall I wrap it for you? Alaric shook his head. I'll wear it now, thank you. The shop owner nodded again and carefully removed the crimson justiciar from its hanger. He held it open for Alaric. Ah, Alaric said, stopping him. I won't wear the sleeves, just drape it over my shoulders, if you would. The owner raised his eyebrows but complied, carefully arranging the coat over Alaric's shoulders like a stylish cape. It settled perfectly over his white shirt and embroidered vest. Cassandra watched, her eyebrows rising slightly as well, but a slow, appreciative smile spread across her face. You look good, Alaric, she commented, her eyes lingering on him. Too handsome, perhaps. I must sharpen my swords, Agpi-Mao, my love, in case other women try to steal you from me. The shop owner, overhearing her comment, widened his eyes slightly but wisely kept silent. Alaric just smiled, turning fully towards Cassandra. Steal me from you? Ha! He scoffed playfully. Impossible. No one is as beautiful as you, Cassandra. A warm blush colored Cassandra's cheeks. He. She giggled softly, stepping closer. I love you, my love. I love you Alaric began to reply, leaning in slightly. Ahem. A pointed, dry cough interrupted them. They both turned to see the shop owner looking pointedly away, pretending to rearrange some fabrics. Alaric and Cassandra exchanged sheepish glances and chuckled softly. Scusi, Alaric murmured to the owner. He turned back to Cassandra, taking some of her shopping bags. Right then, he said, lowering his voice slightly. Oldgate's probably settling into some dockside tavern room for the night by now. Come on, we'll find the best inn in this city for ourselves. Cassandra smiled, her eyes sparkling. Alaric took her free hand, lacing his fingers through hers, and they walked away from the stall together, leaving the slightly sighing tailor behind them. Sunlight streamed through the window of the luxurious inn-room Alaric had secured the previous evening. Alaric slowly opened his eyes as a contented sigh escaped him. Cassandra lay beside him, her head resting peacefully on his outstretched arm, her breathing deep and even. Her usual warrior's intensity was softened in sleep, making her look almost vulnerable. Alaric smiled, tracing the line of her shoulder gently with his finger. So wild in bed last night, he thought with a private smirk. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. She murmured slightly in her sleep but didn't wake. I guess we had too much fun last night, Alaric mused, glancing at his pocket watch on the bedside table. It wasn't even 7 a.m. yet. Think we finally passed out around 3 a.m. He chuckled silently, carefully sliding his arm out from under her head without disturbing her. He got up from the large bed, naked, and stretched his limbs. He padded silently across the room, put on his underwear and black trousers, then pulled on his boots. Yawning, he ran a hand through his platinum blonde hair. He grabbed the cigar pack from the bedside table, took one out, and lit the tip with his index finger, inhaling the familiar, calming smoke. Sliding the pack into his trouser pocket, he walked over to the double doors leading out onto a small balcony that overlooked the busy city street below, with a view towards the harbor in the distance. He stepped out into the cool morning air, leaning against the stone railing. He touched the cold stone, channeling a tiny amount of chakra, leaving another Hiraishin marker, a habit now, leaving return points wherever he stayed for more than a few hours. His gaze drifted towards the harbor, easily picking out the distinctive silhouette of La Providencia among the smaller merchant vessels. Oldgate said he sailed Ruben, Flavia, Matteo, and about 30 other assassins to Bristol. Alaric pondered, taking a slow drag from his cigar. That leaves around 20 unaccounted for from the group at the villa. On missions already? Or did they scatter elsewhere after the attack? He made a mental note to ask Matteo or Ruben when he sees them. He took another drag, enjoying the quiet moment before flicking the cigar but away over the railing. Just as he turned back towards the room, Cassandra yawned loudly from the bed. Kalimra, Agpi Mao. Good morning, my love, she murmured sleepily in Greek, stretching languidly under the sheets. Alaric turned fully, leaning against the doorframe, watching her. Even though she was tousled from sleep, she looked incredible. He deliberately shook away the perverted thoughts that immediately sprang to mind. Morning, he replied in English. You hungry? This inn is supposed to have a decent breakfast menu, maybe not Albergo dell'Orso level, but good. Cassandra nodded, pushing herself up into a sitting position, the sheet pooling around her waist. She stretched her arms above her head, unconcerned by her nakedness. Starving, she confirmed. She swung her legs out of bed and padded towards the ensuite bathroom. I am just going to wash my face. Alaric nodded. While she was busy, he quickly used Suetun full bathing jutsu on himself, followed by Suetun laundry jutsu on the clothes he'd worn the previous day, leaving them perfectly clean and folded on a chair. He quickly donned his white ruffled shirt and black vest, leaving the new crimson justicore draped over the back of another chair for now. A few minutes later, both dressed and presentable, they headed downstairs to the inn's dining room. It was less opulent than the Albergo dell'Orso in Rome, but still well appointed, with crisp tablecloths and attentive staff. They found an unoccupied table near a window. Alaric raised a hand slightly, and a waiter hurried over, presenting them both with menus. Alaric scanned the menu, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he saw a familiar listing under the beverages. He smiled. All right, he said to the waiter. I'd like to order 2 cups of celestial tea, please. And for myself, the Abascio alla Romana. Cassandra, hearing the name of the tea, raised an eyebrow but turned to the waiter. If we are ordering tea, then I will have the Maritozzi, she decided, pointing to the sweet bun listed on the pastry section. The waiter nodded, scribbling on his pad. 1 Abascio alla Romana for the signore, 1 Maritozzi for the signora, and 2 celestial teas. Perfetto. I will serve your meal once it is ready. He bowed slightly and hurried away. Cassandra turned to Alaric, her curiosity evident. What is this? Celestial tea, you ordered. You seemed surprised to see it. Alaric chuckled, leaning back in his chair. It's my product, actually, or rather, my family's. We started producing it back in Bristol a few years ago. I'm just surprised its distribution has reached this far south already. Cassandra's eyes widened a fraction, then she grinned teasingly. Oh, my husband is a businessman now, is he? Alaric smiled back, nodding. Yep, this husband of yours is quite wealthy, very wealthy, in fact. Cassandra's smile softened. I do not mind riches or wealth, Agpi Mao, she said quietly, reaching across the table to briefly touch his hand. As long as I have you. Alaric felt a familiar warmth spread through him at her words. He smiled, about to reply, when the waiter returned, carefully placing 2 steaming, fragrant cups of tea before them, along with a plate holding Cassandra's large, cream-filled Maritozzi bun. The moment the tea was set down, Cassandra inhaled deeply, her eyes closing softly. Gods! She murmured. This tea, it has a nonpareil smell, unlike anything I have ever encountered. Alaric smiled, picking up his cup. He took a slow sip, savoring the complex, revitalizing flavor he knew so well. It truly was otherworldly. The waiter returned shortly after with a steaming plate of roasted lamb seasoned with herbs, the Abascio alla Romana, placing it before Alaric before departing again. Money withdrawal, 25 scudi. Current balance, 374,924,149 scudi, 90 bioki. Somewhere near, zzzzzzzzzzz. A loud snore rattled the cheap wooden door of the tavern room Oldgate had rented near the docks. Captain Thomas, the first mate, knocked tentatively. No response, only continued snoring. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Thomas knocked harder. Captain. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz shoulders, and pounded on the door. "Captain! Ah!" The snoring cut off abruptly, replaced by a startled yell and the sound of something heavy hitting the floor inside. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing Captain Oldgate, shirtless, his white beard askew, eyes bleary and bloodshot. He glared at his first mate. What is it, man?" Thomas sighed again, trying to maintain a professional demeanor despite his captain's dishevelment. "It's morning, Captain. Past 8 bells. The tide's turning, and the men are readying the ship for departure, as you ordered last night. We need to get ready." Oldgate grumbled, rubbing his temples. "Ready the men first before waking me, blast it." "I already did, Captain," Thomas replied patiently. "You are the last one I woke up. Everyone else is already aboard or finishing loading the last of the supplies." Oldgate grunted again, stumbling back towards the messy bed. "Damn, my head's throbbing like a drum." "You drank perhaps a bit too much celebrating the cargo sales last night, Captain," Thomas pointed out dryly. Yeah, whatever," Oldgate waved dismissively, searching for his shirt amongst the crumpled bedclothes. "Just, give me a minute. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 116, Chapter 115. Do the gods favor you excessively, Master? Current balance, 374,924,149 Scudi, 90 Bioki. System currency updated. Scudo converted to pound sterling currency. Conversion fee, 1 Scudo, 80 Bioki. Current balance, 374,924,148 Scudi, 10 Bioki 117,163,796 fives. 7D. Current balance, 117,163,796 fives. 7D. 3 weeks. That's how long the voyage from Civitavecchia back to Bristol took, even with La Providencia making only one brief stop in Lisbon to restock fresh water and food. Now, in the grey light of early morning, the familiar sights and sounds of Bristol harbour greeted them. The air was cooler here, carrying the scent of damp earth and coal smoke instead of Mediterranean salt. Oldgate stood on the quarterdeck, bellowing orders as his crew expertly maneuvered the large galleon towards a suitable berth along the quay. "Heave-ho, lads. Easy now. Watch that tide. Fenders out. Prepare mooring lines. Look lively." Alaric stood near the railing, the crimson justicore draped over his shoulders billowing slightly in the morning breeze. Cassandra stood beside him, looking around with open curiosity at the different style of architecture, the numerous ships, the bustling activity of the English port. It was hundreds of years ago since she last came here, and that was the time when she fought in Medivore. Alaric scanned the docks, his eyes noting the distinct lack of slave ships. No chains, no auction blocks, none of the grim sights that had once been commonplace here. It was effective then, he thought with a surge of quiet satisfaction. The Queen held up her end. "Good. And Pen too, but I don't feel his signature here." As the final mooring lines were secured and the gangplank lowered, Oldgate stomped over, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cool air. "Well, lad," he announced, clapping Alaric on the back. "We've arrived. Bristol docks. End of the line for this charter." Alaric nodded, turning to face the captain. "Thanks for the swift passage, Whitebeard. You earned your pay." He gestured towards the ship. "As promised, I placed the money inside my old cabin. Should be in a large chest by the desk, £50,000 sterling, as agreed. Money withdrawal, 50,000. Current balance, 117,113,796 fives. 7D. I'll collect it before we offload the cargo." Oldgate's eyes widened slightly, still seemingly unable to fully believe the amount, but he nodded curtly. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, a surprisingly friendly tone in his gruff voice, "Say, lad. I've grown rather fond of you and that, friend of yours, Reuben. Never had passengers quite like you." He glanced towards the city. "Since I'll be here a day or two selling the goods we picked up in Rome, why don't I visit this grand estate of yours for once? See how the other half lives, eh?" Alaric raised an eyebrow, then a genuine smile touched his lips. "You want to visit?" Cassandra walked up the stairs from below deck just then, carrying the bags she'd acquired in Civitavecchia. Alaric turned to Oldgate. "Sure, why not? We're heading there now, you wanna come with us?" "Don't mind if I do." Oldgate grinned broadly, he turned and bellowed orders to his first mate, Thomas, who had just come ashore. "Thomas. See to the docking fees. Get the merchants ready to inspect the Roman goods. Give the lads shore leave, till nightfall. Tell anyone not back aboard by midnight gets keel-hauled. We might sail for London on tomorrow morning's tide." He clapped Thomas on the shoulder, then turned back to Alaric and Cassandra with an expectant look. Alaric chuckled at the captain's enthusiasm. He then spotted a familiar sight further down the quay, a sturdy cargo wagon waiting near the customs house. Sitting patiently on the box seat beside the coachman, eyes closed against the early hour, was a man Alaric recognized instantly. He turned to Cassandra, taking most of the bags from her hands despite her protests. "Come on," he said, nodding towards the wagon. "Our ride's here. Let's go." Cassandra nodded, still looking around curiously. "Let's." Alaric led the way down the gangplank, Cassandra beside him, and a slightly self-conscious Oldgate following a step behind, trying not to look out of place among the dockworkers. They walked towards the waiting wagon. The man beside the coachman remained oblivious, seemingly dozing. Alaric neared the wagon, carefully setting Cassandra's bags on the ground beside it. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he reached up and delivered a playful but firm jab with his knuckles into the sleeping man's ribs. Wadash! The man jolted awake, widening his eyes and immediately scrambling up from his seat, looking around defensively. "Who are you?" His eyes landed on Alaric. "Is that how I trained you, Jonathan?" Alaric asked, folding his arms and sighing dramatically. "To sleep on duty. How come you didn't even notice me approach?" The brunette butler, Jonathan Hugh, stared, his jaw dropping slightly as recognition dawned. "Laric!" he exclaimed, then quickly corrected himself, adopting a more formal tone despite his shock. "Master Alaric? Is that truly you?" He immediately hopped down from the box seat, his earlier drowsiness completely gone. The coachman beside him looked equally bewildered. "It is I, in the flesh," Alaric smirked. Jonathan could only stare at his young master's face for a moment, taking in the subtle changes, the lighter hair, the refined clothes, the aura of power that seemed even stronger than before. He let out a long sigh. "This is unfair," Jonathan mumbled, mostly to himself. "Do the gods favor you excessively, master?" Alaric chuckled. "Perhaps." He then gestured to his companions. "Jonathan, allow me to introduce Cassandra, my wife." Cassandra offered Jonathan a polite, curious nod. "And this," Alaric continued, indicating the large captain, "is a close friend, Captain Edward Oldgate." Jonathan's eyes widened but immediately bowed respectfully. "A pleasure to meet you both, Lady Cassandra, Captain Oldgate." He looked Oldgate up and down, his eyes widening slightly. "Reuben mentioned you, Captain. Said you were formidable." He paused. "He failed to mention you were nearly as tall as Thulani." Oldgate chuckled heartily, clapping Jonathan on the shoulder perhaps a bit too hard. "Aye, lad, good to meet one of Alaric's household." "So," Alaric interjected, getting back to business. "Are you waiting for a shipment here, Jonathan? Or is this wagon available? We need to get back to the estate." Jonathan shook his head immediately. "No, Master Alaric. Actually, you arrived just in time. We just finished dropping off the last shipment of every product we have, this one's bound for London from the warehouse. Demand has been extraordinary." Alaric's eyes widened slightly in genuine surprise. "Already? The entire stock?" He chuckled. "That was faster than I expected." Jonathan scratched the back of his head. "Well, the Kenway family business has skyrocketed since the Queen endorsed the products, Master. Orders are pouring in from across England, even the continent now." Alaric nodded, pleased. "Excellent. So, the wagon's free then? Come on, let's get to the estate already. I need to see the family." Jonathan blinked, then quickly composed himself. "Ah, yes, of course, Master." He gestured towards the back of the large cargo wagon. Alaric helped Cassandra up, tossing her bags in, before climbing in himself along with Oldgate. Despite it being just the three of them, the sturdy wagon visibly shifted and groaned under their combined weight. Alaric and Oldgate were large men, and Cassandra was exceptionally tall for a woman, even for men. Jonathan climbed back onto the box seat beside the slightly intimidated coachman. With a flick of the reins and a word to the horses, the wagon lurched forward, heading away from the harbor towards the Kenway estate. "I wonder how they are. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 117, Chapter 116, 500,000 wager. 117, Chapter 116, 500,000 wager. Current balance, 117,113,796 fives. 7D. Deep beneath the Kenway mansion, the sounds of combat echoed in the expansive underground training grounds. Light streamed down from opening high above, illuminating the packed circle-tiled platform surrounded by water where Reuben currently faced two opponents, Flavia Auditore and Thulani. It had been many months since their arrival in Bristol. February, Reuben recalled, fleeing the Templar threat in Italy thanks to Captain Oldgate. They, along with Matteo and the surviving Auditore assassins, had been welcomed into the Kenway estate, finding a safe haven and a well-equipped place to continue their training. Today's spar was intense. Thulani, the massive bodyguard whose strength was further amplified by the Azura's crest Alaric had given him, swung his enormous greatsword in powerful arcs, each blow capable of shattering stone. Flavia darted around him, a whirlwind of flashing steel, her sword, dagger, and hidden blade seeking openings with deadly assassin precision. Watching from the sidelines were several of the Italian assassins, along with Alaric's father, Leonard, and uncle, Bernard Kenway, their expressions a mixture of awe and concentration. But Reuben was different now. The past year and a half of constant conflict in Italy, combined with Alaric's training and the power of the Sword of Damocles, had honed him into something far beyond what he once was. He moved with blinding speed, the golden glow of the ISU blade became a blur as he simultaneously parried Philone's crushing overhead blow and sidestepped Flavia's swift dagger thrust. He was faster, stronger, and his combat instincts that was sharpened by countless life-or-death battles allowed him to anticipate their coordinated attacks. He flowed between them, using Philone's brute force against Flavia's agility, redirecting blows, creating openings where none should exist. Flavia lunged with her hidden blade. Ruben deflected it with his dagger, spun, and used the flat of the sword of Damocles to slap Philone's greatsword aside, leaving both opponents momentarily off balance. Before they could recover, Ruben moved. In a flash, he closed the distance. The point of his dagger rested gently against the pulse point on Flavia's neck, stopping her cold. Simultaneously, the glowing edge of the sword of Damocles hovered a hair's breadth from Philone's throat. Silence fell in the training ground. All three fighters were sweating profusely, their chests heaving. Flavia, in particular, was panting hard, her eyes wide with a mixture of frustration and respect. Philone simply lowered his greatsword slowly, acknowledging defeat with a grunt. Ruben held his position for a moment longer, then retracted his blades, offering both opponents a respectful nod. From the sidelines, Leonard and Bernard Kenway exchanged impressed glances. Matteo Auditore nodded slowly, a look of pride on his face as he watched his daughter and her formidable partner. As Ruben, Flavia, and Philone caught their breath, other assassins moved onto the training floor to begin their own sparring sessions. The main group that was Ruben, Flavia, Philone, Leonard, Bernard, and Matteo headed towards the stairs leading up into the mansion proper. They emerged from the hidden passage into the grand foyer of the Kenway mansion, the sounds of training replaced by the quiet elegance of the estate. They walked towards the large dining room, where Eleanor Kenway and Lynette Kenway were seated at the long table, sipping steaming cups of celestial tea and chatting quietly. Bernard immediately went to sit beside his wife, Lynette, while Leonard took the seat next to Eleanor. Ruben, Flavia, Philone, and Matteo followed suit, finding empty chairs around the massive table. It felt strange, sometimes, this peaceful domesticity after the dangers they had faced. It had been nearly 2 years since Alaric had left Bristol for London on what was supposed to be a short trip. His letter, delivered by Oldgate months ago, had been a relief, confirming he was alive and well, though his extended absence and cryptic mention of travels still caused worry. The family business, however, thrived beyond anyone's wildest expectations, making all of them incredibly wealthy despite the small percentages gifted by Alaric. Eleanor smiled warmly as the others sat down. "Good sparring session?" she asked gently. Flavia managed a tired smile. "Ruben improves every day, Signora Kenway. It is difficult to keep up." Just as Bernard was about to make a teasing comment, the main doors to the dining room opened. Jonathan Hugh, the ever-present butler, stepped inside. But it wasn't Jonathan who drew everyone's attention. Behind him stood a tall young man with striking platinum blonde hair, wearing fine clothes and a crimson coat draped over his shoulders like a cape. He carried several bags, looking around the familiar room with an unreadable expression. Entering after him was a woman of breathtaking beauty and unusual height. And behind her, looking slightly out of place in the opulent mansion, was a large, white-bearded man who looked suspiciously like a sea captain. Everyone at the table froze. Cups paused halfway to lips. Conversations died. Eleanor gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Leonard and Bernard shot to their feet. Matteo's eyes widened in recognition of the captain. Ruben and Flavia stared, stunned. Alaric Kenway was home. He offered a small, almost hesitant smile as he met his parents' shocked gazes. He stepped forward, setting the bags down. "Mother, father, uncle, aunt." He nodded to each in turn. Then, he gestured to the woman beside him, who looked suddenly nervous despite her imposing presence. "Allow me to introduce Cassandra," he said, his voice clear in the stunned silence. "My wife." The shock deepened. Eleanor and Leonard, usually so reserved, rushed forward, overwhelming Alaric with questions and welcomes, their relief and joy evident. "Alaric, you're back." "Oh, thank the Lord," Eleanor exclaimed, tears in her eyes, before turning to Cassandra with a warm, welcoming smile despite her surprise. "And Cassandra, welcome, my dear. You are so beautiful. When did this happen? When is the wedding?" Leonard stood beside his wife, looking Cassandra up and down with open curiosity and paternal approval. Bernard recovered first, letting out a booming laugh. "Ha, the prodigal son returns. Unleashed, no less." He shouted teasingly towards Alaric. Lynette promptly elbowed him sharply in the ribs, silencing him with a glare, which only made Ruben, Flavia, and Philone chuckle. Oldgate shuffled awkwardly near the doorway, observing the chaotic family reunion. Alaric extricated himself from his parents, laughing. "Easy, mother, father. Give her some air." He guided Cassandra forward. Amidst the flurry of introductions, questions, and laughter, Oldgate was drawn into the fold, shaking hands, accepting offered tea, and looking thoroughly bemused by the entire situation. Cassandra, despite her initial nervousness, seemed to relax slightly under the genuine warmth of the Kenway family's welcome. Hours flew by in a whirlwind of catching up, introductions, and shared relief. Cassandra, after the initial shock of meeting Alaric's family, handled the situation with surprising grace. She shared carefully selected details about her past, albeit with half-truths mentioning her mother Marine, her estranged father Pythagoras, her beloved stepfather Nicolaus, and her younger brother Alexios. When gently asked about their whereabouts, she offered a sad, practiced smile, explaining they had all passed away many years ago due to illness, adding that she had long since made peace with their fate. The Kenways offered heartfelt condolences, their warmth genuine. Oldgate mostly observed, enjoying the free-flowing ale Jonathan provided and occasionally interjecting a salty comment or a laugh. Eventually, the initial excitement settled, and a smaller group convened in Alaric's spacious. Alaric sat on one plush sofa, Cassandra nestled comfortably beside him. Her earlier nervousness was now replaced by a quiet curiosity about this part of Alaric's life. Across from them, on another sofa, sat Reuben and Flavia, with Matteo positioned strategically between them, as he was ever the watchful father and mentor. Thulani and Captain Oldgate occupied sturdy armchairs nearby. Jonathan served everyone cups of steaming celestial tea before taking his own seat. The comfortable silence stretched for a few moments as everyone sipped their tea, enjoying the simple act of being together after so long apart for Alaric, and integrating new faces for the others. Alaric finally broke the quiet, setting his cup down. So, he began, looking primarily at Reuben, Flavia, and Matteo. I already heard the gist from Whitebeard about what happened back in Tuscany, but care to provide some more details? Sounds like you guys stirred up quite the hornet's nest. Reuben took another sip of his tea, gathering his thoughts. He glanced at Flavia, then met Alaric's gaze. It started small, Alaric. After you left, Flavia and I, well, we started working together more formally with the Brotherhood here. Reuben nodded towards Matteo. Maestro Auditore gave us assignments, mostly tracking Templar movements, disrupting supply lines, things like that. But, he hesitated. But Reuben has a knack for finding trouble, Flavia interjected with a wry smile, though her eyes held a spark of pride. Or perhaps, trouble finds him. We uncovered a network involved in smuggling artifacts out of Italy, led by a corrupt papal official with Templar ties. Taking him down led us to another target, then another. Matteo nodded gravely. Their success was remarkable, beyond expectations. They dismantled Templar operations in Florence, Siena, even made inroads into Venice and Rome itself. They became whispers in the underworld, then legends. He sighed. Perhaps too legendary. We followed the mission you gave me, Alaric, Reuben continued, picking up the thread. To get stronger, become known, but maybe we became too known. The Templars started connecting the dots, realizing the attacks weren't random. They identified Monteriggioni, the villa, as our base of operations. We started noticing increased patrols, more spies. Flavia added, her expression turning grim. Then came the whispers of a large military force gathering near Rome, under Templar command. That's when I had the nightmare, Reuben said, looking slightly uncomfortable admitting it. Felt real as day. Soldiers pouring over the walls, fire, death. Woke up in a cold sweat. I couldn't shake the feeling. He was insistent, Matteo confirmed. Convinced everyone, well, almost everyone, that we needed to evacuate the villa immediately, just as a precaution. We relocated the bulk of our people, the trainees, the archives we could carry, to Livorno under the guise of a training exercise. Padre stayed behind with a small group to confirm, Flavia said, her hand briefly touching her father's arm. And Reuben's nightmare proved true, Matteo finished grimly. Scouts reported over 1,000 soldiers marching on the road from Florence. Papal troops, led by known Templar commanders. We barely managed to slip away ourselves and rendezvous with the others in Livorno. And that's where I came in, Oldgate added, taking a swig of tea as if it were rum. Found M huddled on the docks, looking for fast passage out of Italy altogether. Made M a fair offer, sailed M straight here to Bristol. Good lads, fierce fighters, the lot of them. He chuckled. Though that Flavia lass drives a hard bargain on passage fees. Flavia smirked slightly but didn't comment. Reuben looked back at Alaric. So, we arrived here, months ago, February it was. Your family took them in, gave them refuge. We've been training, helping Jonathan and Thulani where we can, waiting for, well, for you, I suppose. Alaric nodded slowly, absorbing the details. He took a drag from his cigar before turning his attention to the Maestro Assassino. Well, it's unfortunate that you had to relocate, but retreating was the right call. You did a good job getting everyone out safely. Matteo grunted, swirling the tea in his cup, his pride clearly still wounded. A good job. We abandoned our ancestral home, Kenway. Fled like cowards. It was a massive humiliation for the Auditora name, for the Brotherhood. Alaric raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at Reuben who just sighed quietly. I understand you feel humiliated, Maestro, Alaric said calmly, but you were facing 1,000 soldiers marching directly on your position. Even with Reuben and Flavia's skills, it would have been a massacre, not a battle. Retreating, preserving your strength, saving your people, that was the strategically sound decision. Cassandra, who had been listening intently, nodded in agreement. Matteo couldn't glare at Alaric, so he glared at her, opening his mouth to retort, but Cassandra spoke first. Matteo right. She started, meeting his glare without flinching. Speaking from my own experience, retreat is not cowardice when it preserves the lives of those who fight for a just cause, allowing them to strike back another day. Pride is a dangerous luxury in war. Mateo bristled, clearly unused to being addressed so directly, especially by a woman he didn't know. And who are you to lecture me on war and strategy, woman? Do not meddle in the affairs of the Brotherhood. Reuben, Flavia, Thulani, Jonathan, and Oldgate all tensed, their eyes darting nervously towards Alaric. They knew Mateo was letting his wounded pride speak, but they also knew challenging Cassandra, whom Alaric had introduced as his wife, was incredibly risky despite Alaric's easygoing nature. Alaric, however, remained perfectly calm, taking a slow sip of his tea as if the topic was about the weather. His actions and mood was a huge contrast to the room's tension. Cassandra simply chuckled, a low, confident sound that held no amusement. I am Cassandra, she stated plainly, her brown eyes locking onto Mateo's. And since Alaric has involved himself with your Brotherhood, and I am involved with Alaric, your business is now my business. I've been involved in this mess for more than all of your ages combined. She shook her head slightly, taking a sip of her own tea. You may be a mentor, a master assassin in your time, but believe me when I say, in terms of actual warfare, large-scale strategy, and centuries of combat experience, you are still a baby. Mateo's face flushed red, his teeth gritting audibly. He looked ready to explode, but before he could utter a word, Alaric spoke, his voice quiet but carrying undeniable authority. It would be wise to listen to her, maestro. He casually reached into his pocket, retrieved his cigar pack, selected one, and placed it between his lips, lighting it with his index finger. He took a slow drag, letting the smoke curl around his face before continuing. A piece of advice from Cassandra can literally shape history. Empires have risen and fallen based on her actions, her strategies. A stunned silence filled the office. Mateo stared at Cassandra, then at Alaric, utterly speechless. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this woman? What was Alaric implying? Seeing the confusion and lingering doubt on their faces, Alaric took another long drag from his cigar, a thoughtful expression on his face. How about this? He proposed, breaking the silence. To settle any doubts, let's make a friendly wager. Everyone looked at him, intrigued. Let's pick an activity, Alaric continued. Something everyone here agrees is a fair test of skill. Could be sparring, could be target practice, could be a race, be it physical or mental games, whatever you choose. He gestured towards Cassandra. Cassandra participates against, well, all of you who doubt her. He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of Mateo, Reuben, Flavia, Thulani, Jonathan, and even Oldgate. If Cassandra wins, then her point is proven, yes. No more questioning her experience. Thulani, ever practical, was the first to voice the obvious question. And, if we win, Alaric. Alaric grinned, a predatory light entering his eyes. If Cassandra somehow loses against the combined might of all of you. He paused for dramatic effect. Then I will personally give each of you, he pointed to Mateo, Reuben, Flavia, Thulani, Jonathan, and Oldgate, 500,000 pounds sterling, each. What? The exclamation came from multiple throats simultaneously. Damn! Reuben shouted, nearly dropping his teacup. Blimey! Oldgate roared, slamming his own cup down on the nearby coffee table with enough force to crack the ceramic. 500,000 pounds, each. The sum was astronomical, unthinkable. Cassandra looked at Alaric, then at the shocked faces around the room, a confused expression on her face. Is that a lot? Before Alaric could reply, Jonathan, who had gone pale, cleared his throat. Lady Cassandra, to put it in perspective, most skilled laborers or craftsmen in England might earn 10 to 25 pounds in a year. That amount, it could sustain a noble family in absolute luxury for, well, for more than 30 generations. Cassandra's eyes widened comically. She turned to stare at Alaric, shaking her head slightly. Malka, she breathed, how rich are you? Alaric just smirked, taking another drag from his cigar. Jonathan answered for him, his voice filled with awe. Master Alaric is, I would confidently state, the wealthiest man in the world, Signora. Believe me, I manage some of his accounts. It is staggering. Oldgate, who had been silent since his outburst, shook his head slowly. Damn it all, so that's why 50,000 pounds was nothing to you. Before anyone could fully process the implications of the wager stakes, Mateo, his pride perhaps overriding his shock, spoke first, his eyes fixed on Cassandra with a challenging glare. I say a spar. A spar. Flavia turned sharply towards her father. Pap, how can you be so shameless? You want all of us, she gestured around the room, including herself, Reuben, Thulani, Jonathan, and Oldgate, to spar against one woman. Mateo avoided her gaze, looking stubborn. Reuben started to protest. No. Maestro, that's too dash. Ha 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 ha. He was cut off by Cassandra's sudden, loud laughter, a rich, unladylike sound that echoed in the office. Everyone stared at her as she wiped a tear of mirth from her eye. A spar, is it? She asked, her voice filled with amusement and confidence. She looked around at the assembled group, her gaze lingering on Mateo. Fine by me. I will happily destroy each and every single one of you. A collective gulp could almost be heard in the room. They looked from Cassandra's confident smirk back to Alaric, who was just leaning back, puffing contentedly on his cigar, looking thoroughly entertained. He won't help her in the fight, right? Just Cassandra, against us, thought everyone. Oldgate grunted, picking up the pieces of his broken teacup. Well then, guess it's decided. Cassandra grinned, cracking her knuckles. Oh, don't you worry, she said with her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I will make sure none of you die. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 118, Chapter 117, Cassandra vs. Reuben, Thulani, Jonathan, Oldgate, Flavia and Matteo. Current balance, 117,113,796 fives. 7D. The atmosphere in the vast underground training cave beneath the Kenway mansion was thick with anticipation and disbelief. Nearly 50 people lined the edges of the packed underground cave, the entire Kenway family, which consisted of Leonard, Eleanor, Bernard, and Lynette, the 30 or so Auditore assassins who had relocated from Italy, and even some of the more trusted Kenway estate staff who occasionally used the grounds for practice. All eyes were fixed on the center. On one side stood Cassandra, looking utterly relaxed, armed only with a simple, blunt practice sword that was given to her. On the other side, looking considerably more tense, stood the challenging team. Reuben, wielding the glowing sword of Damocles and his dagger. Flavia, armed with her own sword, dagger, and hidden blades ready. Matteo Auditore, gripping his masterwork sword tightly. Thulani, hefting his massive greatsword. Jonathan Hugh, holding a standard longsword with practiced ease, thinking that he didn't need to use his gear, and even Captain Oldgate, looking slightly ridiculous but determined, holding a heavy cutlass he'd borrowed. 6 opponents, all highly skilled and physically imposing, against one woman. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, confused. Even Cassandra's opponents were uncertain. Was this truly fair? But the memory of Alaric's casual wager of £500,000 each if they won was a powerful motivator, overriding their reservations. Cassandra surveyed her opponents, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Are you all ready? She called out, her voice echoing slightly. Matteo scowled, gripping his sword tighter. Are you ready, Donna Cassandra? He retorted stiffly. Cassandra just chuckled, then glanced towards the edge of the training ground where Alaric stood leaning against a support pillar, casually smoking a cigar. He caught her eye and gave a slight nod. All right, Alaric announced, his voice easily carrying across the space. He held up the cigar, which was burning down to the nub. When this cigar lands on the floor. He paused, letting the anticipation build. You can start any time after that. All the combatants nodded confidently. Alaric, son. Leonard called out from the spectator area, sounding worried. What are you doing? This isn't right. Before Alaric could reply, Cassandra turned her head towards Leonard and Eleanor, her smirk softening into a reassuring smile. Do not worry, mother, father, she called back easily, already adopting the titles. I will simply show you how strong your daughter-in-law truly is. A wave of shock rippled through the spectators at her bold confidence and casual use of familial terms. Alaric felt a blush creep up his neck again but couldn't help the proud grin spreading across his face. She's just so badass. He took one last, long drag from his cigar, then flicked the glowing but casually towards the center of the arena. It landed softly on the dirt floor between Cassandra and her 6 opponents. The spar began. Cassandra didn't move immediately, letting her opponents make the first move. As they cautiously circled her, her eyes landed on Reuben's sword. I noticed it before, she commented calmly, but that sword, it resembles the one my brother used to wield. Reuben raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the sword of Damocles, then back at Alaric, who just shrugged. Alaric told me it is the sword of Damocles, Reuben replied, confused by her statement. Whatever you call it, Cassandra replied dismissively, just as Thulani chose that moment to charge, greatsword raised for a crushing blow. Simultaneously, Flavia darted in from the side, dagger flashing. Cassandra moved like lightning. She sidestepped Thulani's predictable overhead smash, letting the massive blade crash into the dirt where she'd been standing. At the same time, she deflected Flavia's dagger thrust with her practice sword, spun inside Flavia's guard, and delivered a swift, open-palmed strike to the assassin's chest, sending her stumbling back, gasping for air. Before Thulani could recover his greatsword, Cassandra flowed towards him, ducking under a wild swing from Oldgate's cutlass and tapping the pommel of Thulani's sword hilt sharply, jarring his grip. Jonathan lunged with his longsword but Cassandra parried effortlessly, using the momentum to spin away from a thrust by Matteo. Reuben tried to capitalize on the momentary opening, lunging with the sword of Damocles. Clang! Cassandra blocked the glowing blade with her simple practice sword, the impact sending a shockwave through the air but leaving her unmoved. It was basically impossible. The ISU sword was being blocked by a normal blade. Going easy on me, boys. She taunted, easily pushing Reuben's blade aside. And you, assassin, she glanced at Flavia who was rejoining the fray, you can't even block a palm to the chest. The initial cautiousness of the group evaporated, replaced by grim determination. They attacked again, this time with more coordination. Thulani used his reach and power to try and pin her down, while Ruben and Flavia attacked from the flanks with speed and precision. Matteo and Jonathan provided support, looking for openings, while Oldgate swung his heavy cutlass in wide, powerful arcs, trying to force her back. It was useless. Cassandra moved between them effortlessly as her practice sword seemed to blur. She deflected Thulani's blows with seemingly impossible strength, sidestepped Ruben's glowing blade, disarmed Flavia with contemptuous ease, tripped Jonathan as he lunged, and easily avoided Oldgate's slower swings. She wasn't just defending, she was controlling the fight, landing light, almost insulting taps with her sword on Matteo's shoulder, Ruben's arm, Thulani's leg, demonstrating her superiority without inflicting real damage. "Is this truly the best you can do?" she mocked, effortlessly ducking under Thulani's greatsword and landing a solid kick to Oldgate's knee that made the big captain roar in pain and stumble back. "I fought sheep in Kefalonia more challenging than this." "Enough!" Matteo roared, infuriated by her taunts and effortless dominance. "Everyone, full strength. Forget the wager, fight like your lives depend on it. She's not normal, like Alaric." The intensity ratcheted up immediately. Thulani roared, putting all his enhanced strength into a devastating horizontal swing with his greatsword. Ruben activated the full power of the Sword of Damocles, its golden glow intensifying as he launched a series of lightning-fast thrusts. Flavia used smoke bombs for cover, her hidden blade seeking a vital point. Jonathan and Matteo attacked in tandem, trying to overwhelm her defenses. Cassandra's smirk widened. Finally, she breathed. She met Thulani's greatsword head-on. Instead of deflecting, she blocked directly with her practice sword. There was a sickening crack. As Thulani's massive blade snapped clean in two just below the hilt, the force of the impact sending shards of steel flying. Thulani stared in stunned disbelief at the useless handle in his hands. How did she shatter my sword with a blunt practice blade?" Before anyone could react to that, Cassandra moved. The staff of Hermes Trismegistus appeared in her hand in a flash of golden light, instantly reforming into the glowing spear of Leonidas. "What in the—" Oldgate gasped, stumbling back from the sudden display of power. Ruben, Flavia, Matteo, and Jonathan froze momentarily, shocked by the appearance and transformation of the ISU artifact. "My turn to stop playing," Cassandra announced, her voice now resonating with the staff's power. She exploded forward, the spear was a blur of golden light. Her speed and strength were now on a completely different level. She disarmed Matteo with a flick of the spear shaft, sent Jonathan flying with an energy-enhanced shield bash, parried Ruben's Sword of Damocles with ease, and danced around Flavia's attacks as if they were in slow motion. From the sidelines, Bernard Kenway turned to his brother Leonard, his face was as white as paper. "God's teeth, Leo, what kind of woman did your boy bring home?" Leonard could only shake his head, speechless. Meanwhile, Alaric simply lit another cigar, watching the fight with keen interest. Thulani's strength has improved, definitely stronger than before. Jonathan's swordsmanship is cleaner too. Flavia's faster, more precise. And Ruben, he's truly mastered the sword's power now, no longer letting it control him. Impressive growth. He took a drag. Still, Cassandra's just a freak of nature. Her millennia worth of experience and built body puts her leagues above them, and there's that staff too. Seeing Thulani standing disarmed and shocked, Alaric acted. He reached up, tracing a seal pattern on his shoulder tattoo. With a shimmer, the legendary sword Excalibur appeared in his hand, its blade radiating a faint, holy light. "Thulani," Alaric called out. "Catch. A gift for you." He tossed the sword across the training. Thulani reacted instinctively, catching the hilt. The moment his fingers closed around the legendary blade, power surged through him. He felt stronger, faster, his senses sharpening. The Azura's crest seal on his body pulsed in resonance with the sword. He looked down at Excalibur, then back at Alaric with wide, grateful eyes, before turning back to the fight with renewed determination, now easily matching Ruben's enhanced level. But even with Thulani wielding Excalibur, it made little difference overall. Cassandra, empowered by the staff of Hermes, moved like a whirlwind of destruction. She systematically dismantled their coordinated attacks, her spear flashing, energy blasts erupting from the tip, her movements too fast, too powerful, too skilled. She sent Thulani crashing into a wall despite Excalibur's power, disarmed Ruben again, caught Flavia in an energy snare, and sent Jonathan and Matteo sprawling with precise strikes from the spear's shaft. Oldgate wisely decided to stay back after receiving another painful kick. The fight continued, but the outcome was clear. Cassandra was simply untouchable, effortlessly dominating 6 highly skilled opponents, 2 of whom wielded ISU artifacts. The spectators watched in stunned silence, their earlier confusion replaced by sheer awe at the display of power from Alaric's wife. The spar finally ended not with a dramatic finishing blow, but with sheer exhaustion from Cassandra's opponents. Ruben was the last one standing, barely, leaning heavily on the Sword of Damocles, his chest heaving, sweat pouring down his face. Flavia, Matteo, Jonathan, and Thulani were scattered around the arena floor, groaning or simply too winded to move. Oldgate had wisely retreated to the edge long ago, nursing his bruised knee. Cassandra stood in the center, staff held loosely at her side, breathing only slightly faster than normal. A light sheen of sweat glistened on her temples, but otherwise, she looked ready to go for a couple more rounds. It had been good exercise, a decent warm-up. Reuben, panting, finally managed to speak, his voice raspy. "Larrick, what the hell, where did you find this woman?" Oldgate nodded emphatically from the sidelines. "I agree, lad, never seen the like. And that weapon she's holding, too, changes shape." Thulani, pushing himself up onto his elbows, looked down at Excalibur, then back at Cassandra. I have many questions." He managed between breaths. Murmurs erupted from the spectators, the assassins, the Kenway family, the staff, a mixture of disbelief, awe, and fear. Alaric allowed it for a moment, letting the reality of Cassandra's power sink in. Cassandra looked over at him, a questioning look in her eyes, unsure how to handle the reaction. Alaric just winked and gave a subtle nod, motioning for her to let them process. After a few moments, Alaric raised a hand. Instantly, the murmuring died down, all eyes focusing on him. "Now that I think about it," he mused internally, "we all look like we're in some damn cult meeting right now, hanging on my every word." He mentally shook the thought away and looked directly at the 6 defeated combatants on the floor. "So," Alaric said calmly, his voice carrying easily, "you've lost the bet." The 6 of them fidgeted. Reuben sighed and looked away. Flavia winced. Thulani and Jonathan scratched the backs of their heads awkwardly. Oldgate just grunted. Matteo, however, pushed himself into a sitting position, looking directly at Cassandra, his earlier anger replaced by grudging respect and embarrassment. I am deeply sorry, Signora Cassandra," he said formally, bowing his head slightly. "I was wrong to doubt you. Your skill, it is beyond anything I have witnessed." Cassandra's smirk returned, though it held less mockery now and more genuine amusement. "Bah," she waved a dismissive hand. "Think nothing of it, maestro. I had a good warm-up, thanks to all of you." She looked around at the defeated group. "Let's do this again sometime, yes. It has been too long since I had multiple sparring partners." Reuben, hearing this, managed to push himself to his feet, still leaning heavily on his sword. Wouldn't it be better if you fight, Larrick, instead?" he asked bluntly. "Not that I'm ungrateful for the lesson, but with your strength, maybe you could actually go toe-to-toe with him." Reuben's statement caused another wave of silence as everyone turned to look first at Alaric, then back at Cassandra. Cassandra let out an exasperated sigh, shaking her head. "Unfortunately, Reuben was it," she replied, her tone surprisingly weary, "and fortunately for my pride, perhaps. I cannot win against him." She glanced at Alaric, who was now lighting another cigar. "He does not even need to fight me seriously." A collective intake of breath seemed to suck the air out of the cavern. Everyone stared at Alaric with wide, disbelieving eyes. They knew he was strong, impossibly so. But Cassandra, the woman who had just effortlessly dismantled 6 elite fighters, claimed he didn't even need to try against her. Just how powerful was he? Alaric just smiled nonchalantly around his cigar, seemingly oblivious to the stunned silence. "Nah," he waved a hand dismissively. "That's exaggerated. Stop overestimating me, Cass." Cassandra's eye twitched at the nickname, but she just sighed again, knowing arguing was pointless. Alaric wasn't the type to brag, but his casual denials often felt more intimidating than any boast. "Malka. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 119, Chapter 118, Fuck Elon and Fuck Bezos. Current balance, 117,113,796 fives. 7D. It was almost night time, dinner time was approaching. The entire family was busy conversing, especially with Cassandra. Alaric excused himself from the ongoing conversations in the main hall, making his way down the familiar hidden staircase towards the secure area beneath the mansion. He walked past the now empty general vault where the family business funds were managed by Jonathan, his mother, and Aunt Lynette, heading towards a specific, heavily reinforced door at the far end. He produced a unique key and unlocked the first heavy padlock, then a second, more complex one. The door swung open silently, revealing Alaric's private vault room. It was overflowing. Neatly stacked piles of gold pounds sterling, silver shillings, and copper pence filled the large room almost floor to ceiling, glinting in the light from the single lantern hanging inside. It was an obscene amount of physical currency. Alaric grinned, surveying everything. Hee, even if I were to be giving away fortunes, I should still be the richest man in the world. His eyes fell upon a sturdy table near the entrance, upon which sat several thick, leather-bound ledgers, they copies prepared specifically for him by Jonathan, detailing the performance of the businesses Alaric had funded. He walked over and picked up the first one, labeled, Kenway Farms and Livestock. He opened it, scanning the neatly written figures. "This is my mother's handwriting. Farm profit, net after all expenses, 1712, mid-year start. June, August, 7,700 total profit. Alaric's share, 30% 2,310. Sep, Dec, 7,700 total profit. Alaric's share, 30% 2,310. 1713. Jan, April, 7,700 total profit. Alaric's share, 30% 2,310. May, August, 7,700 total profit. Alaric's share, 30% 2,310. Sep, Dec, 7,700 total profit. Alaric's share, 30% 2,310. 1714. Jan, April, 7,700 total profit. Alaric's share, 30% 2,310. Note, figures consistent due to long-term contracts established early. So, from the farming and livestock business alone, my share over the past 2 years is 13,860, Alaric calculated quickly. Not bad for a passive investment. He closed the farm ledger and picked up the next set, 3 thick volumes detailing the sales of the products: Celestial Salve, Ramen, Hot Sauce, Beauty Mask, and Celestial Tea. He began flipping through the pages, skimming past the weekly and monthly breakdowns, the detailed contracts with merchants across England and now even reaching the continent as evidenced by finding the tea in Rome, the lists of distributors. He noted the significant expenses listed: salaries for hundreds of workers, 200 dedicated security personnel trained by Thulani, whose own salary had rightly increased for his dual role as combat instructor and business security consultant, funds allocated for new transport wagons, and the generous provisions for the entire Kenway household and all employees, ensuring loyalty and well-being. The total operational expenses listed were substantial, exceeding 3,000 annually, including the mansion upkeep and core staff salaries. It was a massive sum considering a London doctor, one of the highest paid professions, earned perhaps 200 a year. Yet, despite these significant costs, the profit margins listed for the celestial products were astronomical, impossible even. Alaric quickly scanned the final summary pages. His eyes widened slightly. The net profit accumulated in his name alone, after all expenses and the small percentages allocated to his family members were deducted, was staggering. He closed the final ledger, placing it back on the stack with a soft thud. He looked around the room again, at the literal tons of coins stacked against the walls. To think they had to reinforce the floor and expand this room just to hold my share of the physical cash profits, he thought with amusement. It was almost comical. He walked over to the nearest towering stack of gold pounds, running his hand over the cool metal coins. Enough was enough, time to digitize it all in the system. Alaric smiled and placed his hand flat on the massive pile of currency. He opened the system interface mentally. Money deposit, plus 249,855,944. Current balance, 367,019,745. 7D. In an instant, the vast majority of the coins in the room vanished without a sound, absorbed directly into his system balance. I'm rich, as fuck Elon and fuck Bezos. Minutes passed after Alaric returned from the vault beneath the Kenway mansion. Cassandra and the entire Kenway household, Bernard, Lynette, Eleanor, Leonard, along with Reuben, Thulani, Matteo, Flavia, and Oldgate, were gathered around the large dining table, the initial shock of Alaric's arrival in the city slowly giving way to excited conversation. The main topic, naturally, was the utterly one-sided spar they had just witnessed. By the saints, Bernard exclaimed, shaking his head as he looked at Cassandra with awe, I've seen Thulani here toss grown men like sacks of grain, but you, milady, you handled him, Reuben, and the maestro like they were green recruits. Matteo grunted, still nursing his pride but unable to deny the truth. Her skill is, beyond measure. That speed, that strength, and that weapon. He trailed off, looking thoughtful. Where did you learn to fight like that, Cassandra? Flavia asked, leaning forward, her earlier exhaustion forgotten in her professional curiosity. Your style, it has elements I recognize from ancient depictions, but mixed with something else. Something faster, more brutal. Cassandra took a sip of her celestial tea, offering a polite but vague smile. I have traveled much, seen many things over the years, she replied evasively. One picks up techniques here and there. As for strength, I was always stronger than other children, even when I was young. It is just how I am. She conveniently omitted the millennia of combat experience and the ISU heritage part. Oldgate chuckled. Stronger than children? Lass, you broke Thulani's greatsword with a practice blade. That ain't just strong. Cassandra merely shrugged with a mysterious glint in her eyes. Reuben and Thulani exchanged glances. They knew Alaric possessed similar impossible strength, but seeing it in this woman who seemed to appear out of nowhere was still jarring. Alaric, after popping down to check the vault, came back to the party, smelling faintly of cigars. Cassandra's face totally lit up when he walked over, and he slid onto the bench next to her, jumping right back into the conversation. Say, Laric, Bernard called out, kicking back in his chair with a big grin. Reuben here's told us bits and pieces of your adventures together up until Italy, but he clammed up after that. How about you, lad? Where did your travels take you after you left young Reuben mooning over the fair Flavia in Monteregione? Alaric chuckled, taking a sip of tea Jonathan had put down for him. Honestly, UNC, my travels weren't nearly as wild as you might think after that. Didn't really bounce around too many places. Headed south, mostly. Went to an island in the Aegean Sea, place called Thera. He nodded towards Oldgate. Captain Oldgate here was the one who made the charter possible, braved the storms for us. Oldgate let out a huge laugh, almost spilling his ale. Bah, it was your coin that made it possible, lad, not my bravery. Though, he added, looking more serious, that storm we hit south of Crete, that was no jest. Alaric nodded grimly. Aye, we encountered a massive storm, one with multiple waterspouts dancing around us like devils. Felt like the sea itself was trying to swallow La Providencia whole. Oldgate gave a dramatic shudder. Aye, it felt like forever until we finally got out of that hellish situation. Thought we were goners for sure a few times there. Before anyone could ask more about the storm or Thera, the dining room doors swung open, and a bunch of servants came in carrying big silver trays loaded with food. Right behind them was the Kenway family's head chef, Baker, looking super proud. Master Alaric. Chef Baker exclaimed, bowing slightly. Welcome back home, sir. It is wonderful to see you looking so well. Alaric smiled warmly. Chef Baker. It's good to be back. Have you been well? Always, Master Alaric, always. The chef replied enthusiastically. And I have been honing my skills, sir, always striving to meet your high standards. Bernard chuckled loudly. High standards? I'd wager Chef Baker has long surpassed your meager cooking skills, Alaric. Everyone laughed, including Alaric. The servants started dishing out the food efficiently. Chef Baker stepped forward proudly as the main course was put in front of everyone. Tonight, masters and madams, he announced, I present a new creation I have been perfecting, simple fare, perhaps, but hearty. I call it fish and chips. Plates piled high with golden, crispy battered fish next to thick-cut fried potatoes were set down. It smelled amazing, though totally new to the Italians and Cassandra. The Kenways looked curious. Everyone dug in, and the conversation started up again. Questions about Alaric's trip, Cassandra's edited background, Oldgate sea voyages, and how well the Kenway businesses were doing. After the main course, while plates were being cleared and dessert was brought out, Cassandra leaned towards Alaric during a lull in the chatter. Alaric, she asked quietly, I heard your family mention a woman living in this mansion named Caroline earlier. I haven't seen her since we arrived. Alaric raised an eyebrow, thinking. He hadn't really noticed during the welcome back chaos, but Cassandra was right. Caroline, his younger cousin-in-law, wasn't around. He subtly stretched out his senses, scanning the mansion and the grounds nearby. Strange. I don't sense her signature anywhere nearby, he thought, feeling a little uneasy. Where could she be? Just as Leonard was about to answer Cassandra, maybe saying Caroline was visiting somewhere else, there was a soft but clear tapping sound at the big window looking out onto the gardens. Tap tap tap. Everyone stopped talking and looked over. A small, gray pigeon was sitting on the windowsill outside, pecking at the glass like it really wanted in. Well, now, Bernard remarked, surprised. Looks like we have a visitor. Everyone knew right away, it was a messenger pigeon. Alaric immediately pushed his chair back. He grabbed a small piece of leftover fish from his plate and walked over to the window. He slid the latch and opened it just a crack. Come on then, he murmured softly. He held out his forearm, and the pigeon hopped right onto it, cooing quietly. Alaric gave it the fish bit, which it gobbled up. He then carefully untied the tiny rolled-up scroll from its leg. As soon as the message was off, the pigeon cooed again, took off, and flew away into the dark sky. Alaric closed the window and walked back to the table, unrolling the small piece of parchment. His eyes flew across the tight handwriting. As he read, his easygoing look vanished completely. His eyes widened just a tiny bit, his jaw clenched, and a serious, grim look took over his face. He finished reading, slowly rolled the scroll back up, his expression hard to read but definitely troubled. The happy, relaxed vibe in the room totally disappeared. Everyone watched him, waiting anxiously. Oldgate finally broke the tense silence. Well, what is it, lad? Bad news. Alaric looked up, his eyes sweeping over all the worried faces around the table, his family, his friends, his allies, his love. He held up the small scroll. You should all read this. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 120, chapter 119, I am with you. That is all that matters. Current balance, 367,019,745. 7D. Previously. Oldgate finally broke the tense silence. Well, what is it, lad? Bad news. Alaric looked up, his eyes sweeping over all the worried faces around the table, his family, his friends, his allies, his love. He held up the small scroll. You should all read this. Now. Alaric passed the scroll to Bernard, who sat closest. Bernard took it, confused, and unrolled it. He squinted at the script. Beneath the waning moon the crow returns to shore. Rivers swell and currents shift with hidden purpose. In quiet darkness 2,000 shadows stir. Silent blades await the gilded dawn's false promise. Tides will rise to seal each fleeing path. Only watchful hearts may chart the hidden course. Let slumbering eyes feign calm within the keep. Ravens circle, heralds of unwelcome wings, and toll the hour when iron meets the gate. In whispered corridors their footsteps echo. Dark banners flare beneath the crown's cold favor. The hour is late, heed this final omen. Only flight by secret vaults may bring salvation. Night itself must cloak your hastened steps. In hidden alcoves you must take your refuge. Ghostly roads, unmarked by mortal foot, await. Hold fast the key that none but kin may know. Take wing before the hunter's net is cast. W.P. Bernard finished reading, scratching his head. What's this nonsense? A poem. Eleanor leaned over. A rather dark poem, it seems. Lynette took the scroll from her husband, reading it herself, equally perplexed. Matteo, Flavia, and Reuben leaned in, trying to make sense of the cryptic verses. Cassandra read it over Alaric's shoulder earlier, her eyes narrowing slightly, sensing the hidden meaning but not immediately grasping it. Oldgate just looked confused. Alaric watched their confusion for a moment, then sighed. It's not just a poem, he stated flatly. It's an acrostic. Read the first letter of each line, downwards. Bernard snatched the paper back, his eyes scanning the first letters B, R, I, S, T, O, L, R, A, I, D, T, O, N, I, G, H, T. His eyes widened in horror. Damn, what? He roared, jumping to his feet and nearly knocking his chair over. His violent reaction shocked everyone else, except Alaric and Cassandra. Lynette grabbed the paper from his trembling hands. Bernard, what is it, love? What do you dash? Her voice cut off as she deciphered the message herself, her face paling dramatically. BRISTOLRAIDTONIGHT. She mouthed, horrified. A wave of understanding and alarm swept through the room. Cassandra looked at Alaric, her expression grim, and he nodded back slowly. The iron meeting the gate, and dark banners. Alaric explained quickly, his mind racing. That definitely points to a military assault, soldiers. Under the crown's cold favor, suggests royal orders. Cassandra crossed her arms, her expression hardening. 2,000 shadows stir, she added. 2,000 soldiers, most likely. The grim reality settled over the group. But why? The crow returns to shore. Alaric muttered, then his eyes snapped towards Reuben. Reuben, your missions in Italy, did they give you a title, a code name, something involving a crow or a raven? Reuben looked surprised, then nodded slowly. Well, yes. After the Venice operation, some of the locals started calling me Il Corvo d'Ombra. Flavia finished for him, her voice tight with realization. The Shadow Raven. Alaric let out a dark chuckle, shaking his head. There it is. Beneath the waning moon the crow returns to shore. Our raven here has been spotted. Someone reported your arrival in Bristol, Reuben. Bernard looked alarmed. Spotted? But, they wouldn't attack the whole city just for him, would they? They wouldn't know he's here. Alaric shook his head grimly, but Cassandra answered, her voice sharp with urgency. No, we cannot assume that. Let slumbering eyes feign calm within the keep. Ravens circle. In whispered corridors their footsteps echo. They likely know exactly where he specifically is, where we are. We must assume this estate is the target. Cassandra looked around the table with her firm gaze. The message is clear. Tides will rise to seal each fleeing path. Take wing before the hunter's net is cast. We must leave. Immediately. She glanced pointedly at Matteo, who, despite his earlier pride, nodded curtly in agreement with her assessment. But why? Alaric voiced the question aloud, frowning. Why would the crown order a raid on the family's estate? I made a deal with Queen Anne, a very beneficial deal for both sides. Everyone except Cassandra and Oldgate looked at him strangely again. What? Alaric asked, noticing their expressions. Reuben exchanged a look with Jonathan, then answered hesitantly. Laric, this must be news to you, given, well, where you've been. Queen Anne, she died. Months ago, August 1714. Rumor in the Brotherhood? The Templars assassinated the Queen because they didn't like the idea of Bristol being slave-free. So there's a new king on the throne now, George from Hanover. Queen Anne, dead. Fuck, why would she die now? Alaric stared, completely blindsided. The only way she would die is by being murdered. She should have no illnesses due to my blood. He processed the implications rapidly. A new monarch, one who likely had no knowledge of, or inclination to honor, his clandestine agreement with Anne. A monarch potentially influenced by Templars who saw the Kenway and Penn operation and the influx of assassins as a threat. He grit his teeth. So, it's the new king making this decision, then. Everyone nodded grimly. It would seem so, Reuben confirmed. Damn it, Alaric slammed his fist lightly on the table, making the cups rattle. He took a deep breath, pushing down his frustration. All right then. He looked around at the assembled group, his expression hardening with resolve. Everyone, it seems we need to say goodbye to England. For now, at least. A heavy silence fell. Then, surprisingly, Leonard and Eleanor exchanged a look, and a small, determined smile appeared on Eleanor's face. Lynette mirrored the expression, placing a hand on Bernard's arm. Well, Lynette said quietly but firmly, William Penn spoke highly of Pennsylvania. Perhaps it's time we saw the new world for ourselves. Bernard nodded vigorously. We've been cooped up here too long anyway. What use is all this wealth Alaric earned us if we're living under a king's suspicious eye? Leonard added his quiet agreement. Cassandra watched the family's resilience, then looked at Alaric, who let out a short, surprised chuckle at his family's reaction. She felt a surge of warmth for this strange, loyal, adaptable family he belonged to. Alaric took his cigar from his mouth, regarding his family with pride. Pennsylvania could be good, he agreed thoughtfully. It's still technically British territory, but far enough away to operate more freely. And from there, we could always retreat farther west if needed, depending on the situation. He sighed, then stood up, his voice taking on a tone of command. All right everyone, listen up. We need to move, and we need to move now. From now on, start grabbing only the essentials, things you absolutely cannot live without. Jonathan, he looked at the butler, notify all the household staff immediately. Inform them of the situation, offer them severance pay, but also the option to come with us to Pennsylvania, if they wish to continue their service under new circumstances. We need to be quick, discreet. Everyone nodded, the urgency clear. People began to rise, a sense of purpose replacing the earlier shock. Thulani, Alaric continued, turning to the large warrior, head out to the farms immediately. Inform our people there, the workers, the families. Same offer, severance or passage to a new life. Ensure they understand the danger. Thulani nodded once, his expression grim, and immediately headed for the exit. Whitebeard, Alaric turned his heat towards Oldgate before smiling. Here to Pennsylvania, £50,000, deal. Oldgate could only shake his head before chuckling. The blonde Kenway was too calm for 2,000 soldiers. Damn it, deal. With that, he immediately left towards the harbor to restock as much food and cargo he had. As the room began to empty, people rushing off to pack or relay instructions, Alaric remained by the table, taking another long drag from his cigar while looking at the big window that he recently opened. Cassandra came up behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his back. Are you okay, Agpi Mao? She asked softly. Alaric sighed, leaning back into her embrace for a moment. Yeah, he replied quietly. Yeah, I'm okay. Just, processing. A lot happened while I was gone. He turned in her arms to face her. Are you okay? I'm sorry, your first real day here, meeting my family, and now this. Cassandra smiled softly, reaching up to cup his cheek. I am fine, Alaric. More than fine. Her eyes held a deep warmth. I am glad to have finally met your family. They are, strong, like you, and I am with you. That is all that matters. Alaric smiled back, feeling a wave of affection wash over him, momentarily pushing aside the stress. He leaned down, about to kiss her, but paused. You wanted to know how strong I am, right? He asked, his expression turning serious again. Cassandra nodded slowly, her eyes searching his, but then a flicker of worry crossed her features as she guessed his intention. Alaric, don't do anything reckless. He shook his head, his gaze hardening. I'm not planning on starting a war. But these soldiers, they're coming here, to my home, threatening my family, our family. He looked towards the training grounds entrance. I'm just going to make an example out of their vanguard. Send a message. He met her worried gaze. I may fear becoming numb, Cassandra, becoming just a killing machine, but I fear losing all of this. He gestured around the now emptying room, losing you, far more. Cassandra held his gaze, her expression softening with understanding and fierce determination. She tightened her embrace. You will never become just a machine, Alaric Kenway, she vowed fiercely. Not while I am here. I promise you that. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 121, Chapter 120, don't really care anymore. Current balance, 367,019,745. 7D. The night was dark and there was no moon. Alaric, Cassandra, Reuben, Thulani, and Flavia stood silently in the middle of a dirt road several miles outside Bristol, at a point roughly 6 kilometers from the intersection leading towards London or Birmingham. The chill wind was rustling the leaves in the nearby trees. Alaric, wearing his crimson justicore draped over his shoulders, looked around with a strange expression on his face. He was smoking another cigar, the glowing tip was a small point of light in the darkness. Thulani shifted his weight, the massive Excalibur now strapped to his back. Have you picked up where the enemies are, Alaric? He asked quietly. Alaric shook his head, a small chuckle escaping him. No, it's unrelated but, he gestured vaguely around them. This spot, this is where I found William Penn's broken wagon, almost 15 years ago now. Where I first intervened. Reuben's eyes widened slightly in the dim light. Ah, right after you found me. That's when you saved him, That's right, Alaric confirmed with a nod. He turned back to face the direction of the intersection, his gaze hardening. Anyways, you guys might be wondering why I brought you all out here, so far from the estate. Flavia nodded, pulling her cloak tighter. See, Signore Oldgate has La Providencia ready for departure. Everyone else is already heading towards the secret passage to the docks with Jonathan's assistance. Their attention was drawn to the distance. Far down the road, towards the intersection, a faint, flickering orange glow began to appear, growing steadily brighter. Torches, thousands of them, moving steadily in formation. Cassandra raised an eyebrow, folding her arms. That's quite a direct approach, she observed coolly. No scouts, no vanguard? I expected them to send skirmishers first before marching the main force onwards. That means they don't care about stealth, Alaric smiled grimly. This is England, their territory. They likely assume overwhelming force is enough, that no one would dare resist the king's soldiers. I bet they didn't even devise a plan to capture the Shadow Raven. Anyways, he took a long drag from his cigar, then turned, meeting the uncertain gazes of his companions. I brought you all here, because I aim to flaunt my strength. I will face all of them on my own. Silence greeted his statement. Reuben, Flavia, and Thulani just stared at him, speechless. What? Si cosa? Et flaunt. Thulani finally choked out, coughing slightly. You aim to flaunt your strength, against 2,000 men. Heh, of course, Alaric grinned, the expression holding no humor. He took one last, deep drag from his cigar, then flicked it away into the darkness. I should at least show my disciples how strong their master truly is, shouldn't I? Cassandra sighed beside him but said nothing, though she shook her head slightly. Even with her millennia of experience, facing 2,000 trained soldiers head-on was madness for anyone except perhaps the man standing beside her. Flavia looked horrified. Alaric, isn't that too much? Spericolata. Reckless. The approaching torches were much closer now, resolving into distinct points of light, illuminating the disciplined ranks of soldiers marching steadily down the road towards Bristol. 20 men across, 100 deep. A solid rectangle of steel and resolve. Alaric simply shook his head. 2,000. He murmured, almost to himself. That should be enough. Enough? Enough for what? Reuben muttered, his hand instinctively tightening on the hilt of the sword of Damocles. Cassandra sighed again. Enough with the suspense, Alaric. They are almost 500 meters away now. The column of soldiers marched closer in the darkness, unaware of the small group waiting just off the road ahead. 400 meters, 300, 200. Alaric stretched his limbs leisurely, cracking his knuckles, then his neck. A predatory smile then touched his lips. Watch carefully, all of you, he said, his voice suddenly calm and low. You might not get to see me do something like this again anytime soon. What do you dash? Thulani started to ask. Whoosh. Alaric vanished. Not in a blur, but simply, gone. An afterimage flickered where he stood for a fraction of a second, and a powerful gust of wind slammed into the remaining four, making them stagger and nearly lose their balance. They recovered quickly, looking around wildly. Where'd he go? Flavia exclaimed, scanning the darkness. Reuben and Thulani looked equally confused, searching the road ahead. But Cassandra's gaze instantly shot upwards. Flavia noticed Cassandra looking up and followed her gaze. Her eyes widened, her own eagle vision kicking in instinctively, outlining a figure impossibly high above them, silhouetted against the faint starlight. Dio mio! Flavia thought, stunned. Alaric hovered silently in the night sky, hundreds of feet above the marching column of soldiers, concealed by the darkness. He looked down at the sea of torches, the orderly ranks, the glint of steel. 2,000 men, sent to raid his home, threaten his family, disrupt the life he was trying to build. Yes, their aim was Reuben, but that would also mean, they'll hunt anyone related to the black-haired. A familiar coldness settled over Alaric, the numbness he'd worried about pushed aside by a fierce, protective anger. He smirked, the expression chilling in the darkness. I prefer not to kill needlessly, he muttered to the wind. But I don't really care anymore. With a smirk that promised chaos, he tilted forward and dropped. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 122, Chapter 121, Night of Slaughter. Current balance, 367,019,745. 7D. Previously. He smirked, the expression chilling in the darkness. I prefer not to kill needlessly, he muttered to the wind. But I don't really care anymore. With a smirk that promised chaos, he tilted forward and dropped. Now. The fall was a streak of crimson lightning. The air howled as Alaric plummeted, and when he hit the ground, it was like God himself had slammed a fist into the earth. Boom! The impact cratered the dirt, swallowing 20 soldiers in an instant as bones shattered, armor crumpled, lives snuffed out before they could scream. The shockwave ripped outward, tossing dozens more soldiers into the air like broken toys as their bodies crashed back down in twisted heaps. Dust billowed up in a choking cloud, and for a split second, the army froze. Then a soldier near the front's face was smeared with dirt and terror, pointed a shaking sword at the figure rising from the crater. What in God's name? Alaric dusted off his sleeves, completely unbothered, and cracked his neck with a lazy grin. God's got nothing to do with this, mate. You're just in my way. Before they could blink, Alaric was moving. He didn't bother with weapons, not yet. This was pure, raw taijutsu, and he fought like a damn legend as he became fluid, precise, and unstoppable. Think Madara Uchiha tearing through an army, but with a cocky smirk and a mouth that wouldn't quit. A soldier thrust a spear at him. Alaric sidestepped, grabbed the shaft, and yanked the guy forward into a brutal elbow to the face. Teeth flew like confetti as the man crumpled. Another swung a cutlass but Alaric ducked, swept the legs, and stomped down hard enough to cave the guy's chest in. What's this? He laughed, spinning to dodge a rapier. You lot dance worse than my grandma, and I don't even know her. He flowed through them like water through a strainer. Every move was a masterpiece of violence. A punch shattered a jaw, a kick sent 3 men flying into their buddies, and a casual backhand snapped a neck. Come on, lads. He shouted, grinning wide. I'm barely breaking a sweat here. From the sidelines, Reuben and Philonie watched, jaws damn near hitting the dirt. They'd seen Alaric fight before, hell, they'd walked through the carnage he'd left at Colston's place in 1712. But this was a whole new level. Reuben, who'd been with Alaric on their journey outside England, had only caught glimpses of him in action. Ship battles didn't give him much chance, as first time, Reuben was too busy boarding second time, Alaric just clocked an Ottoman pirate in the jaw and called it a day. Now, this was Alaric moving, really moving, and it was bloody unreal. Christ almighty, Reuben muttered, his hand twitching toward the sword of Damocles. I've never seen him like this. He's playing with them. Philonie, towering and stoic, nodded slowly, his eyes tracking Alaric's every step. He's always held back around us. But this is the real Alaric. Flavia, poor lass, couldn't even stand it. She dropped to her knees, hands shaking, eyes bugging out of her head. This is Alaric's power. She stammered, voice barely a whisper. She'd heard the stories from Reuben, Philonie, and Jonathan, but seeing it, that was something else. Even Reuben and Philonie were shocked right now. That meant that this was the first time Alaric went all out. Cassandra, with her arms folded tight, felt sweat slicking her palms. She'd fought and killed more than she could count. The centuries of blood on her hands was unimaginable, but watching Alaric carve through these fools lit a fire in her gut. Melaka, I love how strong he is, he turns me on so much, she thought, feeling the thrill in her body. Her fingers itched for her staff, but she stayed put, eyes locked on the massacre. By the time Alaric hit soldier number 500, his breath was coming a bit heavier. Not from effort, nah, he was just bored of punching the same dumb faces. Time to switch it up. His eyes flared crimson as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan snapped to life, and with a mental shout of Eros, a rush of energy flooded his veins. Tired, gone. He was back to full, buzzing with 90% chakra and a grin that said he was just getting started. Let's keep on going. He yelled, as his voice ringed across the battlefield like a damn war horn. With a flick of his wrist, the Kuzenagi unsealed from the tattoo on his arm, shimmering into existence. The Chokito's blade caught the torchlight, sharp and deadly, and the soldiers flinched back like they'd seen the devil himself. Oh, don't run off now. Alaric teased, twirling the sword like it weighed nothing. We're just getting to the fun part. He lunged, and the Kuzenagi sang. The blade sliced through armor like it was paper, blood spraying in arcs as soldiers dropped. He darted between them, becoming a red and black blur, cutting down anyone dumb enough to get close. A group tried to box him in with shields, but Alaric just laughed, leapt up, and brought the sword down in a slash that split shields, men, and all. You call that a defense? He snorted, kicking a corpse aside. My dog could do better, and he's got 3 legs. The soldiers' screams mixed with his taunts, their morale crumbling faster than their ranks. Keep swinging, lads. He called, parrying a desperate thrust and beheading the attacker in one smooth motion. Maybe one of you'll get lucky. When only 1,000 soldiers were left standing, Alaric's pace started to flag. His strikes were still deadly, but they were slower, his shoulders heaving just a bit. Reuben caught it first as his brow furrowed. He's tiring, he said, hand on his sword hilt. Philonie nodded, Excalibur gleaming faintly in its sheath. We should step in. Flavia, still on her knees, forced herself up, determination overriding her shock. We can't just watch. They were ready to jump in, but Cassandra's arm immediately shot out, blocking them like a wall. No, she snapped, her gaze never leaving Alaric. Believe in the man you follow. I don't think he'll go down with just that. Knowing Alaric, he's got an ace up his sleeve. Reuben glared at her, frustrated. But trust him, she cut in, voice hard as steel. And deep down, she knew she was right. Even as Alaric's body lagged, his mind was buzzing. Damn, this is the first time I've enjoyed fighting like this, he thought as a wild grin was splitting his face. 900 soldiers left, and the cowards finally wised up. They pulled back, forming a defensive line, shields up, keeping their distance from the madman in crimson. 50 of them, armed with flintlocks and muskets, took aim and fired as a storm of bullets screamed towards Alaric. He didn't even blink as his EMS flared, and with a lazy wave of his hand, Fukin kicked in. The bullets froze mid-air, inches from his face, then clattered to the ground like hail. The soldiers gaped, mouths open like fish, as Alaric raised a hand. Every damn weapon they had, pistols, muskets, rapiers, cutlasses, even the buckles on their boots, lifted into the air, glowing faintly. What sorcery is this? One soldier shrieked, dropping to his knees. Sorcery. Alaric chuckled, flicking his fingers. Nah, just a little trick. The weapons shot off, landing in a useless pile 100 yards away. Now what you gonna do? Throw rocks. The soldiers' faces were pure panic, some dropping their shields and running, others just staring like they'd seen a ghost. Cassandra's jaw dropped, her heart hammering. Reuben choked out a bloody hell, while Philonie's hands shook on Excalibur's hilt. Flavia whispered, impossible. Cassandra snapped out of it, turning to Alethea in her head. Those tattoos, those eyes, do you know what this is? Alethea's voice was shaky, uncertain. There's no calculation, no record, that explains Alaric Jonathan Kenway and his abilities. He's truly an anomaly. Is he a god then? Cassandra pressed as her pulse raced. No, Alethea said firmly. He's human. But his power it's beyond comprehension. Cassandra whirled on the others. Hello. She barked, snapping them out of their stupor. Any of you know what this is? Reuben shook his head, dazed. No, this is the first time I've seen him fight like this. I don't understand what's happening. Tholany and Flavia just stared, too shocked to speak. Alaric stood alone, the road littered with bodies, the air thick with blood and smoke. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled chakra from the damn earth itself. When he opened back his eyes, a scarlet hue burned on his eyelids, and a glowing crimson tattoo flared to life on his forehead and cheek. The atmosphere shifted, it became heavy, electric, and alive. This was Phoenix Sage mode, and it was bloody magnificent. He turned to Cassandra, his smile radiant, carrying a weight of power and rulership that hit her like a punch. Her breath caught, her mind screaming, what the hell is he? Then he faced the 900 soldiers, who were trembling, some pissing themselves at the sight. Right, Alaric said with his voice being low and resonant, let's wrap this up. He raised a hand, and fire exploded from his palm, white-hot phoenix fire, so intense it warped the air. It surged forward, a roaring wave of death that melted armor in a heartbeat, turning soldiers to ash before they could scream. The heat was unreal, the flames were unstoppable, and Alaric walked through it like it was a summer breeze, a god in the chaos. Run if you want. He called, his voice cutting through the inferno. It won't save you. The last of them burned, their cries swallowed by the firestorm. When it faded, the road was a graveyard of ash and twisted metal, and Alaric stood tall, untouched. But one soldier remained a young man, trembling, clutching a dented sword, his face smeared with soot and fear. Alaric's grin faded as he strode toward him, each step heavy with intent. The soldier dropped his weapon, collapsing to his knees. Please don't kill me, he begged with his hoarse voice. Alaric walked over towards him while his eyes narrowed. You're in luck, kid. I'm feeling generous. He crouched down, voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Run, go to London. Tell your new king that if he ever threatens Bristol's peace or its slave-free system again, I'll come back. And I won't be so kind next time. The soldier blinked, stunned, then nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll tell him. Good, Alaric nodded his head, standing. Now go. The soldier scrambled up, casting a wild glance at the smoldering wreckage before bolting down the path. His legs were pumping as fast as they could carry him. Alaric watched him disappear into the distance, then turned, dusting off his hands, and walked back toward his crew. His crew stood clustered at the battlefield's edge, mouths agape, still reeling from the chaos they'd witnessed. Reuben stepped forward first, rubbing his eyes as if to clear a hallucination. Alaric mate, what was that? You torched M like it was nothing. Tholany crossed his arms, brow furrowed. I've seen warriors, but you that fire where'd it come from? Flavia, clutching her dagger, stared at him like he'd sprouted wings. Are you a spirit? A god? What are you, signore? Alaric shrugged, a vague smirk playing on his lips. Just a guy with some tricks up his sleeve. Don't overthink it. Cassandra walked towards Alaric slowly, unfazed, and her eyes were glinting with heat. She slid a hand along his arm, voice low. Tricks, huh? That was damn impressive. Got my blood pumping. He raised an eyebrow, matching her tone. Oh, yeah, good to know. Reuben pressed on, undeterred. Tricks. Come on, that was sorcery or something. How'd you do it? Talent, Alaric replied cryptically, brushing it off. Years of practice. Tholany shook his head, awestruck. Practice doesn't explain that, brother. You're a bloody legend. Alaric clapped a hand on each of their shoulders, Reuben on his left, Tholany on his right. Yeah, let's just go already. Aunt Lynette will kill me for taking too much time. Reuben and Tholany exchanged a look, grinning despite themselves. After that, Reuben said, I'd follow you anywhere, mate. Strong, rich, and a bit mad, best leader I could ask for. Tholany agreed. No regrets here. You're worth every step. Alaric rolled his eyes but gave their shoulders a squeeze before stepping forward, heading toward Bristol. The trio lingered a moment, staring at his back, a tall, unshaken, a figure carved from the chaos they'd just survived. Flavia muttered something in Italian, still dazed, while Reuben and Tholany shook their heads in disbelief. Cassandra caught up, slipping her arm through his. As they walked, she leaned in, her breath warm against his ear. Tonight, in La Providencia's grand cabin, let's do it. Alaric grinned, a familiar heat stirring below his belt. Damn, I'd like that. Let's do a couple of rounds as a cardio. She smirked, voice sly. Oh, how many rounds are we talking? He pretended to mull it over. Let's not do too much right now, about 15. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, 15. You're gonna kill me. He laughed, pulling her closer. You'll manage. We've got a long night ahead. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 123, Chapter 122, Ignite a Firestorm. Current balance, 367,019,745s. 7D. Bristol Harbor. The massive galleon La Providencia sat ready as its sails were partially furled. The crew were busy with making final preparations under the dim glow of dockside lanterns. Captain Oldgate stood on the quarterdeck, arms folded across his chest, impatiently scanning the pathway leading from the city. He puffed on a cigarette, the smoke curling into the evening's damp air. Where the bloody hell are those lads? He thought, tapping his foot. Whole damn army marchin' on the city, and young Alaric decides to go out for a what was it? A demonstration. Bah. The sound of footsteps on the gangway made him turn. It was Jonathan Hugh, the Kenway's ever-composed butler, ascended to the quarterdeck, dusting off his impeccable coat. Say, Jonathan remarked, taking in the sheer size of the vessel around them, you've certainly got one huge ship here, Captain. Oldgate turned, giving the former assassin a measured look before sighing. He fished another cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a flint lighter, and took a long drag. She's big, all right, Oldgate grunted. Big enough to haul this lot across the pond. You finished with your end of things? Jonathan nodded smoothly. Indeed. Tending to the masters and madams took precedence after organizing the household staff and ensuring those who wished to accompany us were ready. A hectic evening, but all is now settled. Oldgate eyed him through the smoke, there was a shrewd glint in his eyes and he didn't even hide it. You look like a man with a past, Hugh. Somethin', more than just polishin', silver. What's a trained killer like you doin', playin', butler for the Kenways and followin' that brat, Alaric around? Jonathan met the captain's gaze evenly, as a faint, wry smile touching his lips. A fair question, Captain. Let's just say my path crossed with Master Alaric's under less than amicable circumstances initially. He paused, looking out towards the dark city. It was about 2 years ago, late 1712. I was still active. My superiors believed young Alaric, with his sudden wealth and close ties to William Penn, might be a rising Templar influence. My assignment was clear. Oldgate raised a thick eyebrow. Assassinate the boy. Precisely, Jonathan confirmed. I tracked him, observed him. He was different, even then. Powerful, yes, but not in the way I expected. When I finally made my move. He shook his head slightly, a shadow crossing his features. He disarmed me with contemptuous ease, I don't know how. Didn't even seem surprised. He knew who I was, what I was. And he let you live? Oldgate asked, genuinely surprised. He did, Jonathan said quietly. He saw potential, I suppose. Or perhaps just amusement. He offered me a choice, continue down my path, likely ending in failure against him or his associates, or serve his family, put my skills to a different use. He spoke of building something, protecting people. It was a compelling argument, especially after witnessing his capabilities firsthand. He sighed softly. I often think about what might have happened had he been less forgiving. I am thankful every day for the mercy he showed. Oldgate took another drag, considering the butler's words. He let out a short, gruff chuckle. Mercy? Lad, if Alaric hadn't spared you, you'd be 6 feet under pushin' up daisies, simple as that. No question, 'bout it. Jonathan chuckled too, a dry, humorless sound. I suspect you are absolutely correct, Captain. Their shared moment of grim amusement was interrupted as movement near the dock entrance caught their eye. 2 figures emerged from the shadows, walking briskly towards the gangway. It was Alaric, his crimson coat draped over his shoulders, and Cassandra, clinging tightly to his arm, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips. Following them, were Reuben, Flavia, and Thulani. They kept on staring at Alaric's back, but Oldgate paid them no mind. Oldgate grunted, flicking his cigarette butt overboard. About damn time. Alaric then turned his head towards Oldgate and grinned. He opened the system interface and navigated the familiar menu of Buy, Sell. He pressed Buy before selecting what he wanted to purchase. Premium cigars, pack, 1s. 3D, quantity, 2. Total deduction, 2s. 6D. Current balance, 367,019,743s. 1D. 2 sleek, black packs of cigars materialized subtly within the inner pocket of his coat. He withdrew one and tossed it expertly up towards the quarterdeck. Sorry for the wait, white beard. He shouted up. Oldgate snatched the pack out of the air with ease, inspecting the familiar design. He grunted, tucking it away. You're good with peace offerings, I'll give you that. Alaric chuckled. Yeah, let's talk in your quarters with the fam after you're finished here. Oldgate nodded curtly. Alaric, with Cassandra still attached to his arm, gave a final wave and disappeared down the main hatch, heading towards the spacious great cabin he always occupied when aboard La Providencia. As soon as they were gone, Oldgate turned back to his crew, his voice booming across the deck. All right, you lazy bilge rats. Stop gawkin' and get this tub movin'. Hoist the topsails. Weigh anchor. Set course southwest by south. We've got fair winds and a long voyage ahead to Portugal. Move your arses. The crew scrambled into action, ropes groaning and canvas unfurling against the black sky. At the same time, while the Kenways and their allies prepared to flee England, a lone figure moved silently through the darkened streets of Bristol. Clad in simple, unobtrusive clothing, the man moved with unnatural speed and efficiency, pausing briefly at each door to slide a folded piece of paper underneath. This was Alaric's shadow clone, tasked with a crucial mission, disseminating a carefully crafted message to every household in the city. A message designed to ignite a firestorm. The letter read, "To the people of Bristol. I write this to you now, not as a conqueror or tyrant, but as one who stands with you in the fight for justice and truth. For it was I, alongside the Honorable William Penn, who once worked tirelessly to secure the freedom of this city, a city that now thrives in peace, unburdened by the horrors of the past. In the year 1712, William Penn and I forged an agreement with Queen and Stuart, an agreement that promised to abolish the slave trade and relieve the suffering of our people. We agreed that Bristol would no longer live under the shadow of slavery, that its people would no longer be shackled by the burdens of an immoral system. To see that this promise was fulfilled, we gifted the crown 40,000 celestial salves, a gift valued far beyond mere currency, but one meant to protect and heal the people of this land. The salves, which many across the globe now know, were brought to you through our joint efforts, and the crown has benefited greatly from this gift. But it did not end there. As part of our agreement, Penn and I also pledged to pay Bristol's annual tax, which amounted to hundreds of thousands of pounds, after 4 years and onwards until the last line of our descendants, so that this city could prosper and be free of the crown's oppressive grasp. We took these actions not for ourselves, but for you, the people of Bristol. Our goal was always the same, to ensure that Bristol would no longer be a city of suffering, but one of freedom and prosperity. Yet, now that we have fulfilled every aspect of our agreement, the crown has turned its back on us. It is with great sorrow that I report that the king, upon assuming the throne, has broken the agreement. The promises we made to you, the sacrifices we made to free you from the chains of the past, have been betrayed. The crown has shown its true face, one of greed, dishonor, and manipulation. In June 29th of this year, 2,000 soldiers arrived in Bristol, not to protect you or to uphold the law, but to tear down what Penn and I built together. They came to destroy our city, to undermine its freedom, and to remove the Kenway family from the city that we had worked so hard to see prosper. I fought them, not as a soldier for conquest, but as a defender of the people. I killed 2,000 of them to keep this city free, leaving only one alive to take word to the king and tell him that Bristol is not his to conquer. The crown promised to uphold its end of the deal. The crown promised to protect this city. But the truth is that the crown only wanted control. The king now wants to rip away your prosperity, your freedoms, and your safety. He does not care about you. He does not care about your right to live without the fear of slavery or the freedom of your marketplace. I have fought for you, and for that, I must now leave. The danger that the crown poses to us all is too great. The city of Bristol is no longer safe, and the Kenway family has had no choice but to leave. We will no longer stand in the way of an ungrateful monarchy. I will not return to a city under the threat of tyranny. But mark this, my friends, the Kenway family will rise again. Though we leave, we will not be forgotten. The people of Bristol will know the truth, that the crown betrayed them. And when the time is right, when the people of this city rise up to reclaim their freedom, the crown will fall. Let this be known to all who read this letter. The Kenway family will never bow to a tyrant, and the crown will never again take control of this city. The day will come when Bristol will rise once more, and the tyranny of the crown will be no more. Alaric Jonathan Kenway, defender of Bristol, protector of the people. The letter was a potent mix of truth and calculated deception. It was true that the Kenway family, through their partnership with Penn and the influx of wealth and resources, had significantly contributed to Bristol's recent prosperity. Food prices had indeed dropped, crime had lessened, and a general sense of well-being had settled over the city, largely thanks to their efforts to establish a slave-free economy and pay the city's taxes. The lie, however, was in the framing of the crown's motives. While the letter portrayed the raid as a direct attack on the Kenways and Bristol's freedom due to broken promises, Alaric understood the deeper, more insidious truth hinted at in Penn's cryptic message. The crown wasn't just targeting Reuben, they were moving to crush the entire anti-slavery movement Penn and Alaric had fostered. The hunt for the Il Corvo d'Ombra was just a facade to their hidden motive. Rivers swell and currents shift with hidden purpose. Political tides were turning against the anti-slavery faction under the new king. In quiet darkness 2,000 shadows stir. These weren't just soldiers, but likely included enforcers, slave catchers, and agents loyal to pro-slavery interests, preparing a broader crackdown. Silent blades await the gilded dawn's false promise. The promise of a slave-free Bristol was a deception the crown intended betrayal from the start. Tides will rise to seal each fleeing path. A coordinated effort to silence dissent and prevent escape. Ravens circle, heralds of unwelcome wings. The crown's agents were spreading, bringing oppression, not peace. In whispered corridors their footsteps echo. The plan was hatched in secret, aiming to dismantle everything Penn and Alaric built. Take wing before the hunter's net is cast. The betrayal was imminent, flee or be caught in the purge. Alaric knew Penn's warning wasn't just about a military raid on the estate, it was about the imminent, violent suppression of Bristol's burgeoning freedom. His letter, therefore, was designed to preemptively strike back, turning the Crown's own plot against them by painting them as the betrayers of a popular agreement, igniting public outrage and potentially destabilizing the king's authority in the region. Clone Alaric finished sliding the last letter under a door on the outskirts of the city. He dusted off his simple clothes, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Job done, he muttered. Now, time for phase 2. Need to get to London and extract William Penn and whoever he's sheltering before the Crown's shadows close in on him too. He glanced back towards the city, then towards the distant road leading to London. Forming a single, swift hand sign, he gathered chakra. Jintan, fast travel no jutsu. With a burst of speed that left only swirling dust in his wake, the clone shot off towards London. I fucking hate that name. The clone grumbled internally as he raced through the night. And why the hell didn't the original leave a damn travel marker in London? Does he even use that big brain of his sometimes? Makes my job harder. Minutes later, the door to Oldgate's spacious but now rather crowded captain's cabin creaked open. Alaric and Cassandra entered, followed closely by the rest of the Kenway family: Bernard, Lynette, Leonard, and Eleanor, along with Reuben, Flavia, Matteo, and Thulani. Oldgate was already inside, pouring himself a generous measure of rum, grumbling under his breath about the lack of elbow room. Feels like I'm hosting a bloody town meeting in here, the captain muttered as everyone found a place to sit or stand around the large map table dominating the center of the room. Alaric surveyed the assembled faces, his gaze eventually landing on Thulani. Alright, now that we have a moment. Thulani, where's Avelini? He asked, his tone was casual but with an undercurrent of concern. And now that I think about it, where's Caroline? And their mother, Elizabeth? A brief, awkward silence fell. Several people shifted uncomfortably, avoiding Alaric's gaze. It was Thulani, his expression somber, who finally answered. They're in Delaware, Laric. In the province of Pennsylvania. While Thulani spoke, Alaric casually pulled a cigar from the pack in his pocket, lighting the tip with a tiny spark from his index finger before taking a slow drag. Thulani continued, his voice low. They chose to stay there after visiting some months back. Avelini sent word. Said she, Caroline, and Elizabeth wanted a fresh start, away from England entirely. Apparently, Elizabeth couldn't bear living in Bristol any longer, not after. He trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Alaric absorbed this, taking another thoughtful drag from his cigar before nodding slowly. Delaware, huh? He exhaled a plume of smoke. They didn't fancy London. I know Pennsylvania makes sense, given William Penn founded the province, but they could have chosen London, or Birmingham, even Liverpool. They believed a new country, a completely new beginning, was better for them, Thulani explained simply. Alaric nodded again, accepting their decision. A slightly awkward quiet settled over the cabin, thick with unspoken thoughts and the weight of their sudden departure. Oldgate, sensing the mood, slammed his pewter mug down on the table with a thud, making everyone jump. Right then. He declared, clapping his large hands together. He looked directly at Alaric. So, we're making for Pennsylvania, then. Straight shot. Alaric raised an eyebrow, gesturing around the room. Why were you looking at me, Whitebeard? He pointed towards his father Leonard, mother Eleanor, uncle Bernard, and aunt Lynette. They're the heads of the family. I go where they decide. Oh. A collective murmur of surprise went through the room, excluding Cassandra who simply watched Alaric with a knowing look. Everyone, the Kenways, the auditores, even Thulani, looked taken aback. They'd expected Alaric, the one who had orchestrated their escape, fought an army, and possessed unfathomable power, to dictate their next move without question. What? Why's everyone looking at me like that? Alaric asked before taking another puff of his cigar. Come on, guys, stop the dash. Lead us, Alaric. Huh. Alaric turned, genuinely surprised this time, finding his father, Leonard Kenway, looking at him with a steady, supportive smile. Bernard nodded emphatically beside his brother. That's right, lad. We've watched you these past years, nearly 2 decades now. You've always seen things clearer, been steps ahead of everyone else. Lynette added, her voice filled with conviction. From dealing with those dreadful situations years ago. Solomon, Helena, to forging the partnership with William Penn that brought us such prosperity and helping the common folk of Bristol along the way. You have the vision, Alaric. Eleanor reached out, placing a gentle hand on her son's arm. Son, lead us, she repeated softly but with undeniable strength. Alaric stared, momentarily speechless, as he saw the unwavering trust and expectation reflected in the eyes of his family. Even Matteo Auditore spoke up, his voice carrying a surprising weight. Lead us, Alaric, the master assassin stated, his gaze intense. We, the assassins here, have spoken with Jonathan. We recognize the limitations of our traditional ways, especially in the face of challenges like you. He gestured vaguely, acknowledging Alaric's power. Your methods are unorthodox, but undeniably effective. We will follow your lead. Alaric couldn't quite process it. He took a long, slow drag from his cigar, the familiar ritual grounding him as he absorbed the weight of their collective decision. Oldgate broke the silence, a grin spreading across his face. Well, there you have it, lad. Looks like the captain's chair is yours, metaphorically speaking. So, he took a swig of rum. Where are we headin'? Alaric considered for a moment, the initial shock giving way to a sense of responsibility. He met the expectant gazes around the room. All right, he said finally, his voice steady. Let's set sail for Delaware. We need to reunite with the rest of the family first. He paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. And, we'll likely meet Penn on the way. Eyebrows shot up again. Penn? Bernard asked, confused. He's in London. Alaric just offered a cryptic smirk. Don't worry about the logistics, uncle. Let's just say I have a feeling our paths will converge sooner rather than later. He turned back to Oldgate. Captain, how long until we reach Delaware, making best possible speed with minimal stops? Oldgate stroked his beard, calculating. Depends on the winds, lad, he replied gruffly. If Neptune smiles on us, maybe a month and a half tops. If he's feelin' grumpy, could be 2, maybe even 3 months crossin' that pond. Alaric nodded, accepting the estimate. He pushed himself up from leaning against the table and walked towards the cabin door. Pausing with his hand on the latch, he turned back to face the group. One more thing, he said, his expression serious. William Penn is likely furious about the Crown violating the agreement we made with Queen Stuart. Don't be surprised if he decides that this betrayal is the last straw. He has massive amounts of influence, both here and in the colonies. He might just decide to carve out something independent. Alaric's eyes held a determined glint. Whatever he chooses, we support him. He's a good man, fighting for a just cause in this world. Nods of agreement went around the room. Even Matteo seemed to accept the potential shift in allegiance. Cassandra, unfamiliar with Penn but trusting Alaric implicitly, simply watched her lover, as a small smile played on her lips. She had her own ancient duties tied to the staff, yes, but her path was now intertwined with Alaric's. If he chose to build empires or tear them down, she would be beside him. Especially if he remained immortal alongside her, the thought sent a pleasant thrill through her. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 124, Chapter 123, Commotion in Bristol. Current balance, 367,019,745. 7D. Bristol streets, early morning. The first hints of dawn painted the eastern sky with pale shades of grey and pink as Thomas Gable, a local weaver known for his fine woolens, just woke up. He yawned, stretching beside his sleeping wife, Martha. Leaning over, he planted a soft kiss on her forehead. "Mornin', love," he whispered. "Time to rise. Can I have some porridge?" Martha groaned, pulling the blankets tighter. 5 more minutes, Thomas. She mumbled sleepily. He chuckled softly. All right, I'll do it, but don't blame me if the kettle boils dry." With that, Martha immediately shot out the bed, saying you can't cook. Thomas swung his legs out of bed, pulling on his trousers. Just as he was reaching for his shirt, the bedroom door creaked open. Martha stood there, rubbing her eyes, holding a folded piece of paper. "Thomas," she said, her voice still thick with sleep, "found this slipped under the front door. Looks like a letter for you, or perhaps everyone." "A letter? At this hour? Strange." Thomas raised an eyebrow, taking the paper from her. "Honey, why don't you make some breakfast?" Martha shrugged, yawned again, and shuffled out towards the small kitchen area, muttering about starting the fire. "Yes, honey." She sighed as she left. Alone in the bedroom, Thomas unfolded the paper. His eyes scanned the opening lines, his brow furrowing in confusion. Then, as he read further, his confusion turned to shock, then to wide-eyed disbelief, and finally, to simmering anger. The mention of the Queen, the salves, the taxes to be paid by the Kenways, the King's betrayal, the arrival of soldiers, the massacre. He shot out of bed as if scalded, the letter trembling in his hand. Bloody hell. He breathed, his heart pounding. He scrambled to pull on his shirt and boots, his mind reeling. Forgetting all about breakfast, he burst out of the small house, ignoring Martha's startled cry from the kitchen. "Thomas, where are you?" He didn't stop. He ran, the letter clutched tightly, heading towards the city center, needing to know if others had received this bombshell. By the time Thomas reached the main square an hour later, it was already teeming with people, far more crowded than usual for this time of morning. A low, agitated murmur filled the air, punctuated by louder, angrier voices. He pushed his way through the throng, catching snippets of conversation. Read the letter. Kenway family gone. Soldiers. The king lied. Food prices. Slavery again. The names and words swirled in a potent cocktail of fear, confusion, and growing outrage. Notably absent were the usual city guardsmen. Their posts were eerily empty, a detail that only added to the tension. Suddenly, a hush fell over a section of the crowd as a group of rough-looking men pushed their way towards the central fountain, which often served as an impromptu speaker's platform. Leading them was a huge, barrel-chested man with a thick beard, clad in worn leather and steel. He effortlessly hoisted himself onto the fountain's edge, his hard-eyed gaze sweeping over the assembled citizens. His men, armed with cutlasses and pistols, formed a protective semicircle around him. "Listen up, people of Bristol." The man boomed, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "My name is Samuel Body. I'm captain of the Silver Pike Mercenary Company. He paused, letting his identity sink in. Mercenaries were common enough, but few commanded such presence. Me and my lads, Body continued, gesturing to his crew, we rode out early this morning, check-in the road towards London after hearing some disturbing rumors overnight. And I tell you now, the rumors ain't rumors. They're the God's honest truth. A wave of anxious muttering swept the crowd. There's bodies out there. Body declared, his voice ringing with grim confirmation. Hundreds, no, thousands of them. King's soldiers, massacred, burned to cinders, cut down where they stood. It's carnage like I ain't never seen. He pointed towards the direction of the London road, just like the letter says. The crowd gasped, horror mixing with a strange sense of validation. The letter wasn't just words, the proof lay dead on the road. And who did this? Body roared, leaning forward. The letter claims it was Alaric Jonathan Kenway, defending this city, defending us. He slammed a meaty fist against his chest. If that's true, if one man stood against 2,000 soldiers sent by a treacherous king, then maybe, just maybe, that young Kenway ain't just a rich merchant's son. Maybe he's something more. Maybe he was sent by God himself as punishment for the crown's injustice. A stunned silence followed, then a lone voice shouted, "Aye, Kenway stood for us." Another yelled, "Down with the king." Soon, a chorus of agreement rose from the crowd, tentative at first, then growing louder, fueled by shared fear and anger. Samuel Body nodded, his expression was fierce. "That's right. We can't let the Kenway family's generosity, their work to make the city decent, be trampled by a king sittin' fat in London. Me and my men, we ain't saints, but we know a raw deal when we see one. We came here, 'cause life was better. Prices were fair, work was steady, folk weren't starvin', or bein' dragged off in chains. We saw hope here." He spat on the ground. "And the crown wants to tear that down, wants to bring back the slavers, raise the taxes, bleed us dry while callin' it order. Is that how a king should rule? By betrayin' his own people? By sendin' armies against cities that dare to prosper?" "No!" roared the crowd, the sound echoing off the surrounding buildings. "They drove out the Kenways." Body bellowed, feeding their fury. "They broke their promises. They sent soldiers to kill and oppress. What's next? Will they send men to haul us away, to put chains back on this city?" The crowd surged, fists shaking, faces contorted with rage. The seeds Alaric's clone had sown were taking root, blossoming into open hostility. Bristol, the city that had tasted freedom and prosperity under the Kenways' influence, was turning against its distant king. The fire had been lit. July 8, 1714. 9 days had slipped by since La Providencia had weighed anchor and disappeared from Bristol harbor under the cover of the night. The vast galleon now cut through the choppy waters of the Atlantic. The coast of Portugal was now a hazy line on the eastern horizon. Lisbon was drawing near. The journey south had been blessedly uneventful. A few sails spotted in the distance, likely British patrols, had kept their distance. Captain Oldgate was a well-known figure in these shipping lanes. His reputation as a reliable merchant captain preceded him. Furthermore, news, especially news as shocking and potentially seditious as the events in Bristol, traveled much slower than the swift galleon. But Alaric knew it was only a matter of time. By now, the carefully planted letters and the lone surviving soldier's report would have reached London. England would be simmering, the new king facing an unexpected and volatile backlash from the West Country, all thanks to the perceived betrayal of the Kenways and the blatant violation of the late Queen's agreement. It was 5 in the morning, the sky was still dark but hinting at the approaching sunrise. On the quarterdeck, leaning against the railing, stood Alaric and Captain Oldgate. Each held a steaming mug of tea and nursed a lit cigar, the glowing tips like small embers against the dark. By Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea, brewed, 4D. Quantity, 2. Total deduction, 8D. Current balance, 367,019,744s. 11D. Below the decks, in the comfort of the great cabin, Cassandra slept soundly. Their nights had been filled with passionate intensity, every single night. Alaric had ensured their privacy, placing a subtle Fuinjutsu seal on the cabin door, a silencing barrier that kept their moans and cries from disturbing the rest of the ship. He smirked inwardly. Cassandra certainly enjoyed the freedom it provided. Up on deck, the two men watched the dark waves in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds the creak of timbers, the snap of the sails overhead, and the rush of water against the hull. Lisbon's distant lights were becoming clearer. Oldgate took a long pull from his mug, then a drag from his cigar. He squinted at Alaric through the smoke. "So, that night, outside Bristol, those soldiers." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "You dealt with them, all 2,000. Alaric met the captain's gaze, his expression was unreadable in the dim atmosphere. He took a slow drag from his own cigar, letting the smoke curl from his lips before answering calmly. "Almost all of them. I let one go." Oldgate's eyes widened slightly, the white stark against his weathered face. He leaned closer. "1, out of 2,000. And, you did that alone. Your woman, the lad Reuben, the big fella, the Italian lass, they didn't lift a finger." A faint chuckle escaped Alaric. He nodded, taking another puff. "Just me." Oldgate stared at him, searching his face for any sign of boasting or falsehood. Finding none, just that unnerving calm, he slowly shook his head, a look of profound disbelief mixed with grudging acceptance settling over his features. He turned back to stare out at the sea, muttering under his breath, "Of course. Should have known better than to expect normalcy when it comes to you, lad. Bloody hell." Alaric turned his head slightly, raising an eyebrow. "What are you talking about, Whitebeard? I'm perfectly normal." Oldgate let out a sharp scoff, not even bothering to look back at him. "Normal," he repeated derisively. He drained the last of his tea and pushed himself off the railing. "Right." He stalked towards the helm, where his first mate was overseeing the helmsman. Raising his voice to a booming command that echoed across the waking ship, Oldgate began shouting orders. "All right, listen up. Prepare to shorten sail. Helmsman, steady as she goes. Gunners, stand ready just in case, but keep those ports closed unless I say otherwise. We're making port in Lisbon. Look lively now." The sudden bellowing and the subsequent flurry of activity from the crew effectively shattered the morning quiet, undoubtedly rousing everyone else aboard from their slumber. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 125, Chapter 124, Night in Lisbon, R18. Current balance, 367,019,744s. 11D. Lisbon. System currency updated. Pound sterling currency converted to real. Conversion fee, 11s. 2D. Current balance, 367,019,744s. 11D. 11,744,631,688 Current balance, 11,744,631,688 La Providencia docked smoothly in Lisbon's harbor later that morning. The city was familiar yet barely explored by Alaric on his previous brief stop with Reuben years ago. It sprawled before them under the morning light. This time, however, was different. This wasn't a quick supply run, it was a much-needed respite for a large, displaced household abruptly embarking on a new life. "All right everyone," Alaric announced once the gangway was secured, addressing his family, the assassins, and the assembled Kenway estate staff who had gathered on the main deck. Their faces were a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. "We'll spend the day here. Stretch your legs, see the sights, get a taste of Portugal. Lisbon's a vibrant city. Just, try not to cause an international incident, all right?" He offered a reassuring smile. "We set sail again tomorrow morning." A murmur of relief and excitement went through the staff. After the shock of the raid, the hurried escape, and 9 days confined to the ship, the prospect of solid ground and a day of relative freedom was welcome. What followed was essentially a massive, Kenway-funded outing. Alaric, with Cassandra happily on his arm, led the charge, though led was perhaps too strong a word. Groups quickly formed and dispersed, exploring the winding streets, marveling at the colorful tiled buildings, and cautiously sampling local delicacies from market stalls. The Kenway family, consisting of Bernard, Lynette, Leonard, and Eleanor, stuck together, guided partly by Jonathan Hughes' quiet efficiency and partly by their own curiosity, taking in the atmosphere of a foreign capital. Reuben and Flavia, hand in hand, explored with the wide-eyed wonder of young lovers finally free from immediate danger, while Matteo Auditore observed everything with a strategist's eye, perhaps comparing the city's layout to Rome or Florence. Thulani, who was a towering figure even in the busy crowds, acted as an unofficial, watchful guardian for any staff members who seemed overwhelmed. Alaric, true to his nature, played the role of the impossibly wealthy and generous patron. He seemed to be everywhere, popping up beside a group of maids admiring intricate lacework, or joining his aunt and uncle as they haggled playfully over painted ceramics. Cassandra, amused and endeared, watched him navigate the social dynamics with ease, effortlessly charming vendors and reassuring his people. Whenever someone expressed interest in an item, a bolt of fine silk, a sturdy pair of boots, a piece of jewelry, exotic spices, or simply a souvenir to mark their journey, Alaric would step in. "You like that, Mary?" he might ask a young maid eyeing a colorful scarf. "Go on, take it." "Oh, no, Master Alaric, I couldn't possibly." "Nonsense," he'd wave a hand dismissively, already pulling out his coin purse or instructing Jonathan to handle the transaction. "Consider it, severance pay, Part 2. Initially, the staff, the maids, cooks, groundskeepers, former guards, coachmen, and the families Thulani had brought from the farms, nearly 280 souls who had chosen loyalty over staying behind, were hesitant, acutely aware of the cost. But Alaric's insistence, coupled with the sheer scale of his generosity, eventually wore down their reluctance. Soon, tentative requests turned into more confident selections, smiles replacing worried frowns as they clutched their unexpected treasures. Alaric simply observed, a faint smile on his face, mentally tallying the cost. Money withdrawal, 44,807 R. Current balance, 11,744,586,881 R. As evening approached, the challenge became lodging. Housing such a large contingent required significant arrangements. Alaric, through Jonathan and with Oldgate's assistance in navigating the port authorities and local innkeepers, managed to secure rooms across 15 different inns scattered near the harbor district, ensuring everyone had a comfortable bed for the night. Meals were arranged, taverns booked for large group dinners, and wine flowed freely, paid for by the seemingly bottomless Kenway coffers. Money withdrawal, 131,200 R. Current balance, 11,744,455,681 R. While his extended household enjoyed the city, Alaric also ensured La Providencia was prepared for the long Atlantic crossing. He met with Oldgate and the quartermaster, authorizing funds for restocking supplies. Given their destination and the uncertainty ahead, the focus was heavily on food. Barrels of salted meat and fish, hardtack, dried fruits, cheese, ale, and fresh water casks were loaded aboard, enough to sustain the crew and passengers for months if necessary. Ammunition stores were already sufficient, thanks to previous preparations. Money withdrawal, 44,800 R. Current balance, 11,744,410,881 R. During the resupply, Oldgate personally oversaw the inspection of the hull below the waterline. He ran a hand over the thick timbers, frowning thoughtfully. The ship felt unusually sound. He remembered the storm they'd weathered sailing to Thera, a maelstrom that should have strained the galleon to its limits, likely springing leaks or damaging the masts. Yet, she'd come through remarkably unscathed. And just before leaving Bristol, hadn't young Thomas, one of the lookouts, mentioned bumping a submerged rock while maneuvering out of a tight spot near the docks? Oldgate had expected at least some gouges, maybe a cracked plank, but the diver reported the hull was perfectly intact, not even a scratch. It was baffling. The ship felt stronger, more resilient than she had any right to be. He shook his head, dismissing it as good fortune and sturdy craftsmanship, though a nagging feeling remained that something else, something inexplicable tied to his enigmatic employer, was at play. Best not to question it, he decided, spitting into the water. Long as she stays afloat. But R18. It was warm in Lisbon that night, with a hint of salt in the air from the harbor. Alaric was out on the balcony, kicking back with a cigar and watching the city lights. He'd scored the best room at the inn for him and Cassandra, and after a long day, he was finally unwinding. He had on a loose white shirt and black pants, his nicer coat left inside. The cigar smoke drifted up into the night as he thought about Cassandra. She was a badass, always matching him step for step, and hot as hell. The balcony door creaked, and there she was, standing in the doorway, but naked. The light from the moon gave her skin a soft glow, and her hair was spilling over her shoulders. She smirked, knowing damn well what she was doing. "Like what you see?" she said, stepping out like she didn't give a crap who might spot her. Alaric nearly dropped his cigar. "Damn, Cassandra, you trying to kill me?" She laughed, low and sexy. "Not a chance," she shot back, closing the gap. Her hands yanked his shirt off, then went for his pants. Next thing he knew, she was on her knees in front of him. "Cassandra." He started, but she cut him off, teasing him with her mouth, licking, kissing, then taking his dick in deep. He groaned, grabbing her hair, barely holding it together. She was too good, and it didn't take long before he lost it, coming in her mouth. She swallowed it all, smirking up at him like it was nothing. "Not bad," she said, getting up and pressing herself against him. "Not bad." He laughed, still catching his breath. "Get your ass inside, we're not done." He pulled her into the room and shut the door. The place was lit by just a lantern, casting a warm vibe. He scooped her up and tossed her on the bed, making her laugh. Then he was on her, kissing her hard, hands roaming everywhere. "You're gonna scream tonight," he muttered in her ear. "Make me," she fired back, legs wrapping around him. He didn't mess around. He aligned his dick to her pussy before he pushed into her hard, and she moaned loud enough to wake the neighbors. He started going at it, fast and deep, and she was all in, moaning and telling him to keep it up. "Fuck, yes, Alaric, harder," she yelled, nails scratching his back. He gave it to her, slamming in until the bed was shaking. She came with a scream, trembling all over, but he didn't stop, pushing her to keep moaning. Then he flipped her over, taking her from behind. She grabbed the sheets, moaning into the pillow as he went harder. "Alaric, oh gods," she gasped, coming again. They kept at it, her on top, then against the wall, legs over his shoulders. She was going wild, moaning and screaming, and he matched her, driving her crazy over and over. Finally, they crashed on the bed, sweaty and out of breath. Cassandra was shaking, her voice rough from all the noise. "You asshole," she panted, but she was grinning. "Felt nice," he grinned, pulling her in. She didn't argue, just curled up against him. "I need a breather," she mumbled. "Take your time," he said, kissing her forehead. "We've got all night. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 126, Chapter 125, next stop, Havana. Current balance, 11,744,410,881 R. The next morning, Lisbon in room. July 9, 1714. Sunlight streamed through the shutters of the inn's window, casting stripes across the wooden floor. The sounds of the distant church bells, street vendors shouting, carts rumbling over cobblestones made Lisbon's day begin. Alaric stirred, blinking as he woke up in the unfamiliar bed. Next to him, Cassandra stretched out, her back arching, the thin linen sheet barely covering her waist and doing little to hide the toned and sexy muscles she had. The soft scent of last night could still linger in the air. She turned towards him as her amber eyes were soft and warm in the morning light. A slow, intimate smile then touched her lips. "Good morning, Agpi Mao," she murmured, her voice was a bit husky due to sleep. "Mornin'," Alaric replied, his own voice a bit rough. He propped himself up on an elbow, admiring the view. Cassandra leaned in, brushing a stray lock of blonde hair from his forehead before pressing a soft, lingering kiss to his lips. It started gentle, a simple morning greeting, but quickly deepened. The initial tenderness gave way to a familiar heat, tongues exploring, hands tangling in hair. The memory of the previous night, and the nights before, sparked between them, a comfortable yet potent intimacy. After a long moment, Cassandra pulled back slightly, her breath mingling with his. Her eyes sparkled with affection and a hint of mischief. "As much as I enjoy this," she whispered against his lips, "we have a long voyage ahead. Let's get ready." Alaric nodded, a reluctant smile playing on his lips. "Duty calls, I suppose." They rose from the bed, moving around the modest inn room with easy familiarity. Minutes later, Alaric was dressed in his preferred style, fine black trousers, a crisp white linen shirt, and his signature crimson coat draped over his shoulders, looking every bit the wealthy, enigmatic gentleman despite the humble surroundings. Cassandra, meanwhile, had donned an outfit that blended practicality with a striking presence. A simple white linen blouse, its gathered sleeves cinched fashionably at the elbows, was tucked into snug black trousers that disappeared into sturdy, calf-high brown leather boots. Over the blouse, she wore a fitted burgundy leather corset, dyed crimson and fastened tightly with dark brown laces, accentuating her athletic figure. A broad leather belt sat low on her hips, adorned with several small pouches for essentials. Adding a touch of warrior readiness, a diagonal leather harness crossed over her right shoulder, running down between her breasts. It was a practical piece for securing gear, but one that also undeniably drew attention to her curves. Dark brown, leather gloves completed the ensemble, reaching halfway up her forearms. She looked powerful, beautiful, and ready for anything the Atlantic might throw at them. She finished adjusting her belt, then turned to Alaric, who was watching her with open appreciation. "Ready for the day?" she asked, walking towards him. "Let's go find some breakfast before Oldgate starts bellowing from the docks." Alaric grinned, getting up from where he'd sat on the edge of the bed to pull on his own boots. He gave a final yawn, stretching his arms overhead. "Sounds like a plan. Money withdrawal, 7R. Current balance, 11,744,410,874 The Kenway family occupied several rooms in the same large inn Alaric and Cassandra had stayed in. After a quick but hearty breakfast in the inn's common room, and at the same time they were filled with chatter about yesterday's purchases and the sights of Lisbon, the entire group then gathered in the cobbled courtyard, ready to head back to the harbor. Jonathan Hugh efficiently organized the staff, ensuring everyone had their meager belongings accounted for. Alaric lit a fresh cigar as they began the walk towards the docks, falling into step beside his father and uncle. Bernard was recounting a story about haggling with a particularly stubborn pottery vendor, while Leonard listened with amused patience. Alaric puffed thoughtfully on his cigar, his gaze drifting towards the group of women walking slightly ahead. His mother, Eleanor, and Aunt Lynette were flanking Cassandra, engaged in animated conversation. Cassandra was gesturing with her hands, a genuine smile on her face as she spoke, occasionally laughing at something Lynette said. "Look at her," Alaric thought, a warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the cigar smoke. "She's faced down gods and monsters, lived through ages that would crush anyone else, carries the weight of millennia, and right now, she's just talking, laughing with Mum and Aunt Lynette like any other woman sharing gossip or stories. It's incredible." He took another drag as the image solidified in his mind. "She might have had a tough existence, seen and done things I can barely imagine, but this side of her, this relaxed, almost normal side, I love it." Their procession reached the bustling harbor front. Ahead, La Providencia was large against the pier, and a long, orderly queue of people snaked towards its gangway. The Kenway staff, Oldgate's crew finishing their shore leave. As Alaric and the Kenway family approached the end of the line, several staff members near the back noticed them. Eyes widened, and nervous shuffling ensued. A former groundskeeper, a man named Silas, quickly stepped out of line, gesturing respectfully. "Master Alaric, Master Kenway, mistresses, please, go ahead, don't wait with us," Silas urged, echoed by murmurs of agreement from those around him. Alaric offered a relaxed smile, waving a hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, Silas. We'll wait our turn like everyone else." He casually joined the back of the queue, Cassandra beside him, his family following suit without hesitation. The employees exchanged awkward glances. Seeing their employers, the family whose wealth was legendary even before their recent troubles, the young master who commanded respect and fear in equal measure simply lining up with them felt strange, wrong, almost. But it also fostered a quiet sense of respect. These weren't aloof aristocrats. They might be impossibly rich now, but they hadn't forgotten where they came from, the hardships they'd faced back in Wales before Bristol. Some of the older staff, who had served other wealthy families before joining the Kenway household, knew this kind of easy humility was rare, almost unheard of. It solidified their loyalty, made them feel less like servants and more like part of a shared, uncertain venture. Alaric shook his head slightly, clearing his thoughts as the line moved forward steadily. When his boot stepped onto the worn wooden planks of the pier just before the gangway, he subtly channeled a minuscule amount of chakra downwards. An intricate Ahiraian marker flared for a fraction of a second on the wood before fading completely from sight. There, he thought with satisfaction. Lisbon, marked. Now I can return instantly if needed. He walked up the gangplank, Cassandra's hand linked loosely with his. On the main deck, the usual organized chaos of departure was underway. Captain Oldgate stood near the main mast, bellowing orders, his eyes scanning the newly loaded cargo being secured below deck. Cassandra leaned closer to Alaric. I think I might rest a bit more in the cabin before we hit open sea, she murmured. His family seemed to have similar ideas, looking tired from the previous day's excitement and ready for the familiar comfort of their berths. Alaric nodded. Go ahead. I'll stay up here for a bit, keep Whitebeard company. He gave her hand a squeeze. As Cassandra and the elder Kenways headed below deck, Alaric noticed Reuben and Thulani near the forecastle, not lounging but actively helping some of Oldgate's crew coil thick ropes. The sailors seemed hesitant to accept help from passengers, especially passengers like these two, but Reuben and Thulani were insisting. Just keeping busy, lads. Reuben was saying cheerfully. Better than standing around twiddling our thumbs. Thulani simply nodded, effortlessly hauling a heavy coil that usually required two men. Alaric chuckled, walking over to Oldgate, who had just finished inspecting a crate of salted fish. Sorry, Whitebeard, Alaric called out, gesturing towards the two helpers with his cigar. Looks like these two have decided they want to sign on as crew. Oldgate turned, saw Reuben and Thulani working, and let out his signature booming laugh. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr would bankrupt me faster than a week in a Tortuga tavern. He shook his head, still chuckling. Nah, but let M work if they want. Keeps M out of trouble, maybe. Alaric took a long, satisfying drag from his cigar, the rich smoke swirling around him in the morning breeze. Oldgate watched him, his eyes lingering on the cigar. Say, lad, the captain finally grunted, wiping his hands on his trousers. You got any more of those fancy smokes on ya? Sure, Alaric replied easily, reaching into his coat. He pulled out the nearly full pack of cigars and tossed it to Oldgate. Keep the pack. It's all yours. Oldgate caught it deftly, a pleased glint in his eyes. Don't mind if I do. He pulled one out immediately. How many of these things do you reckon you puff through in a day, anyway? Alaric chuckled. Depends on the day. You. Oldgate lit his cigar with a practiced flick of his lighter, taking a deep, appreciative drag. Usually just 1 or 2. Maybe 3 if the rum's flowin' particularly well or the seas are rough. He exhaled a cloud of smoke contentedly. Fair enough, Alaric nodded, taking another puff himself. He leaned against the railing beside Oldgate, looking out at the harbor traffic. So, where to next, Captain? You've got the charts. Oldgate gestured vaguely towards the open sea with his cigar. Well, from here, headin' west, main choices for resupply, for the long stretch are Tortuga or Havana. Both got deep harbors, plenty o' taverns, though Havana's a bit more civilized, shall we say, governed by the Spanish crown, mostly. Alaric considered this, the smoke momentarily obscuring his expression. He took a final drag from his cigar, the cherry flaring brightly before he flicked the butt overboard into the water below. Let's make for Havana, he decided. I've got some matters to attend to there. Oldgate raised a thick eyebrow in surprise. Havana? You got business in Spanish territory? You been there before? No, never set foot, Alaric admitted casually. But I know someone who might be kicking around Nassau, over in the Republic of Pirates. Havana's the closest major port to check first. The captain's other eyebrow joined the first. The Republic of Pirates? Nassau. He gave Alaric a sideways look, a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. You know a pirate? One of those cutthroats. He shook his head. Why in the 7 seas would a respectable, rich fellow like you be associating with that sort? Alaric just chuckled, clapping Oldgate on the shoulder. Well, I'm associated with you, aren't I, Whitebeard? He grinned at the captain's indignant splutter. Relax. It's complicated. Anyway, he added, his tone shifting slightly, I might need to stay in Havana for a bit to handle things. You and the family can set sail for Delaware as soon as you're restocked. I'll catch up. Oldgate stared at him, his mouth slightly agape, the unspoken question of, how in bloody hell do you plan to do that, was written plainly on his face. He knew better than to ask for details of Alaric's sorcery by now, though. Alaric saw the look and just chuckled again, deciding to change the subject. Tell you what, though, once we reach Havana, consider your cabin fully stocked. I'll make sure you have enough of these premium cigars to last you a couple of years, my treat. Oldgate's eyes widened, the confusion momentarily forgotten, replaced by a broad, greedy grin. He slapped Alaric heartily on the back. A couple of years' worth, ye say. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr No sense lingering here. He turned, his voice instantly shifting back to command mode, bellowing across the deck. Alright, you swabs. Secure that last bit o' cargo. Prepare to cast off. Hoist the main sails. We're leaving Portugal behind. Next stop, Havana. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 127, Chapter 126, Other Side of William Penn. Current balance, 11,744,410,874 R. July 12, 1714, 3 days out from Lisbon, La Providencia sailed steadily towards southwest across the vast expanse of the Atlantic. The winds hadn't been particularly strong, often shifting or dying down, forcing the crew to constantly adjust the sails, but the massive galleon made decent progress nonetheless. Life aboard settled into the familiar rhythm of a long sea voyage, the creak of timbers, the shouts of the crew, the endless horizon. Oh, and sea shanties were constantly sung. It was now morning, the sky just began to lighten from black to a deep bruised purple. Alaric sat in Captain Oldgate's private cabin. He'd requested the space for a private conversation, and Oldgate, likely still dreaming of the promised cigars in Havana, had readily agreed, retreating to the quarterdeck. Alaric sipped calmly from a steaming mug of celestial tea. Across the sturdy table, nursing his own mug with slightly trembling hands, sat the distinguished, yet currently rather pale and disheveled, figure of William Penn. How had the founder of Pennsylvania, a man last known to be in London dealing with political fallout, suddenly appeared aboard a galleon in the middle of the Atlantic? The answer was in a memory Alaric had absorbed the night prior, 2 nights after leaving Lisbon. Flashback. It had been the second night after departing Lisbon. It was calm as the ship was rocking gently under a sky full of stars. Alaric had just finished a late dinner with his family in the main dining area below deck, the conversation filled with speculation about the new world and relief at being away from England's troubles. Walking down the dimly lit corridor below the deck, nodding to a few Kenway staff members heading to their own berths, Alaric felt a sense of weary contentment. They were safe, they were together, and they were heading towards a new future. He reached the door to the great cabin he shared with Cassandra, his hand hovering over the knob. But then he paused. A faint, almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. It was a muffled groan, followed by a wet retching noise, coming from a small, rarely used storage closet just down the passageway. Smiling, Alaric turned his head just as the closet door burst open. Out stumbled William Penn, looking green about the gills, clutching his mouth. He barely made it 2 steps before doubling over and vomiting onto the wooden floorboards. Behind him, emerging from the closet's shadows, was a figure identical to Alaric, right down to the crimson coat. Clone Alaric gave the original a smug smirk, then vanished in a silent puff of smoke. Instantly, a flood of memories of the clone's experiences surged into Alaric's mind. The clone finishing its primary task, slipping the letters under countless doors in Bristol. The sheer scale of the city, much larger than Alaric remembered from his youth, had made the task tedious but necessary. Bristol's population had swelled from around 20,000 when his family first arrived from Swansea 15 years ago, to well over 100,000 now, fueled in part by the very prosperity the Kenway Penn partnership had fostered. Then, the second, more complex mission, retrieving William Penn from London. This had taken time. The clone arrived in London to find Penn embroiled in a desperate, failing diplomatic battle. The Quaker leader, utterly incensed by the Crown's blatant betrayal of the agreement made with Queen and an agreement Penn viewed as a sacred trust, vital not only for Bristol's freedom but for the very integrity of his Quaker principles, had exhausted every peaceful avenue. He'd leveraged his considerable connections, pleading with influential figures like Churchill, petitioning Parliament, even attempting to appeal directly to King George's ministers. However, the new regime, likely influenced by pro-slavery factions and wary of Penn's growing influence and Bristol's special status, remained unmoved. Rallies organized by Penn's supporters were dispersed, diplomatic channels were closed, and Penn himself was facing increasing scrutiny and veiled threats. The Crown saw the Kenway Penn deal not as a promise, but as an obstacle to be removed. The clone had observed Penn's mounting frustration and the closing net of Crown agents watching his movements. Waiting for the opportune moment, when Penn was relatively isolated after another fruitless meeting, the clone had approached him, explained the immediate danger, and initiated the Hiraiishin teleportation without much warning, snatching Penn away just as Crown agents were likely preparing to detain him. The memory transfer finished just as Penn straightened up weakly, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, looking utterly bewildered and nauseous. Alaric. Penn stammered, swaying slightly. What in God's name just happened? One moment I was leaving Whitehall, the next, a blinding flash, and now, He clutched his stomach again, looking ready to be sick once more. The abrupt, disorienting nature of the Hiraiishin teleportation, especially over such a long distance and for someone unaccustomed to it, had clearly taken its toll on the older man. He looked about ready to pass out. Alaric stepped forward quickly, catching Penn by the arm before he could collapse. He could have easily used his abilities to instantly alleviate the Quaker's nausea and dizziness, a simple application of medical ninjutsu or even a calming pulse of chakra. But looking at the mess on the floor and the late hour, a different thought crossed his mind. He'll be alright after some rest, Alaric decided internally, already feeling the pull of his comfortable bed and Cassandra's warmth. Let him recover naturally. I need some sleep. He guided the unsteady pen towards a nearby empty cabin. Easy there, William. Bit of a rough trip, I know. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning. Flashback end. Now, the both of them were just sipping their celestial teas in the relatively quiet captain's cabin. The gentle rocking of the ship and the distant shouts of the crew were the only sounds. Penn seemed to need the calming brew more than usual. The stress of the past weeks and the lingering effects of his unexpected journey were evident in the lines on his face. It's been a while since we had a moment alone like this, William, Alaric said quietly, breaking the silence. Penn nodded slowly, his gaze distant, fixed on the swirling tea leaves in his mug. His mind was clearly elsewhere, replaying the recent betrayals and frustrations. Alaric didn't push, content to simply sit with the older man, offering silent companionship. It took some time, several long minutes passing in shared quiet, before Penn finally spoke. His voice was low and heavy with weariness. I have had enough of the crown, Alaric. He looked up, his eyes meeting Alaric's, and there was a deep well of disillusionment there. The king. Penn began, then trailed off, shaking his head slightly as he stared into empty space again. George, and his advisors, they hold no respect for agreements made in good faith. They spared my pleas not a single moment of consideration. All my life, I have strived to be loyal, to work within the bounds of law and decency for the betterment of all. His voice cracked slightly. I do not know what to do. Alaric remained silent, just listening, watching. This was a side of William Penn he hadn't seen before. Not the determined negotiator, the principled leader, or the shrewd political operator he knew from his clone's memories and his own experience of knowing this man for 15 years. This was a man pushed to his limit, vulnerable, questioning the foundations of his life's work. In the clone's memories, Penn had been furious, actively fighting the injustice. But here, alone with Alaric, the mask had slipped, revealing the deep hurt beneath the anger. A single tear escaped Penn's eye, tracing a path down his weary cheek before he quickly wiped it away. Tell me. Alaric, Penn said, his gaze still fixed on the tabletop as his voice was barely above a whisper. What dost thou think I should do? Alaric set his teacup gently back on the carved ebony table, its faint chime echoing in the quiet cabin. The lantern light danced across Alaric's calm, measured, but resolute features. Outside, the La Providencia creaked against the dark swell of the Atlantic inside, only the two of them and the lingering scent of celestial tea. He leaned forward, fixing Penn with a steady gaze. Penn, you have fought every honorable avenue the crown would allow, petitions, speeches, every plea for justice. You know as well as I that they consider your loyalty a weakness, not a virtue. He paused, letting the words settle. Now they've sent soldiers to destroy our dream in the guise of hunting the shadow raven, which is Reuben. He rose and crossed to the porthole, feeling the rocking wood beneath his boots. I will not ask you to forsake everything you believe in, he said quietly, but the time for gentle words has passed. You possess the proprietary charter for Pennsylvania, more authority than any governor in London. You've built a haven of tolerance and peace across the ocean. It is there, in Philadelphia and Lancaster, that you can strike back where the crown is weakest. Turning back, Alaric gave Penn a half-smile, one that carried both comfort and steel. Leave England behind, William. Return to Pennsylvania, rally the Quakers, the settlers, even the Iroquois alliances you forged. Use your authority to arm a militia, not to slaughter innocents, but to defend your province from royal coercion. I and Cassandra, Reuben, Thulani, we will stand beside you. Our blades will carve a path for your vision of freedom to stand unmolested. He reached out and placed a hand on Penn's shoulder. You asked what you should do. Stand up, William. Not as a supplicant, but as a sovereign in your own right. Show the crown that its betrayal only forged a fiercer flame. Alaric lifted his cup again. To Pennsylvania, then, to the next chapter of our fight. He drank, the amber tea warm against the chill of inevitability. Penn's shoulders straightened, and for the first time that night, Alaric saw resolve in his friend's eyes. Penn sighed, a long, tired sound that seemed to carry the weight of decades. I'm old, Alaric. I had plans to retire, my body isn't what it used to be. I'm no longer young enough to explore, to think as sharply, to fight. If only I were 20 years younger. Alaric stayed silent for a few moments, his eyes thoughtful. Then, setting his cup down, he leaned forward slightly. William, what if I had the means to turn the age of your body back to its prime? Would you do it? Penn blinked in astonishment, a faint chuckle escaping his lips at first, but it died quickly. In the world they lived in, where assassins and Templars fought over relics and ancient powers, the impossible wasn't always so impossible. The idea seemed absurd, but not entirely out of reach. He stared into his tea, considering. And, my wife? Could you do it for her as well? I wouldn't want to live a second life without her. Alaric nodded without hesitation. Yes. Your wife, and any of your children too, if you wished. Penn shook his head. I wouldn't force that upon my children. That's a choice they'd have to make themselves. Alaric leaned back, giving a small, understanding smile. Then perhaps, we'll talk more about it another time. For now, I only want you to know, when you're ready, I'll be waiting. Penn smoked quietly, the faint crackle of the tobacco blending into the ship's creaking. After a long moment, he lifted his cup again and nodded solemnly. I'll do it. A complete silence fell between them. Alaric simply nodded, acknowledging Penn's resolution with quiet approval. Good. Alaric thought to himself with a wry glint in his eye. From now on, when using my powers, I'll just blame the ISU technologies. I have heard rumors, and saw some letters from Bristol, Penn said carefully. They say 2,000 soldiers were killed, by you. Is it true? Alaric, without hesitation, nodded. It's true. Penn's brow furrowed. But, why? You could have knocked them out, could you not? If you had the power to kill them all, surely you had the power to spare them. Yeah, I could have, but nah. Alaric gave a wry smile, setting his cup down again. That's not how fighting works, Penn. Knocking someone out, properly, in the middle of battle, is far harder than killing. Penn hesitated, his principles battling with the grim necessities before him. Still. Alaric's gaze hardened slightly. They were never going to change their minds. They were loyal to the crown to the bitter end. They wouldn't have questioned their orders, no matter the injustice. Penn exhaled heavily and eventually accepted it with a resigned sigh, taking a long sip of tea before lighting a cigarette. The thin line of smoke curled into the lantern light. After a moment, Penn chuckled weakly. So, Cassandra, about time you fancied a lass. Tell me about her. Alaric leaned back, a rare softness creeping into his voice. Cassandra, she's unlike anyone I've ever met. Strong, fierce, stubborn beyond reason. Yet she has a heart that burns just as fiercely. She's... Oh, that's a fine lass right there. Of course I'd find. Ha ha ha. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 128, Chapter 127, Penn Extra Conversation. Current balance, 11,744,410,874 R. August 13, 1714, 45 days. That's how long La Providencia has left Bristol, and 35 or so days after leaving Lisbon. They were deep in the vast and empty blue of the Atlantic Ocean now, as the coast of Europe was a distant memory while the shores of the New World, America, still weeks away. The voyage had been relatively smooth, all things considered. No pirates had dared challenge the massive, well-armed galleon, and the weather, while not always cooperative, hadn't thrown anything truly dangerous at them since leaving Portugal. It was mid-afternoon, a couple of hours after lunchtime. On the quarterdeck, Alaric leaned against the railing, enjoying a peaceful smoke alongside William Penn. Nearby, Captain Oldgate was deep in conversation with his navigator, pointing at charts spread across a small table near the helm. Penn, Alaric noted with satisfaction, looked considerably better than he had when he first arrived aboard the ship. Weeks ago, Alaric had offered Penn one of his premium cigars, and the Quaker leader, perhaps seeking a stronger comfort than his usual cigarettes after the ordeal in London, had taken to them immediately. Since then, Alaric had kept both Penn and Oldgate well supplied. It wasn't just them, either. Seeing Alaric puffing away constantly seemed to have sparked a trend. Bernard and Leonard Kenway had taken up the habit, enjoying a quiet smoke together after meals. Thulani, surprisingly, had also developed a taste for them, finding a moment of calm contemplation in the ritual. Even Reuben, much to Alaric's amusement, had tentatively started smoking the occasional cigar, perhaps influenced by the others or maybe just curious about the rich aroma that always seemed to hang around Alaric. Must be the quality, Alaric mused. Cigars from the Naruto world probably taste way better than anything else available. Buy Premium Cigar Pack, 10R. Quantity, 42x. Total deduction, 420R. Current balance, 11,744,410,454R. Should probably give the family that buff soon, too, Alaric thought, taking a slow drag from his current cigar. Mum, Aunt Lynette, Dad, Uncle Bernard, can't risk losing any of them if things get dicey in the colonies. Need to make sure they're protected. He exhaled, watching the smoke dissipate instantly in the strong ocean wind. He and Penn stood in comfortable silence for a while, just enjoying the feel of the sun and the endless expanse of the sea. Alaric's long platinum blonde hair whipped around his face, unrestrained, while Penn kept a firm hand clamped on his wide-brimmed hat to prevent it from sailing off towards the horizon. Speaking of Penn, the man looked remarkably well. Not just rested, but younger. The deep lines of stress and age seemed lessened, his posture straighter, a certain vitality returned to his eyes that hadn't been there even before the London ordeal. He easily looked a man in his vigorous 50s, rather than the 70 years Alaric knew him to be. He felt stronger too, less prone to the aches and fatigue that had begun to plague him in recent years. How? Flashback. A week after Penn was hired into the La Providencia, the Kenway household and the ship's crew had lots of questions. When asked, Alaric had only offered a cryptic, didn't I tell you we'd meet William Penn on the way? And brushed off their confusion with a promise they'd understand soon enough. Now, Pen sat on a simple stool in his private cabin, his back turned to Alaric, while his upper garments were discarded. The lamp's glow revealed the fine lines of age that still lingered at his neck and shoulders. Alaric stood behind him with his voice being low and gentle. "This might hurt." Pen swallowed, placing a hand on his thigh. "How much?" "Just a little," Alaric replied. Pen nodded once, steeling himself. Without another word, Alaric formed a single-hand sign. His mind whispered the name of the seal. Ashura no Mon. Ink that was black as night came together to form one mass in the air above Pen's back, then split into 3 shimmering streaks that sank into his flesh. Pen's head snapped forward as a strangled shout could be heard, but no sound escaped, thanks to the silence Fuinjutsu Alaric had laid earlier. Pen's torso bucked and writhed under the burning tattoos. Steam hissed as the ink seared itself into his skin. Minutes later, Pen lay panting, sweat drenching his back. His trembling fingers were on the stool's edge. "Damn Alaric, you fiend," he gasped, voice hoarse once the seal lifted. "That was excruciating." Alaric chuckled softly. "I promise it's you, it's worth it. Now sit still." He reached forward, clasped Pen's wrist, and formed another hand sign. "Hourglass of Samsara." Pen's eyes widened in alarm. He squeezed them shut, bracing for agony. Instead nothing. Tentatively, he opened his eyes. The cabin's lamp light revealed skin so smooth it seemed to glow. He flexed his fingers and felt strength surging through sinew that had grown weary with age. A laugh of astonishment broke from him. He still looked old, but somewhere in the middle of the middle-age bracket. "It worked, you've made me," he gazed at Alaric in wonder. "You've turned me 50 again." "Just 50, prime age for what lies ahead." Alaric's calm voice answered. "It's not exactly prime." Pen ran a hand over his face, marveling at the absence of lines. I can't believe it." In the hush that followed, Pen now witnessed it firsthand. The impossible was real. Flashback end. Alaric shook his head and dispelled the memory as he took another drag from his cigar while enjoying the salty air and the vastness of the ocean. The rhythmic creaking of the ship and the distant calls of sailors around provided a peaceful backdrop. He glanced over at Pen, who seemed lost in his own thoughts while gazing at the horizon. The silence stretched comfortably for a few more minutes before Pen let out a heavy sigh, breaking the spell. "Alaric," Pen began, turning to face him, his expression troubled despite his rejuvenated appearance. "I must thank thee again for thy encouragement, back in the cabin. Thy words gave me strength when I felt most lost." He paused, taking a puff from his own cigar. "But I have been wrestling with it since. This notion of making Pennsylvania a kingdom, of raising arms against the crown." He shook his head, looking genuinely conflicted. "It sits uneasily with me, friend. It is not in my heart to rule, nor to lead men into war, however just the cause might seem. And I made treaties, promises to the Lenape and Susquehannock tribes, promises of peace and coexistence under the crown's ultimate authority, to declare independence, to potentially draw them into a conflict with England. I cannot reconcile it with my conscience or my faith." Alaric listened patiently, nodding slightly. "I understand your hesitation, William. Your principles are why I respect you." He took a drag, considering. "But think on this, what happens if you don't assert Pennsylvania's autonomy? The crown has already shown its hand. They broke faith with us, with Bristol. Do you truly believe they will honor their treaties with the tribes, or respect the governance of Pennsylvania, now that Queen Anne is gone and men who covet the land and its resources whisper in the new king's ear? Wouldn't they rather see you gone, your holy experiment dismantled, so they can exploit the territory and its people as they please?" Pen frowned, troubled by the undeniable logic. "My purpose in returning, it was primarily to ensure the safety of my family, to remove them from Pennsylvania before the crown's displeasure fell upon them fully. I am a wanted man now, thanks to thy dramatic extraction from London, no doubt. And once your family is safe." Alaric pressed gently. "What then, William? Will you simply abandon the colony you poured your life into? Leave it to the wolves?" Pen looked down at his hands, turning the cigar over and over. I do not know," he admitted quietly, the uncertainty returning to his voice. Alaric took another drag from his cigar, letting the silence hang for a moment before speaking again, with his tone shifting. "I've been thinking," he said casually, "about acquiring a place of my own. Somewhere private, secure. An island, perhaps." Pen looked up, intrigued despite his own worries. "An island? Where?" "Not sure yet," Alaric shrugged, gazing out at the waves. "Needs to be strategically located, defensible, but also somewhere I can build something new, away from the prying eyes of European powers." He smirked faintly. "Been considering Saint-Domingue, actually. The French hold it, but their grip seems tenuous in places. Ripe for a change in management, perhaps." Pen stared at him, momentarily speechless. Then he let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. "Saint-Domingue? Take over a French colony? Alaric, thou art truly mad." He paused, studying the younger man's confident expression. "But perhaps thou art just mad enough to actually achieve it." Alaric grinned. "Time will tell. But when I do rule my own island paradise, William, will you come visit?" Pen chuckled again, a bit more genuinely this time. The absurdity of the conversation seemed to lift some of his burden. "If thou canst truly carve out a kingdom in the Caribbean, lad, Perhaps I'll do more than visit. Perhaps I'll seek refuge there myself. So, Alaric said, his tone becoming practical again, we won't be staying long in Pennsylvania then, it seems. If you're planning on lying low after fetching your family, where do you think you'll go? You're right, you'll be hunted by the British wherever their flag flies. Penn sighed, rubbing his temples. I have considered options. Neutral ground, perhaps. Havana, while Spanish, is a major port with many comings and goings, easier to disappear there than in smaller settlements. Or perhaps Spanish law Florida, or even French Louisiana further west, though those territories are sparsely populated and fraught with their own dangers. Which sounds best to you? Alaric asked. Penn waved a dismissive hand. It matters little for now. Secrecy is the priority. My family and I, we are not destitute, thanks to thy previous generosity and our own investments. We can live quietly for a time, until the political winds shift, or until. He glanced at Alaric. Until new opportunities arise. Alaric shrugged. What about Havana, then? Seems as good a place as any to disappear for a while. Busy port, Spanish rule, far from London's direct reach. It's a nice enough place, from what I hear. Penn considered it, stroking his chin. Yes, Havana holds possibilities. I shall give it thought. Alaric nodded, accepting the answer. He took another slow drag from his cigar, savoring the taste and the moment of relative calm. But then, his always passively alert senses picked up something on the edge of his perception. His eyes narrowed slightly, his head turning almost imperceptibly towards the southeast horizon. Penn noticed the subtle shift in Alaric's demeanor immediately. What is it, lad? He asked, his own gaze following Alaric's. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across Alaric's face. He flicked the ash from his cigar overboard with a flick of his wrist. Heh. Pirates. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 129, Chapter 128, La Providencia meets Sea Dog's Bite. Current balance, 11,744,410,454 R. Previously. Penn considered it, stroking his chin. Yes, Havana holds possibilities. I shall give it thought. Alaric nodded, accepting the answer. He took another slow drag from his cigar, savoring the taste and the moment of relative calm. But then, his always passively alert senses picked up something on the edge of his perception. His eyes narrowed slightly, his head turning almost imperceptibly towards the southeast horizon. Penn noticed the subtle shift in Alaric's demeanor immediately. What is it, lad? He asked, his own gaze following Alaric's. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across Alaric's face. He flicked the ash from his cigar overboard with a flick of his wrist. Heh. Pirates. Now. Penn's eyes widened, snapping from his internal thoughts to follow Alaric's gaze towards the southeast horizon. Pirates. He echoed while squinting his eyes. Far off, barely a speck against the endless blue, was a single sail. How canst thou be certain from this distance, lad? Alaric didn't answer and just kept watching, with a dangerous smirk still playing on his lips. A few seconds later, the distant speck noticeably grew larger, resolving into the distinct shape of a vessel under full sail, clearly making straight for La Providencia. Even so, the lookout high in the crow's nest remained silent at this range. It could still be just another merchant or a naval ship on patrol. Minutes crawled by, the tension on the quarterdeck palpable only between Alaric and Penn. The approaching ship became clearer now. It was a brig, and it was fast and agile. It flew no colors, a common tactic for pirates approaching prey. Alaric finally turned away from the railing, glancing over at Oldgate, who was still engrossed in his chart discussion with the navigator. Oi, Whitebeard, Alaric called out casually, his voice cutting through the normal sounds of the ship. Might want to tell your lookout to clean his spyglass. We've got pirates incoming. Oldgate's head snapped up and his eyes were now wide with alarm. He instantly swiveled, following Alaric's pointed gaze towards the rapidly closing brig. A string of curses erupted from the captain. Damn and blast. Asleep at his post, that useless barnacle. All hands, prepare for attack. Gunners to your stations. Load the cannons. Look sharp, damn you. His voice, amplified by years of shouting over storms and battles, boomed across the deck, instantly galvanizing the crew. The sailors scrambled, ropes were tightened, cannon ports slammed open, and the relatively peaceful atmosphere of the afternoon shattered into urgent preparation for battle. The commotion quickly drew attention from below deck. The hatch leading down flew open, and Jonathan Hugh emerged, his expression calm but alert. Alaric caught his eye. Jonathan, Alaric said smoothly, keep everyone calm down there, especially the staff. No need for them to be on deck during this. Jonathan gave a crisp nod. Understood, Master Alaric. He disappeared back down the hatch just as others began to emerge, drawn by Oldgate's shouts. One by one, Cassandra, Reuben, Thulani, Flavia, and Matteo surfaced, their expressions ranging from curious to battle-ready. They were followed shortly by Leonard, Bernard, Eleanor, and Lynette Kenway, looking concerned but resolute. Jonathan, despite Alaric's instructions, clearly couldn't physically prevent the core group from coming up. Alaric just chuckled softly to himself. Taking another drag from his cigar, Alaric strolled down the short steps from the quarterdeck to the main deck, leaning against the railing as the pirate brig expertly maneuvered closer, clearly intending to come alongside. William Penn, still on the quarterdeck, peered intently at the approaching vessel, his eyes widening in sudden recognition as its details became sharp. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Is that not the Sea Dog's Bite?" The name meant little to most aboard La Providencia, but Penn, through his travels and connections, clearly recognized the infamous vessel. Sea Dog's Bite. Oldgate muttered, stomping over to stand beside Alaric at the railing, his hand resting on the hilt of his cutlass. He eyed the brig warily. Nasty reputation, that one. Fast ship, ruthless crew. He glanced at Alaric. "Want me to give the order to fire a warning shot, lad? Or perhaps try to outrun M?" "Neither," Alaric replied calmly, his eyes fixed on the figures now clearly visible on the brig's deck. "Fold the sails, Whitebeard. Stop the ship." Oldgate stared at him, his bushy eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. "Stop the ship? Are ye mad, boy? Inviting them aboard?" But then he seemed to remember who he was talking to, the young man who had single-handedly wiped out a frigate's crew, who had faced down 2,000 soldiers without flinching. He must have a reason, Oldgate thought, shaking his head slightly. Or maybe he knows someone on that devil ship. With a resigned sigh, he turned and barked the unexpected order. "Belay that. Furl the topsails. Drop the mainsail. Bring us to a halt, smartly now." Confused murmurs rippled through the crew, but they obeyed, scrambling to slow the massive galleon. The pirate brig, the Sea Dog's Bite, slowed as well, expertly matching La Providencia's lack of pace until it drifted alongside, close enough to toss a grappling hook across, though none came just yet. Being a brig, it was significantly smaller than the towering galleon, forcing Alaric and the others on the main deck to look down at the pirates crowded on its deck. A man stepped forward on the brig's railing, clearly the captain. He was an imposing figure, despite being looked down upon from the galleon's high deck. He wore a weathered black tricorn hat adorned with a single black feather. A long, heavy black leather coat with flared cuffs and rows of silver buttons hung open, revealing a surprising lack of shirt but one belt on his chest, securing 3 flintlock pistols. A burnt orange sash was wrapped tightly around his waist. But his most striking feature was his beard, a thick, wild, impossibly long black beard that seemed to consume the lower half of his face. If this man lived in the 21st century, Alaric mused, he'd look like a particularly intimidating homeless person. A smirk touched Alaric's lips. Edward Thatch. Blackbeard himself. The pirate captain cupped his hands around his mouth, his voice a surprisingly resonant baritone carrying easily across the gap between the ships. "Good day to ye, gentlemen, aboard the fine galleon," he bellowed. "A sturdy vessel, bristling with guns, aye, and likely laden with valuable cargo. You may or may not have the misfortune of knowing me, but I am Captain Blackbeard." He grinned, revealing surprisingly white teeth amidst the black forest of his beard. "Now, I find myself in need of resupply. If you'd be so kind as to surrender your cargo peacefully, I promise to leave you with your lives intact, perhaps minus a few trinkets, and a grand tale to tell your grandchildren. What say you?" A tense silence fell over La Providencia. Oldgate gripped his cutlass tighter. Penn looked apprehensive. Reuben and Thulani shifted, ready for action by the hatch. Cassandra watched Alaric, waiting for his move. Then, a single snort of laughter broke the tension from one of Oldgate's crewmen near the bow. It was quickly followed by another, then another. "Ha ha ha ha. Did ye hear that, lads? He wants our cargo. Blackbeard? Never heard of him. Thinks he can take the Providencia with that little dinghy. Ha!" Soon, ripples of derisive laughter spread amongst the seasoned sailors lining the galleon's rail. They'd faced worse than one brig, even one captained by a man with a fearsome beard. On the deck of the Sea Dog's Bite, Blackbeard's grin faltered, replaced by a look of confusion, then irritation. He glanced back at his own crew, who were shifting uncomfortably under the unexpected mockery. Alaric chuckled, the sound cutting through the sailors' laughter. He took one last drag from his cigar, then, to everyone's astonishment, casually vaulted over the railing of the towering galleon, landing lightly and silently on the main deck of the pirate brig below. The sudden appearance of the well-dressed young man sent the pirates scrambling, weapons instantly drawn with cutlasses flashing, pistols cocked. Blackbeard himself spun around, startled, his hand instinctively going to one of his pistols. "Hold there." Blackbeard growled, leveling his pistol, though confusion warred with menace in his eyes. "Who in the devil are you, leaping aboard my ship like a damned ghost?" Alaric ignored the weapons pointed at him, calmly dusting off an imaginary speck from his crimson coat sleeve. He took another leisurely puff from his cigar before meeting the infamous pirate's gaze. "Good afternoon, Thatch." Blackbeard blinked, lowering his pistol slightly, surprised the stranger knew his real name. "Thatch, is it? You know my name, do ye?" His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Then you should bloody well know it's pure folly to jump down here alone, fancy coat or no." Yeah, folly, I get it." Alaric waved a dismissive hand, the smoke from his cigar curling around his face. "Look, I just have one question for you, Thatch." His gaze sharpened, his blue eyes turning cold and piercing, locking onto Blackbeard's. The boisterous pirate captain felt an involuntary jolt, a primal sense of wrongness emanating from the calm young man before him, despite the overwhelming odds. Alaric let the silence stretch for a beat, his eyes sweeping over the tense, armed pirates surrounding him. Then, he brought the cigar back to his lips for one final, slow drag before asking, "Do you happen to know a man by the name of Edward Kenway? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 130, Chapter 129, Edward Kenway had a cousin alright. 130, Chapter 129, Edward Kenway had a cousin alright. Current balance, 11,744,410,454 R. Previously. Blackbeard blinked, lowering his pistol slightly, surprised the stranger knew his real name. "Thatch, is it? You know my name, do ye?" His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Then you should bloody well know it's pure folly to jump down here alone, fancy coat or no." Yeah, folly, I get it." Alaric waved a dismissive hand, the smoke from his cigar curling around his face. "Look, I just have one question for you, Thatch." His gaze sharpened, his blue eyes turning cold and piercing, locking onto Blackbeard's. The boisterous pirate captain felt an involuntary jolt, a primal sense of wrongness emanating from the calm young man before him, despite the overwhelming odds. Alaric let the silence stretch for a beat, his eyes sweeping over the tense, armed pirates surrounding him. Then, he brought the cigar back to his lips for one final, slow drag before asking, "Do you happen to know a man by the name of Edward Kenway?" Now, the deck of the Sea Dog's Bite went dead quiet after Alaric's question hit the air. The only thing you could hear was the slap of waves against the hull and the groan of the brig's wood. Blackbeard's eyes narrowed and his thick eyebrows scrunching up under his hat. Alaric's cigar smoke just hung there, like it was daring something to happen. Edward Kenway, that name hit Blackbeard like a cannonball. His mind jumped to Nassau, to the Jacobite and that jerk Abel Brahma, who'd nabbed Edward for his crew back in January. Blackbeard's hand clenched his pistol as knuckles went pale. He couldn't stand Brahma, never could and never would. And Edward Kenway. Yeah, maybe he was a bit pissed that Edward chose that snake over him. Edward had been learning the ropes under Blackbeard himself, picking up the pirate trade. So yeah, Blackbeard was disappointed, maybe even a little hurt, but no way was he about to spill the beans about Edward to some random stranger, especially not this cool-as-you-please fella who just dropped onto his deck uninvited. "Who's a skin?" Blackbeard finally growled, his voice was now rough. He took a step forward as his boots thumped on the deck, and his long black coat was swirling around him. His crew moved a bit with their cutlasses shining, ready for his call. "And why the hell are ye pokin' around after Kenway?" Alaric didn't even tense up, just leaned back casually against the brig's railing like he owned the place. He flicked the ash from his cigar, watching the wind carry it away. "Name's Alaric," he said smoothly and with ease, but those blue eyes of his stayed sharp, like they could see right through you. "Alaric Kenway, Edward's cousin. Haven't seen him in a couple of years, just wonderin' how he's doin', you know. 2 years ago, he told me he'd be makin' a name for himself out here." Blackbeard's jaw tightened, his impressive beard twitching as he thought it over. Cousin. He wasn't buying it. This Alaric character felt off. Too calm, too damn confident for a man surrounded by a dozen drawn blades and cocked pistols. And those eyes, they didn't just look at you, they looked into you, like they were sizing up your soul. Plus, this fella didn't much resemble Edward. Sure, the hair was blondish, but this was bright platinum, not sun-bleached gold. And this Alaric was tall, easily matching Blackbeard's own considerable height. He saw his crew exchanging nervous glances. They felt it too, the strange, dangerous vibe coming off this guy. "Kenway, I." Blackbeard stalled, drawling the name out while his mind raced. No way was he giving up Edward's location. Edward might have made a mistake signing on with Brahma, but he was still connected to Blackbeard's circle, in a way. You didn't sell out your own, not unless there was serious profit in it, and this didn't smell like profit. "Can't say I recall the name," Blackbeard lied gruffly. "Lots o' sailors driftin' through the Caribbean. Names get lost in the rum haze, ye understand." Alaric's eyebrow arched slightly, and a knowing smirk played on his lips. "Come on now, Thatch. Don't play dumb with me. You're not the forgetful sort, especially not when it comes to promising young lads." Alaric took another slow drag from his cigar, the smoke seemed to mock the tension on the deck. "Like I said, I'm not looking for trouble. Just trying to find my cousin. Family business, savvy." Blackbeard's short fuse finally ignited. He hated being played for a fool, and this Alaric was pushing all the wrong buttons with his casual disrespect and unnerving confidence. "Family business, my arse." He snarled, snapping his pistol back up, the barrel aimed squarely at Alaric's chest. "Ye think ye can just leap aboard my ship, demand answers, and I'll just roll over like a trained dog. Ye got more brass than brains, boy." A few of the crew chuckled nervously, their bravado returning slightly now that their captain seemed ready to act. One pirate, a scrawny fellow with a nasty scar bisecting his face and wielding a rusty cutlass, decided he'd had enough talk. "Captain, this fancy cove is wastin' valuable plunderin' time." The scarred pirate spat, hawking a glob onto the deck near Alaric's boots. "Let's just get in him and be done with it." Before Blackbeard could respond, the scarred pirate lunged, with his cutlass swinging for Alaric's ribs. It was a fast, vicious attack, clearly honed by experience. But Alaric? He barely seemed to register it. Faster than anyone could see, Alaric's left hand lashed out. Not a block, not a parry, but a simple, contemptuous backhand slap. It connected with the attacking pirate's jaw with a sickening crack that echoed across the deck like a gunshot. The man's head snapped back at an unnatural angle, his body going instantly limp as he crumpled like a discarded puppet. He hit the deck with a heavy thud with his eyes now vacant, and a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Dead. Just like that. The crew froze. Their weapons were still up but their nerve was gone. Blackbeard's pistol arm wavered, his eyes widened as he stared first at the lifeless body, then back at Alaric, who hadn't moved an inch from the railing. The damned cigar was still held casually in his right hand, glowing like nothing happened. Anyone else feeling impatient? Alaric asked, his voice cool but with an edge that made your skin crawl. He slowly scanned the faces of the surrounding pirates, his gaze lingering on each one, an unspoken challenge in his eyes. No one moved a muscle. No one breathed. Blackbeard swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. He'd seen plenty of death, dished out his fair share too, but never like this. That wasn't just skill or strength, that was something else. Something terrifyingly effortless. Slowly, reluctantly, he lowered his pistol, not out of choice, but out of a sudden, chilling certainty that it wouldn't make a damned bit of difference. "All right, Kenway," Blackbeard managed, his voice rough but lacking its earlier bluster. "Ye made your point. Loud and clear." He cleared his throat. "But I told ye true. Ain't seen hide nor hair of Edward. Last I heard he was sailin' somewhere south, maybe towards the Spanish Main. That's all I know, swear on me beard." It was a lie, but a better one than flat-out denial. Alaric held Blackbeard's gaze for a long, unnerving moment, those piercing blue eyes seeming to weigh the lie, judge its worth. Then, unexpectedly, he just shrugged, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Fine, Thatch. If that's your story." He pushed himself off the railing. "Suppose I'll just have to find him myself, then." He took one last puff from his cigar, flicked the smoldering butt over the side into the turquoise water, and gave Blackbeard a curt nod that felt more like a dismissal than a farewell. And with that, he simply leaped upwards, clearing the considerable height difference between the brig's deck and the galleon's railing in a single, impossibly graceful bound. He landed silently on the deck of La Providencia, right beside Cassandra, who greeted him with a raised eyebrow and a knowing smirk. The pirates on the Sea Dog's Bite stared, dumbfounded, as he rejoined his companion. Blackbeard stood rooted to the spot, while his crew were still frozen around the corpse of their shipmate. The silence on deck was thick with fear and confusion. "Captain," one of his men finally whispered as his voice was trembling slightly. What do we do now?" Blackbeard didn't answer immediately. He stared up at the towering galleon, at the spot where Alaric had been standing, and felt a cold dread settle deep in his gut. Edward Kenway had a cousin all right. A cousin with skill unlike anything Blackbeard had ever encountered. And if this Alaric Kenway was loose in the Caribbean, the pirate captain had a very bad feeling that things were about to get a whole lot more complicated, and a whole lot more dangerous. "Get that body off my deck," he finally growled, turning away from the galleon. "Hoist the colors. Man the sails. Let's get the hell away from this cursed ship." He spat into the sea. "And somebody fetch me a bottle of rum. A large one." As his crew scrambled to obey, trimming the sails and turning the brig away from the stationary galleon, Blackbeard cast one last uneasy glance back at La Providencia. He didn't notice the faint shimmer on the deck plank where Alaric had been standing moments before, an intricate pattern of ink glowing briefly before vanishing without a trace. A Hiraition marker was planted. "Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 131, Chapter 130, Private Family Council. Current balance, 11,744,410,454 R. Previously. "Get that body off my deck," Blackbeard finally growled, turning away from the galleon. "Hoist the colors. Man the sails. Let's get the hell away from this cursed ship." He spat into the sea. "And somebody fetch me a bottle of rum. A large one." As his crew scrambled to obey, trimming the sails and turning the brig away from the stationary galleon, Blackbeard cast one last uneasy glance back at La Providencia. He didn't notice the faint shimmer on the deck plank where Alaric had been standing moments before, an intricate pattern of ink glowing briefly before vanishing without a trace. A Hiraition marker was planted. Now, La Providencia. Back on the deck of the galleon, there was only a heavy silence in the air as everyone watched the Sea Dog's Bite sail away. Leonard, Eleanor, Bernard, and Lynette looked pale and shaken. This had been their first real encounter with the infamous pirates of the Caribbean, a far cry from the minor skirmishes Bernard and Lynette might have faced years ago when they were still sailing to sell their minuscule crops from Swansea. Leonard and Eleanor, in particular, looked disturbed by the casual violence and the menacing presence of Blackbeard. But more than the pirates, it was the name Edward Kenway that echoed in their minds. Their son, their nephew, associated with the likes of Blackbeard? They had thought he was a privateer, sailing under the king's commission, not running with notorious criminals. Lynette clutched Bernard's arm as her face was etched with worry. How did Alaric know to ask that specific pirate about Edward? What had happened to him? The questions were many, they were unspoken but heavy. Oldgate, however, had put two and two together. He remembered Alaric mentioning knowing someone in Nassau, someone connected to piracy. So, the captain thought, stroking his beard thoughtfully, the cousin Alaric mentioned. Edward, he's run off and joined the pirates, has he? Interesting, explains why the lad wasn't keen on elaborating earlier. He glanced at Alaric, who was calmly watching the departing brig. As the sea dog's bite became a smaller speck on the horizon, Alaric turned away from the railing, heading towards the main hatch leading below deck. He found his path blocked by his family as their faces were a mixture of shock, confusion, and demanding curiosity. Alaric, Lynette said, her voice tight with emotion, stepping forward. I think you owe us some kind of explanation. Bernard, Leonard, and Eleanor nodded in agreement behind her, their eyes fixed on him. Alaric met their gazes, his usual smirk softening slightly into something more understanding. You're right, he conceded easily. Why don't we talk downstairs? In Oldgate's cabin, perhaps. We could all use some tea after that excitement. Oldgate, who had just walked over, overheard the suggestion and let out an audible sigh, muttering under his breath just loud enough for Alaric to hear, my cabin again. Blimey, through all my years sailin', La Providencia, never thought my private quarters would become a bleedin' family meeting room. How troublesome. 30 minutes later, Oldgate's cabin. The heavy oak door of the captain's cabin closed as it muffled the sounds of the ship outside. Inside, the air was quite thick with tension and the fragrant aroma of freshly brewed celestial tea. Alaric sat comfortably in one of Oldgate's worn armchairs, Cassandra perched casually on the armrest beside him. Across the map table sat Leonard, Eleanor, Bernard, and Lynette Kenway, their faces were etched with worry and confusion. Reuben and Philonie stood near the doorway, they were silent observers that were allowed into this private family council due to their long association with Edward. William Penn, sensing the deeply personal nature of the impending conversation, had politely excused himself earlier, giving the family their space. Bernard, being the practical one, had managed to bring out several small boxes of the Kenway's own celestial tea blend from their luggage, and mugs now steamed gently in front of everyone. He proudly bought them himself before they ran out. Lynette took a shaky sip of her tea before setting the mug down as her hands were trembling slightly. Alaric, she began, her voice strained, that man, Blackbeard, and Edward, our Edward. You asked about him, as if he were one of them. He is, Alaric stated simply, meeting his aunt's distressed gaze without flinching. He took a slow sip of his own tea. Or at least, he's running with them. Edward is a pirate now. Gasps filled the small cabin. Eleanor put a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Leonard stared at his son, speechless. Bernard slammed his fist lightly on the table. A pirate? But, he signed on as a privateer. For king and country. How could he? Things change, uncle, Alaric said calmly. The sea, it changes people. Especially the Caribbean. But how do you know? Leonard finally asked, finding his voice. How did you know to ask that specific pirate, Blackbeard? Alaric leaned back, swirling the tea in his mug. This was the tricky part. He couldn't reveal his game knowledge, his meta-awareness. I have contacts, he began carefully, choosing his words. People in various ports, informants who keep an ear to the ground for me. It's useful for business, and other matters. He took another sip. A while back, I started hearing whispers from the Bahamas, from Nassau specifically. Talk of a bold newcomer making waves, a skilled sailor with blonde hair answering to the name, Kenway. The descriptions, they matched Edward, but I couldn't be certain. Nassau is crawling with pirates, names get changed, stories get exaggerated. He looked around at their anxious faces. When Penn recognized Blackbeard's ship, the Sea Dog's Bite, well, Blackbeard is infamous. He operates out of Nassau. It was a long shot, a hunch, but I figured if anyone knew about a rising star named Kenway in the pirate world, it might be him. So you just jumped onto his ship and asked? Eleanor asked, bewildered at the recklessness, yet also seeing the undeniable result. Seemed the most direct approach. Alaric shrugged. And as you saw, Thatch wasn't exactly forthcoming. Claimed he didn't know him, then said he heard Edward sailed south. He met their eyes again. He was lying, of course. But the fact that he lied, that he felt the need to protect the name, it confirms Edward is known in those circles. And likely associated with Thatch, or perhaps a rival he doesn't want getting information. Or maybe, Alaric thought privately, Thatch will tell Edward his strange cousin came looking for him. Let Edward know we're out here. Let him decide if he wants to seek us out. The ball's in his court now. But, a pirate. Lynette whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Our Edward, stealing, killing. We don't know the specifics, Aunt Lynette, Alaric said gently, though his own knowledge painted a more complex picture of Edward's early pirate career. Life at sea is hard. Privateering commissions can be revoked, ships can be lost, captains can turn cruel. Sometimes men make desperate choices to survive. He was careful not to excuse potential actions, but to offer context, a sliver of understanding. What matters is he's alive. And he's out there. Bernard sighed heavily, running a hand over his face. Alive, yes, but as a wanted criminal. What does this mean for him? For us? It means we need to find him, Alaric stated firmly. Havana is our next stop. It's a major hub. If Edwards made any sort of name for himself, word might have reached there. Or perhaps Thatchesli held a kernel of truth, and he has sailed south towards the Spanish Main. He paused. Either way, finding him just became a higher priority. The family sat in silence, absorbing the news, the worry for Edward warring with the shock of his apparent fall from grace. Reuben and Thulani exchanged a look. They knew Alaric likely knew more than he was letting on, but they trusted his judgment. Cassandra simply watched Alaric. Her expression was unreadable, but her presence was a silent pillar of support beside him. The conversation continued, circling the same worries and questions, but Alaric offered no more concrete details, sticking to his story of contacts and hunches, protecting Edward's narrative while subtly guiding the family towards acceptance of the situation. The tea grew cold in their mugs as the weight of this new reality settled upon the Kenway family. I shouldn't have asked Blackbeard. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 132, Chapter 131, Havana. Current balance, 11,744,410,454 R. August 18, 1714. 5 days passed after the awkward run-in with Blackbeard and the Sea Dog's bite. La Providencia continued her journey towards west, making steady, if not spectacular, progress across the seemingly endless ocean. It was 50 days since they had fled Bristol, leaving behind England and the lives they knew. It was around 3 p.m. when the cry finally came from the crow's nest, land ho. Followed shortly by the confirmation, Havana Harbor in sight. A wave of relief and anticipation washed over the ship. La Providencia humongous body navigated the harbor entrance under Oldgate's expert command and soon docked amidst the controlled chaos of the busy Spanish port. The first order of business, as always, was resupply. Oldgate immediately set his crew to work arranging for fresh water, food stores, and any necessary minor repairs for the final leg of their journey to Delaware Bay. Alaric, anticipating the costs, had already left a hefty sum in reals on the captain's desk before they even docked. Money withdrawal, 48,200 R. Current balance, 11,744,362,254 R. Similar to their stop in Lisbon, Alaric declared another shore leave, footing the bill for everyone. Inns were secured for the family, the assassins, Penn, and the numerous Kenway staff. Taverns were booked for Oldgate's crew to blow off steam. Meals were provided, and Alaric once again gave his blessing and funding for people to explore the markets and purchase necessities or souvenirs. Havana, with its Spanish colonial architecture and Caribbean vibrancy, offered a different flavor than Lisbon, and the chance to stretch their legs on solid ground again was welcomed by all. Money withdrawal, 84,054 R. Current balance, 11,744,278,200 R. Later that night, around 10 p.m., long after the communal dinner had ended and most had retired to their rented rooms, Alaric found himself seeking solitude. He slipped out of the busy and he shared with Cassandra and his immediate family and made his way quietly up to the flat rooftop. Havana's air in the night was warm and humid, carrying the distant sounds of music and revelry from taverns, mixed with the gentle lapping of water in the harbor. He laid back against the cool clay tiles, lighting a cigar and gazing up at the star-dusted sky, so much clearer here than under the often cloudy English heavens. He took a slow drag as the familiar taste grounded him. Wonder if there are any ISU still kicking around, he mused idly. Nah, probably not. Alethea and Juno seem to be the main digital survivors. The rest likely got wiped out in the first catastrophe. His thoughts drifted. Speaking of catastrophes, that solar flare is still centuries off, but I really should figure out that countermeasure. The Fuinjutsu knowledge says it's possible, something about harnessing and redirecting massive energy flows. But the chakra cost is insane. Needs at least the Gobi's level of reserves, maybe more. He mentally pulled up the system interface as the familiar blue screen overlaid his vision of the stars. Buy, sell. He focused on, buy, and thought, tailed beast chakra. Immediately, the list appeared seemingly excited to see him buy something so expensive. Shikaku's chakra, chakra reserves of the Ichibai plus wind affinity, earth affinity, sand release, magnet release. 60 million R. Matatabi's chakra, chakra reserves of the Nibi plus fire affinity, blue fire manipulation, night vision. Plus SPD, X5, AGI, X5, STLTH, X5, RFLX, X5. 120 million R. Isabu's chakra, chakra reserves of the Sanbai plus water affinity, coral release. Plus durability, X15, chakra sensing, X10, 180 million R. Son Goku's chakra, chakra reserves of the Yanbai plus fire affinity, earth affinity, lava release. Plus STR, X15, durability, X7, 240 million R. Kokuo's chakra, chakra reserves of the Gobi plus water affinity, fire affinity, boil release. plus STR, x10, SPD, x3, Pain Res, x10, 300 million R. Psychon's Chakra, Chakra reserves of the Rokubai plus Water Affinity, Acid Release, plus Poison Res, Max, Regan, x10, 360 million R. Komei's Chakra, Chakra reserves of the Nanobi plus Wind Affinity, Flight Ability, plus SPD, x10, AGI, x10, 420 million R. Jayaki's Chakra, Chakra reserves of the Haxabi plus Water Affinity, Lightning Affinity, Ink Manipulation, plus STR, 20, END, 20, Poison Res, Max, 480 million R. Karama's Chakra, Chakra reserves of the Kyuubi plus Fire Affinity, Wind Affinity, Tailed Beast Chakra Mode, plus STR, 25, END, 25, RFLX, 25, Durability, 25, Chakra Sensing, 15, Pain Res, 6, Poison Res, Max, 600 million R. Alaric rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Technically, I could afford all of them right now. But integrating that much raw power at once, would it even be survivable? I'll never forget how much getting Hashirama's cells and the Phoenix Sage mode hurt, and Karama's Chakra alone dwarfs that. He mentally scrolled down the list again. Kokuo, the Gobi. That's the minimum requirement for the Solar Flare Counter Seal, according to the Fuinjutsu Archive. 300 million reals, pocket change, really. But the integration, could I handle that level right now? He debated internally for a minute, the potential power warring with the memory of agonizing integration processes. He finally sighed, dismissing the interface. No point rushing it. The flare isn't for another 298 years. Plenty of time to get stronger, maybe integrate them one by one later. He shook his head. Right now, might as well practice. Even with his immense reserves and innate talent, Alaric still enjoyed the simple discipline of chakra control exercises. He'd long since mastered the basics like tree climbing and water walking. Now, he focused on more complex manipulations. Holding out his right hand, palm up, he focused his chakra. A faint distortion appeared above his palm, swirling rapidly, condensing the air around it into a barely visible, rapidly rotating sphere. The Rasengan. Not the bright unlike the flashy orb often depicted by the anime, it was a raw and compressed vortex of pure chakra. He held it steady, then focused on his left hand, attempting to replicate the process simultaneously. The chakra gathered, then began to rotate, but flickered and dissipated before fully forming. He frowned. Still tricky. My control's good, easily Hashirama level according to the system benchmarks, but forming multiple independent, high-density constructs simultaneously takes insane precision. He sighed again, a wry smile touching his lips. Okay, maybe I don't need to struggle that much. I am ridiculously rich, after all. He brought the system interface back up, dismissing the tailed beast list and searching for Chakra Control. Chakra Control LVL1, Chakra Efficiency, X2 e.g., Rock Lee, Sakura, Genin, 700,000 R. Chakra Control LVL2, Chakra Efficiency, X4 e.g., Naruto, Post-Timeskip, Killer Bee, 5 million R. Chakra Control LVL3, Chakra Efficiency, X8 e.g., Tsunade Senju, Kakashi Heitake, 10 million R. Chakra Control LVL4, Chakra Efficiency, X30 e.g., Minato Namikaze, Tobirama Senju, 15 million R. Chakra Control LVL5, Chakra Efficiency, X50 e.g., Hashirama Senju, Karen Uzumaki, 25 million R. Chakra Control LVL6, Chakra Efficiency, X100 e.g., Hagoromo Atsutsuki, Kagaya Atsutsuki, 100 million R. Level 5 is where I am naturally, apparently, Alaric noted. Level 6. Efficiency X100. Atsutsuki level. Yeah, that should do the trick. He mentally selected the final option. By Chakra Control LVL6 to 100 million R. Total deduction, 100 million R. Current balance, 11,644,278,200 R. Alaric waited, tensed slightly, expecting some kind of jolt, a headache, something. But, nothing happened. No pain, no disorientation. Just a subtle shift, a feeling of clarity. Like a slightly fuzzy lens had been wiped clean, allowing him to perceive and manipulate his own internal energy with far greater ease and precision. He smiled, intrigued. He held out his right hand again. Rasengan. Form. Instantly, without conscious effort beyond the intent, a perfect, stable Rasengan materialized, spinning silently in his palm. He whistled softly in amazement. He then held out his left hand. Another. Form. A second Rasengan sprang into existence, identical to the first. No flicker, no instability. He grinned. Okay, now we're talking. Pushing his newfound control, he focused, visualizing a third orb. A third Rasengan formed, hovering steadily in the air between his two hands. Heh, three's easy now. He smirked, pushing further. 4, 5, 6, 7. Soon, 20 perfect Rasengans were spinning silently in the air around him, distorting the warm night air with their contained power. Incredible. Alaric thought, marveling at the ease of it. He willed the orbs together, merging them into one significantly larger, denser Rasengan, before cancelling the technique entirely, the distortion vanishing instantly. He experimented further, willing water to condense from the humid air, shaping it into intricate, flowing patterns. He drew moisture from a nearby potted plant, then returned it without harming the leaves. He manipulated the stone tiles beneath him, causing tiny ripples and waves to flow across the surface without cracking them. He commanded the wind, not with hand signs, but pure intent, sending focused gusts swirling around the rooftop, rustling the palm trees in the courtyard below. This is insane. Hand signs are practically optional now for anything below S rank, maybe even for some S ranks, but still useful for complex sequences or conserving focus, I guess. He was shaking his head in amusement when the soft thud of boots landing on the tiles behind him broke his concentration. He turned to see Cassandra vaulting gracefully onto the roof from the balcony below, landing silently. She walked towards him, her striking silhouette outlined against the lights of the city. "What are you doing up here all alone?" she asked, her voice carrying easily in the night air. "Just relaxing," Alaric smiled, patting the tiles beside him. "Enjoying the stars. Join me." Cassandra sat down, leaning comfortably against him, resting her head on his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the distant celestial bodies. "Cassandra," Alaric began quietly, still looking up. "How would you feel, if I told you I had powers that, well, that defy the odds?" Cassandra was silent for a beat, then turned her head slightly to look at his side profile. "Alaric," she said dryly, "you jumped off a galleon onto a pirate ship, killed a man with a slap, and leaped back up like it was nothing. You command fire that melts steel. You make tea appear from thin air. I think we're past defying the odds. You already defy the gods." Alaric chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. "Ah, no. I meant odds, plural. Like, probabilities. Impossible things." He met her gaze. "You know I'm immortal, like you, in my own way. But, what if I told you I had the power to heal? Not just cuts and bruises, but, say, someone with the worst kind of sickness. Or an injury that should absolutely be fatal." Cassandra's eyebrows rose slightly. "Worst disease, fatal injury," she murmured, considering it. "Are you claiming sainthood now, love?" He chuckled again, shaking his head. "Hardly. Too damned selfish to be a saint." She smiled at that, leaning back against him as they both looked up at the stars again. The comfortable silence stretched for another minute before Alaric spoke again, his voice softer, more hesitant this time. What if I had the ability to resurrect the dead?" Cassandra stiffened instantly, her head snapping up as she pulled back slightly to stare at him, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "You, what?" she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. Then, louder, almost accusatory, "You can." She caught herself, clapping a hand over her mouth, glancing around the empty rooftop as if afraid someone might overhear. She lowered her hand, her gaze fixed on Alaric, searching his face intently. "You can bring people back from the dead." Alaric met her wide, intense gaze for several seconds, the weight of the question hanging between them. He finally gave a slow, almost reluctant nod. "Theoretically, yes. The knowledge exists within the abilities I possess." He chose his words carefully. "But it's not simple. It requires a sacrifice, an equivalent exchange, of sorts. Another life for the one returned." He sighed, looking away from her searching eyes towards the stars again. "And honestly, Cassandra, I've wrestled with it. The morality of it, tampering with life and death like that. It feels wrong, dangerous." "Malka," Cassandra breathed, utterly fascinated now, the initial shock giving way to awe. The power of Hades himself. She leaned closer again, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What else can you do? Can you create life from nothing as well?" Alaric looked back at her, a sly, teasing glint entering his eyes. He leaned in conspiratorially. "Oh, creating life," he murmured, his voice dropping to a suggestive whisper. "We can definitely do that, Agpi Mao. It's actually quite easy, though it does take about 9 months to complete the process." Cassandra stared at him blankly for a second, processing the words. Then her eyes widened in realization, and a deep blush instantly flooded her cheeks, reaching the tips of her ears. "Makie," she exclaimed, pulling back and cocking her arm back as if to punch him. Alaric smirked, anticipating the reaction, and quickly scooted back along the roof tiles, easily dodging the playful blow aimed at his shoulder. He got to his feet as Cassandra rose too, still blushing but now panting slightly, whether from indignation or something else, he couldn't quite tell. "Why don't we grab something to drink?" Alaric offered, holding out a hand with an innocent smile. "There's a tavern just behind this inn, looked lively." Cassandra glared at him for a moment longer, then her expression softened, and a chuckle escaped her. She took his offered hand, letting him pull her to her feet. My, challenging me to a drinking contest already," she teased as her competitive spirit flared. "Oh right," Alaric remembered. "She can outdrink anyone." He raised his eyebrows slightly. "We could," he conceded with a chuckle, "but maybe tonight we just relax. Enjoy a drink without someone ending up face down in the sawdust." "But where's the fun in that?" Cassandra countered with a grin. We don't die from it, remember. True. Alaric sighed dramatically, shaking his head. He led her towards the edge of the roof overlooking the alleyway below. The drop was significant, maybe 2 stories. Without a second thought, Alaric hopped onto the ledge and simply dropped down, landing perfectly flat-footed on the cobblestones below with barely a sound. Cassandra followed suit, leaping down with the inherent grace of her ISU-enhanced physiology, landing just as silently beside him. Oh yeah, Alaric thought, watching her land. Hybrids like Cassandra don't take fall damage. That's actually pretty amazing. They walked through the warm night of Havana Unana towards the sounds of music and laughter spilling from a nearby tavern. Inside, the place was busy. Sailors, merchants, locals, and a few familiar faces. Captain Oldgate and several of his crew were gathered around rough wooden tables, drinking rum and singing boisterously. Oldgate spotted them entering and waved them over with a grin, gesturing to empty stools at his table. They exchanged a few pleasantries, Alaric deflecting the captain's questions about where they disappeared to with vague answers. Deciding they wanted a slightly quieter spot, Alaric led Cassandra towards the bar counter at the far end of the room. The tavern mostly served local rum and beer, but the tavern keeper, seeing the quality of Alaric's coat and Cassandra's striking appearance, leaned over conspiratorially. Sayer, Sra, perhaps something special tonight? I have 2 bottles left of a rather fine imported wine. From a far distant land, he winked, clearly implying it was smuggled French or Italian vintage. Very smooth. Only 40 reals the bottle. Alaric raised an eyebrow at the price but was about to agree, mentally preparing to access the system for the funds, when Cassandra stepped forward, placing a handful of coins on the bar before he could. We'll take both bottles, por favor, she said smoothly with her Spanish surprisingly fluent. Alaric looked at her, surprised. Cassandra, you don't have to dash. She waved him off with a smile, accepting the 2 dusty bottles from the beaming tavern keeper. Think nothing of it. Besides, she added, her eyes twinkling, it was your money I used for that shopping spree in Lisbon long ago. Consider this my treat. Alaric could only smile wryly and shake his head. Fair enough. They found a relatively quiet corner table, uncorked one of the bottles, and settled in, sipping the surprisingly decent wine and watching the lively tavern scene. They talked, laughed, and simply enjoyed each other's company. They finished the first bottle and opened the second, sharing stories and observations. The easy intimacy between them was deepening with each glass. Eventually, the tavern began to empty, the songs grew quieter, and the hour grew late. They finished the last of the wine, bid a cheerful goodnight to Oldgate and his remaining crew members slumped happily over their rum mugs, and walked hand in hand back through the now quiet streets to their inn. Back in the privacy of their room, the wine, the warm night, and the undeniable connection between them led, inevitably, to another night of passionate lovemaking before they finally fell asleep, tangled together in the narrow bed. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 133, Chapter 132, Havana, 2, R18. Current balance, 11,644,278,200 R. August 19, 1714. Morning arrived as it was now warm and bright in Havana. Around 8 a.m., Alaric and Cassandra emerged from their inn, having already enjoyed a vigorous start to their day, followed by a quick breakfast brought up to their room. The inn they'd rented, or rather, the multiple inns Alaric had rented out entirely for his large entourage, was situated near Havana's bustling central plaza, marked by a large, ornate fountain. As they stepped out into the already busy square, the vibrant energy of the Caribbean port city hit them. Vendors hawked their wares, colorful fabrics hung from balconies, the smell of roasting meat and exotic spices filled the air, and the sounds of Spanish chatter mixed with the cries of gulls from the nearby harbor could be heard. Right then, Alaric said, stretching slightly. Anything catch your eye yesterday? Cassandra's eyes lit up. Actually. What followed was less a casual stroll and more of a targeted campaign. Cassandra, it turned out, had done some serious window shopping the previous day. She led Alaric from stall to stall, pointing out items with an enthusiasm he hadn't seen often outside of combat or other activities. Fine Cuban cigars, though Alaric privately thought his system ones were superior, intricately carved wooden figures, brightly dyed silks unlike those found in Europe, strange and potent-smelling spices, pearl-inlaid combs, sturdy leather goods. Alaric found himself playing the part of the indulgent partner, nodding along, occasionally offering an opinion when asked. Yes, that shade of blue does suit you, and mostly just handing over reels. Jonathan wasn't around to handle the transactions this time, so Alaric managed the coin himself, trying not to wince as Cassandra's pile of purchases grew steadily larger. She haggled fiercely at times as her ancient bartering instincts kicked in, but other times she simply saw something she liked and declared, I want that one, looking expectantly at Alaric. Are all women like this when given unlimited funds? He wondered with a wry internal smile, watching her excitedly examine a bolt of emerald green silk. Or is it just that she hasn't had the chance to properly shop for, well, centuries? He couldn't really begrudge her the enjoyment. After about an hour, just as Cassandra was enthusiastically bargaining for a set of silver bracelets, the rest of their core group emerged from the inn. The Kenway elders, looking refreshed, were accompanied by Reuben and Flavia that were still practically glued together, Thulani, who was a stoic mountain amidst the crowd, and Matteo Auditore. Following them were some of the former slaves Thulani had freed back in Bristol. They now carried papers marking them as free men and women under Alaric's employ, a necessary item to navigate the complexities of colonial society, and thanks to Alaric's wealth, they were housed comfortably nearby instead of being relegated to the docks or slums. Seeing Alaric and Cassandra filled with packages that were mostly Cassandra's, the others quickly joined the fun. Lynette and Eleanor immediately started admiring Cassandra's finds, while Bernard and Leonard struck up conversations with local merchants about tobacco prices and shipping routes. Flavia, inspired by Cassandra, dragged Reuben over to a stall that was selling colorful fans and lace mantillas. Thulani politely declined any purchases for himself but kept a watchful eye on the group. The shopping spree quickly escalated. His family, feeling emboldened after weeks at sea and the sudden upheaval, seemed determined to make the most of Alaric's generosity. Fine linens, bottles of aged rum, navigational tools for Leonard, who had taken an interest in Oldgate's charts, embroidered shawls for the ladies, even a fancy new dagger for Flavia, who insisted Reuben needed a matching one. The pile grew. Matteo Auditore watched his daughter's enthusiastic spending with a mixture of pride and slight embarrassment. He approached Alaric, who was patiently waiting while Cassandra decided between two different styles of leather boots. Alaric, lad, Matteo murmured apologetically, forgive Flavia's esuberanza. She is not often afforded such luxuries. Alaric just waved a hand dismissively, offering a relaxed smile. Don't worry about it, Matteo. Let them enjoy themselves. After everything back in England, they deserve a bit of indulgence. Besides, he added, glancing at the growing mountain of goods being gathered by a few designated staff members, sono solo soldi. It's only money. Money withdrawal, 144,200 R. Current balance, 11,644,134,000 R. A lot of money, though, Alaric thought, doing a quick mental calculation. Still barely a dent, but Cassandra and Flavia together, they could bankrupt a small kingdom. He sighed inwardly but kept the smile fixed on his face. Spoiling the people he cared about, especially Cassandra, was a weakness he couldn't seem, nor particularly wanted, to overcome. 2 hours later, the shopping expedition finally calmed down. Laden with packages carried by helpful staff members, the entire Kenway contingent made their way back towards the harbor where La Providencia waited, fully restocked and ready to depart for the final leg of the journey to the Delaware Bay. Hundreds of the Kenway employees were already lining up patiently along the pier with their own modest purchases bundled with their belongings. Oldgate, respecting the charter agreement, wasn't taking on any additional paying passengers for this trip. Alaric and his immediate group greeted the waiting staff with cheerful good mornings and nods. Then, much to the staff's continued slight discomfort, the Kenway fam took their place at the very end of the boarding queue once again. The employees offered polite protests, trying to usher the Kenway family forward, but Leonard and Bernard, following Alaric's lead, simply smiled and insisted they wait their turn. The awkwardness remained, but beneath it, a stronger sense of shared journey and mutual respect intensified. They aren't just employers, they treat us so well, were the thoughts of every employee. During this era, employers weren't really kind to their own people. Minutes passed as the line shuffled forward. Finally, it was their turn. Alaric stepped onto the gangplank, pausing briefly as if checking his boot, and subtly planted another Hiraition marker on the sturdy wood of the Havana pier. Just in case. He boarded the ship, followed by Cassandra and the others. Jonathan Hugh was already directing staff to stow the newly acquired cargo below the deck. On the quarterdeck, Captain Oldgate was overseeing the final preparations, ensuring sails were properly furled and the deck was clear for departure. Good morning to ye, lad. Oldgate called out, spotting Alaric. Sup, Whitebeard, Alaric replied with a nod. He pulled out a fresh cigar, lighting it with a snap of his fingers and taking a long drag. Ready to head out? Aye, La Providencia's ready to taste the open water again, Oldgate confirmed, walking over. But, you sure about this? You're stayin' behind here in Havana? Yep, Alaric nodded, exhaling smoke. Got a few things to look into. Already told the family yesterday. He glanced towards his parents and aunt and uncle, who were watching him with poorly concealed worry, though they respected his decision. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He turned back to Oldgate. Just need to stock your cabin first and leave your final payment. Ah, the cigars. Oldgate's eyes lit up. Good lad. And the payment, put it in that new chest behind my desk. I like to see that beauty get filled up proper. Alaric grinned. Consider it done. He gave a nod to his family and Cassandra, then headed towards the hatch leading down to the captain's quarters. And make it reals this time, lad. Oldgate shouted after him. Easier to spend in these waters. Down in Oldgate's surprisingly tidy cabin, Alaric quickly fulfilled his promises. Money withdrawal, 3 million R 93,750 equivalent. Buy premium cigar pack, 10 R. Quantity, 100x. Total deduction, 3,001,000 R. Current balance, 11,641,133,000 R. He placed the hefty sum of silver reals neatly inside the captain's new lockbox. Then, he retrieved the 100 packs of premium cigars from his system inventory, stacking them carefully on Oldgate's desk and shelves enough, indeed, to last the captain a good long while. R18. With his task done, he made his way back towards the great cabin he shared with Cassandra. He found her inside, packing a small satchel with a few essentials she might need if they were separated for longer than expected. She looked up as he entered, a questioning look in her eyes. "How long do you think you'll be?" Alaric walked over, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. "Honestly, not sure," he admitted quietly before he walked over, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Depends on what I can dig up here about Edward, or where the trail leads next. Could be a few days, could be a week. But," he added, turning her gently to face him, "I'll catch up fast. You know me." Cassandra studied him, then a sly smirk curved her lips. "Weeks, huh?" she murmured, stepping closer, hands sliding up his chest. "That's too long to go without you." She pushed him back until he sat on the bed's edge, her voice dropping to a husky purr. "Guess I'd better give you something to keep me on your mind." Before he could reply, she sank to her knees, yanking his pants down, freeing his cock. It was already half hard, and she didn't waste time, licking the tip slow, teasing, then taking him deep into her mouth. "Fuck, Cassandra." Alaric groaned as he grabbed her hair, pulling tight as she sucked him off, sloppy and eager. Her tongue swirled, lips tight, bobbing slow then fast, drawing low curses from him. She moaned around his dick, the vibrations making him twitch, her hands gripping his thighs as she worked him. She went at it for a while, relentless, saliva dripping, eyes locked on his, daring him to lose it. His hips bucked, but she held him there, sucking harder, deeper, until he was right on the edge. "Shit, gonna come," he growled, and she hummed, taking him all the way as he exploded, shooting cum down her throat. She swallowed every bit, pulling back with a wet pop, licking her lips, smirking. "Goddamn," Alaric panted, but Cassandra was already standing, peeling off her pants and underwear, revealing her pussy, glistening with how wet she was. "Look at you, soaked," he said with his voice rough and hot. "Shut up and lie back," she ordered, shoving him flat on the bed. She climbed over him, straddling his hips, grabbing his still hard cock and lining it up. "Fuck, you're too big," she groaned as she sank down, her pussy stretching around his cock. "It's too good. I'm gonna come any second." She started riding him, slow at first, moaning loud with her hands braced on his chest. Alaric cursed, "Fuck, Cassandra," watching her tits bounce and her face twist with pleasure. She sped up, hips slamming down, the bed creaking, her moans turning to screams. "Ah!" she shouted, coming hard, her pussy clenching tight, twitching as she rode out the orgasm, juices dripping. Alaric hadn't come yet, his eyes hungry, locked on her. "Keep moving." "Too sensitive," she whined, still shaking, but his face, fuck, that raw, starving look, made her obey. She started again, slow, twitching with every move, moaning despite herself. Alaric grabbed her ass, spanking hard, making her yelp, then guiding her faster, harder. "Move," he said with his voice low, and she did, screaming as the sensitivity turned to raw pleasure. "Laric, ma-ka-a," she cried, moaning so loud the cabin walls seemed to shake, coming again, her body jerking. Alaric wasn't done. He flexed his core, using momentum to make her ride deeper, faster, his cock hitting every spot. She was a mess, screaming, coming over and over, barely coherent. "Fuck, I'm coming." Alaric grunted, gripping her hips tight. Cassandra slid off quick, dropping to all fours on the bed, sucking his dick fast, desperate, her mouth became a wet blur going up and down. He groaned, shooting his load into her mouth, and she swallowed it all, not spilling a drop. She kept going, cleaning his cock with slow, deliberate licks, moaning softly. Panting, she looked up, sly but exhausted. "You love it, don't you?" Alaric smirked, catching his breath. "Hell yeah, you sucking my dick? Turns me on like crazy." Cassandra gave his cock one last, long lick, grinning. "From now on, I'll suck you dry every damn day." His eyes widened, and his huge dick was already twitching, hardening again. He grinned, dark and hungry. "Then how about you suck it again?" She smirked, licking her lips. With pleasure, she purred, diving back in, her mouth wrapping around him, ready to start it all over. R18 finished. Minutes later, a slightly flushed Alaric emerged back onto the main deck, adjusting his coat. Cassandra was knocked out on the bed, so he could only head out alone after locking the door from the inside with his Vulcan. He headed towards the railing where the gangplank had been, ready to disembark. He looked up towards the quarterdeck and saw Oldgate leaning there, watching him with an amused glint in his eye, puffing away on one of the newly acquired cigars. "Stocked you up, white beard." Alaric called up, shielding his eyes from the sun's glare. "Payments in your chest too." "That's great, lad. Knew I could count on ye." Oldgate grinned, taking a long, luxurious drag. He gave a mock salute with his cigar. "Well, see ye when I see ye, then. Try not to get yourself killed before I spend all this silver." Alaric chuckled and nodded. "Will do." He walked to the edge of the deck. The gangplank was already gone, the gap between the ship and the pier widening slightly as the crew began casting off mooring lines. Without hesitation, Alaric took a casual leap, easily clearing the distance and landing softly on the sturdy wooden planks of the Havana dock. He turned back to watch La Providencia. As the last line was cast off, Oldgate's voice boomed across the water, overriding the sounds of the busy harbor. Hoist the sails. Weigh anchor. Set course northwest. Delaware Bay awaits, ye dogs. The massive sails unfurled efficiently, catching the morning breeze. Slowly and majestically, the great galleon began to pull away from the pier, turning her bow towards the open sea. Alaric watched her go, seeing Oldgate already back in conversation with his navigator, cigar smoke trailing behind him. A faint smile touched Alaric's lips. All right, he thought, turning away from the departing ship. He glanced around the busy Havana dock, then towards a shadowed alleyway nearby. Time to set up the distribution network before heading to NASA. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 134, Chapter 133, Products and NASA. Current balance, 11,641,133,000 R. Previously. He turned back to watch La Providencia. As the last line was cast off, Oldgate's voice boomed across the water, overriding the sounds of the busy harbor. Hoist the sails. Weigh anchor. Set course northwest. Delaware Bay awaits, ye dogs. The massive sails unfurled efficiently, catching the morning breeze. Slowly and majestically, the great galleon began to pull away from the pier, turning her bow towards the open sea. Alaric watched her go, seeing Oldgate already back in conversation with his navigator, cigar smoke trailing behind him. A faint smile touched Alaric's lips. All right, he thought, turning away from the departing ship. He glanced around the busy Havana dock, then towards a shadowed alleyway nearby. Time to set up the distribution network before heading to NASA. Now. He slipped into the narrow alley, ensuring no prying eyes were watching. Finding a secluded spot behind some stacked crates, he performed a single, swift hand sign. Poof, 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 poof. 4 identical copies of himself materialized in puffs of smoke, looking around with varying degrees of curiosity and mischief. Yo, bossa. Clone 1 grinned, giving a thumbs up. Sup. Clone 2 offered a lazy wave. Ready for duty. Clone 3 snapped a mock salute. About time, Clone 4 grumbled, adjusting his collar. Alaric's sweat dropped. Okay, them having distinct personalities based on fragmented aspects of my own is kinda quirky, but damn, the memories they bring back are useful. He shook his head. Right, time to buff these guys up. He focused, weaving intricate lines of chakra in the air. Glowing ink began to form, transforming into complex fuinjutsu arrays that floated around the clones. With precise movements, he guided the seals, inscribing them directly onto the clones' forms. One seal anchored their existence, making them far more durable and long-lasting than the original Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another established a permanent, unbreakable link across vast distances, ensuring they wouldn't just puff out from existence from being far. A third was a more complex array. It allowed them to passively draw in natural energy from their surroundings and convert it into usable chakra, making them self-sufficient. The amount of chakra they receive wasn't much to make them perform multiple jutsu, but it was enough to keep them alive. Next, Alaric focused on his own arm, then extended his will towards the clones. More glowing ink appeared, forming identical, intricate tattoo patterns on each of their forearms. Super advanced storage seals, linked dimensionally. I've made sure the storage in their tattoos is a vast space, should hold more than enough product, he confirmed internally, feeling the connection between his own master seal and the clone's copies. With the preparations complete, he accessed the system again. Buy Premium Cigar Pack 10R. Quantity 4,000,000X. Buy Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags 10 PCS per pack 5R. Quantity 4,000,000X. Buy Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce 1R. Quantity 4,000,000X. Buy Kunoichi Beauty Mask 5 PCS per pack 3.6R. Quantity 40,000,000X. Buy Hyga Clan Secret Ointment 2R. Quantity 8,000,000X. Total deduction 224 million R. Current balance 11,417,133,000 R. An unimaginable volume of goods instantly transferred from the system's interface into the linked storage dimension sealed within the clone's tattoos. They barely blinked, though Clone 2 whistled softly. Alright, listen up, Alaric addressed his copies, his tone was serious. You 4 have one primary job, sell every last bit of this merchandise. The clones nodded as their expressions turned attentive. Brand name is Celestial, Alaric continued. Celestial Cigars, 5 a pack. Celestial Tea, 5 a pack. Celestial Hot Sauce, 3 shillings a bottle. Celestial Beauty Masks, 10 shillings per mask. Celestial Salve, 25 a vial. Your territories are Bristol, London, Lisbon, and Rome. 1 city each. Use Hiraishin to travel to your respective territories. He accessed the system again, withdrawing startup funds in the appropriate currencies. Money withdrawal, 50,000 R. Money withdrawal, 5,000 Scudi, 50,000 R. Money withdrawal, 1562 tens, 50,000 R. Money withdrawal, 1562 tens, 50,000 R. Total deduction, 200,000 R. Current balance, 11,416,933,000 R. Here's your operating capital, Alaric said, directing the withdrawn funds into each clone storage seal. Rent warehouses, hire local agents if you need to, live comfortably. I don't care how you spend it, just move the product efficiently and discreetly. Goal is to sell out as fast as possible. Don't worry, bosso. Clone 1 grinned confidently. We'll have this stuff sold by sundown. Clone 3 boasted. Ha, in your dreams, numbskull. Clone 4 shot back. Honestly, can't you lot be serious for 1 minute? Clone 2 sighed, rubbing his temples. They're definitely not exact copies of me. Alaric resisted the urge to facepalm. He cleared his throat. Right, one last thing. Use henge. Disguise yourselves. Merchants, travelers, whatever fits. Under no circumstances is my name or the Kenway name to be directly associated with these sales beyond the Celestial brand. Understood. All 4 clones nodded seriously this time. Got it, boss. Good. Alaric gave a final nod. Get to it. In 4 distinct flashes of platinum gold light, the clones vanished, teleporting instantly via Hiraishin to their assigned cities across Europe. Alaric stood alone in the quiet alley for a moment, the faint smell of ozone lingering in the air. I should earn more than 440 million or 14 billion reals. Wahahahaha. Good, he thought, a satisfied smirk returning. Phase 2 initiated. Now. He closed his eyes, focusing his chakra, picturing the unique energy signature of the Hiraishin marker he'd left on Blackbeard's ship deck. Time to pay a visit to Nassau. With another flicker of displaced air, Alaric vanished from the alleyway of Havana. Nassau, 12 p.m. The air was thick and heavy with the smell of salt, stale rum, unwashed bodies, and tropical decay. Nassau, the infamous Republic of Pirates. It wasn't much to look at from Alaric's sudden arrival point at the deck of the Sea Dog's Bite. The brig was anchored a few dozen meters offshore, among a chaotic collection of other sloops, brigs, and captured merchant vessels of varying sizes. The actual settlement on the island was a ramshackle collection of wooden buildings clustered around a dilapidated fort, spilling onto a strip of white sand beach. Alaric appeared silently near the main mast, right where he'd left the Hiraishin marker days earlier. Several of Blackbeard's crew were lounging on the deck, mending sails, sharpening blades, or simply dozing in the shade of the furled mainsail. They were laughing about something, a crude joke most likely, judging by the raucous guffaws. And then the governor says, "But that's my prize pig." And Harkam replies. One pirate was saying, mid-chuckle, "Do you fellows want to hear a joke?" The voice, calm and unexpected, cut through their laughter like a cold knife. Every pirate froze. Slowly, hesitantly, they turned their heads towards the sound. Their eyes widened. Blood drained from their faces. Standing there, casually leaning against the mast as if he'd been there all along, was the platinum blonde man in the crimson coat. The one who'd killed Scarface Finn with a single slap. The one who'd jumped between ships like a damned bird. Silence descended, making it thick and suffocating. No one dared move, let alone speak. They just stared, forgetting their weapons, their minds struggling to comprehend how he'd gotten there. Alaric waited patiently with an eyebrow slightly raised. Seeing the utter paralysis his appearance had caused, he let out a soft chuckle. "Relax, boys," he said, his voice amiable. "Not here to kill any of you today. Unless you give me a reason, of course." A collective shaky exhale went through the group, fear warred with confusion on their faces. Finally, one pirate, a burly man with more tattoos than teeth, managed to find his voice, though it trembled slightly. What? What the bloody hell do ye want now?" "Just passing through," Alaric replied smoothly, pushing himself off the mast. "Needed a ride closer to shore. Thanks for the temporary berth." He walked casually towards the bowsprit, ignoring the wary eyes tracking his every move. Reaching the very tip, he gave the crew a final, cheerful wave. "Enjoy the rest of your day, gentlemen." Then, he simply leaped, soaring through the air effortlessly before landing silently on the soft white sand of the Nassau beach. He brushed himself off, glanced left and right at the chaotic pirate haven, and smirked. "So this is Nassau. Looks pirate y. Old Avery Tavern." Edward Thatch, known as Blackbeard, slammed his empty mug down on the rough-hewn table, demanding another ale. Across from him sat Benjamin Hornigold, looking thoughtful as usual, while the enigmatic James Kidd leaned against a nearby support beam, arms crossed. "And he just slapped Finn, and BAM." Blackbeard was saying, recounting the encounter from days ago for the third time, still clearly agitated by it. "One slap, mind you. Not a blade drawn, not a pistol fired. Just, crack. And Finn drops dead as a mackerel. Never seen the like." Hornigold took a slow sip of his own ale. "A Kenway, you say, cousin to young Edward?" He stroked his beard. "Strange. Edward never mentioned family with such abilities." Abilities. Kid scoffed quietly from the shadows. Sounds like luck, or perhaps Finn was weaker than he looked. Luck. Blackbeard rounded on Kid, his eyes flashing. That weren't luck, boyo. That was somethin' else. Cold, fast, like lookin' at death wearin' a fancy coat. He shuddered involuntarily, and the way he knew things, asked about Edward right off. So, this cousin, Hornigold interjected calmly, cutting off Blackbeard's rant. What did he look like? What was his name? Tall, Blackbeard grunted. Tall as me, maybe taller. Platinum blonde hair, blue eyes that look right through ye. Dressed like a bloody lord, crimson coat and all. Name was. Blackbeard paused, trying to recall the exact name the unsettling man had given. Alaric Kenway. The new voice, cool and carrying easily over the tavern's low murmur, came from the entranceway behind them. Every head in the tavern swiveled. Patrons froze mid-drink as the conversations died. Standing there, leaning casually against the railing at the top of the short stairs leading into the open-air tavern, was the very man Blackbeard had just described. Long platinum blonde hair ruffled slightly by the breeze, immaculate crimson coat, a lit cigar held loosely between his fingers. Why you? Thatch sputtered, his eyes widening in disbelief and a healthy dose of fear. He instinctively reached for a pistol, then stopped himself, remembering how little good it had done last time. Hornigold and Kid exchanged surprised glances, then turned their full attention to the newcomer. How? Thatch finally managed to ask. How did I get here? Alaric asked innocently while raised an eyebrow, taking a slow drag from his cigar. Oh, you know, swam. All the way from Havana. Took a while. He glanced around the tavern. Your men on the Sea Dog's Bite weren't very talkative when I arrived just now, bit rude actually, so I decided to come ashore for some sightseeing. Funny how I ended up right here, eh. The lie was so blatant, so absurd, that it was hanging in the air, thick with unspoken implications of impossible speed or unnatural travel. Hornigold smirked, appreciating the audacity even as he sized Alaric up. Kid remained impassive, though her eyes narrowed slightly. Alaric Kenway, is it? Hornigold said smoothly, breaking the silence. He gestured to the stool beside Blackbeard. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Benjamin Hornigold. Welcome to Nassau, the Republic of Pirates. Alaric gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, his gaze flicking briefly to Hornigold before settling on Kid. And you? The figure leaning against the post pushed themselves off, meeting Alaric's gaze evenly. James Kid, came the reply. The voice was deliberately rough, though Alaric easily saw through the disguise, recognizing the face from the game's loading screens and historical portraits. James Kid. Alaric repeated, letting a small smirk play on his lips as his eyes drifted pointedly down to the distinctive red sash tied around Kid's waist. That's a wonderful red sash you've got there, pirate. Kid's eyes widened almost imperceptibly as a flicker of alarm crossing their features before being quickly masked. He knows. The thought flashed through Mary Reed's mind. Or is it just a coincidence? A lucky guess. Alaric chuckled softly at the reaction, then pushed himself off the railing, strolling casually towards their table. He stopped a meter or so away, taking another long drag from his cigar before meeting their collective gaze. Right, introductions aside, he said, his tone becoming more businesslike. My name is Alaric Jonathan Kenway. I'm looking for my cousin, Edward Kenway. I was told he might be found associating with the likes of you lot. So, ye seek young Edward, do ye? Hornigold leaned back, steepling his fingers. Information ain't free in Nassau, friend. Especially information about a promising lad like Kenway. It'll cost ye. Even though I'm a cousin. Bruh, Alaric paused, raising an eyebrow as if considering it. Then he chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Of course. Nothing worthwhile ever is it? He walked past them towards the bar counter, ignoring the wary eyes that followed him. He pulled a handful of coins from his coat pocket and slammed them down on the sticky counter, making the nearby mugs rattle. Money withdrawal, 50R. Current balance, 11,416,932,950R. Hey! Alaric called to the grimy-looking tavern keeper polishing a mug behind the bar. Your best meal, whatever it is. And make it quick, I'm starving. The tavern keeper froze, staring at the pile of silver reals easily enough to buy food for a week, let alone one meal. Hornigold, Thatch, and Kid all widened their eyes. 50 reals for a plate of stew and stale bread? This wasn't payment, it was a statement. And a clear signal that this, Alaric Kenway, wanted more than just food. The tavern keeper glanced nervously towards the three pirate captains, who were now watching him intently. He swallowed hard. I cannot. He stammered, clearly intimidated. Alaric sighed dramatically, then reached into his pocket again, pulling out another, much larger handful of coins and letting them cascade onto the counter with a loud clatter. Money withdrawal, 150R. Current balance, 11,416,932,800R. 200 reals, Alaric said flatly. For the meal, and for telling me where I can find Abel Brahma's ship, the Jacobite. The one my cousin Edward signed on to. The effect was immediate. Greed and fear warred on the tavern keeper's face, and greed won. He snatched up the coins, his eyes darting nervously towards the pirate captains. The Jacobite. He whispered quickly, leaning closer to Alaric. Kenway signed on with Brahma. Heard they sailed south a few days back. Talk was they were headin' towards Jamaica, lookin' to intercept a Spanish sugar shipment near Port Royal. The tavern keeper wiped his sweaty hands on his apron, avoiding the furious glares now directed at him from Hornigold and Thatch. Jamaica, huh, that's interesting. Alaric nodded, satisfied. Now, about that meal. The tavern keeper scurried off towards the back kitchen. Hornigold and Thatch exchanged dark looks, clearly furious at the tavern keeper's loose lips but wary of confronting the man who'd just bought the information so casually. Kid watched Alaric with narrowed, analytical eyes. Who the hell is this man? Blackbeard thought, gripping his mug tightly. Throws coin around like water, kills a man with a slap, appears out of thin air. A man looking for Edward Kenway. Kid mused silently. Dressed like nobility, and moves with no vigilance like there's not a problem with the world. Wealthy and powerful, is he truly a cousin of Kenway? Is he connected to the Assassins? Templars? They were all thinking variations of the same thing. This Alaric Kenway was dangerous, unpredictable, and clearly operating on a level far beyond them. He might be alone, but confronting him felt like poking a sleeping kraken. You fellas want a smoke? Alaric asked cheerfully, turning back towards their table and offering the pack of premium cigars he'd seemingly pulled from nowhere. Hornigold, ever the opportunist, smirked and took one. Don't mind if I do, Kenway. Always appreciate a fine tobacco. Thatch hesitated, then grunted and took one as well, stuffing it into his coat pocket for later. Kid simply shook his head, arms still crossed, observing Alaric intently. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 135, Chapter 134, Flight Seal. Current balance, 11,416,932,800 R. Nassau Beach, 8 p.m. Night fell over Nassau, blanketing the shabby town and the anchored ships in darkness, punctuated only by the flickering orange glow of scattered lanterns, bonfires on the beach, and the distant, brilliant stars in the sky. The raucous sounds of the afternoon had died down somewhat, replaced by the crash of waves on the sand and the low murmur of conversations drifting from taverns. Alaric found himself back on the beach, away from the noise and grime of the main settlement. He sat on a large piece of driftwood washed ashore, a half-empty mug of ale resting in the sand beside him, a fresh cigar glowing in his hand. Man, I really have been smoking too much lately, he thought with a wry internal sigh, taking another drag anyway. He was alone. The impromptu drinking session he'd funded back at the Old Avery had done its job. Blackbeard, Hornigold, and most of their crews were likely passed out drunk in the tavern or on their ships by now. James Kidd, after observing Alaric with intense scrutiny for a while longer, had simply melted back into the Nassau shadows, likely off to attend to their own mysterious business, probably something edgy. Treating a tavern full of pirates to unlimited ale wasn't exactly cheap, even by his standards, but getting the information about Edward and ensuring the key players were too incapacitated to immediately cause trouble was worth it. Money withdrawal, 3,800 R. Current balance, 11,416,929,000 R. Only 3,800 reals to get over 100 pirates completely sloshed. Not bad value, actually, he mused. He let out a sigh and finished off the last of his warmish beer, then tossed the empty wooden mug onto the sand. Standing up, he stretched and looked up. With no city lights around, the stars were insane. It was just a huge, sparkling mess spread all over the night sky. Jamaica, huh? He muttered to himself, tracing the familiar constellations, trying to orient himself southwards. He mostly knew how to navigate by the stars from books, and it was more theory than practice, but the basics made sense. Plus, he'd been in the military in his last life, so that helped. Kingston was way down south. Can't exactly walk there, though, he thought, frowning slightly. And running across the water all that way, it too tedious. It takes too much concentration to maintain speed and avoid rogue waves. He considered teleporting directly using Hiraishin, but he had no markers placed anywhere near Jamaica yet. He paced along the water's edge for a few moments, the waves washing over his boots. I need a faster, more convenient way to travel long distances over water without relying on ships. Then he stopped walking. Wait, why not just copy that jutsu? The lightweight rock thing. I already saw it used in the anime. I should be able to break it down and replicate the effect through Fuinjutsu. He crouched down and pulled his sleeve up, exposing his forearm. Alright. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. The principle is chakra-infused earth release, changing gravitational pull on the target. If I translate that effect into Fuinjutsu, I can make the seal act like a toggle. He began drawing a small, tight spiral on his skin using chakra. This will be the anchor. It needs to recognize my chakra only. Then, enhancement lines to adjust the density of my own body. Just enough to offset my weight and make movement feel like gliding. The seal glowed for a moment, then vanished into his skin. He took a small hop forward. His body felt significantly lighter. He hopped again, and this time, he floated for almost 2 seconds before landing. Nice. That's the lightweight rock effect done. Now for the ultra version. He took out a kunai and pricked his finger lightly, drawing a new pattern on his other arm. This one needs to go further. Less resistance, faster acceleration. But I want to keep it safe, don't want to fly off like a balloon. So, I need limit the output. He added 3 rings around the core symbol, setting boundaries for how much the seal could enhance his lift. Then, he pressed his finger to the center. The seal glowed white for a second and vanished just like the first. Alaric bent his knees and jumped. This time, he soared up into the air, easily clearing 20 meters before gently floating down. Perfect. Not too fast, but smooth. I can control the height and direction by shifting chakra around my legs and feet. He grinned. No wings, no fanfare, just clean mobility. I'm basically flying without spending chakra constantly. He stepped off the driftwood and hovered again, slowly moving forward along the beach. The seals had done their job. He could now travel quickly across land or sea without stress. And best of all, the effects didn't need to be turned off. As long as he didn't push chakra into them, they stayed dormant. Yup, he muttered, watching the stars as he glided over the sand. This is gonna be real useful. He walked over to the nearest palm tree at the edge of the beach and placed his hand on its rough bark. Channeling a tiny thread of chakra, he inscribed another intricate Hiraishin marker, this one key to Nassau Beach. Always good to have options. Teleporting is still king for instant travel. With that done, he stepped back onto the open sand and focused inward, accessing the flight seals he'd drawn on his arms earlier. He bent his knees slightly, gathering his chakra. Then, with a controlled push, he shot upwards into the dark sky. He let out an involuntary laugh as he rose rapidly, stopping himself about 100 meters above the dark ocean. The feeling was incredible. It was effortless buoyancy, a sense of freedom far surpassing mere jumping or even swift release. Never would have thought of this back on Earth, he mused, hovering easily. The possibilities with Fuinjutsu, they really didn't explore this enough in the manga. It's practically limitless if you understand the principles. Well, I only understand the principles because I bought the ascendant level of Fuinjutsu. He looked down. Nassau was a scattering of dim lights against the dark mass of the island, bordered by the pale ribbon of the beach and the dark shapes of anchored ships. He shook his head, then turned, orienting himself using the stars he'd identified earlier. South towards Jamaica. Kingston, here I come. He murmured to the wind. With a mental command, he directed chakra to the propulsion aspects of the seals. He surged forward, gliding smoothly through the air, leaving the pirate haven behind. Flying at night was strange. The moon, with its bright crescent, cast silvery light on the waves below, but beyond that limited illumination, everything was pitch black. No city glow, no navigation lights, just the stars above and the dark ocean below. Makes sense, he thought, channeling a thin layer of chakra around his eyes to shield them from the wind rushing past as he picked up speed. No light pollution in 1714. Despite the darkness, the experience was exhilarating. He remembered the thrill of wingsuit gliding in his past life, the adrenaline rush, the speed, the feeling of controlled falling. This was different. This wasn't falling, it was flying. It was true, unassisted flight, well, unassisted by anything other than his own chakra and ridiculously advanced sealing techniques. It was quieter, smoother, offering a sense of mastery over the air itself rather than just harnessing gravity and wind. He could hover, change direction instantly, ascend or descend at will. He already had swift release for rapid land travel and Hiraishin for instantaneous teleportation between marked locations. But this new ability to fly freely, without the constant chakra drain of maintaining levitation solely through raw power? He grinned, feeling the wind whip through his hair. This opened up a whole new world of possibilities. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 136, Chapter 135, What a Pain in the Arse. With current balance, 11,416,929,000 R. Port Royal, Jamaica. The tavern in Port Royal stank of cheap rum, sweat, and desperation just the way most of the patrons liked it. Tonight, though, it was extra loud and rowdy. The crew of the Jacobites celebrated hard after they successfully intercepted and plundered a Spanish sugar shipment just off the coast earlier that day. Mugs slammed down, crude songs were sung off-key, and pirates stumbled through drunken jigs with their pockets heavier and their spirits high. It was maybe a bit nuts, celebrating so openly right under the nose of Fort Charles, the massive stone fortress just over the harbor. Any sensible captain might have chosen a more discreet location, but Abel Brahma wasn't known for his sensibility. Edward Kenway nursed his mug of ale at a corner table, watching the chaos with an amused detachment. The noise, the rough laughter, the sheer life of the place, it was a world away from the life he'd left behind, and part of him still found it exhilarating, even if another part constantly scanned the doorways for trouble. Captain Brahma, who was a stout man whose fine coat couldn't quite conceal the ruthlessness in his eyes, plopped down onto the stool opposite Edward, already half drunk. "How ye holdin' up, Kenway?" Brahma slurred, clapping Edward on the back. "Good haul today, eh? Those Spaniards barely put up a fight." Edward smirked, taking a sip of his ale. "Doin' fine, Captain. Though I admit, celebrating this close to the fort feels like tempting fate a bit." Bah! Brahma waved a dismissive hand, nearly sloshing his drink. Fort Charles? Bunch o' pansies hidin' behind stone walls. They wouldn't dare stick their noses out here, not with the Jacobites' crew enjoyin' their spoils. He chugged the rest of his ale in one go. More rum. Edward chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Brahma's confidence often bordered on recklessness. Still, the sugar haul had been profitable. He took another sip, letting the loud energy of the tavern wash over him, a welcome distraction from everything else. Suddenly, his eyes snapped towards the tavern entrance. Leaning casually against the rough wooden doorframe, half hidden in the shadows cast by the flickering lanterns outside, stood a figure. Tall, platinum blonde hair catching the light, dressed in a ridiculously fine crimson coat, smoking a cigar and looking directly at him with an unnerving smirk. Edward blinked, his heart giving an odd jolt. Who the hell? He quickly glanced around the tavern. None of the other pirates seemed to have noticed the newcomer as they were too lost in their revelry, shouting and singing. He looked back towards the entrance. The man was gone. What the? Edward frowned, pushing his mug away. Am I seeing things? Too much rum already. But the image had been too clear, too distinct. And that look, it felt familiar, yet utterly alien. Oi, Kenway, where ye off to? One of his crewmates shouted as Edward abruptly stood up and pushed through the crowd towards the door. Need to take a piss. Edward called back over his shoulder without looking back as his mind was racing. He burst out into the humid night air outside the tavern, scanning the dimly lit street. Nothing. Just a few drunken sailors stumbling along, the usual nighttime sounds of the port. No sign of the man in the crimson coat. Damn it. Maybe I am losing it, he thought, running a hand through his hair in frustration. But the feeling lingered that brief, intense gaze. He wasn't imagining it. He started walking, peering into alleyways, glancing at the few figures lurking in the shadows, but found nothing. His steps eventually led him towards the center of Port Royal, near the somewhat tall white Protestant colonial church. He stopped, looking up at the simple wooden structure, tall, narrow windows, a plain steeple piercing the night sky. High ground's always good for a look around. With practiced ease honed by years of climbing whatever offered a handhold, first from the farmhouses back home, now ship riggings and city rooftops, Edward sprinted to the church wall. He moved quickly and quietly, scaling the wooden facade, finding grips in window ledges and decorative carvings. He reached the small wooden platform just below the steeple, pulling himself up and crouching low. Rain began to fall. It was plastering his hair to his forehead and soaking his clothes almost instantly. Thunder rumbled, followed by a flash of lightning that briefly illuminated the town and the harbor below. What a pain in the arse, he muttered, wiping rain from his eyes. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing inward, pushing aside the distractions of the rain and the distant thunder. Then he opened them again. The world sharpened. Details leaped out: the texture of the roof tiles across the street, the pattern of raindrops hitting a puddle, the faint glow of a pipe from a window down the lane. It was a sense he'd always had, an ability to see more clearly, to pick out details others missed. He never told anyone about it, figuring it was just sharp eyesight, but sometimes it felt like more. He scanned the town, his enhanced vision cutting through the rain and darkness. Warehouses, taverns, homes, then his gaze swept towards Fort Charles, the imposing stone structure dominating the spit of land jutting into the harbor. And there, on top of one of the watchtowers near the fort's outer walls, a figure, standing perfectly still, seemingly oblivious to the pouring rain. Edward squinted, pushing his vision further. Platinum blonde hair plastered down by the rain, a familiar crimson coat, smoking a cigar, the tip glowing faintly in the darkness. And the figure was looking directly back at him, across the considerable distance, as if they'd known exactly where he'd be. He can see me. From that far? Does he have the same sight as me? The thought sent a shiver down Edward's spine that had nothing to do with the cold rain. He looked down from the steeple. A large pile of hay, likely discarded near the church stables, sat conveniently below. Without a second thought, Edward took a leap, having faith that nothing would happen to him, tucking into a roll as he soared through the rain-streaked air, landing with a muffled thump deep within the haystack. Still gets the blood pumping, even after all this time, he thought, disentangling himself from the damp straw, ignoring the bits clinging to his clothes. He quickly assessed the situation. The tower was close to Fort Charles proper, meaning the area would be heavily guarded, even more so in this weather. He crept forward, staying low, using alleyways and the deep shadows cast by buildings. As he got closer, he saw the expected patrols: British soldiers in their distinctive red coats, huddled under archways or marching in pairs, muskets held ready. The tower itself was within a fenced perimeter, likely part of the fort's outer defenses, with two particularly large, burly guards standing stoically at the gate, arms crossed, looking miserable in the downpour. Getting through them directly was suicide, as he had nothing but a single cutlass. Edward scanned his surroundings. Adjacent to the fenced area was a closed general store. Perfect. He darted across the muddy street when the patrol passed, scaled the store's wall using the drainpipe, and crept onto its slippery roof. From there, a short leap took him to the thatched roof of a neighboring building. He moved silently across the rooftops until he was overlooking the tower from the side. He waited for the patrolling guards below to turn their backs, then dropped silently into the muddy yard behind the tower. The tower wall itself was rough stone, offering plenty of handholds for a skilled climber. Ignoring the rain plastering his hair to his face and soaking him to the bone, Edward began his ascent, moving quickly and surely. He reached the wooden platform at the top, grabbed the railing, and vaulted over, landing silently on the wet planks. The man in the crimson coat hadn't moved. He stood near the opposite railing, looking out at the storm-tossed harbor, the glowing tip of his cigar the only point of warmth in the scene. He turned slowly as Edward landed with a calm and knowing smile on his face. "It's been a long time, cousin. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 137, Chapter 136, Tavern in Port Royal. Current balance, 11,416,929,000 R. "It's been a long time, cousin. Alaric." Edward stammered, rain dripping from his hair and clothes, his mind struggling to reconcile the sight before him with reality. This couldn't be right. His cousin, the one who ran the family business back in Bristol, the one who seemed content with ledgers and merchant deals, was standing on a rain-lashed tower in Port Royal, Jamaica, looking completely unfazed. "What the hell are you doing here?" Alaric took a slow drag from his cigar, the tip glowing brightly against the stormy backdrop, before letting out a plume of smoke that was instantly snatched away by the wind. He smirked. "What? Can't a man visit his favorite cousin anymore?" "No, not here." Edward hissed, his voice barely audible over the drumming rain but sharp with agitation. He gestured wildly around them, towards the rough town below and the imposing fort nearby. "This place is dangerous. Crawling with soldiers, pirates, cutthroats. What are you doing mixing in all this?" Alaric just stared at him for a few seconds, that unnerving calm never leaving his eyes, before chuckling softly. "Sightseeing. Sightseeing." Edward sputtered, his eyebrows practically disappearing into his hairline. "You came all the way to Jamaica for sightseeing?" He shook his head, trying to make sense of it. "Fine, whatever. Let's say I believe that. How did you even know where I was? How did you find me up here?" "I have my ways," Alaric answered vaguely, taking another long drag before flicking the cigar butt off the tower into the darkness below. He gestured towards one of the two simple wooden chairs tucked under the tower's small roof. "Anyway, how've you been keeping, cousin?" Edward hesitated, unsure how to answer. He looked down at his own rough, sea-stained clothes, then back at Alaric's immaculate crimson coat. "Fine," he finally muttered, scrubbing a hand over his wet face. "As you saw back at the tavern, turned pirate." "Aye," Alaric nodded, sinking casually into one of the chairs. He motioned for Edward to take the other. "Your friend Thatch mentioned you back in Nassau. Wasn't exactly singing your praises, mind you, but he confirmed you were around." "Nassau." Edward's eyes widened again as he reluctantly sat down opposite Alaric. "You went to Nassau, that pirate den? Why in God's name would you go there?" "Looking for you, obviously," Alaric said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Heard whispers about a Kenway making trouble in the Bahamas. Had to check it out." He leaned forward slightly. "Speaking of which, the family sends their regards. They've relocated, by the way. Left Bristol." Edward blinked. "Relocated? What? Why? Where did they go?" "Pennsylvania, for now," Alaric said, waving a hand dismissively. "Long story. Political troubles back home. King George isn't as agreeable as Queen Anne was. Bristol wasn't safe anymore." He decided against mentioning the specifics of the raid or the clones' letter-spreading campaign for now. "You'll find out soon enough, I reckon. News travels, even out here." He paused, studying Edward's face. "Point is, they're setting up in the New World. Plenty of space, plenty of opportunity. Caroline's there too, you know. Settled in quite nicely at the estate we set up near Philadelphia. Doing rather well for herself managing the tea business." He let that sink in. "You could always join them, cousin. Quit this rough life. Settle down. Be a house husband to a wealthy wife. Sounds easier than dodging cannonballs, doesn't it?" Edward's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Caroline being wealthy, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before being replaced by a familiar stubborn pride. He looked away, staring out at the rain. "Easy isn't the point," he muttered. "I can't go back like this. Can't face her, face them, with nothing to my name but salt stains and a bad reputation. I left to make my fortune, Alaric. I won't go back until I have." He clenched his fists. "I couldn't live with myself otherwise." Alaric watched him, seeing the fierce determination mixed with underlying insecurity. Stubborn fool, he thought, but not without a degree of understanding. Can't force him. He needs to walk his own path, make his own mistakes, that's his charm. He sighed softly. "All right, Edward. Have it your way." He leaned back in his chair. "Just, take care of yourself out here. I know you're capable, probably more than you realize, but this life eats people alive." Alaric reached into his coat, activating the system interface mentally. "Buy Hyga Clan's secret ointment, 2R. Quantity, 1. Money withdrawal, 5,000 R. Total deduction, 5,002 R. Current balance, 11,416,923,998 R. He pretended to fumble in his pocket for a moment before pulling out a small, familiar vial filled with the potent white salve, the same kind he'd given Edward years ago. "Here," he said, holding it out with a bag of money. "For emergencies. Try not to need it too often." Edward stared at the vial, recognizing it instantly. He hesitated for only a second before taking it and the money, his fingers closing around the cool ceramic. "Thanks, Alaric," Edward mumbled, avoiding his cousin's eyes. Alaric grinned, clapping Edward lightly on the shoulder. "Now then," he said, his tone brightening. "Enough serious talk for one night. How about we head back down and find some proper rum?" "My treat, cousin." Edward looked up, meeting Alaric's gaze. He saw the genuine warmth there, beneath the layers of mystery and unnerving power. After a moment, a slow, weary smile touched his own lips. He nodded. "Aye," he agreed, standing up. "Let's." Alaric and Edward made their way back through the muddy streets of Port Royal towards the raucous sounds spilling from the tavern. The downpour hadn't let up, and by the time they reached the entrance, Edward was thoroughly soaked, his clothes plastered to him, water dripping from his hair and stubble. Alaric, on the other hand, wasn't. As they stepped through the doorway, shaking off the worst of the rain, Alaric subtly performed two near-instantaneous hand signs hidden within the folds of his coat. Suetun, full body cleanse. Suetun, laundry jutsu. A brief, almost invisible shimmer of chakra enveloped him, and in less than a second, every trace of rainwater vanished from his clothes and hair. His crimson coat looked freshly pressed, his platinum hair dry and falling perfectly around his shoulders. Edward, busy wringing out his own soaked bandana, looked up at his cousin and did a double-take. "Bloody hell, Alaric, how are you not drenched?" he asked, bewildered. He squinted, wondering if the rum from earlier was playing tricks on his eyes or if the tavern's dim light was hiding the wetness. "Must be drunker than I thought," he concluded, shaking his head and running a hand through his dripping hair. Their entrance hadn't gone unnoticed this time. Captain Brahma and several of the Jacobite crew looked up from their mugs, surprise registering on their faces at seeing Edward return with the mysterious stranger who'd bought the tavern keeper's information earlier. "Kenway, back already?" Brahma called out, gesturing them over. "And ye brought your friend?" Edward clapped Alaric on the shoulder, a slightly forced grin on his face as he tried to act casual despite the lingering shock of their rooftop conversation. "Aye, Captain. Lads, meet my cousin, Alaric Kenway. Just arrived in the Caribbean, lookin' for adventure, and apparently, me." Brahma stood up, eyeing Alaric with renewed curiosity. He extended a hand. "Abel Brahma, captain of the Jacobite." He gave Alaric's hand a firm shake, his eyes widening slightly as he took in Alaric's height and build up close. "By the saints, lad, ye stand tall. Taller than young Edward here, even." Alaric returned the handshake with a polite smile. "Pleasure to meet you, Captain Brahma. And your crew. Well, any cousin of Kenway's welcome aboard, welcome for a drink." Brahma corrected himself quickly, slapping Alaric on the back perhaps a bit too hard. "Pull up a stool. First round's on, well, probably on Kenway, considerin' his luck today." He laughed heartily. "Actually tonight, the drinks are on me. For everyone." Alaric tossed a hefty pouch of reals onto the nearest table, easily covering the cost of several rounds for the entire tavern. "Drink till you drop, lads. Celebrate your successful haul." A stunned silence fell for a second, then erupted into a massive cheer. "Huzzah! Bless your generosity, Master Kenway. Edward, your cousin's all right. More rum." The pirates surged towards the bar, praising Edward for bringing such a free-spending relative into their midst. Brahma grinned, clapping Alaric on the back again. "Now that's how ye make friends in Nassau, Port Royal." As the tavern keeper scrambled to fill mugs, Brahma leaned closer to Alaric, lowering his voice slightly, though still loud enough to be heard over the din. "So, Kenway, your cousin here tells me ye come from means back in England. How's a lad like Edward end up sailin' under the black flag when he's got rich family back home?" "Rich, us." Alaric chuckled, playing along. He shook his head, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "Nah, Captain. Edward's got his own path to walk, same as any man. As for me." He leaned in, giving Brahma a sly wink. "Let's just say I had a very profitable encounter with a certain overloaded merchant vessel on my way here. These fancy clothes." He gestured to his crimson coat. "Courtesy of some poor sod who didn't guard his cargo well enough." Brahma roared with laughter, completely buying the lie. "Ha ha ha, a fellow practitioner of the trade, are ye? Knew I liked the cut o' your jib." He raised his mug. "To profitable encounters." Alaric clinked his own mug against Brahma's, hiding his smirk. "Can't have these vultures thinking Edward's got wealthy family ripe for ransom." The rest of the evening dissolved into typical pirate revelry, amplified by Alaric's funding. He drank alongside Edward and the crew, easily keeping pace thanks to his enhanced constitution. He joined a game of 9 men's Morris, quickly mastering the simple strategy and soundly beating several overconfident pirates, much to their groaning dismay and Alaric's amusement. "Come on now," Alaric teased one particularly sore loser, "even my aunt plays a better defense than that." Your aunt plays Morris. The pirate grumbled, scratching his head. Plays it like a chess master, Alaric lied smoothly, taking a sip of rum. He shared stories, mostly fabricated tales of daring merchant raids, listened to their crude jokes, and generally let himself relax, enjoying the simple, boisterous company. He focused on Edward, drawing him into conversations, laughing at his stories, trying to bridge the gap that had formed between them over the years. He remembered Edward as a kid back in Swansea, always eager to play, always trailing after his younger, more serious cousin. Alaric had usually brushed him off then, finding childish games tedious. Later, in Bristol, Alaric had been consumed by his own training, by building the family business, by dealing with threats Edward knew nothing about. He'd rarely made time for his younger cousin. Now, sitting here in this rowdy Jamaican tavern, watching Edward laugh freely with his crewmates, seeing the spark of adventure in his eyes despite the path he'd chosen, Alaric felt a pang of regret. Maybe he should have paid more attention, offered more guidance, or maybe Edward needed to find his own way, make his own fortune, however dangerous the route. For tonight, at least, he could just be here, sharing a drink, sharing a laugh, enjoying a rare, uncomplicated moment with the cousin he barely knew. Just as Alaric was setting up the pieces for another round of 9 men's Morris against a burly, one-eyed pirate from the Jacobite, a clear, confident female voice cut through the noise of the tavern. Think you can handle a real challenge, pretty boy? Or do you only play against drunken fools? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 138, Chapter 137, Yata Antonia Perla Sparrow. Current balance, 11,416,923,998 R. Previously. Just as Alaric was setting up the pieces for another round of 9 men's Morris against a burly, one-eyed pirate from the Jacobite, a clear, confident female voice cut through the noise of the tavern. Think you can handle a real challenge, pretty boy? Or do you only play against drunken fools? Now. The tavern chatter quieted instantly. Every head turned towards the source of the voice. Leaning casually against the tavern keeper's counter, one arm resting nonchalantly on the sticky wood, the other holding a half-empty mug of ale, stood a woman who commanded attention without even trying. Fiery red hair, the color of sunset over open water, was braided loosely over one shoulder, catching the flickering candlelight. Sharp, intelligent amber eyes scanned the room, missing nothing, a hint of cold amusement in their depths as they met the stares of the gawking pirates. She wore a crisp, high-collared white blouse, the fabric hinting at quality, with intricate golden embroidery around the neck. Over it, a fitted black cloak hung open, its hem similarly embroidered with swirling patterns. A dark, tightly cinched corset belt defined her waist, pulling the layers together into a silhouette that was both practical and undeniably striking. Dark leather trousers hugged her legs, tucked into sturdy, high-laced boots suitable for deck or dock. A well-worn pistol holster was strapped securely to her right thigh, and a single brass-plated knee guard gleamed just below the table line. Fingerless leather gloves completed the look. "Ain't that?" a pirate near the door whispered. "Damn, Katerina Sparrow herself." Another breathed, awe and fear mixing in his tone. "Thought she was sailing near Tortuga." Murmurs rippled through the tavern. Alaric looked the woman over, intrigued. Katerina Sparrow. Definitely wasn't in Black Flag, he confirmed mentally, comparing her striking appearance to the game's character models. And Bonnie had red hair, sure, but this woman carried herself with a different kind of authority, a sharper, more calculated edge beneath the casual pose. Interesting. Her lips curled into a smirk as her voice rang out again, clear and steady, dripping with challenge. 9 men's Morris. Best of 3. Loser pays 1,000 reals. The one-eyed pirate sitting opposite Alaric let out a low whistle, looking from the woman back to Alaric with a mixture of admiration and terror. 1,000 reals, she's serious, mate. Alaric simply raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the game board, then back up at the red-haired woman. A slow smile spread across his face. 1,000? Seems a bit low for such esteemed company. He leaned back slightly. Why not make it 10,000? The woman's eyebrows shot up for just a fraction of a second, her smirk widening into a genuine grin. 10. Getting bold, are we? All right then, pretty boy, why not 20,000? 50,000, Alaric countered smoothly, leaning forward again. The one-eyed pirate quickly scrambled out of his seat, making way. Unless you're worried about losing. Worried? The woman laughed, a rich, throaty sound that drew more attention. She pushed herself off the counter and strolled towards the table, her boots clicking confidently on the wooden floor. Try 100,000 reals, pretty boy. How about that? Don't chicken out now, She slid gracefully into the vacated seat opposite Alaric. Edward, who had been watching the exchange with growing alarm, slammed his mug down. Damn it, Alaric, don't. You don't know who you're dealing with. Brahma chimed in, nodding vigorously, his drunken bravado momentarily forgotten. Listen to your cousin, lad. Playing against Katerina Sparrow for stakes like that, you'll regret it. Alaric glanced at them, genuinely curious now. Why? What's the big deal? Oh, come now, boys, Katerina purred, turning her amber gaze towards Edward and Brahma, her smirk laced with playful menace. Surely he can't lose to a fragile little woman like me. Edward and Brahma visibly flinched, gritting their teeth but saying nothing more. The other pirates in the tavern looked equally intimidated. Interesting indeed, Alaric thought. They're genuinely scared of her, not just respecting her reputation, but actually afraid. The name's Alaric, he said, turning his attention back to the woman, extending a hand across the game board. And you? Her smirk didn't falter as she took his hand, her grip surprisingly firm. Yada Antonia Perla Sparrow, she replied, her voice smooth as silk. But most call me Katerina. Alaric held her gaze for a moment before shaking her hand firmly. Sparrow? Like Jack Sparrow? Any relation? Nah, probably just a common name out here. Still, doesn't ring any bells from the game lore. Well then, he chuckled, releasing her hand. Pleasure to meet you, Katerina. I'll take white, you can have black. I prefer Antonia, especially from handsome gentlemen, she corrected him with a smile, already deftly removing the game pieces from the board to reset it. Let's begin, shall we? 100,000 reals on the line. The game started simply enough. Antonia played aggressively, placing her pieces quickly, aiming to establish early mills, 3 pieces in a row. Alaric countered calmly, blocking her initial attempts while setting up his own potential lines. He made a few moves that seemed slightly suboptimal, allowing Antonia to gain a slight positional advantage, drawing a confident smirk from her. Not bad, Kenway, she commented, placing a piece to block one of his potential mills, but a bit predictable. Alaric just smiled faintly, placing his next piece in a seemingly defensive position. She's good. They continued placing their 9 pieces each. Antonia managed to form the first mill, removing one of Alaric's pieces from the board with a triumphant little flick of her finger. One down, she purred. Alaric simply placed his next piece, seemingly unconcerned. A few moves later, during the moving phase of the game where they slid pieces along the lines, Alaric made a move that allowed Antonia to set up a double threat 2 potential mills with her next move. Careless, Antonia chided, moving her piece to form another mill and removing another of Alaric's men. That's 2. This might be over sooner than I thought. Her confidence was palpable now and her amber eyes were gleaming. Edward groaned from the sidelines. Told ye not to play her, Alaric. Alaric ignored them, studying the board. He appeared to be in a tough spot, several pieces down, his remaining men scattered defensively. Antonia leaned back, sipping her ale, clearly expecting his surrender soon. But then Alaric moved. A simple slide of 1 white piece. It didn't immediately threaten anything. Antonia frowned slightly, puzzled by the passive move. She moved one of her pieces to further consolidate her position. Alaric moved again. Another seemingly innocuous slide. Antonia paused, studying the board more closely this time. Her smirk began to fade. That last move, it hadn't seemed like much, but combined with his previous placement, wait. She moved her piece, blocking one potential line for Alaric, but as she did, she saw it. Alaric's seemingly random defensive placements had created a subtle, inescapable trap. No matter where she moved next, Alaric could form a mill. And worse, his pieces were positioned in such a way that opening one mill immediately set up another, a running chuck, a devastating tactic in 9 men's Morris. Alaric smiled, a genuine, predatory smile this time. He slid his piece, forming his first mill. My turn, I believe. He calmly reached over and removed one of Antonia's key blocking pieces. Antonia's eyes narrowed, her knuckles became white where she gripped her ale mug. She made her forced move. Alaric immediately slid another piece, opening the first mill but instantly forming a second one along a different line. He removed another of her pieces. How? Antonia breathed, her cool facade finally cracking, replaced by frustration and disbelief. Alaric just kept smiling, moving his pieces back and forth between the 2 intersecting lines, forming a mill with every single turn, methodically plucking Antonia's pieces off the board one by one. Her defenses crumbled, her potential moves evaporated. The hunter had become the hunted. The tavern had fallen silent again, the pirates watching the game with wide eyes as the legendary Katerina Sparrow was being systematically dismantled by the newcomer. Within a dozen moves, Antonia was left with only 3 pieces, unable to form a mill, while Alaric still had 5. The game was effectively over. Antonia stared at the board, then up at Alaric, her amber eyes blazing with fury and grudging respect. She slammed her mug down, splashing ale. Fine. You win this round, Kenway. She snapped, though her voice lacked its earlier confidence. Best 2 out of 3, remember. Alaric simply nodded, already resetting the pieces. Indeed. Your move, Antonia. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 139, Chapter 138, King George. Current balance, 11,416,923,998 R. Port Royal Docks. Money withdrawal, 2,340 reals. Current balance, 11,416,922,658 R. 2 hours had passed since the impromptu drinking competition Alaric had funded. The tavern was littered with unconscious pirates by now, snoring off the vast quantities of rum and ale they'd consumed. The earlier rain had stopped, leaving the air heavy and damp, the wooden planks of the dock slick and reflecting the sparse light from the lanterns and the moon peeking through the clouds. Alaric walked alongside Antonia Sparrow towards the quieter section of the harbor where her ship was docked. He puffed casually on a fresh cigar as the smoke momentarily masked the smell of brine and tar. "Say," Antonia began, breaking the comfortable silence as they walked, her amber eyes glinting in the dim light with amusement. "I must admit, Kenway, I'm quite taken with you. A man who can outplay me at Morris and outspend someone most men I know, that's a rare combination." She gave him a sideways glance, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "I could use a man with your assets." "Interested?" Alaric raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly around his cigar. "Flattered, Antonia, truly. But no thanks. I'm taken." "Oh." She feigned disappointment, though her eyes still sparkled. "A pity. Then why?" she asked, gesturing ahead towards her brig as they approached the gangplank. "Are you following me all the way back to my ship, aiming to take advantage of a poor, defenseless lady after plying her with drink? I mean, I understand the temptation. A woman in her prime like myself, barely 20. "No," Alaric cut her off, chuckling again as he flicked the ash from his cigar. He stopped at the foot of her gangplank. "Though I appreciate the creative interpretation." He met her gaze, his smile fading slightly. "You owe me 100,000 reals, remember?" "Ah, yes. That minor detail." Antonia stopped her ascent up the gangplank, turning back to face him, clicking her tongue in mock annoyance. She leaned against the railing of her ship. "About that slight complication. I don't actually have 100,000 reals just lying around." Alaric raised an eyebrow again, taking a slow drag. "So, you're telling me you wagered money you didn't have? All talk, then, Sparrow." She bristled slightly at the implication but quickly regained her composure, flashing a charming grin. "Not all talk, Kenway. I fully intended to win, you see." She walked back down the gangplank to stand before him. "But, since fortune favored you this night, perhaps I can offer my services instead. A woman of my particular talents can be quite valuable. Is there anything you desire? Information, passage, an inconvenient rival maid, inconveniently absent." Alaric considered her offer, his eyes drifting past her to assess her ship. The vessel was a sleek brig, clearly well-maintained and armed to the teeth with cannons visible even in the night. "Fast, dangerous, potentially useful. What's her name?" he asked, nodding towards the vessel. "The Crimson Fortune," Antonia replied proudly, gesturing towards her ship. "Swift, deadly, and answers only to me. Though," she added quickly, seeing the speculative look in his eyes, "I'm afraid she's not part of the payment plan." "Ah no, wouldn't dream of taking a lady's ship," Alaric chuckled, crossing his arms. "All right, Antonia. How about this? You owe me a favor. A big one. Keep the reals for now. But someday, somewhere in the future, I might need a fast ship and a skilled, discreet captain for a particularly sensitive task. When that time comes, I'll call upon you to lend me your hand, and your ship. Deal?" Antonia stared at him for a long moment, weighing the proposition. A debt of service to a man like Alaric Kenway, it was potentially dangerous, but also intriguing. And certainly, better than trying to scrape together 100,000 reals she didn't have. Finally, a slow, calculating smile spread across her face. She extended her gloved hand again. Kenway," she agreed, her voice firm. "You have yourself a deal. One favor, when you call it in, just try not to get me killed." Alaric shook her hand, sealing the bargain. "Wouldn't dream of it." With a final nod, Antonia turned and strode confidently up the gangplank onto her ship. Moments later, orders were being shouted, ropes cast off, and the Crimson Fortune began to pull away from the dock, melting silently into the darkness of the harbor mouth. "Today, I made lots of pirates drunk, Alaric the brig go, a thoughtful expression on his face, then vanished from the dock in a flicker of displaced air. Kensington Palace, London, England. George Ludwig, or King George I as he was now known, wasn't exactly winning over his new subjects with charm. He was a man of strict order, a ruler who valued precise control far more than understanding the often turbulent emotions of the English people. Brought over from his Hanoverian homeland and placed upon the British throne earlier that year, he was still learning the complex game of the English court, a place of hidden agendas and shifting loyalties. Quietly, he'd started to see the practical sense in what the Templar Order was offering: control, and above all, stability. He wasn't a tyrant, not yet. But his reign had begun with a few too many instances of looking the other way, especially as the Templars steadily increased their influence, and most notably, concerning the troubling situation in Bristol. That whole Shadow Raven operation. It had turned into a complete disaster. The Crown, intending a show of strength, had sent 2,000 soldiers supposedly to deal with this mysterious figure that was making a fool out of the Templar Order in the Mediterranean countries. The outcome was a disturbing lack of news, followed by the return of a single, traumatized survivor. He was a mess, babbling, his uniform stained dark, his eyes reflecting a horror he couldn't properly articulate. His story was alarming. One man, distinctive with platinum blonde hair and a crimson justiciar, had reportedly wiped out the entire regiment. The news hit the royal court hard. Even the Templar High Command, men that were used to wielding power discreetly, felt a significant sense of unease. The whispers, which quiet but persistent, moved through the palace. No ordinary man could cause such destruction. The conclusion, though unsettling, seemed unavoidable. A piece of Eden was involved. The air in the king's private council chamber felt thick and close. King George, his expression carefully neutral, presided at the head of the long table. Around him, a somber group of high officials like ministers, advisors, and several stern-faced men he knew to be key Templar figures sat as the quiet was broken only by the occasional shift of weight or a soft cough. 2,000 men, Your Highness. Lord Ashworth, a privy councillor whose brow was perpetually furrowed with concern, finally said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Gone. Wiped out. By a single individual, if the survivor's account is accurate. And we have little choice but to consider it accurate. A Templar named Finch, whose eyes were a cold, pale blue, interjected, his voice smooth but firm. The initial reports, the unusual energy readings from the site, it all points to something well outside normal combat. King George's fingers tapped a slow rhythm on the table. His German accent was still noticeable. So, this person, this blonde man in red, what is the proposal? Sir Robert Walpole, a man gaining influence, known for his sharp intellect and practical approach, cleared his throat. Your Highness, the most pressing concern is containment, followed by capture. This individual, if they are wielding such power, presents a serious threat to public order. We propose a bounty. A substantial one. How substantial? The king asked, his gaze moving around the room. Walpole paused, letting the weight of the impending figure settle before he spoke. 100,000 pounds, Your Highness. A heavy silence fell. Several officials exchanged surprised glances. It was Finch, the Templar, who broke it, an eyebrow raised in skepticism. 100,000? Your Highness, with all due respect, that sum is extraordinary. Henry Avery, the notorious pirate, who troubled global shipping for years, only had a bounty of 1,000 pounds. Avery had cannons and a crew. Finch, another Templar, Davies, a stout man with a gravelly voice, countered. He did not, as far as we know, command the kind of power that can eliminate 2,000 soldiers so efficiently. If this is a piece of Eden, as the evidence suggests, then the person wielding it is far more dangerous than Avery ever was. The sum is intended to be a clear signal, Your Highness, Walpole explained, his tone steady, his eyes on the king, to attract every capable bounty hunter, every mercenary looking for a fortune, from London's docks to the furthest colonies. It is meant to show the crown's absolute determination in this. We need him found, or at least, the artifact he possesses. King George listened as his expression became unreadable. Piece of Eden. The words had a dangerous ring. ISU artifacts. Ancient, powerful, and unpredictable. The Templars desired such things, but they also feared them when not under their own control. 100,000 pounds, he thought. A massive sum for one man. But the alternative, letting this power remain unchecked, was worse. Very well, he declared as his voice was firm and final. Issue the proclamation. 100,000 pounds for the man in the crimson justicore. Alive, if possible. Make sure to retrieve the artifact that he carries. A noticeable disquiet still lingered among some of the officials over the size of the bounty, but the king had made his decision. The matter was settled. The conversation then shifted, as it had to, back to Bristol. And the city itself, Your Highness? Lord Ashworth asked, his frown deepening. The slave trade, which was, shall we say, quite profitable for the crown. Profitable, yes, but likely a closed chapter, at least for now, Walpole sighed, rubbing his temples. The reports are consistent. The people there have adapted. They've experienced life without it. To try and force it back now, especially with this protector of theirs in the vicinity, would be asking for more trouble. So we just give up control of a major English port. Finch pressed, his composure showing slight cracks, a sharp edge to his voice. Allow it to become a defiant, independent entity. And what is your alternative, Finch? King George challenged, his eyes narrowing. Send another army? To face this one man again? Who would you suggest lead them this time? You. Finch drew back slightly. Of course not, Your Highness. But we cannot simply do nothing. The most frustrating part of this, an admiral stated from his seat, his face lined with experience, is the complete lack of information. Bristol has become a blind spot. Our agents, those who haven't disappeared, report the city gates are closed. They're not trading with our merchants, yet they seem to be managing. Self-sufficient. How is that possible? More than just self-sufficient, it seems, another official added, his voice grim. We have confirmed reports of French vessels docking in their harbor. They've even fired on English ships that got too close. French ships, Your Highness, being welcomed in an English port. A wave of frustrated murmurs went around the room. French involvement? It was an insult on top of an already baffling situation. King George felt a familiar tension building. Here they were, leading a major European power, yet one city, one man, had them in a difficult position. They had resources, armies, a network of Templar contacts, but against this unusual problem, they were struggling to find a clear path forward. No one offered a simple solution. No one had an easy answer. They could only feel the weight of the situation, the unwelcome taste of their current limitations. The Grand Council chamber, despite its symbols of power, felt constricting. The shadow of this unknown man in a defiant city was unsettling. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 140, chat per 139, observatory, small chap. Current balance, 11,416,922,658 R. August 26, 1714. A week had passed since Alaric met with Edward Kenway. After planting a Hiraishan marker in Port Royal, he teleported back to Havana and spent a quiet night in a modest inn. Money withdrawal, 25 R. Current balance, 11,416,922,633 R. By morning, after a simple breakfast of fruit and bread, he took to the skies, heading towards Trinidad, then banking northwest towards Saint-Domingue. Compared to Cuba, which at least had Havana and Santiago de Cuba showing some signs of proper city life, Saint-Domingue was still pretty raw, at least in terms of how built up it was. Alaric flew over settlements like Cap Franas, Limonade, Jacmel, and Petit Gove. They weren't really towns yet, more like scattered outposts of colonial ambition, surrounded by vast fields. Even from high up, the plantation system was obvious. They were a patchwork of cultivated land carved out of the tropical green. Saint-Domingue was the pride of France's Caribbean empire, a money-making machine fueled by sweat and blood. Sugar plantations stretched as far as the eye could see, worked by thousands of enslaved Africans. French soldiers and overseers were everywhere. Their white uniforms were obvious as the colors were too different from the landscape, and their black powder muskets were always held. Alaric didn't linger too long in Saint-Domingue, just enough to get the lay of the land, before heading back towards Jamaica. He wasn't aiming for Port Royal or Kingston this time. He was headed for Baja de Manteca, or as he remembered it from the game, Long Bay. Well, he wasn't quite there yet. He was still airborne, cruising effortlessly, enjoying the sensation of slicing through the clouds. Seeing Long Bay approaching below, a stretch of coastline that looked remarkably familiar, he slowed and then stopped, hovering motionless in midair. Shinra Tensei, Alaric muttered under his breath, then chuckled. I could technically just buy the Rinnegan and actually do it. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and looked down. The area below was thick with jungle, but nestled within it were small patches of settlements. Mayan, by the looks of their architecture and attire. There were maybe 200 of them, going about their lives, but with an air of watchfulness, clearly ready for intruders. What really caught his eye, though, were the massive, perfectly cut stone blocks that formed structures within the Mayan village. They looked out of place, too precise, too advanced. Definitely ISU tech, Alaric mused. It seems like I'm in the right place. Alaric descended smoothly, landing with a soft thud on top of one of the huge, weathered ISU blocks. He spotted what looked like an entrance, a section of the stone that seemed more like a sealed doorway than part of the ancient ruin. This should be it. The observatory entrance. Only a sage is supposed to be able to open this, if I remember right. He walked up to it. Instead of looking for a hidden mechanism, he simply coated his right fist with a visible layer of crackling blue chakra. He drew his arm back and punched. Crack. The stone door shuddered, and a network of fine cracks spread from the point of impact, but it held. Of course, Alaric thought, a little surprised but also impressed. It's ISU made. Tough stuff. But it ain't tougher than the one at Thera. He pulled his fist back again, this time pouring a bit more power into it. The chakra around his hand flared brighter. He struck again, a solid, meat-on-stone impact. This time, the ISU stonework didn't just crack, it exploded inwards with a grinding shriek of tortured material. Fragments of ancient, glowing rock flew, and the intricate mechanisms within the doorway sparked and died with a sigh. I commend the ISU for their knowledge, their craftsmanship is top-notch, Alaric thought, stepping through the ruined entrance. But my chakra-based abilities are just too OP even for them. He walked down a sloping passage, the air growing cooler. There was only one way to go. Soon, he emerged onto a narrow stone bridge that spanned a chasm. Meters below, an underground river flowed silently in the darkness. He crossed the bridge with a casual stride. As he reached the other side, a heavy stone door ahead of him began to lift upwards with a smooth, almost silent hiss, revealing another passage. Continuing on, Alaric climbed a set of stairs and finally entered a large, circular chamber. In the center stood the device he'd come for, the observatory. A complex, golden, circular mechanism, with a crystalline skull resting at its heart. From what I remember, this is a highly advanced piece of ISU tech that's capable of real-time surveillance across the world, Alaric thought, approaching the intricate device. A drop of blood is all it takes to activate it for someone else. Super high-tech for this era, or any era, really. The crystal skull sat on a pedestal in the middle of the golden rings. It had a small, square indentation on its forehead, clearly designed to hold something, the blood vials. How much money would I get from the system for this, I wonder? Alaric murmured, reaching out to touch the cool surface of the skull and the surrounding golden mechanism. 10 million pounds? More. He focused his intent. Buy, sell. Mentally, he pressed, sell. The crystal skull, an artifact of immense power and untold history, vanished from its pedestal in an instant, without so much as a shimmer. A notification pinged in his mind. Plus 513,613,592 R, approximate, 16,050,424/15. Current balance, 11,930,536,225 R, 16 million pounds. Alaric whistled softly, a grin spreading across his face. Not bad at all. Definitely worth the trip. Now I better get back to La Providencia before Cassandra kills me. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 141, Chapter 140, Explanation 1. Current balance, 11,930,536,225 R. Sept 1st, 1714, boom. Aboard La Providencia, William Penn sat at the small desk in his cabin, and the scratch of his quill was the only sound disturbing the gentle creak of the ship's timbers. The light from the lantern made unsteady shadows as he carefully wrote down his thoughts, feeling more and more angry inside. To those who still hold to the principles of justice and liberty, he began, the words flowing with a practiced ease that belied the fire in his heart. The crown of England, once a beacon, now casts a lengthening shadow of corruption across its lands and its people. The promises made by Queen Anne, assurances of fairness and consideration for the colonies, lie shattered under the heel of this new king, George Ludwig. He, a stranger to our ways and our struggles, has shown himself to be a ruler more interested in the iron grip of control than the welfare of his subjects. His tyranny is not yet overt, not in the grand pronouncements, but in the quiet betrayals, the deal struck in shadowed rooms with those who would see liberty extinguished, the Templar Order. We have seen the Crown's hand in the Bristol affair, a tragedy born of greed and a callous disregard for human dignity. But this is not an isolated incident. For years, I have witnessed the rot spreading from London, unjust taxes, the suppression of dissenting voices, the manipulation of trade for the benefit of a select few, the casual breaking of treaties with those deemed lesser. They speak of order, but it is the order of the master over the slave, the silence of the graveyard. And yet, for all its bluster, this crown is weak. It is overextended, its coffers drained by foreign wars and internal profligacy. Its authority rests on a foundation of fear and outdated loyalties, a foundation that is now cracking. The events in Bristol, the very fact that a single city can defy them so thoroughly, expose this weakness for all to see. They lash out with bounties and soldiers because they are afraid, because their control is slipping. This letter, these words, are not merely a lament. They are a call to awareness, a spark I hope to fan into a flame. The Crown's arrogance will be its undoing. We must be ready to guide what comes next, to ensure that a new dawn of true liberty can rise from the ashes of this decaying empire. Penn paused, rereading the last lines. He dipped his quill again, adding a final, firm sentence, their time is ending. He carefully blotted the ink, then folded the parchment, slipping it into a plain envelope. He sealed it with a drop of wax, pressing his simple signet into it. This letter wasn't for immediate dispatch. It was a weapon, to be held in reserve, to be deployed when the time was right. Satisfied, he rose from his chair, stretching his limbs. The cabin felt stuffy. He decided that a breath of fresh air on deck was in order. He unlatched his cabin door and stepped out into the narrow companionway. As he neared the hatch leading to the main deck, he saw Cassandra emerging from the great cabin she shared with Alaric. The morning sun from the window caught her hair, making it shine. "Ah, Lady Cassandra," Penn smiled, offering a slight, respectful bow. "Good morning to you." Cassandra nodded her head, a polite smile gracing her lips in return. "And to you as well, Mr. Penn. Has Alaric returned yet, by chance?" the Quaker asked as they began to walk side by side towards the stairs leading up to the deck. The ship was quiet, most of the crew likely still asleep or occupied with morning duties. "Not yet," Cassandra replied as a faint sigh escaped her. She looked out towards the horizon for a moment. "Maybe tomorrow. He mentioned he would be gone for about 2 weeks. "Ah, I see," Penn nodded understandingly. He hesitated for a moment, then, his curiosity getting the better of him, he continued, "If you don't mind my asking, Lady Cassandra, his methods of travel. They are quite remarkable. One moment he is here, the next, gone, only to reappear elsewhere as if stepping through an unseen door." Cassandra raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her eyes, and paused at the bottom of the stairs. She turned her head slightly to look at him. "Care to elaborate, Mr. Penn?" "Well," Penn began, choosing his words carefully, always mindful of being polite. "It's just that he seems to traverse great distances in no time at all, like when he brought me in this ship from London, or even his sudden arrivals. Is it a form of advanced seamanship I am unfamiliar with, or perhaps something else?" Cassandra gave a small, enigmatic smile. "To be honest, Mr. Penn, I do not fully understand it myself. It is one of Alaric's many unique abilities. I haven't truly pressed him for the precise mechanics of it." She shrugged lightly. "The results are plain to see, but the how is his secret, I suppose. Much like how Alaric reversed your age, or how he heals so quickly. Only he can truly explain such things." "Well, I'll tell you if you want." The voice, calm and familiar, seemed to materialize out of the air itself. Both Cassandra and William Penn startled, turning sharply towards the sound. And there he was, Alaric, leaning casually against the frame of the hatchway at the top of the stairs, a freshly lit cigar between his fingers, and a plume of smoke curling upwards. He had a relaxed grin on his face. "Sup?" Alaric said, taking a drag from his cigar before pushing himself off the frame and starting to walk down the few steps towards them. They were surprised, of course, but having experienced Alaric's teleportation firsthand on a few occasions, the shock wasn't as profound as it might have been for others. William Penn chuckled, a slightly bewildered but pleased expression on his face. He scratched the back of his neck. "Hey, lad, goodness, how do you keep doing that? One moment the ship is quiet, the next you simply appear." Alaric took another puff of his cigar. Before he could answer, Cassandra walked up to him, stood on her tiptoes, and gave him a warm smooch on the cheek. He smiled at her. "Follow me," Alaric said, his grin widening a bit as he gestured back towards the great cabin. "If you've got questions, might as well answer them properly." Penn and Cassandra exchanged a quick glance, then nodded and followed Alaric back towards the great cabin. Inside the spacious great cabin of La Providencia, the gentle rocking of the ship was a soothing backdrop. Alaric and William Penn sat across from each other in comfortable wooden chairs, a small, polished table between them. Cassandra had taken a seat beside Alaric, with her relaxed posture. On the table, 3 steaming cups of Alaric's signature, celestial tea, sent fragrant wisps into the air. Sage's herbal infusion tea, brewed, 1R. Quantity, 3x. Total deduction, 3R. Current balance, 11,930,536,222 R. "So," Alaric began, taking a sip of his tea, "you're curious about how I pop around, Penn, and maybe a few other things." Penn nodded, his gaze earnest. "Indeed, Alaric. It's unlike anything I've ever witnessed or heard of. The speed, the effortlessness of it. And Cassandra mentioned your ability to reverse age, which, frankly, I am still trying to comprehend, given my own renewed vigor." Alaric chuckled. "Fair enough. Let's start with the travel. It's not exactly like stepping through a door, but close." He leaned forward and placed his palm flat on the coffee table. A faint, intricate pattern of glowing blue lines, almost like a complex tattoo, briefly shimmered on the wood surface under his hand before vanishing. "See that? It's a kind of marker. A seal. Once I've placed one of these somewhere, I can travel to it pretty much instantly, doesn't matter if I'm across the street or on the other side of the planet." Penn's eyes widened considerably. "A marker? But how does that function? What allows such a thing?" Alaric sighed, running a hand through his blonde hair. This was the tricky part, explaining without really explaining. "Honestly, Mr. Penn, I don't have all the answers myself. One day, I just started having these visions, these understandings of how to do certain things. Like I woke up knowing a new language. This travel, the markers, it was part of that. It just works." He shrugged, a picture of nonchalance. "And giving strength to people, or what you did for me?" Penn pressed, his curiosity clearly piqued. "Related to the markers, in a way," Alaric said, tapping the table where the shimmering lines had appeared. "These seals, they're made up of a lot of layers of something I call fuinjutsu. Think of it as a very advanced form of inscription, or enchantment, if you like. I can use these fuinjutsu principles to, well, channel certain energies, reinforce things, or even encourage the body to rejuvenate itself, like with your age." He kept it vague, focusing on the seal aspect. Cassandra, who had been listening quietly, suddenly tilted her head. "Alethea is asking what is fuinjutsu." Alaric smirked. "Tell her it's an ability that allows me to seal things. Not just seal, but also to manipulate matter and objects, and to some extent, even concepts like time and space." Cassandra relayed this, then her expression shifted slightly. "She says manipulating time and space is an exceedingly complex undertaking, even for her people." William Penn looked from Alaric to Cassandra, then back again, a bewildered expression on his face. "I'm terribly sorry to interrupt," he said, his voice hesitant. "But who is Alethea?" Alaric glanced at Cassandra with a silent question in his eyes. Cassandra considered for a moment, then, with a subtle movement of her hand, the staff of Hermes Trismegistus materialized in her grip, its metallic surface gleaming faintly in the cabin light. It hadn't been there a second before. Penn gasped, his eyes bolting wide, and he physically recoiled in his chair. "Heavens above! Are you both sorcerers? Is that a wizard's staff? Or are you a witch?" His voice was a mixture of awe and genuine alarm. Alaric couldn't help but chuckle at the Quaker's reaction. "Relax, Mr. Penn. Nothing quite so dramatic, I assure you." He gestured towards the staff in Cassandra's hand. "Why don't we just touch the staff, mate? Might be easier than me trying to explain." William Penn stared at Alaric, then at the ornate, ancient-looking staff in Cassandra's hand. He swallowed hard, his gaze darting between the two of them. After a moment of clear internal debate, he slowly nodded his head. "Very well." Cassandra extended the staff slightly. Alaric reached out and placed his hand on it, then gestured for Penn to do the same. With a deep breath, Penn reached out a slightly trembling hand and touched the cool metal. As soon as all three of them made contact, the air in front of them shimmered. Lines of faint, golden light coalesced, forming into the distinct, holographic figure of a woman, regal and ancient, her eyes seeming to hold an eternity of knowledge. "Greetings," the hologram spoke, her voice resonating with a calm, otherworldly authority. "I am Alethea." Pen's jaw dropped. "Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 142, Chapter 141, Explanation, 2. Current balance, 11,930,536,222 R. Pen's jaw, which had already dropped considerably at the sight of the staff materializing in Cassandra's hand, seemed to unhinge entirely as the holographic figure of Alethea solidified before him. His eyes, wide and staring, darted from the glowing ISU woman to Alaric, then to Cassandra, and back to Alethea, his mind clearly struggling to process the impossible sight. The teacup he'd been holding slipped from his fingers, clattering loudly as it shattered on the wooden floor of the cabin, the spilled tea spreading like a dark stain. He didn't even seem to notice. Alethea's luminous eyes fixed on Alaric for a long moment with an expression that was unreadable. It was a silent and analytical regard. Then, her gaze shifted, turning towards the visibly shaken William Penn. Penn, finally finding some semblance of his voice, though it was raspy and trembling, looked from Alethea to Cassandra, then his wide, horrified eyes landed on Alaric. "Alaric lad," he stammered, one hand gripping the edge of the table for support. What in the name of all that is holy is going on here?" Alaric took a calm sip of his celestial tea, setting the cup down gently before answering, his tone surprisingly casual given the circumstances. That. Well, Penn my friend," he began, gesturing with a slight nod towards the glowing hologram, "allow me to introduce you properly. This is Alethea. She's an ISU. He paused, letting the unfamiliar word hang in the air. "They're one of the ancient civilizations. The ones who, well, to put it simply, they created humans. Or at least, had a significant hand in our early development." Cassandra looked at Alaric, a flicker of surprise in her ancient eyes. Alethea, too, seemed to register a subtle shift in her holographic projection, her gaze returning to Alaric with a new intensity. They hadn't discussed how much Alaric knew, or how much he would reveal. Alethea had been confident, in her millennia of observing humanity, that knowledge of the ISU, of their true role in history, was fragmented at best, even among the most dedicated seekers in organizations like the Hidden Ones or the Order of the Ancients. For this boy to speak so plainly of their origins was unexpected. Penn's face, already pale, lost another shade of color. His eyes, if possible, widened even further. He stared at Alethea, then at Alaric, his mouth working silently for a moment before he finally managed to choke out a question, his voice barely a whisper. "Created humans? Then your kind are you gods?" Alethea remained silent for a long moment, her digital eyes seeming to pierce through Penn, analyzing his fear, his awe, his dawning comprehension. When she finally spoke, her synthesized voice was calm, carrying no judgment, only a weary sort of patience. "We are not the gods your human mythologies project, William Penn," she stated with an even tone. "Yes, our understanding of the universe, our command over energies and matter, far surpassed that of early humanity. We were stronger, our intellect more advanced, our lifespans significantly longer." She paused, a subtle flicker in her projection. "But we were not infallible. We were not omnipotent. We could not destroy the universe with a mere thought, nor were we immune to our own flaws, our own arrogance, our own eventual decline." Her gaze seemed to turn inward for a moment. "We were beings, powerful, yes, creators, in a sense, but imperfect, and mortal, in our own way." Penn stared, his mind reeling from the implications. He looked from Alethea's regal, ancient form to Alaric's calm, almost nonchalant expression, then back again, the pieces of a puzzle he never knew existed crashing together in his mind. The celestial salves, Alaric's impossible abilities, Cassandra's wisdom, the very staff she held, it all began to take on a new, terrifying, and awe-inspiring context. He sank back heavily into his chair, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "Alaric," he finally managed, his voice weak. "Damn, I need to take this in. This is too much for an old Quaker to comprehend in one sitting." He rubbed his temples, looking utterly overwhelmed. "Gods or not gods, creators, I need a moment." Alaric stared at Penn for a few seconds as the older man's distress was evident. He rummaged in his coat pocket, pulling out his familiar cigar case. Selecting one, he placed it between his lips, the tip glowing red for a moment as he lit it with a casual flick of his index finger. He took a slow drag, the fragrant smoke mingling with the scent of celestial tea in the cabin, then nodded his head towards the overwhelmed Quaker. "Sure, go ahead, take your time." I'll go to my room for a moment," Penn said softly, his voice still shaky. He offered a polite, if somewhat strained, smile to Cassandra, then nodded gratefully at Alaric. He rose unsteadily and walked out of the great cabin, the door clicking softly shut behind him. As the door closed, sealing them in the relative quiet of the cabin, Alethea's holographic form turned its full attention back to Alaric. Her digital eyes, usually so calm and analytical, now held a distinct sharpness. Alaric Kenway, she began, her synthesized voice devoid of its earlier patience, you possess knowledge that no human of this era should. The creation of humanity by the ISU, this is not common understanding, not even amongst the most dedicated lore-keepers of the Hidden Ones or the Order. How did you come by such information? Alaric just shrugged his shoulders, taking another leisurely drag from his cigar, the smoke momentarily obscuring his expression. Found an ISU fragment, he replied smoothly, his tone casual. Years ago, when I was just a boy, maybe 5. Back in Swansea. It was damaged, but it pulsed with a strange energy. When I touched it, I saw glimpses. Flashes of history, things I didn't understand at the time, but they stuck with me. He offered a disarming smile. Just bits and pieces, really. Enough to be dangerous, as they say. Alethea's luminous eyes narrowed slightly, her holographic form flickering almost imperceptibly. The doubt was clear. Cassandra, who had been watching the exchange silently, her gaze shifting between Alaric and the ISU construct, finally spoke. Alethea, what is the matter? There is no known ISU fragment or artifact with the capability to passively transmit such detailed historical understanding through mere glimpses, especially not to a child, Alethea stated, her voice regaining its analytical edge, though a hint of skepticism remained. The pieces of Eden, yes, they can influence, show visions, but what you describe it is inconsistent with their documented properties. Alaric heard her, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He finally sighed, a cloud of smoke escaping with the sound. It doesn't really matter where I got the information, Alethea, he said, his tone shifting, becoming more serious, though still nonchalant. All that matters is that I'm going to prevent the second disaster, ain't I right? We're on the same side when it comes to that particular catastrophe. Alethea remained silent for a long moment, her digital eyes fixed on Alaric, perhaps trying to dissect his words, his intentions. Finally, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Yes. She conceded, her voice returning to its usual calm. You are right. The prevention of the great catastrophe's recurrence is paramount. Just then, the door to their cabin creaked open again, revealing a now slightly calmer William Penn. He offered a weak smile. My apologies for that display. It was rather overwhelming. Penn walked back towards the table and, with a newfound determination, reached out and touched the staff of Hermes Trismegistus again, Alethea's hologram immediately stabilizing beside Cassandra. If I may, Penn began, his voice steadier now, I have so many questions. This ISU civilization, you said you created humanity, or guided our development, and that you were mortal, in your own way. What happened to your kind? Such power, such knowledge, how could a civilization like yours fall? Alethea's hologram turned towards Penn, her expression unreadable. Our downfall, William Penn, was multifaceted, a confluence of internal strife, environmental catastrophe, and the inherent flaws within our own nature. Her voice was a calm, historical record. We were a species of immense intellect and technological prowess, yes. We built wonders, manipulated the very fabric of reality, and indeed, guided the evolution of your species for our own purposes. She paused, a flicker of something that might have been sorrow, or perhaps just digital static, crossing her features. But we were also arrogant. We believed ourselves masters of the universe, above consequence. Factions arose, ideologies clashed. We warred amongst ourselves, with weapons that could shatter continents. And then came the great catastrophe, the first one. A solar flare of unimaginable magnitude, one we had foreseen but, in our hubris and division, failed to adequately prepare for. It devastated our world, decimated our population, and shattered our civilization beyond recovery. As for the creation of humanity, Alethea continued, her gaze becoming slightly distant, it was a complex undertaking. We saw potential in the nascent hominids of this planet. We guided their evolution, enhanced their cognitive functions, shaped them to serve our needs as a workforce, as soldiers, as inheritors, perhaps, though that was a point of much debate. She hesitated. The precise biological and genetic mechanics are intricate. Suffice it to say, your species was engineered. Penn listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration, but as Alethea finished, he looked slightly dissatisfied. Forgive me, Alethea, he said respectfully, but that does not truly explain how humans were created. Engineered, yes, but the specifics. Alaric chuckled softly, taking a drag from his cigar. He was the one to reply, his voice cutting through the quiet cabin. She's not telling you the full details, Penn, because she herself likely doesn't know all of them. All heads in the cabin, Penn, Cassandra, and Alethea's hologram turned towards him. Alaric met Alethea's gaze directly, a knowing look in his eyes despite his casual posture. Even if Alethea is an ISU, a being of immense knowledge, she's not an all-knowing entity, are you? The ISU, like humans, had roles, specializations. Not every ISU was a geneticist or a bioengineer. He turned his gaze to Penn, a small smile playing on his lips. During her tenure as Dicists, a judge or arbiter of sorts, Alethea sought to uphold ethical standards and challenge the more authoritarian tendencies within the ISU civilization, Alaric explained, his voice smooth and confident. He took another drag from his cigar. She became aware of the Olympos project, a scientific endeavor led by a rather ambitious ISU couple named Ada and Juno. Their goal. He paused for effect. To find a way to quell potential human rebellion, to ensure humanity remained compliant. He exhaled a plume of smoke. Horrified by the nature of their experiments, the methods they were employing, Alethea advocated strongly for the cessation of the Olympos project. She saw the dangers, the ethical violations. Pen's eyes widened a little more with each revelation, a dawning understanding, mixed with a fresh wave of shock, spreading across his face. He looked from Alaric to Alethea, then back again, clearly trying to process this new layer of ancient history. Cassandra, too, looked surprised while she knew Alethea had been a Dicist. The details of Ada, Juno, and the Olympos project were clearly news to her, a hidden chapter in her long companion's past. She looked at Alethea's hologram with a new curiosity. Alethea's luminous form remained still, her expression unreadable, but Alaric could sense the shift in the energy around her, a subtle tightening, a flicker of ancient pain and unresolved conflict brought to the surface by his words. "How do you know of this?" Alethea finally exploded, her synthesized voice, usually so calm and measured, now crackled with an intensity that seemed to vibrate the very air in the cabin. Her holographic eyes blazed as she glared at Alaric. "This is impossible. Your kind should not, cannot, possess such intricate knowledge of our internal affairs, of projects that were classified even amongst the ISU. Alaric sighed, taking a slow drag from his cigar, the smoke momentarily veiling his expression. He calmly looked at the furious ISU construct. "Calm down, will ya?" he said, his tone still surprisingly mild. "It's not like you did anything bad, well, not that bad, anyway." But Alethea was far from calm. Her anger, her millennia of contained frustration and perhaps fear, surged through the staff of Hermes. Cassandra, still touching the artifact, gasped, her hand flying to her head as she cried out in pain. "Ack, Alethea, my head." Intense waves of dizziness and sharp, stabbing migraines assaulted her, forcing her to clutch her temples. Alaric's eyes widened slightly, his nonchalant demeanor vanishing in an instant. He glared at Alethea, his own voice dropping to a dangerously cold level. "Careful, Alethea," he warned, his blue eyes flashing with a sudden, icy menace. "I can make it so that your consciousness in that staff will never be able to come out again. Forever." Alethea, still radiating fury, shot back. "You won't. The Keeper's immortality, her very essence, is tied to this staff. Harm me, and you harm her." "I think you forgot." Alaric stared at Alethea coldly, his gaze unwavering. "I reversed Pen's age. Even if Cassandra is 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years old, I can reverse her age, make her 18 all over again, staff or no staff." He gently placed a hand on Cassandra's head, his touch surprisingly soft. A faint, almost invisible green chakra enveloped his palm as he began to massage her temples, channeling the healing palm jutsu. Instantly, the throbbing pain in Cassandra's head receded, the dizziness fading as she leaned into his touch with a grateful sigh. Alaric looked back at Alethea, his expression still hard. "And don't think that your staff is all-powerful. I can find the spear of Leonidas, the one your kind actually feared, and have it grant her more power than your entire civilization could ever dream of." This was a surprise to Alethea. This was the first time she had ever seen Alaric so serious, so threatening. His usual playful arrogance was gone, replaced by a chilling resolve. Cassandra, too, looked at Alaric with wide eyes, her earlier pain forgotten. This was the first time she had heard him speak with such cold fury, and it was for her. A warmth spread through her chest, a feeling so intense it almost brought tears to her eyes. To think he cared for her that much, to threaten an ancient ISU for her sake. Can he really? Alethea thought, the anger in her holographic projection slowly dimming, replaced by a dawning apprehension. The way he spoke, the absolute confidence in his impossible claims. She slowly nodded her head, her form becoming less agitated. "I understand," she finally conceded, her voice returning to its usual, measured tone, though perhaps a fraction less certain than before. Hearing this, Pen, who had been a silent, horrified witness to the entire exchange, felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't believe that the young lad he'd taken under his wing in Bristol, the one who seemed more interested in business and money, could so effortlessly threaten an ancient, godlike entity. Good heavens, Pen thought, his earlier shock at the ISU revelation now compounded by this display of Alaric's hidden depths. Alaric is even scarier than these ancient civilizations. Tisk! Alaric clicked his tongue, the coldness receding from his eyes as he took another drag from his cigar, seemingly satisfied with Alethea's submission. "Alethea, the only reason your consciousness is still active in that staff is because you're my radar for other pieces of Eden. You're useful. Hurt Cassandra again, even accidentally, and you'll end up like Juno, trapped, silent, and forgotten." Alethea's holographic eyes widened almost imperceptibly, and she gave a curt nod. Without another word, her luminous form flickered and vanished, retreating into the depths of the staff, clearly having received the message. Pen stared at Alaric, then at Cassandra, who was now looking at Alaric with an expression of profound affection and awe, then back at Alaric. He let out a shaky chuckle and slowly got up from his seat. "Well," he said, his voice a little unsteady, it seems I've overstayed my welcome for this particular discussion. Penn then walked towards the door before turning his head towards Alaric and says, Alaric kid, I'm running out of celestial teas and cigars, gimme some, will ya? Alaric smiled and nodded his head, sure, as many as you want. Penn nodded his head in return before going out and closed the door. I hope he'll come to accept this new reality of his. Alaric continued smiling. He then looked towards Cassandra only to widen his eyes as he saw her blushing and smiling at him seductively. My look at you. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 143, Chapter 142, a chapter filled with lemons. Current balance, 11,930,536,222 R18. My look at you, Alaric drawled, his voice low and teasing as he leaned back in his chair, taking a slow drag from his cigar. His blue eyes raked over her, catching the way her chest heaved, her breath quickening under his gaze. You, she purred, her voice dripping with lust. She then stepped closer, her movements deliberate, hips swaying with intent. You were fucking magnificent back there. She reached out, her fingers brushing his jaw, trailing down to grip his collar. Threatening an ISU like that for me. Do you have any idea how wet that made me? Alaric's smirk widened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He stubbed out his cigar on the table and grabbed her wrist, yanking her forward until she stumbled into his lap, straddling him. Oh, I've got a pretty good idea, he growled, his free hand sliding up her thigh, under her tunic, until his fingers brushed the soaked fabric between her legs. Fuck, Cassandra, you're dripping already. She moaned softly, grinding her hips against his hand, her pussy aching for more. I need you, she whispered, her lips hovering over his. Right now, I want your cock inside me. He didn't waste a second. With a rough tug, he ripped her tunic off, the fabric tearing under his strength, leaving her bare before him. Her tits bounced free, nipples already hard, and Alaric groaned at the sight. Goddamn, you're a fucking goddess, he muttered, cupping her breasts, squeezing them hard as his thumbs flicked over her nipples. Cassandra gasped, arching into his touch, her hands fumbling with his belt. She yanked it open, shoving his trousers down just enough to free his dick, thick, hard, and pulsing with need. Malka, you're huge, she breathed, wrapping her fingers around his cock, stroking him fast and rough. I want this monster stretching my. Alaric chuckled darkly, grabbing her hips and lifting her like she weighed nothing. Then take it, baby, he said, positioning her over his dick. Cassandra didn't hesitate, sinking down onto him with a loud, filthy moan, her cunt swallowing every inch of him. By the gods! She cried, her head tipping back as he filled her, stretching her tight walls to the limit. You're splitting me open. Ride me, Alaric ordered, his voice raw with hunger. His hands gripped her ass, spanking her hard enough to leave a red mark. Bounce on my cock like you mean it. Cassandra obeyed, her hips slamming down, her pussy clenching around him as she fucked herself on his dick. Her tits jiggled with every thrust, and Alaric couldn't resist leaning forward, sucking one nipple into his mouth, biting down just enough to make her scream. Yes, Agpi Mao, harder. She begged, her nails digging into his shoulders as she rode him faster, her juices dripping down his shaft, soaking his balls. The ship rocked beneath them, the creak of the timbers blending with their grunts and moans. Alaric thrust up to meet her, his cock slamming deep, hitting that spot inside her that made her eyes roll back. You like that, huh? He growled, spanking her again. You love my dick pounding your tight little cunt. Fuck, yes. Cassandra sobbed, her body trembling as she neared the edge. I'm gonna come all over your cock. Her pussy tightened, spasming around him as she shattered, her orgasm ripping through her with a scream that echoed through the cabin. Her juices gushed, drenching him, and Alaric groaned at the slick, hot mess she made. But he wasn't done. With a feral grunt, he flipped her onto the table, her back hitting the wood as he yanked her legs apart. My turn, he said, shoving his cock back into her dripping pussy, fucking her hard and fast. The table shook under his thrusts, cups and papers crashing to the floor. Cassandra's hands clawed at the wood, her moans turning into desperate cries. Alaric. Shit, don't stop. Fuck me harder. He obliged, pounding her relentlessly, his balls slapping against her ass with every brutal thrust. Fuck, he snarled, leaning down to bite her neck, marking her as his cock drove her into another climax. She came again, her pussy milking him, and Alaric couldn't hold back. Fuck, I'm coming. He roared, pulling out just in time to shoot thick ropes of cum across her tits and stomach, painting her with his release. Panting, Cassandra lay sprawled on the table, covered in sweat and cum, a dazed, satisfied grin on her face. But Alaric wasn't finished. He dropped to his knees, shoving her thighs apart and burying his face in her pussy. Oh, gods. She gasped, her hips bucking as his tongue lapped at her clit, sucking hard, his fingers plunging into her soaked hole. Come for me again, he mumbled against her, his voice vibrating through her cunt. Cassandra's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as he ate her out like a starving man, his tongue fucking her until she screamed his name, her third orgasm crashing over her in waves. Finally, he pulled back, wiping his mouth with a smug grin. That's my girl, he said, collapsing into the chair beside her. Cassandra rolled off the table, curling into his lap, still trembling. "You're a fucking beast," she murmured, kissing his jaw. Alaric's eyes locked onto Cassandra's trembling body, her weak, quivering form sprawled across the bed, skin flushed and slick with sweat. The sight of her that was so vulnerable, so utterly spent, ignited a primal hunger in him. His dick, which had softened moments ago, stiffened again, throbbing with renewed need as he drank in her helpless beauty. "Fuck, Cassandra," he growled, voice dripping with lust, "you're driving me insane looking like that." Cassandra's breath hitched, her eyes fluttering open, dazed and pleading. "Agpi Mao, please, I'm too sensitive," she whimpered, her voice faint and shaky. But Alaric didn't hesitate. He gripped her hips, flipping her onto her stomach with rough hands, positioning himself behind her. His hard cock nudged against her dripping pussy, teasing her entrance. "Oh, you're taking it again," he said, his tone dark and commanding. "I want you screaming." Before she could protest, he slammed into her, his dick plunging deep into her tight, wet heat. Cassandra's scream echoed through the cabin, her body jerking as waves of overwhelming pleasure crashed over her. "Alaric. Oh gods, it's too much," she cried, her voice cracking. He didn't relent. His hips snapped forward, pounding her relentlessly, his balls smacking against her swollen clit with every brutal thrust. Cassandra's moans escalated into wild shouts, her body trembling uncontrollably as she teetered on the edge of sanity. She clawed at the sheets, her mind unraveling under the intensity. "Alaric. Stop. I can't. I'll die," she begged, sobbing through her screams, her pussy clenching around him as sensitivity consumed her. Alaric smirked, ignoring her pleas. His hand slid to her ass, his thumb finding her tight asshole. He pressed down, circling it before shoving inside, stretching her further. Cassandra's entire body seized, a guttural wail ripping from her throat as she came hard, her pussy spasming around his cock. She came again, and again, each orgasm tearing through her like a storm, leaving her a writhing, mindless mess. "Fuck yeah, come for me," Alaric grunted, his thumb still buried in her ass, his dick slamming into her without mercy. "You're so fucking hot, Cassandra." She was beyond words now, reduced to incoherent moans and gasps, her pleas growing weaker. "Please Alaric, stop, too much," she slurred, her body shaking violently with every thrust. But he kept going, his own climax building. With a final, savage thrust, he buried himself deep and erupted, his hot cum flooding her pussy. "Take it all, fuck," he roared, his body shuddering as he emptied inside her. Cassandra's eyes rolled back, her exhausted body going limp beneath him. The relentless pleasure and overstimulation overwhelmed her, and she passed out, her breathing shallow and ragged. Alaric pulled out slowly, his cock glistening with their juices. He gazed down at her unconscious form, a satisfied grin tugging at his lips. The dark of early morning cloaked the great cabin of La Providencia on September 2, 1714, the ship swaying gently with the rhythm of the sea. Alaric had been deep in sleep, his breath steady, until a tickling, pleasurable sensation stirred him awake. He groaned softly, his mind still foggy, as the feeling intensified, a warm, delicious pressure around his cock. Blinking into the dimness, he realized it was still dark, the faint glow from the porthole barely outlining the wooden walls of their cramped quarters. His hand fumbled to the blanket draped over him, lifting it just enough to reveal Cassandra beneath, her lips wrapped around his dick, working with deliberate skill. "Good morning," she murmured playfully, her voice muffled as she continued, her tongue teasing the sensitive glands of his penis before sliding down to lick his balls, her hand stroking him in tandem. She quickened her pace, sucking faster, drawing deeper moans from him. Alaric's arousal surged, overtaking any lingering grogginess. With a low growl, he tangled his fingers in her hair, gripping tightly as he guided her head, forcing her to take him deeper. She gagged, tears glistening in her eyes, but she pressed on, her determination matching his intensity. His moans grew louder, raw and unrestrained, until he shuddered, climaxing hard into her mouth. Cassandra leveled herself, swallowing every drop, her grip firm on his shaft as she coaxed out more, ending with a loud pop. As she pulled away, she licked her lips, her sly smirk catching the faint light. Panting, Alaric grunted, "Let's make demigod babies." Cassandra's eyes widened, a spark of intrigue flashing in them. She smirked again, nodding as she glanced down at his cock, already stirring back to life. Atsutsuki clan's lifespan, pure, grants 10,000% increase in user's lifespan. User's physical appearance will stop at 25 years old. Can be passed to descendants but will dilute by 10% onwards if bloodline is mixed. 40 million R. Total deduction, 40 million R. Current balance, 11,890,536,222 R. The air in the great cabin hung thick with salt and sweat as Cassandra's smirk lingered, her naked body sliding up Alaric's chest. She pressed herself against him, her lips finding his in a deep, hungry kiss, the taste of him still fresh on her tongue. Alaric's hands roamed her back, rough palms tracing the curve of her spine before settling on her hips, pulling her closer. His arousal pressed insistently between them, undeterred by the climax moments before. "Let's make those babies," she whispered, her voice low and husky, dripping with desire. Alaric grinned, his grip tightening as he guided her over him. Cassandra positioned herself, her thighs straddling his hips, and with a slow, deliberate motion, she sank onto his cock. They both moaned, the sensation electric in the stillness of the cabin. She began to move, her hips rolling in a steady rhythm, the bed creaking beneath them in time with the ship's gentle sway. The waves outside seemed to pulse with them, amplifying every thrust. Leaning forward, Cassandra's breasts brushed against his chest, her dark hair falling around them like a veil. Alaric's mouth found her nipple, sucking and nipping gently, drawing sharp gasps from her lips. Her pace quickened, her moans spilling out louder, unrestrained. Alaric's hand shot up, covering her mouth with a teasing smirk. "Show, love, we'll wake the crew," he murmured. "I've applied a silent seal in this room, but Cassandra's moans are quite loud, it's better to be safe, heh." She nodded, biting her lip to muffle herself, but the effort faltered as pleasure coiled tighter within her. With a sudden shift, Alaric flipped them over, pinning her beneath him on the narrow bunk. The wood groaned under his weight as he took control, thrusting into her with deep, powerful strokes. Cassandra's legs hooked around his waist, pulling him closer, her nails raking his back as she whispered, "Yes, Agpi Mao, just like that." He could feel her tightening around him, her breath hitching as her climax neared. With a few more thrusts, she unraveled, her body trembling beneath him, her stifled cries breaking free despite her efforts. Alaric followed, burying his face in the crook of her neck as he spilled inside her, his own release crashing through him. They collapsed in a tangle of limbs, breathless and slick with sweat. After a moment, he rolled to his side, drawing her into his arms. She nestled against him, a soft smile playing on her lips. "Demigod babies, huh?" she murmured, her fingers tracing idle patterns on his chest. Alaric chuckled, his voice warm and rough. "With us as parents, they'd be unstoppable." Cassandra's lips curved into a playful smile, her eyes glinting with intent. "Well, we need to make sure we make those babies," she purred, her voice low and sultry, igniting a fresh spark of desire in Alaric's gaze. Without a word, he surged forward, capturing her mouth in a fierce, hungry kiss. His hands gripped her wrists, pinning them above her head as he took control. Breaking the kiss, he moved his hand to her throat, his fingers tightening just enough to make her pulse race beneath his touch. "You like this, don't you?" he growled, his voice dripping with dominance. Cassandra's breath hitched, her eyes locked on his. "I love it," she gasped, her voice trembling with excitement. Satisfied, Alaric released her throat and flipped her onto her stomach with a swift, commanding motion. Her ass lifted instinctively, and he wasted no time delivering a sharp spank to her flesh. The crack of his hand against her skin echoed in the room, followed by Cassandra's loud moan. He spanked her again, harder, and then again, each strike drawing a shout of pleasure from her lips. Any pretense of staying silent was long gone, abandoned in the heat of their passion. "More," she begged, her voice raw and needy. Grinning darkly, Alaric positioned himself behind her, entering her in a single, powerful thrust. The doggy-style position let him drive deep, and he set a brutal pace, his hands alternating between gripping her hips and spanking her reddened ass. Cassandra's moans turned into unrestrained shouts, her body rocking back to meet every thrust. "Take it," he commanded, his voice rough with exertion. She did, her cries filling the air as pleasure overwhelmed her senses. Abruptly, he slowed, still buried inside her. "Get up," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Cassandra obeyed, her legs trembling as she rose. With his cock still deep in her pussy, he nudged her forward. "Walk to the window." The first light of dawn was just beginning to brighten the glass, and Cassandra took a shaky step, the sensation of him moving inside her making her whimper. Each step was a struggle, her body quaking under his dominance, but she reveled in it, her moans growing louder as they neared the window. Alaric pressed her against the cool surface, her breasts flattening against the glass as he resumed pounding into her with all his strength. The standing doggy position drove her wild, and soon her screams of Alaric rang out as she came, her body shuddering violently. He followed, his cum flooding her, their shared climax leaving them breathless. But his cock remained rock-hard, pulsing with unspent need. Without pause, he lifted her effortlessly, her legs wrapping around his waist as he continued fucking her mid-air. "It's so deep inside," she shouted, her voice a mix of awe and desperation. "It feels like my vagina's gonna rip apart." "You can handle it," he grunted, never stopping, his thrusts relentless. He pounded into her more and more, driving her to another peak. When he came again, his seed spilling inside her, she shattered with him, her body limp in his arms. Still, his desire burned. He pulled out, his cum overflowing from her pussy, dripping down her thighs. Carrying her to the bed, he laid her down and climbed on top, kissing her deeply. A smirk played on his lips as he positioned his cock at her asshole. Cassandra's eyes widened, a flicker of nervousness crossing her face. "Alaric," she whispered, bracing herself. "Let's try it." He smiled, kissing her tenderly as he began to enter her slowly. The stretch was intense, and she screamed, tears springing to her eyes. "It hurts," she cried, her voice breaking. "It's okay," he murmured, kissing away her tears, his movements gentle but unrelenting. Inch by inch, he filled her, soothing her with soft words until the pain began to blend with pleasure. "Relax for me." His patience was unwavering, his touch was gentle as he waited for her to adjust. Gradually, her breathing steadied, the pain softening into a strange, intense fullness that sent a shiver through her. Okay, she nodded, her trust in him shining through the vulnerability. He smiled, a flicker of pride in his gaze, and began to move, slow, deliberate thrusts that eased her into the sensation. The burn faded, replaced by a deep, pulsing pleasure that made her moan softly. "Fuck, you're so tight," Alaric groaned, his voice thick with desire. His hand settled on her hips, guiding her as he picked up the pace, each thrust smoother, deeper. Cassandra's moans grew louder, her body arching into him as the pleasure built, overwhelming the last traces of discomfort. "Alaric, it feels so good," she gasped, her voice trembling with awe. Her fingers dug into his shoulders, anchoring herself as waves of sensation crashed over her. He grinned, leaning down to claim her mouth in a fierce kiss, his tongue mirroring the rhythm of his hips. "Malka," she breathed, eyes fluttering shut. "I love it." Encouraged, Alaric shifted, angling himself to drive even deeper, his balls slapping against her with each powerful thrust. Cassandra's cries filled the room, raw and unrestrained, her body trembling beneath him. He reached between them, fingers finding her clit and rubbing in tight, relentless circles. She screamed his name, the dual sensations pushing her to the edge. "Come for me," he commanded, his voice rough with need. It was all she needed as her body convulsed, a powerful orgasm tearing through her, her ass clenching tight around him. The pressure sent Alaric spiraling, and with a guttural groan, he buried himself deep, his cum flooding her in hot, pulsing waves. They collapsed together, breathless and slick with sweat, their chests heaving. Alaric pulled out gently, rolling to the side and drawing Cassandra into his arms. She nestled against him, her head on his chest, a soft, sated smile curving her lips. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "For what?" he asked, brushing a damp strand of hair from her face. "For being you," she replied, her eyes warm with affection. "For making me feel everything." He chuckled, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Always, love, always. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 144, chapter 143, can he do that for us too? Current balance, 11,890,536,222 R. September 2nd, 1714. Reuben's eyes fluttered open to the gentle, rhythmic creak of La Providencia's timbers and the soft, even breathing beside him. Sunlight, still pale and new, filtered through the small, salt-stained window of their cabin, painting a muted stripe across the wooden floor. Flavia lay curled against his side, her dark hair fanned out across the pillow, her face was serene in deep sleep. A small, contented smile touched Reuben's lips. He watched her for a moment, the fierce auditory assassin looking almost like a child in her slumber. Carefully, so as not to wake her, he leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. She let out a tiny, contented groan, snuggling deeper into the blankets, but her eyes remained closed. He chuckled quietly to himself. Slipping out of bed stealthily, he padded silently across the cool wooden floor. He yawned, stretching his arms high above his head, the muscles in his back and shoulders pleasantly sore from the previous day's sparring with Thulani and other activities. Glancing out the window, he saw the ocean stretching endlessly, the sky just beginning to lighten from inky black to a bruised purple. Morning was here, another day at sea. He walked over to the small, sturdy desk bolted to the cabin wall. His new hobby, one he'd picked up during the long, often monotonous, days aboard La Providencia, lay there a neat stack of compiled parchments, his diary. He'd found that reading, while still a passion that had helped him learn Italian and Spanish remarkably quickly thanks to Flavia's patient tutoring and the books Alaric had acquired for him, wasn't always enough to quiet his thoughts. Writing them down, however, seemed to help. He sat down, dipped a quill into the inkpot, and began to write, the scratching of the nib a small, private sound in the quiet cabin. September 2nd, 1714. Another dawn at sea. Flavia sleeps beside me, and for that, I am more grateful than words can say. To wake each day to her presence, to share this journey, this life, it is a happiness I never thought to find, especially not after everything. The Kenways, the Auditores, even that old sea dog Oldgate and his crew, they have become a strange, extended family. We are safe, for now, heading towards a new continent, a new beginning. And yet, Reuben paused, his brow furrowing slightly. He stared at the last words, a familiar restlessness stirring within him. And yet there is a part of me that feels adrift. Content, yes, but also waiting. For what, I do not always know. This peace, this relative calm, it is what I once craved, what any sane man would desire after a life like mine. But there is a fire in my blood, a sense that I am meant for more than just peace. A calling, perhaps, to protect, to fight for something. We are running, yes, from the crown, from the dangers in England. But running feels incomplete. I know Alaric has his plans, his grand designs. That bastard always does. He'll find some way to drag us all into another impossible situation, some new adventure, some new fight. And as much as I might curse his recklessness, a part of me eagerly awaits it. He always makes things interesting. He looked at the last lines dryly, a small sigh escaping him. He neatly placed the parchment on top of the others in the stack, then carefully positioned a small, heavy lead paperweight on top to keep the sea breeze from scattering his thoughts. He yawned again, stretching his arms. His gaze fell upon a familiar black pack resting beside the inkpot. A pack of premium cigars, one of the many Alaric had stocked in his room before they left Bristol, claiming Reuben might develop a taste for the finer things in life. Ironic, Reuben thought, a faint smirk touching his lips. How I used to despise the smell of Alaric cigarettes, and now. He picked up the pack, sliding one of the dark, rolled cigars free. He found the flint and steel Oldgate had gifted him after seeing him awkwardly try to light one with damp kindling. He walked towards the cabin door. As he quietly closed the door behind him, careful not to wake Flavia, he turned his head and saw Alaric doing the exact same thing, emerging from the great cabin he shared with Cassandra further down the narrow companionway. Alaric, however, already had a lit cigar perched jauntily between his lips, a plume of fragrant smoke curling around his head. "Good mornin'," Alaric smirked, taking a slow drag from his cigar. "Laric." Reuben's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He walked towards the blonde. "When did you arrive back on board? I didn't even sense you." "Last night," Alaric replied easily, his grin widening as he saw the unlit cigar in Reuben's hand. "Decided to pop over from Port Royal. Long swim." They both started walking towards the hatch leading up to the main deck, the familiar scent of Alaric's premium smoke now mingling with the anticipation of Reuben's own. As they emerged onto the deck, the cool morning air hit them, carrying the salty tang of the Atlantic. The sky was a canvas of soft pinks and oranges as the sun began its ascent. They were greeted by a chorus of, "Good mornin', boys." Knowing the voices, they both turned their heads towards the helm. Captain Oldgate stood there, a wide grin splitting his white-bearded face, a lit cigar already in his mouth. Beside him, Thulani and Jonathan Hugh stood, each also enjoying a morning smoke. And leaning against the railing nearby, looking surprisingly comfortable with a cigar of his own, were Leonard and Bernard Kenway. The Smokers' Club, as Alaric had jokingly dubbed them, was in full session. Alaric could only chuckle, shaking his head as he and Reuben walked up the short stairs to the quarterdeck. "Damn," Alaric thought, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he surveyed the scene. "Am I a bad influence?" "I see we're in a river, Captain," Alaric said, stopping near them before staring at the surroundings. The wide expanse of the Atlantic had given way to calmer, muddier waters, flanked by dense, unfamiliar forests on either side. "Delaware River." Oldgate nodded his head, taking a drag from his cigar. "We'll reach Philadelphia in an hour." "Then you better ready the people, Jonathan." Alaric smiled as Jonathan turned, offering his own polite smile and a nod. "I already did, Master Alaric," Jonathan replied before taking a drag from his cigar. "Everyone is aware we are approaching our destination. Do you want me to prepare you some tea?" "Nah, I'm all right." Alaric shook his head before his gaze drifted towards his father and uncle, who were engaged in a quiet conversation near the railing, their cigars sending thin trails of smoke into the morning air. Alaric then walked up to them, taking a drag from his own cigar before joining in their conversation. "Good morning, Father, UNC." Both Leonard and Bernard turned their heads towards Alaric and smiled. Leonard nodded his head in greeting, and Bernard replied, "Laric, lad, you as well. Slept soundly, I trust." Looking at both of them in the clearer light of day, this was the first time Alaric truly noticed the lines etched around their eyes, the slight sag in their posture that hadn't been there years ago. Despite being only in their early 40s, they carried the weariness of men who looked closer to 50. "It's understandable," Alaric thought, a pang of something akin to guilt touching him. "They grew up dirt poor, struggling for every scrap, until I got us out of it. The stress of those early years, it takes a toll. I should probably give them Azura's crest," Alaric decided internally, offering them a warm smile. He nodded, then walked back towards the helm, his gaze fixed on the approaching shoreline. Mother and aunt as well, they deserve to enjoy their lives without the shadow of premature aging. "I should also," Alaric's thought trailed off as he mentally brought up the system interface. "Buy, sell." Mentally pressing the "buy" button, the endless list popped up before he focused his intent. Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye of the Kagura, Karen Uzumaki, grants chakra sense of 20 kilometers, stacked with current, distinguish chakra types and track specific individuals, detect lies, analyze one's mental state, hide one's own chakra, instant battlefield awareness. 400,000 R. "Yeah, that's the one I want," Alaric thought, a smirk touching his lips before he confirmed the purchase. Mind's Eye of the Kagura, Karen Uzumaki, 400,000 R. Total deduction, 400,000 R. Current balance, 11,890,136,222 R. After purchasing the item, Alaric felt a subtle flicker within his chakra core, a brief sensation of expansion, then everything returned to normal. He smirked. His passive sensing range, already considerable thanks to his base abilities and foresight pulse, now felt sharper, more defined, extending easily for 15 kilometers around him without conscious effort. He found out that activating the Mind's Eye of the Kagura was similar to focusing his foresight pulse, but instead of a single outward pulse, it was a constant, active awareness of chakra signatures, movements, and even the subtle emotional states of those around him. Focusing on the emotions, Alaric closed his eyes for a moment, letting the new sense wash over him. He felt the general calmness of the crew, the quiet anticipation of his family, Oldgate's gruff satisfaction, Jonathan's composed professionalism, Thulani's steady watchfulness, and then, a faint undercurrent of something else from Reuben's direction conflicted. A mix of happiness, anxiety, and a strange sort of longing. Alaric opened his eyes, glancing briefly towards where Reuben stood talking quietly with Flavia near the mainmast. I wonder why. He wasn't one to pry into his friend's private thoughts, so Alaric just let it be. Well, this ability is fucking useful to know who's telling the truth or not. I already have ways to know if someone's being truthful or not, through their body language, the rhythm of their breathing, slight twitches, and many more, Alaric thought, a small chuckle escaping him. However, mind's eye of the Kagura just made it super simple. No more guesswork. An hour passed, the banks of the Delaware River growing closer, more defined. The dense forests began to give way to cleared land, small farmsteads, and then, finally, the unmistakable signs of a burgeoning colonial port. They could now see the busy port of Philadelphia. Old wooden docks stuck out into the river, lined with merchant ships of varying sizes, their masts were a tangled forest against the sky. The sounds of the city drifted across the water, the clang of hammers from shipyards, the shouts of dockworkers, the rumble of carts over unpaved streets, the distant cries of vendors. Warehouses, taverns, and sturdy brick and timber houses clustered along the waterfront, smoke rising from numerous chimneys. Even from this distance, the port pulsed with a raw, energetic life, a testament to the growing importance of this colonial hub. Just as Oldgate was about to bellow orders to prepare for docking, a figure emerged from the hatch leading downstairs. It was William Penn. The man who stood on deck now looked revitalized. The lines of stress and age that had been so deeply etched on his face just weeks ago were significantly softened. His posture was straighter, his eyes clearer, holding a spark of vigor that had been absent for years. He looked, for all intents and purposes, like a man in his robust 50s again, the weariness of his 70 years seemingly washed away. No one really knew what had happened in the privacy of his cabin during the voyage, but Oldgate, Reuben, Thulani, Flavia, Leonard, Bernard, Matteo, Eleanor, Lynette, and Cassandra all shot knowing glances towards Alaric, who simply offered an innocent, enigmatic smile. They knew, somehow, Alaric was involved. And a silent, unspoken question formed in the minds of the Kenway elders, Matteo Auditore, and Edward Oldgate, a question that was reflected in the sudden, hopeful glint in their eyes as they looked from the rejuvenated Penn to the calmly smoking Alaric. Can he do that for us too? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 145, Chapter 144, Helena's POV. Current balance, 11,890,136,222 R. La Providencia, having no significant cargo to unload beyond personal effects and the supplies for their own journey, docked relatively quickly at one of the less crowded piers in Philadelphia. The crew's main task was assisting Jonathan Hugh in the orderly disembarkation of the nearly 280 passengers the extended Kenway household staff, the former slaves Thulani had brought from the Bristol farms, who now carried papers declaring them free individuals under Kenway employ, and their families. It was a logistical challenge, but Jonathan, with his usual quiet competence, managed it smoothly. On the quarterdeck, Alaric leaned against the railing, a fresh cigar already lit, watching the controlled chaos below. Cassandra stood beside him, her arm linked through his, observing the new sights of Philadelphia with interest. Nearby, William Penn, Leonard, Bernard, Thulani, and Reuben were engaged in a quiet but animated discussion. Let's have our products sold in these parts of the world. Alaric overheard his father, Leonard, suggest, his voice carrying a hopeful tone. The celestial tea was a hit in Rome, perhaps it will find a market here too. Yes, we can do that, just not here, not yet, Penn replied, shaking his head slightly. Philadelphia, and indeed all of Pennsylvania, is still a British colony, Leonard. Word from London travels, however slowly. If the Crown learns we are openly establishing new trade networks here so soon after the unpleasantness in Bristol, it could draw unwanted attention, put the entire colony at risk. Yeah, I think so too. Reuben chimed in, nodding in agreement with Penn. The British Crown have undoubtedly gotten news from the Bristol incident by now. We need to be cautious, establish ourselves quietly first. Cassandra, who had been listening, turned slightly. But we can still do some temporary business, surely. She suggested, her practical nature showing. Sell a few things discreetly, perhaps through trusted local merchants Penn might know, just to gauge the market, bring in some initial funds before we move on, or establish something more permanent further inland. Alaric took a drag from his cigar, considering. All right, he conceded, nodding slowly. We'll just do temporary, small-scale business here for the meantime. Nothing too flashy. Penn, you likely have contacts here who could facilitate that without drawing the Crown's gaze. Yes, lad, just to make a quick buck before we head out somewhere more secure, Bernard added, ever the pragmatist when it came to finances. Penn nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there are a few trustworthy merchants in Philadelphia, men of principle who value discretion. We can explore those avenues carefully. Oldgate, having finished bellowing his final docking orders, stomped over to the group, wiping his brow. "Oi, lads!" he called out, his voice still carrying its usual boom, earning him their attention. "As you can see, we've arrived. Philadelphia. End of the line for this particular charter." Everyone nodded their heads in recognition. One by one, they began to head towards their cabins below deck to gather their personal belongings, ready to disembark and face the uncertainties and opportunities of the new world. Minutes later, the Kenway family, along with Cassandra, Reuben, Thulani, Flavia, Mateo, and William Penn, each carrying their respective bags and satchels, crossed the gangplank onto the solid wooden planks of the Philadelphia dock. Alaric was the last to get off. Before he stepped onto the pier, he turned towards Captain Oldgate, who stood by the railing, arms crossed, a wide, satisfied smile on his face. Alaric smirked and walked towards Oldgate, offering a handshake. "Where are you off to now, Whitebeard?" Oldgate's eye twitched a little at the nickname before he grunted, taking Alaric's offered hand in his massive paw, making the handshake firm and strong. "To where my old captain is. Henry Avery. I'm a pay that man a visit down in Libertalia, give him some of these coins you've so generously provided." "Your loyalty for him knows no bounds, Whitebeard," Alaric smirked. "Anyways, the money on my cabin. I gave you some presents too." "It's not about loyalty, lad, it's camaraderie," Oldgate grunted again, then gave Alaric a hearty smack on the shoulder. "And speaking of generosity, I'll have my men transfer the coins from your cabin to my quarters. And those gifts you mentioned." His grin widened. "Thank ye, lad, for everything. I've grown rather fond of you and your unusual family." "I owe you lots too, Captain," Alaric nodded his head before replying. "For the safe passages, the entertainment." He offered a genuine smile. "I'll check in on you once in a while. Maybe even visit Libertalia myself someday, if the mood strikes." They both smiled, a moment of mutual respect passing between the young man with impossible powers and the old sea dog. Alaric then turned towards the gangplank and stepped off onto the dock. During this time, William Penn, with his revitalized energy and established connections in the city he founded, had already managed to secure a small fleet of carriages and wagons, enough to transport the nearly 300 members of the extended Kenway household and their considerable luggage, as well as the initial, discreet caches of celestial products Alaric intended for their temporary small business venture. The transition from ship to shore was remarkably smooth, a testament to Penn's organizational skills and the respect he still commanded in Philadelphia. Money withdrawal, 50,000, 1,600,000 R. Premium cigars, pack, 10 R. Quantity, 300x, 3,000. Sage's herbal infusion tea bags, 5 R. Quantity, 100x, 500. Uchiha fire and spice hot sauce, 1 R. Quantity, 200x, 200. Hayaga cleanse secret ointment, 1 R. Quantity, 300x, 300. Total deduction, 1,604,000 R. Current balance, 11,888,532,222 R. New England. In a sparsely furnished room, tucked away in a discreet hideout located within the busy streets of Boston, a woman sat hunched over a rough wooden desk. The flickering light of a single tallow candle cast long, dancing shadows on the walls as her quill scratched across a sheet of parchment. Outside, the sounds of the colonial city, distant shouts, the rumble of carts, the occasional clang of a blacksmith's hammer were a muted backdrop to the quiet intensity within the room. A man leaned against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest, observing her. His face was stern, weathered by years in the shadows, his eyes holding the weary wisdom of one who had seen too much conflict. "How does it feel?" he finally asked, his voice low and gravelly, breaking the silence. "You're now ranked as Master Assassin, Helena. A significant achievement." Helena sighed, the scratching of her quill ceasing. She set it down carefully beside the inkpot and slowly rose from her seat, turning to face him. Her own face, though younger, held a similar weariness, a quiet determination forged in the crucible of their clandestine war. "It feels the same, Mentor Achilles," she replied, her voice was soft but firm. "The title changes little. The work remains." Achilles Davenport, mentor of the Colonial Brotherhood of Assassins, stared at her for a long moment, then let out a sigh of his own. He pushed himself off the wall and walked towards her, stopping a few feet away. He held out 2 folded pieces of paper. "Helena, you need to rest. You've already made significant contributions to the Brotherhood, more than many who have served twice your years. This is Achilles' father, Connor Davenport's grandfather." "I'm fine, Mentor," Helena insisted, a small, tired smile touching her lips as she took the offered papers. "We have so much to do here. So many Templars still lurking in the shadows, poisoning this new world." Achilles stared at her again, a flicker of concern in his usually stoic eyes, before shrugging resignedly. He knew that look on her face. It was the same unyielding dedication he saw in himself. He walked towards the door leading out of the small room. He paused with his hand on the latch, looking back at her. "We may have much to do, Helena, but please rest once in a while. Your assassination of Governor Edmund Andros has already severely disrupted the Templar Order's presence and operations in these northern colonies. You've earned a respite." I will return to my son for now, Achilles smiled. God knows how much a 4-year-old can run. Helena nodded, her smile becoming a little more genuine this time. I will, mentor. Thank you. The smile vanished the moment the door clicked shut behind Achilles. She unfolded the first piece of paper, her eyes quickly scanning the familiar coded script. Benjamin Thompson, Puritan poet, educator, physician and secretly a high-ranking Templar fugitive, last seen heading towards the western frontier. Objective, capture and extract. Information critical. She sighed, a wisp of air escaping her lips. She walked over to the flickering candle and held the corner of the paper to the flame, watching it catch fire and blacken. Assassinations are so much easier than kidnapping someone, she thought, dropping the burning parchment into a small metal dish where it quickly turned to ash. Now, she picked up the second, thicker piece of paper, this one sealed with the wax insignia of the English Brotherhood. Her brow furrowed slightly as she broke the seal and unfolded the letter, her eyes scanning the dense, elegant script. My dearest sister Helena. I pray this missive finds you well, though the news I bear from England is anything but. The shadows deepen here, and events have taken a turn most alarming, compelling me to write to you with utmost urgency. It has been 14 long years since your initial reports from Bristol concerning the boy, Alaric Jonathan Kenway. You spoke then of his unusual knowledge, his awareness of our Brotherhood's history, and his exposure to what you believed to be an ISU fragment. You acted with commendable foresight in protecting his identity and location, for which the Council was, and remains, grateful. For years, his name was but a whisper in our archives, a curiosity. Now, that name has resurfaced, not as a whisper, but as a thunderclap at the very heart of a national crisis. This Alaric Kenway has authored and disseminated writings across Bristol, and now further afield, condemning the crown the new King George, specifically, for the betrayal of a secret pact. This agreement, it is claimed, was forged between Kenway, William Penn, and the late Queen and Stuart. It promised the complete abolition of the slave trade in the port of Bristol in exchange for a staggering 40,000 vials of the celestial salve, that miraculous healing compound which has become both a blessing and a source of intense political maneuvering. Shortly after these accusations were made public, Alaric Kenway vanished from view. The Crown's betrayal, as Kenway termed it, ignited Bristol. The city is in open revolt. Its gates are sealed, and French vessels are now being openly welcomed in its harbour. Some have even reportedly fired upon the Crown's ships attempting to approach. Bristol, once a key provider of affordable crops to much of England, now trades almost exclusively with France, causing significant economic disruption and food shortages in several regions. The situation escalated horrifically at the same time. 2,000 of the King's soldiers, deployed under the official pretext of re-establishing order in Bristol, were found annihilated barely a kilometre outside the city gates. The scene was one of utter devastation. Our intelligence, pieced together from panicked whispers and the terrified testimony of the sole survivor, suggests the Crown's true objective was the brutal restoration of the slave trade in the region, using the hunt for a legendary figure known as Il Corvo d'Ombra as a cover. This Shadow Raven, as you may or may not have heard in your colonial dealings, is a figure of almost mythical status, an assassin credited with dismantling countless Templar operations and eliminating high-ranking targets throughout the Papal States, Tuscany, San Marino, Parma, Mantua, Genoa, Savoy, Milan, Venice, and even into Spain over the past year or so. A veritable phantom. The eyewitness account from the lone surviving soldier speaks of a single man, blonde-haired and clad in a distinctive crimson justiciar, who single-handedly decimated the entire regiment. Whether this was truly Il Corvo d'Ombra, or another warrior of impossible skill, remains unclear. The Crown, however, is taking no chances. A bounty of £100,000 sterling has been placed upon this man's head, a sum unheard of, reflecting the sheer terror he has instilled. Helena, your early instincts about Alaric Kenway were, it seems, profoundly accurate, though even you could not have foreseen this. The Brotherhood here is in a state of uncertainty. Is the Shadow Raven a genuine operative, perhaps one of ours working deep undercover, now returned to England? Or is this blonde man in crimson someone else entirely? And crucially, what is Alaric Kenway's role in all of this? Is he this warrior? Is he connected to them? Or is he merely a catalyst, a wealthy and powerful individual whose actions have unintentionally unleashed these chaotic forces? We need answers, Helena. Your discretion and skill are needed now more than ever. Be vigilant. Any information you can gather, any insight you might possess regarding Kenway or these events, would be invaluable. May the creed guide your path, sister. Yours in Brotherhood, Senior Mentor, English Rite. Helena finished reading, the parchment trembling slightly in her hand. Goosebumps prickled her skin despite the stuffy air of the small room. She sank back into her chair, her mind reeling. Alaric, the strange, quiet boy from Bristol she'd encountered all those years ago, the one who spoke of assassins and Templars with an unnerving familiarity, the one whose potential she had sensed but couldn't quite define. Alaric, no doubt about it, she thought, her breath catching in her throat. That kid he killed 2,000 soldiers alone, damn. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 146, Chapter 145, Philadelphia. Current balance, 11,888,532,222 R. Philadelphia. Philadelphia in September of 1714 was a city on the rise, a very busy colonial port that, while not possessing the ancient grandeur of European capitals or the exotic vibrancy of Havana, radiated a distinct charm of its own. Its streets, laid out in a relatively orderly grid pattern envisioned by Penn himself, were a mix of hard-packed earth and newer cobblestone sections closer to the Delaware River waterfront. Sturdy, unpretentious buildings of red brick and timber, with their clean lines and practical design, reflected the Quaker influence on the city's architecture, a focus on simplicity, utility, and solid craftsmanship. The air carried the scent of fresh sawn lumber from the numerous construction sites, the tang of river water, the aroma of baking bread from local bakeries, and the faint, ever-present smell of wood smoke from countless hearths. It was a city of industry and commerce, but also one of growing families and new beginnings. Minutes after La Providencia docked, William Penn's influence was immediately apparent. The numerous carriages and wagons he'd managed to secure were already waiting, a testament to the respect and authority he still commanded in the province that bore his name. The city guards, initially alerted by the arrival of such a large, unfamiliar vessel and the sudden influx of nearly 300 people, quickly relaxed their posture upon recognizing Penn. No questions were asked, his presence was enough. The journey from the port to Pennsbury Manor, Penn's country estate located a fair distance upriver, was a smooth, if somewhat lengthy, procession. As the convoy of carriages and wagons rumbled through the outskirts of Philadelphia and into the countryside, the landscape shifted from the busy port to rolling fields, dense woodlands, and the occasional small farmstead. Upon arriving at the manor, a handsome, though not overly ostentatious, brick house overlooking the Delaware, the Kenway contingent found it adequate, but certainly not on the scale of their former Bristol estate. The Kenway estate, with its sprawling grounds, multiple outbuildings, and the massive underground training facility and vault Alaric had constructed, was a veritable fortress by comparison. Penn, knowing this, didn't expect them to be overly impressed by the manor itself. After all, the Kenway mansion was overkill. As everyone disembarked, weary from the long voyage and the subsequent overland journey, Penn immediately set the Pennsbury Manor staff into motion. Every available room was to be prepared, provisions organized, and the large contingent of newcomers made as comfortable as possible. While the staff moved about, guiding the Kenway family's employees and the auditory assassins to their temporary quarters, William Penn walked up to Alaric, who was observing the organized chaos with an amused expression, Cassandra at his side. Penn let out an apologetic sigh. "Sorry lad," Penn began, "the manor's too packed, even with the guest houses. Everyone might have to share rooms with each other for a while." "Don't worry about it, William," Alaric smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Penn's shoulder. "We'll manage actually." He paused, his eyes scanning the sprawling, undeveloped land surrounding the manor. "Do you have some land I can buy around here?" Penn raised a brow, then a chuckle escaped him. "Sure lad, there's always land for sale in Pennsylvania. That's rather the point of the colony, is it not?" "How much money does it take for a hectare or two?" Alaric asked. He fumbled in his coat pocket, pulling out 2 cigars, one of which he offered to Penn. He lit his own with a familiar flick of his finger. "Well," Penn began, accepting the cigar as Alaric lit it for him with another casual gesture. Penn chuckled at the effortless display of fire before continuing. "A hectare of good land near the river somewhere, round 9 to 10 pounds sterling, I'd reckon." "Wait, ain't that like 288 to 320 reals?" Alaric's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "That's so cheap." "Lad, why were you so surprised?" Penn raised a brow, taking a puff from his cigar. "You spent £17,000 for 4,000 hectares of land back in Bristol during 1700. Land here is plentiful, and we encourage settlement." "Ah, yes I did." Alaric cleared his throat, a slight flush rising on his cheeks as he remembered the vastly different land values. He took a drag from his cigar. "Anyways, just give me maybe 5 hectares then, somewhere with a bit of privacy." Money withdrawal, 2,222 R. Current balance, 11,888,530,000 R. Alaric then pretended to reach into the inside of his coat, and after a moment, withdrew a surprisingly large and heavy pouch of coins. "This is 2,222 reals, for privacy purposes, and a bit extra for your trouble." "Damn it, lad, go to a proprietary land agent and do it properly through the official channels," Penn grumbled, though he took another appreciative puff from the cigar. "Oh come on, William, they're your agents anyway," Alaric grinned. "I'm just paying it directly to the top dog, streamlining the process." Penn grumbled again but took the offered pouch with a sigh. "Fine, I'll find you some suitable land that's hard to look up, discreet. But first, let's go to the house, reunite with Caroline and the others." "Caroline?" Alaric raised a brow, his easygoing expression suddenly sharpening, his eyes narrowing slightly. "She's not here though, is she?" Alaric was already a very skilled censor due to the foresight pulse, and his abilities were super amplified by the mind's eye of the Kagura he'd recently acquired. From the moment he stepped onto Pennsylvanian soil, his senses had been passively scanning, mapping out the signatures of everyone in the vicinity. He'd felt the tens of thousands in Philadelphia, the hundreds within the Pensbury Manor grounds, but Caroline Scott Kenway's distinct chakra signature was conspicuously absent. What do you mean, she's not here? Penn stared at Alaric, his own brow furrowing in confusion, then he turned his head towards the main house. Just then, figures began to emerge from the manor's main entrance. Hannah Callowhill Penn, William's wife, walked out, followed by their younger children, Thomas, Margaret, Richard, and Dennis. Lewis Penn, William's brother, also appeared. Alaric noted the absence of Penn's older children like William Jr., Letitia, and her husband James, and Springet, whom he'd met at Edward's wedding years ago. They were likely grown and living elsewhere, or perhaps busy with their own affairs. From another, smaller guest house on the estate grounds, two more figures emerged. Alaric smiled as he recognized Elizabeth Scott and her younger daughter, Avelini. They all walked towards Alaric and the newly arrived Kenway family, exchanging greetings and expressions of relief. However, Alaric cut through the pleasantries, his gaze fixed on Elizabeth and Avelini. Elizabeth, Avelini, where's Caroline? The baby, Jenny, seems to be here with you. His mind's eye had picked up the small, distinct signature of a very young child near them. How did you dash? Avelini and Elizabeth's eyes widened, startled by his immediate, specific question. They exchanged a quick, worried glance, assuming Alaric must have asked someone about Caroline upon docking. Avelini looked at her mother first, then sighed, her expression becoming somber. Caroline, I think, it's better if we talk about this inside. Alaric remained silent, observing their troubled expressions. The subtle tells his mind's eye picked up grief, anxiety, a hint of fear. He finally nodded his head slowly. Avelini, you reunite with your husband first, we'll talk after everyone's settled in. Avelini blushed deeply at the mention of husband, her gaze instinctively darting towards a tall, chocolate-skinned man who was currently helping some of the former slaves find their temporary lodgings. It was Thulani. Damn. Alaric thought, looking from Avelini's blushing face to Thulani's oblivious back. Reuben, Thulani, and I, the three of us really did get some baddies. Although minds wild, Alaric then looked over at Cassandra, who was now engaged in a surprisingly animated conversation with Eleanor and Lynette. Cassandra, sensing his gaze, turned and offered him a warm, radiant smile. Alaric smiled back, a familiar warmth spreading through him. Who would have thought I'd fall in love with the Eagle-bearer herself? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 147, Chapter 146, Meeting Inside Pensbury Manor. Current balance, 11,888,530,000 R. Pensbury Manor, 1 p.m. Hours had passed since the Kenway contingent and their allies had arrived at Pensbury Manor. The initial flurry of activity had subsided as everyone began to settle into their temporary accommodations. Lunch, a simple but hearty affair prepared by the combined efforts of the manor's staff and some of the Kenway cooks, had been served in the large dining hall. Alaric had taken the opportunity during the meal to formally introduce Cassandra to Elizabeth Scott and Avelini, the three women exchanging polite, if somewhat curious, greetings. Now, with the remnants of the midday meal cleared away, a core group had gathered in William Penn's spacious office. The room was lined with bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes, a large mahogany desk dominating one end, and several comfortable, if slightly worn, upholstered sofas and chairs arranged around a low table. Alaric sat on one of the sofas, Cassandra beside him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. William Penn occupied his usual chair behind the desk, though he seemed more relaxed than Alaric had seen him in weeks. Elizabeth Scott and Avelini sat together on an adjacent sofa, their expressions still holding a trace of the worry Alaric had sensed earlier. Reuben and Thulani had found seats on sturdy wooden chairs brought in from the hall, while Flavia sat close to Reuben. Bernard and Leonard Kenway, along with their wives Eleanor and Lynette, completed the somber gathering. Let me get this straight, Alaric began, massaging his temples lightly as if trying to ward off a headache. Caroline, my cousin Caroline, went to Japan? As in, the actual country, Japan? Land of samurai and shoguns? Yes. Avelini nodded, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. Her voice was quiet, laced with anxiety. I don't know what's gotten into her, Alaric. She was the one who convinced Mother and me that migrating here to Pennsylvania was the best course of action after everything in Bristol. Then, just a few months after we settled here, she became obsessed. Utterly obsessed with this distant land called Japan. She read every book, every translated scroll Mr. Penn could find for her. Talked of nothing else. A heavy silence filled the room. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Japan? It was a land shrouded in mystery, almost mythical to most Europeans of this era, a closed-off nation on the other side of the world. What could have possibly possessed Caroline Kenway to undertake such an improbable, dangerous journey? Suddenly, Cassandra's eyes, which had been thoughtfully observing Avelini, lost focus for a brief second, widening almost imperceptibly. She then turned her head sharply towards Alaric. He caught the movement, raising an eyebrow in silent question. He knew that look Alethea was communicating with her. Cassandra scanned the room quickly, her gaze lingering on each person for a fraction of a second, before leaning closer to Alaric and whispering something urgently in his ear, her voice too low for anyone else to catch. Alaric listened, his own eyes widening slightly as she spoke. He straightened his back, his expression turning serious, and his gaze swept across the room, meeting the curious and worried eyes of everyone present. He looked at Pen, then cleared his throat. Before he could say anything, however, he tilted his head slightly, his attention suddenly fixed on the closed office door. Everyone else looked at the door, puzzled by his sudden shift in focus. A moment later, knock, knock. Gasps and widened eyes went around the room, excluding Cassandra, Reuben, Tholany, and Flavia, who were perhaps becoming more accustomed to Alaric's uncanny abilities. The timing was too perfect, his anticipation was also too precise. It was another display of his almost inhuman senses. Master Pen, sires and madams. A familiar voice called from the other side of the door. The old butler, Sebastian, the same one who had greeted the Kenway family at Pen's Bristol estate 16 years prior, opened the door slowly. His hair was mostly white now, with only a few faint streaks of its original blonde, but his posture was still upright, and his demeanor was impeccably professional. "I brewed you some tea." Sebastian smiled warmly as he entered, carefully maneuvering a laden service trolley into the office. The trolley held a silver teapot, fine china cups, and the distinct, fragrant aroma of celestial tea, a blend Pen had clearly stocked in his manor long ago, a cherished gift from Alaric. "It's been a while." "Sebastian," Alaric smiled, his earlier tension easing slightly at the sight of the familiar, loyal servant. 2 years, has it?" "Indeed, Sire Alaric," Sebastian replied, his own smile genuine as he began to expertly arrange the tea service on the low table. "It is a pleasure to see you again, looking so well. I should buff and train this guy." But Alaric smiled and nodded, watching the old butler, as a familiar consideration surfaced. "Reverse his age, give Pen some protection. He doesn't seem to have any family, no wife, no kids, not even distant relatives. I can sense he's basically living for Pen. He deserves a bit more than just a quiet retirement." As Sebastian finished placing the last teacup and saucer, he gave a slight, respectful bow. "Will there be anything else, Master Pen, sires?" Just as he turned towards the door, Jonathan Hugh appeared in the doorway, also about to enter. Jonathan's eyes widened slightly in surprise at seeing the older butler, then a polite smile touched his lips as he gave a subtle nod of acknowledgement. "Ah, Sebastian," Jonathan said. "Allow me." "Master Jonathan," Sebastian smiled back. "Shall I also get you a cup of tea?" "No, thank you, Sebastian. I am quite all right," Jonathan replied courteously. "I'm a butler like you." "Well then." Sebastian nodded again, then quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him as Jonathan stepped fully inside, taking up a discreet position near the wall. Everyone reached for a cup of the steaming tea, the familiar, calming ritual, a welcome respite from the troubling conversation. As they sipped, their gazes inevitably returned to Alaric, waiting for him to continue. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Alaric casually flicked his fingers. An invisible barrier of Fuinjutsu shimmered into existence for a fraction of a second around the office, sealing it off from any outside listeners. No sound would escape this room now. "Avellini, Elizabeth," Alaric began, his voice calm again as he took a sip of his tea. "You said Caroline became obsessed with Japan. Before that, did she ever come across a weird object? Something she might have found, something out of place? An object you've never seen before?" Avellini and Elizabeth exchanged a look, then both nodded slowly. It was Elizabeth who answered, her voice tinged with a lingering unease. "Indeed, Alaric, now that you mention it. Shortly before her fascination with Japan began, she found something. A sphere of some kind. It was dark, metallic, cool to the touch, but it seemed to hum, very faintly. It definitely seemed out of place, not of any craftsmanship we recognized." Both Alaric and Cassandra exchanged a quick, almost imperceptible glance from the corners of their eyes. They didn't need to speak, the silent confirmation passed between them. Alaric then asked, his gaze sharpening, "And where do you think she got this sphere?" Avellini took a sip of her tea, her brow furrowed in thought. I believe she found it during one of her visits to the Indians," she said hesitantly. "She came back from one of those trips, and she had the sphere with her. She was very secretive about it at first." Alaric and Pen eyed each other at the mention of Indians. Pen leaned forward slightly. "The Indians, you mean the native tribes, Avellini? The Lenape, or perhaps the Susquehannock? Caroline went into their territories? Why?" His tone was one of surprise and concern. Relations with the local tribes were generally peaceful, thanks to his own efforts, but venturing into their lands alone was unusual. "Iroquois, that was the name she mentioned once," Avellini replied, taking another sip of tea, her gaze distant. "She said she wanted to learn more about their culture, their ways. She took several boxes of the celestial tea, the ones you gifted her, Alaric, and said she was going to trade them for knowledge, for the chance to live amongst them for a short while and understand their connection to the land." Avellini sighed, a look of helplessness crossing her face. "We tried to dissuade her, but she was adamant. And when she returned from that particular visit, that's when she had the sphere. And soon after, the talk of Japan began." Avellini trailed off, clearly not knowing what more to say. The room was quiet again, everyone contemplating this new, strange piece of the puzzle. It was Leonard Kenway, Alaric's usually quiet father, who broke the silence, his voice surprisingly firm. "Alaric, son," he said, looking directly at Alaric. "This sphere, it seems you have some knowledge about it." The directness of the question, coming from the usually reserved Leonard, surprised everyone. Bernard even let out a low whistle. "Damn, Leo didn't expect that from ya, twig." His comment, though perhaps ill-timed, made everyone chuckle, even Avellini managed a weak smile. The gloomy tension in the room lightened considerably. Bernard grinned, then quickly adopted a more serious expression as Lynette shot him a playful glare, though her eyes were smiling. Alaric was actually thankful for the interruption. It gave him a moment to gather his thoughts. "Yes, father, I do," Alaric finally replied, setting his teacup down. His gaze swept across the expectant faces in the room. "That sphere, it's an artifact. An ancient and powerful one. It's called an Apple of Eden." The name clearly meant something to Cassandra, whose eyes sharpened with recognition. Matteo and Flavia also exchanged knowing, concerned glances. For the others, the Kenways, Penn, Reuben, Thulani, Elizabeth, and Avellini, the name was new, but the gravity in Alaric's voice was unmistakable. "An Apple of Eden," Alaric continued, his voice low and serious, "has the ability to do things that defy reality, to bend the laws of humankind as we know them. It can create illusions so real they can deceive armies, control minds, even alter perceptions on a vast scale." A collective gasp went through the room from those unfamiliar with such artifacts. Eleanor's eyes widened in alarm. "Gods preserve us. Such a thing exists." Alaric looked at his mother for a second before shaking his head. "Not gods, mother, but ancient beings of immense power, yes." Thulani, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "You mentioned you mean there are many more of these artifacts?" Alaric turned his head to Thulani and a faint smile touched his lips. "Yes, Thulani, many more. Excalibur, the great sword I gifted you." He then turned his head towards Reuben, "And the sword of Dicus that you wield, Reuben, are both artifacts of that same ancient civilization." Reuben and Thulani exchanged wide-eyed looks. Thulani touched the hilt of Excalibur, which was never far from his side, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. "So the sword's name is Excalibur, the mythical sword that King Arthur once wielded. And it's an artifact." "Before you guys ask me about anything else," Alaric stated, cutting off the inevitable flood of questions, "I got all this information from my travels after I left Monteregione." He let that sink in for a moment. Silence descended again, thicker this time, as everyone tried to process the sheer scale of what Alaric was implying. Ancient civilizations, reality-bending artifacts, mythical swords, it was a lot to take in. Lynette was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling slightly. "This Apple of Eden that Caroline has, what does it do specifically, Alaric? If it can control minds?" Alaric looked at Cassandra, a silent question in his eyes. She understood and took over the explanation, her voice calm and steady, drawing on millennia of experience and Alethea's knowledge. "The apples are tools of immense power, yes," Cassandra began, her gaze sweeping over the room. "They can project illusions, as Alaric said, on a grand scale. They can influence thoughts, sway loyalties, even incite or quell conflict. Some are said to hold vast repositories of knowledge." She paused, her expression turning grim. "But they are also incredibly dangerous. Their power is seductive. Prolonged exposure, attempting to wield them without the proper training or strength of will, it puts an immense mental strain on the user. It can corrupt, twist the mind, lead to paranoia, madness to the point of no return. Many who have sought to control them have ultimately been controlled by them." Another wave of shock rippled through the room. The implications were terrifying. Caroline, young, perhaps naive, in possession of such a dangerous artifact. Bernard Kenway shot to his feet, his face flushed with anger and fear. "Then we'd better find Caroline, immediately," he shouted, his voice cracking, "before that thing destroys her. And that's where I ask." Alaric turned his head, his gaze settling on Avellini and Elizabeth, his voice calm but insistent. "Did Caroline tell any of you where she might be headed? Before or after Japan? Any specific locations, any names, any clues at all?" Avellini and Elizabeth looked at each other, their faces pale. The weight of Cassandra's words, the danger Caroline was in, seemed to finally crash down on them. Elizabeth, after a moment of stunned silence, mustered herself to reply, her voice choked with emotion. She mentioned that she was going to visit an archipelago named Las Islas Filipinas," Elizabeth said, her words tumbling out. "Then Japan, then something like Joseon. And after that she spoke of traveling throughout the continents, from east to west to collect something. She never said what." And boom, that revelation hit the room like a physical blow. Caroline, traveling throughout the continents, alone, with a dangerous, mind-altering artifact? Damn, she's got a lot in her itinerary, Alaric thought, taking a slow sip of his tea to mask his own shock. Philippines, Japan, South and North Korea, then throughout continents. So like Asia, Europe, then Africa. What in the blazes is she collecting? When did she leave? Alaric finally asked, his voice weaker than he intended, as he rubbed his temples. 6 months ago, Elizabeth whispered, the words barely audible. Tears began to stream down her face, and she couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. What's going to happen to her, Alaric? I don't know if she's safe. I only have 2 daughters and Jenny needs her mother. 6 months. Alaric calculated quickly. Assuming she traveled from New Spain, or even directly from here, Caroline would have been in the Philippines 2 to 3 months ago, maybe more. And now Japan? Or already moved on to Korea? He looked at his distraught aunt, then at the worried faces around him. Damn. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 148, chapter 147. Even then, it's not enough. Current balance, 11,888,530,000 R. Pensbury Manor Guesthouse, 4 p.m. Hours later, after the initial shock had somewhat subsided and plans for their temporary settlement in Pennsylvania were being discussed, Bernard Kenway pushed open the door to one of the rooms in the Pensbury Manor Guesthouse. This was the room that had been assigned to Caroline before her sudden departure, and now, it housed her infant daughter, Jennifer, and a hired wet nurse. Behind Bernard, the rest of the core group followed: Alaric and Cassandra, William Penn, Elizabeth and Avellini, Reuben and Flavia, Thulani, Leonard, Eleanor, and Lynette. The room was simple but clean, a small cot tucked into one corner. A middle-aged woman, the wet nurse, sat in a rocking chair by the window, gently cradling a sleeping baby. She looked up, startled by the sudden influx of people, her eyebrows rising in question. "Excuse me, who are you all?" the wet nurse asked, her tone polite but wary. Her gaze then fell upon William Penn, Elizabeth, and Avellini, who had visited earlier. Recognizing them, her expression softened, and she nodded respectfully. "Ah, Mr. Penn, Madam Scott, Mistress Avellini." She rose slowly, careful not to disturb the sleeping infant. "I'll excuse myself then, give you some privacy with the little one." She carefully transferred the baby to Avellini, who took her niece with a practiced gentleness, before the wet nurse quietly slipped out of the room. Avellini cooed softly, rocking the sleeping Jennifer in her arms. "Shoo, there now, little Jenny. Oh, she's adorable," Eleanor whispered, stepping closer, her eyes shining with affection as she peered at the baby's tiny, peaceful face. Lynette was right beside her, equally captivated. "Look at those little eyelashes, Bernard. Just like Caroline's." Cassandra, too, moved closer, a soft, almost wistful expression on her face as she looked at the infant. "She is beautiful," she murmured, her voice unusually gentle. The men, however, were a different story. Bernard and Leonard hovered awkwardly near the doorway, peering at the baby from a safe distance. Reuben and Thulani exchanged uncertain glances, clearly unsure how to react to such a small, fragile creature. William Penn offered a benevolent smile but made no move to get closer. "She's very small," Bernard finally commented, stating the obvious. Leonard nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite delicate." Reuben shuffled his feet. "Wouldn't dare hold her. Might break her." Thulani grunted in what Alaric assumed was agreement. Alaric chuckled softly at their discomfort. He walked over to Avellini and gently stroked Jennifer's soft cheek with one finger. "She's a Kenway, through and through," he said quietly. "She'll be a brave one." After a few more minutes of hushed admiration and awkward male hovering, everyone began to file out of the room, leaving Avellini to tend to her niece. Alaric was about to follow, but he noticed Cassandra hadn't moved. She was still standing by the cot, gazing down at the sleeping baby, a complex mix of emotions playing across her features. Alaric walked back towards her, his footsteps soft on the wooden floor. "Penny for your thoughts, Miss Thias?" he asked quietly, coming to stand beside her. Cassandra sighed, a faint, melancholic sound. "She is beautiful, Alaric," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "So small, so new, so full of potential." She paused, her gaze still fixed on Jennifer. "But then I think I will outlive her. I will outlive her children, and their children, and their children's children." Her voice caught slightly. "It is a horrifying thought, even after all these centuries. I've never truly gotten used to the loneliness, to watching everyone I care for fade away while I remain." Alaric put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. He rested his cheek against her hair, inhaling her familiar scent. "Hey," he said softly, his voice a comforting rumble. "Don't worry about that. You're not alone anymore, remember." He tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. "And as for our children, they won't be fading away anytime soon. You and I, we're immortal, in our own ways. Our children, they'll have very, very long lives." Cassandra raised an eyebrow, a flicker of her usual skepticism returning. "Oh, and how long is, very, very long, in your estimation, Kenway?" Alaric grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Give or take," he said with a dramatic pause, 7,000 years. Cassandra's eyes widened comically. 7,000. She whispered, utterly aghast. "Malka, that's too long. For anyone. Even for a demigod's offspring." Alaric scratched the back of his head, chuckling. "Well," he conceded, "at least our descendants won't die that easily. Think of the family reunions." "Malka." Cassandra just sighed, shaking her head, but then a soft smile touched her lips. She leaned into him, pressing a warm kiss to his cheek. "I'm a bit excited, you know," she murmured, her voice suddenly shy. "To give birth to a baby as handsome and as infuriatingly smart as you. And if it's a girl," Alaric smiled, his arm tightening around her, "then she'll be as beautiful, as brave, and as wonderfully wild as her mother." Pensbury Manor rooftop, 9 p.m. The Pensbury Manor was quiet now, the earlier hustle of arrival and settling in having given way to the calm of evening. Lanterns cast a warm, flickering glow across the grounds, and torches lined the main pathways, but up on the roof of the main house, only the full moon and a canopy of stars provided illumination. Alaric sat alone, his legs dangling over the edge of the roof, gazing up at the bright lunar disk. He was deep in thought. In the Assassin's Creed Black Flag game, there were no records of Caroline going to places outside Europe or America. He mused, a frown creasing his brow. She was a minor character, yes, but her storyline was contained. This journey to Japan, the Philippines, Korea collecting artifacts, it's a massive deviation. Did my actions cause this? Some kind of butterfly effect? My presence, my interference, has it altered her path so drastically? Alaric sighed, pulling out the last cigar from the pack in his pocket. He lit it with a familiar snap of his fingers, the tip glowing orange in the darkness. He took a long drag, the smoke of familiar comfort, before exhaling slowly. But, Philippines? Japan? With an apple of Eden? I'd take a hard guess that she's being influenced by the apple, no doubt about it. But you'll have to try much harder than that to sneak up on me, Matthias. Alaric called out, a knowing smile touching his lips as he sensed Cassandra's silent approach behind him. Malka. Cassandra's voice came from the shadows as she moved with the fluid grace of a predator, stepping onto the roof tiles beside him. She sat down, her movements silent as a cat. Is there no way to surprise you? I climbed like a cat. Yeah, no. Alaric replied, his smirk teasing, much to her feigned annoyance. And you too, Reuben. Thulani. Don't bother hiding. A pair of soft thuds sounded from the balcony just below them. Damn it. Reuben and Thulani, with a collective sigh of resignation, parkoured their way up from the balcony with practiced ease, landing lightly on the roof beside Alaric and Cassandra. So, do you need something? Alaric raised a brow, looking from Reuben to Thulani. It wasn't every day that these two sought him out with such a hesitant air. You guys need money. No. Thulani rumbled, shifting his considerable weight. No. I mean, sure, but no, Reuben sighed, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Their awkwardness surprised Alaric. He took another puff from his cigar. So, what did you need? Careful with your feet, you guys could break Mr. Penn's roof. Reuben and Thulani exchanged another uncertain glance. It was Thulani who finally spoke, his deep voice unusually hesitant. Alaric, we were wondering about power. Reuben nodded, picking up the thread. The kind of power you showed back in Bristol. Against those soldiers. He met Alaric's gaze, his own eyes holding a mixture of awe and a desperate sort of longing. We want to be stronger. Both Alaric and Cassandra raised their eyebrows. Cassandra tilted her head, her gaze analytical. Why? She asked, her voice was calm but direct. You are both already formidable warriors. Reuben, you wield an ISU artifact. Thulani, your strength is considerable, even before Alaric gifted you Excalibur. Why do you feel the need for more? Thulani looked down at his large hands. I may be stronger than normal men, Lady Cassandra, he admitted, his voice low. But as you saw in your own adventures, and as we saw in Bristol, there are threats that hundreds of normal men cannot face. I cannot be stronger than hundreds of them at once, not as I am now. Reuben nodded in agreement, his expression grim. Thulani and I conversed about it multiple times on the voyage here, he continued, his voice gaining a measure of conviction. It's not just about us. We just want to be more useful to you, Alaric, to protect the family, our loved ones. To ensure what happened in Bristol, the need to flee never happens again. Alaric's mind's eye of the Kagura was active, and he detected no lies from them. Their emotions were a potent mix, genuine concern, a deep-seated desire to protect, frustration at their perceived limitations, and a burning motivation. Yeah, it's true, although the reason why I suggested or even ordered all of us to flee was that I might end up killing more than just the 2,000 they sent if we stayed there any longer. However, there's no shame in being stronger. I can't just be the only one to do the killing. He decided to test them, just a little. Soon, in the nearby future, Alaric said, his tone thoughtful, I will likely have you both lead men. Hundreds, perhaps even more, depending on how things unfold. Won't that be enough? With command over such numbers, you'll be able to face armies. Even then, it's not enough, Thulani responded immediately, his gaze unwavering. I want to be as strong as possible, Alaric. Strong enough to face any number of men, to protect those I care for, even if I were to sacrifice myself in the process. Yes, and you say you'll have us lead hundreds of men, Reuben added, his voice tight with determination. I want to be able to attack and defend with little to no casualties on our side, to ensure that those who follow us, who trust us, are not needlessly lost. Alaric's mind's eye was reading them like an open book. Conviction, honesty, desperation, inspiration, motivation, it was all there, a potent cocktail of resolve. He turned his head, meeting Cassandra's gaze. She was grinning, a fierce, almost predatory light in her ancient eyes. It seemed their drive had ignited something in her as well. "Well," Alaric said, a slow smile spreading across his own face. "It looks like I have to train all of you." He then raised his voice slightly. "And you too, Jonathan." Reuben, Thulani, and Cassandra all raised their brows in surprise, looking around. "Don't bother hiding," Alaric called out, his voice laced with amusement. "No one can eavesdrop on me unless I allow them." A sigh, clearly audible in the quiet night, drifted up from the balcony below. A moment later, Jonathan Hugh's head peeked over the edge of the roof. He looked from the group on the roof to Alaric, his expression one of weary resignation. With an effortless leap that belied his usual composed demeanor, Jonathan vaulted onto the roof, landing silently beside Thulani. "Must I really, Master Alaric?" Jonathan asked, already looking harried. "My schedule is rather packed with managing the staff, overseeing the household accounts, and ensuring Mr. Penn doesn't accidentally start a philosophical debate with a lamppost." "Don't worry about it, and about the Penn thing, he has his own butler for that." Alaric grinned devilishly, a spark of mischief in his eyes that made everyone present twitch slightly. "In a week's time, I'll start training everyone, the family, the assassins, the employees, Penn and his butler, even you, love." He turned his head to Cassandra, who looked genuinely surprised, then intrigued. "I don't care if I have to pay Penn tens of thousands of reals every day for food and for the trouble," Alaric continued, his voice gaining a note of excitement. "We're still living in Penn's manor until he finds me a good lot of land. Until then, I'll train all of you to the bones." A collective gulp seemed to echo across the rooftop. "I will need to begin a filter process," Alaric thought, his smile becoming more calculating. "I'll begin interviewing and questioning every single person within the Auditoria assassins and the Kenway household employees before I start applying any significant buffs to them. I'll also offer to reverse the ages of the elders, if they wish it. And the children, Jenny, Penn's younger ones, they'll need protection, subtle enhancements perhaps, as they grow." Thankfully, he mused, the mind's eye of the Kagura passively scanning the emotional undercurrents of his companions. "This ability is an OP item to discover traitors or those with ill intent. I wouldn't even consider doing any of these widespread enhancements if I didn't have it. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 149, Chapter 148, Training Time Skip. Current balance, 11,888,530,000 R. Time skip, November 2. 2 months had passed since Alaric and everyone arrived in Philadelphia. The first week after their arrival was a whirlwind of activity. Alaric, true to his word, began a meticulous screening process. He met with every individual, from the seasoned Auditoria assassins to the newest Kenway household employee, even the former slaves Thulani had brought. Using his mind's eye of the Kagura, he asked a series of simple, direct questions, gauging their honesty, their loyalty, their discretion. He made them promise to keep the secrets of their newfound community, the secrets of his abilities, sacrosanct. To his surprise, and considerable relief, no one failed his scrutiny. The mind's eye was indeed a remarkably useful tool for discerning truth from deception, making the entire process swift and efficient. And when it came to training, oh boy, it was fruitful. Flashback, September 9. In the sprawling grounds of Pensbury Manor, hidden from prying eyes by the dense woodlands Penn had ensured surrounded the estate, Alaric had set his grand training plan into motion. First, in secret, he created 7 shadow clones. Each clone was imbued with the same advanced Fuinjutsu seals he'd used on the Havana distribution team, seals for enhanced durability, making them far more resilient than standard shadow clone seals for a permanent, unbreakable link to him, preventing them from dispelling due to distance or minor injury, and seals that allowed them to passively draw and convert natural energy into usable chakra, making them self-sufficient for extended periods. Their linked storage seals were also active, though not currently filled with merchandise. Before the training officially began, Alaric, with Cassandra often observing with a mixture of fascination and amusement, had discreetly approached the elder members of his family and the most loyal, long-serving members of his staff. He offered them the Azura's Crest, the same powerful Fuinjutsu seal that enhanced strength, speed, and regeneration, and for those who desired it, the Hourglass of Samsara to reverse the physical toll of years. His parents, his aunt and uncle, William Penn, Sebastian, and several of the older groundskeepers and cooks gratefully accepted, their renewed youth and vigor a quiet testament to Alaric's power. He also reapplied and strengthened the Azura's Crest on Thulani and Reuben, ensuring they were at their peak. Everyone was going to be trained, no one was spared from the grueling regime Alaric envisioned. The clones, once created and briefed, hinged into various appearances: a stern-looking drill sergeant, a patient martial arts master, a nimble fencing instructor, to maintain a degree of separation and perhaps prevent Alaric from being mobbed with questions constantly. Clone 1, taking on the persona of a grizzled, no-nonsense mercenary captain, was tasked with the most intense group: Reuben, Thulani, Jonathan Hugh, William Penn, who, with his renewed youth, attacked the training with surprising zeal. Sebastian, equally revitalized and proving to have a hidden well of determination, Flavia Auditora, and Maestro Matteo Auditore. Their training was brutal, focusing on pushing their already considerable skills to new heights, sparring, advanced weapon mastery, and tactical coordination. Clone 2, appearing as a calm, methodical former military officer, took charge of the Kenway elders, Leonard, Bernard, Eleanor, and Lynette, along with Elizabeth Scott and Avellini. Their training was less about raw combat and more focused on self-defense, situational awareness, physical conditioning, and basic weapon proficiency, enough to handle themselves if trouble ever found them directly. Clones 3 and 4, disguised as seasoned assassin instructors from a non-existent European bureau, were assigned the 30 Auditore assassins. Their regimen was designed to refine the assassin's existing skills, introduce new techniques Alaric had gleaned from his unique knowledge sources and push their stealth, agility, and lethality to unprecedented levels. Clones 5, 6, and 7, taking on the forms of patient but firm overseers, were responsible for the largest group, the nearly 250 Kenway household employees, including the maids, cooks, groundskeepers, former guards, coachmen, and the families of the former slaves. Their training was the most varied, focusing on basic fitness, self-defense, teamwork, and for those who showed aptitude, more specialized skills like basic first aid or scouting. The clones were instructed to be somewhat lenient, focusing on building confidence and a baseline of capability rather than forging elite warriors. Alaric himself, however, reserved his personal attention for Cassandra. September 10, 1714. Alaric's training with Cassandra was different. She possessed millennia of combat experience, a demigod's physique further enhanced by the staff of Hermes, and an innate understanding of warfare that put everyone else in their burgeoning community to shame. He'd already applied the Azura's crest to her back, a surprisingly intimate process that had led to extensive physical testing of its regenerative properties afterward. She was, without a doubt, far stronger now than she had ever been. What she needed wasn't more fighting skill, but something new, something to complement her already formidable abilities. They sat in a secluded grove deep within the Pensbury woods, the late summer air warm and still. Cassandra was seated in a perfect lotus position, her eyes closed, her breathing slow and even. Alaric sat behind her, his hands resting lightly on her back, just over her chakra core, continuously channeling a gentle, steady stream of his own potent chakra into her. That's right. Alaric was attempting to awaken Cassandra's own latent chakra. He had a theory. Chakra, in its most fundamental form, was the combination of physical energy, drawn from the body's trillions of cells, and spiritual energy, derived from the mind's consciousness and will. It was, in essence, life energy. His theory was that every living being in this world, not just those in the Naruto dimension, possessed this energy. They simply lacked the genetic predisposition or the specific training to access and manipulate it. If his theory was correct, if he could awaken Cassandra's chakra, then potentially everyone Reuben, Tholani, his family, the assassins, even the staff could learn to wield it, at least to some degree. The implications were staggering. He might debate teaching them elemental ninjutsu, but even basic chakra enhancement for physical abilities would be a game-changer. The Madara Uchiha's visionary tactics scroll he'd purchased from the system years ago contained a wealth of information, including techniques for safely, yet forcefully, awakening dormant chakra pathways in individuals, methods the Uchiha and other clans had used during the Warring States period to rapidly bolster their numbers, even sending children to war. Alaric, of course, had no intention of sending children to war, but the principles were sound. Focus, Cassandra, Alaric murmured, his voice calm and steady. Feel the energy I'm sending you. It's warm, yes. Like a river flowing through you. That's chakra. Now, try to find that same river within yourself. It's there, at your core, waiting. He continued to channel his chakra into her for several minutes, letting her become accustomed to the sensation, to the feel of active life energy coursing through her. Then, slowly, he began to withdraw his own energy, cutting off the external flow. Cassandra frowned slightly, her brow furrowing in concentration. I feel nothing now, Alaric. Just emptiness where your energy was. It's not empty, Alaric encouraged. It's just quiet. Your own chakra is there, but it's dormant, like a sleeping spring. You need to reach for it, coax it awake. Malka. She tried, her breathing deepening, her focus intense. Minutes passed. Frustration began to creep into her expression. I can't find it. I don't feel anything. Alaric knew this would be the hardest part. Awakening one's own chakra for the first time without external stimulus or a life-threatening situation was incredibly difficult. He focused his own senses, his mind's eye of the Kagura and his base chakra sensing, searching within Cassandra. He could feel it, a tiny, almost imperceptible spark deep within her, her own nascent chakra, dwarfed by her immense physical and spiritual vitality derived from her ISU heritage and the staff. It was too faint for her to easily detect on her own. All right, time for a little nudge, he thought. He carefully extended a minuscule tendril of his own chakra, not to overwhelm hers, but to gently feed it, to make it flare just a little brighter, a little more detectable to her own senses. There, he whispered. Can you feel that? A tiny warmth, deep inside. That's you, Cassandra. Cassandra became very still. Her frown deepened, then slowly, her eyes widened slightly beneath her closed lids. A small gasp escaped her lips. I feel it, she breathed, her voice filled with wonder. It's small, but it's there. Good, Alaric smiled, withdrawing his chakra completely now. Hold on to that feeling. Nurture it. That's your chakra. Your own power. She remained silent for a long while, completely absorbed in the new sensation. Alaric leaned back against a tree, watching her. He activated his Sharingan, the world shifting into sharper focus. And there it was, a small, faint but distinctly visible swirl of blue energy in the center of Cassandra's abdomen, her own chakra, now awakened and slowly beginning to circulate. End of flashback. Now, 2 months later, the results of the intensive training were evident. The Azura's crest, with its potent regenerative abilities, had allowed everyone to push their physical limits day after day, healing from strains and minor injuries overnight, leading to astounding growth in strength, speed, and stamina. Even the meekest of the Kenway maids now possessed the physical prowess to handle multiple experienced men in a brawl, much to their own surprise and quiet satisfaction. The fastest learners, aside from Cassandra who was in a league of her own, had surprised even Alaric. Flavia Auditora, with her assassin training and fierce determination, had blossomed. Eleanor and Lynette Kenway, Alaric's mother and aunt, had discovered a surprising aptitude for combat and an unyielding will, perhaps a latent trait of their own line of family. And Aveline Scott, driven by a quiet desire to protect her niece and mother, had proven to be remarkably adept. These 4 women, Alaric estimated, were now easily on par with Reuben and Thulani's capabilities back in 1712, before they had received their initial Azura's crest enhancements. Today, Alaric stood in the center of the now familiar training ground within Pensbury Manor's woods. The 7 clones had been dispelled days ago, their mission complete, their knowledge and experiences reabsorbed by the original. Facing him was the core group, the ones who had requested more power, and the ones he deemed ready for the next stage. Cassandra stood at the forefront, a predatory grin on her face, the staff of Hermes held loosely in one hand. Beside her were Reuben, with the sword of Dicastes, and Thulani, his grip firm on the true Excalibur. Jonathan and Sebastian, looking remarkably younger and fitter, stood ready, simple practice swords in hand. William Penn, his Quaker sobriety warring with a newfound warrior's glint in his eye, held a similar practice blade. Flavia and Matteo Auditore, their assassin focus were absolute, and were armed with their preferred combination of swords and daggers. And finally, Leonard, Eleanor, Bernard, Lynette, and Aveline stood a little further back, but their stances were confident, their eyes determined. You guys ready? Alaric grinned, his own excitement palpable. He cracked his knuckles. Remember, I'm evaluating your progress individually, but come at me as a group. It's easier that way. A collective, eager glint appeared in their eyes. You asked for it. Bernard Kenway boomed, a wide, challenging smile spreading across his face as he hefted his practice sword. The 13 fighters spread out, forming a loose semicircle around Alaric. Their expressions were a mixture of grim determination, nervous excitement, and in Cassandra's case, predatory amusement. William Penn, bless his Quaker heart, looked the most reluctant, holding his practice sword as if it were a particularly offensive fish, but even he had a spark of resolve in his eyes. All right, round 1. Alaric announced cheerfully, beckoning them forward with a casual wave of his hand. Hand to hand only. Let's see those new muscles. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 150, Chapter 149, Blurk. Current balance, 11,888,530,000 R. Alright, round 1. Alaric announced cheerfully, beckoning them forward with a casual wave of his hand. Hand to hand only. Let's see those new muscles. They didn't need a second invitation. Thulani, ever the direct one, roared and charged first, his massive frame covering the ground with surprising speed. Reuben and Jonathan flanked him, moving in a coordinated triad. Alaric met Thulani's initial bull rush with a calm sidestep, his hand shooting out to gently tap the big man's extended arm, redirecting his immense momentum. Thulani stumbled, surprised by how easily his charge had been neutralized. Before he could recover, Alaric had already flowed past him, his movements were deceptively casual. Reuben came in next, a flurry of fast, precise jabs aimed at Alaric's head and torso. Alaric didn't block, he simply swayed, leaned, and shifted his weight, letting Reuben's fists whistle past empty air. Too telegraphed, Reuben, Alaric commented, his voice calm amidst the exchange. You're relying on speed, but your intent is clear a mile away. He then lightly tapped Reuben's attacking wrist, causing his arm to go numb for a split second, breaking his rhythm. Come on, Illinois Corvo Diambra. Jonathan, seeing an opening, lunged with a powerful straight punch. Alaric pivoted smoothly, letting the blow glance off his shoulder, then used Jonathan's own forward momentum to spin him slightly off balance, a gentle push to the former assassin's back sending him stumbling towards a surprised Matteo. Maestro, watch your 6, Alaric chuckled. Cassandra was the next to engage, her movements were a blur of controlled power. She didn't waste energy on flashy moves, her strikes were economical and aimed at vital points. Alaric met her attack with a more focused defense, his hands moving to intercept, parry, and redirect her blows. Their exchange was faster, more intense than with the others, a dance of high-level martial arts. Better, Cass, Alaric grunted as he blocked a sharp elbow strike. But you're still thinking like you have a spear in your hand. Adapt. Flavia, seeing Cassandra momentarily occupy Alaric, darted in with a series of quick, stabbing palm strikes. Alaric, without even looking directly at her, shifted his weight, letting her blows slide off his torso, then used his elbow to gently nudge her off course. Good aggression, Flavia, but your footwork is leaving you open. Leonard and Bernard, encouraged by the others, charged in together, a surprisingly coordinated assault of haymakers and rough grapples. Alaric sighed dramatically. Really, UNC, Dad, this is how you thank me for the cigars. He effortlessly ducked under Bernard's wild swing, used Leonard's outstretched arm to block another incoming punch from his brother, then with two quick, precise open palm strikes to their chests, sent both men staggering back, gasping for breath but unharmed. Eleanor, Lynette, and Avellini, seeing their husbands so easily dispatched, hesitated for a moment, then charged with a surprising fierceness, daggers, practice ones, thankfully, appearing in their hands as if from nowhere. Alaric just grinned. Now this is more like it. He moved between them, a whirlwind of evasive maneuvers, his hands a blur as he disarmed them with gentle taps and twists, their daggers clattering harmlessly to the ground. Excellent spirit, ladies. But remember, a dagger is an extension of your will, not just a pointy stick. Sebastian, with surprising agility for his apparent age, though Alaric knew the hourglass of Samsara had done its work, launched a series of well-aimed kicks and chops. Alaric parried them easily. Good form, Sebastian. Penn, you should give this man a raise. William Penn, looking deeply uncomfortable, finally shuffled forward, throwing a tentative punch that Alaric caught with a smile. That's the spirit, William. Though perhaps stick to diplomacy, The initial, somewhat chaotic assault had been easily dismantled. Alaric hadn't landed a single truly damaging blow, relying purely on technique, redirection, and exploiting their openings. His opponents, however, were frustrated, their pride stung. All right, enough playing. Reuben growled, shaking feeling back into his arm. Everyone, all out. Don't hold back. The group surged forward again, this time with a raw, desperate ferocity. Thulani roared, his punches carrying the force of a battering ram. Reuben and Jonathan became a whirlwind of coordinated strikes, their movements honed by months of training together. Cassandra moved with lethal grace, her attacks faster, stronger, her millennia of experience shining through. Matteo and Flavia, their assassin instincts fully engaged, sought openings with deadly intent. Even the Kenway elders and Avellini fought with a newfound, desperate strength, their earlier hesitation gone. Alaric's smile widened. Now we're talking. This time, he met their force with a little more of his own. He blocked Thulani's powerful hooks, the impact echoing through the training ground. He parried Reuben's lightning-fast combinations, as his own hands were a blur. He danced around Cassandra's relentless assault, their limbs becoming a whirlwind of motion. He still wasn't going all out, not even close, but he was no longer just redirecting. He delivered sharp, stinging counters, a quick jab to Reuben's ribs that made him grunt, a precise palm strike to Thulani's chest that momentarily staggered the giant, a swift leg sweep that sent Jonathan sprawling. Cassandra, however, was a different beast. Her attacks were relentless, powerful, and incredibly skilled. Alaric found himself genuinely engaged, their hand-to-hand exchange a breathtaking display of speed and power that left the others momentarily forgotten. He had to use a significant portion of his focus just to keep up with her, their blows creating small shockwaves in the air. It was exhilarating. Seeing Alaric so focused on Cassandra, Reuben, Thulani, and Jonathan saw their chance. They converged, attacking simultaneously from 3 different angles. Alaric, sensing their approach, disengaged from Cassandra with a powerful push, spun, and met their combined assault with a flurry of blocks and parries, his movements impossibly fast. He was outnumbered, but not outmatched. He was a whirlwind of motion, a single figure holding off 4 incredibly powerful opponents, his technique flawless, his defense impenetrable. Damn it! Bernard roared, seeing their best efforts failing. To arms. He's too slippery. Swords, daggers, and hidden blades flashed into existence. Cassandra reformed the staff of Hermes into the glowing spear of Leonidas, a practice sword appearing in her other hand. Reuben ignited the sword of Damocles, its golden light pulsing. Thulani drew the mighty Excalibur, its blade radiating a faint, holy aura. Jonathan, Matteo, and Flavia armed themselves with their preferred assassin weaponry. The Kenway elders and Avellini drew their daggers, while Sebastian produced a surprising number of throwing knives alongside his own dagger. Even William Penn, with a determined sigh, drew his practice sword. Poor William. Alaric remained unarmed, a confident smirk on his face. Bringing toys to a fistfight? How unsporting. They attacked, a wave of gleaming steel and ISU energy converging on him. Cassandra was a blur of golden light and flashing steel, her spear and sword a whirlwind of deadly precision. Reuben and Thulani formed a devastating pincer, their artifact weapons crashing down with immense force. Jonathan, Matteo, and Flavia moved like shadows, their blades seeking any opening, their movements a testament to their assassin training. Leonard and Bernard fought with a surprising ferocity, their swords less refined but backed by raw determination. Lynette, Eleanor, and Avellini darted in and out, their daggers quick and opportunistic. Sebastian unleashed a hail of throwing knives while Penn, bless him, tried his best to look threatening. Alaric? Well, he became a ghost. Not literally. He weaved through the storm of attacks, his movements impossibly fluid. He'd sidestepped Cassandra's spear thrust by a hair's breadth, letting the ISU energy scorch the air where he'd been. He'd duck under Reuben's glowing blade, the heat of it passing inches above his head. He'd deflect Thulani's Excalibur with an open palm, the impact sending a tremor up the giant's arm but leaving Alaric unfazed. He'd catch Jonathan's wrist mid-strike, disarming him with a casual twist. He'd pluck Sebastian's throwing knives out of the air as if they were slow-moving flies. He wasn't just dodging, he was teaching. Cassandra, your reach with the spear is excellent, but your follow-through leaves you exposed for a fraction of a second. Reuben, you're relying too much on Damocles's power, not enough on your own skill. Thulani, Excalibur is a blade of light, not a club finesse, my friend, finesse. Jonathan, your stealth is good, but your attacks are too direct. Flavia, excellent speed, but you overcommit on your lunges. His calm commentary, delivered amidst the chaos of battle, only served to further frustrate his opponents. They redoubled their efforts, their attacks becoming more desperate, more furious. Enough of this. Alaric finally declared, his voice cutting through the clang of steel. His eyes, which had been their normal piercing blue, suddenly blazed crimson, the three tomo of the sharing and spinning hypnotically within them. A collective gasp went through the attackers. They'd heard stories from Reuben and Thulani about Alaric's strange eyes, but seeing them firsthand was something else entirely. The sheer intensity, the alien nature of those spinning red orbs, was deeply unsettling. What in the... Bernard stammered, his sword wavering. His eyes. Eleanor cried out, pointing. But there was no time to process. With the sharing inactive, Alaric's perception accelerated to an insane degree. The world seemed to slow down around him. He saw every muscle twitch, every subtle shift in weight, every flicker of intent in his opponent's eyes before they even began to move. He saw the trajectory of every blade, every thrust, every feint, as if they were traced in glowing lines. He moved. And it was beautiful. He flowed through their renewed assault like an untouchable force. Cassandra's spear, Reuben's artifact blade, Thulani's Excalibur, they all met empty air. He didn't just dodge, he moved with such perfect anticipation that it seemed as if they were the ones missing, as if their weapons were passing through him. He'd tap Cassandra's spear shaft, sending her attack wide. He'd brush Reuben's sword arm, deflecting the blow with minimal effort. He'd step inside Thulani's guard, delivering a precise, non-lethal chop to a pressure point, causing the giant to grunt and stumble. He disarmed Jonathan, Matteo, and Flavia again, this time with such speed and precision that their weapons were gone before they even realized they'd lost their grip. He weaved through the attacks of his family members, his movements a blur, occasionally tapping a shoulder here, a wrist there, neutralizing their efforts without causing harm. Sebastian's throwing knives were plucked from the air and sent spinning back to embed themselves harmlessly in the dirt at his feet. William Penn, after one particularly close call where Alaric seemed to teleport out of the way of his sword, wisely decided to lower his weapon and simply observe the impossible display. The fight, if it could still be called that, was over in less than a minute. The core group stood panting, disarmed, or simply staring in stunned disbelief. Alaric stood in the center, his crimson eyes slowly fading back to blue, not a single scratch on him, his breathing perfectly even. He let out a theatrical sigh. Well, that was mildly invigorating. He then turned his gaze towards the edge of the training ground, where the 30 auditory assassins had been watching the entire spectacle with wide, incredulous eyes. All right, you lot. Alaric yelled, a challenging grin spreading across his face. Your turn. All of you, at once. Let's see what Maestro Matteo and my clones have taught you. Clones. What's he talking about? Ah, right, I forgot, they didn't know. The assassins exchanged uncertain glances, then, spurred by a mixture of duty, professional pride, and perhaps a morbid curiosity to test themselves against this entity, they drew their weapons and surged forward. What followed was, frankly, a massacre, albeit a non-lethal one. Alaric, still warmed up and with his senses heightened, moved through the 30 trained assassins like a storm. He didn't even bother with finesse this time. It was pure, overwhelming speed and power. He sent them flying with kicks and punches, disarmed them with contemptuous ease, and used their own numbers against them, creating a chaotic tangle of limbs and groaning bodies. Within 2 minutes, all 30 assassins were sprawled on the ground, moaning or unconscious. Alaric dusted off his hands, then looked towards the far side of the training area, where the nearly 250 Kenway household employees, maids, cooks, groundskeepers, coachmen, and the families of the former slaves, had been watching the entire proceedings with a mixture of terror and awe. And finally, Alaric called out, his voice echoing across the now littered training ground, the main event. All of you, come on, don't be shy. Show me what my friends taught you. A wave of visible panic went through the assembled staff. They looked at each other, then at the downed assassins, then back at the grinning Alaric. This was madness. But their master had ordered it. And after months of grueling training, a strange sort of pride, a desire to at least try, flickered within them. Hesitantly at first, then with a growing, almost comical, determination, they surged forward, a wave of nearly 250 ordinary people, armed with a motley collection of practice staves, kitchen knives, farming implements, and sheer, unadulterated hope. Alaric just laughed, a genuine, hearty sound. What followed wasn't a fight, it was a playful, chaotic dance. He weaved through the crowd, never striking, never harming, simply evading, redirecting, occasionally using a gentle push to send someone tumbling harmlessly into a soft patch of grass, or playfully disarming a cook who was brandishing a rolling pin with surprising ferocity. He moved like a leaf on the wind, untouchable, a grin plastered on his face, clearly enjoying the sheer absurdity of it all. It was, in its own way, the most impressive display of the day. Minutes passed, which felt like an eternity for those on the receiving end of Alaric's evaluation. The training ground was now littered with groaning bodies, not just the elite fighters and assassins, but also a fair number of the household staff who had bravely, if foolishly, charged him. The Azura's crest, thankfully, was already doing its work. Bruises were fading, twisted ankles were mending, and the general exhaustion was being slowly but surely pushed back by the regenerative properties of the seals. No one was seriously injured, a testament to Alaric's incredible control, but everyone was thoroughly humbled and utterly spent. Alaric stood in the center of the carnage, not a hair out of place, a thoughtful expression on his face as he surveyed his handiwork. He clapped his hands together once, the sound sharp and clear in the sudden quiet. "All right, everyone, gather round," he called out, his voice calm and carrying easily. "Debriefing time." Slowly, painfully, the group began to pick themselves up. Cassandra, Reuben, Thulani, and Jonathan, being the most resilient, were on their feet first, though even they looked like they'd been through a ringer. The Kenway elders, the auditores, Pen, Sebastian, and Avellini followed, nursing sore limbs and bruised egos. The 30 assassins, looking particularly chagrined, helped each other up. Even some of the more determined household staff, faces smudged with dirt but eyes still holding a spark of awe, limped closer, eager to hear their master's assessment. They all sat or leaned against trees at the edge of the training ground, a motley, exhausted audience. Alaric paced slowly before them, a general surveying his troops after a particularly grueling drill. "Overall," he began, his tone surprisingly mild, "not bad. Definitely an improvement from 2 months ago. The Azura's crest has clearly boosted your physicals across the board. Stamina's up, strength is up, speed is better. That's good." He stopped in front of Cassandra. "Cass, you're still a beast," he said with a grin. "Your raw power with the staff is incredible, and your instincts are sharper than ever. But," his grin faded slightly, "you still telegraph your big moves with the spear of Leonidas. That energy surge, I can feel it a second before you unleash it. Work on masking that. And when you're using a sword in your offhand, don't treat it like an afterthought. It's another weapon, not just a counterbalance." Cassandra nodded thoughtfully, accepting the critique without argument. She knew he was right. He turned to Reuben and Thulani. "You too. Your teamwork is getting better, much more fluid. Reuben, your speed with Damocles is impressive, and you're not letting the sword's suggestions overwhelm you anymore. That's a huge step. But you still hesitate sometimes, that fraction of a second before committing to a strike when you see an opening. Trust your instincts more." Reuben nodded, a determined look on his face. "Thulani," Alaric continued, "Excalibur. It's a magnificent blade, yes. Responds to your will. But you're still trying to overpower opponents with it, like it's your old greatsword. It's a blade of precision too, capable of cuts that can slip through armor like water. Explore its finesse, don't just rely on its brute force. And watch your footwork when you're making those wide swings, you leave yourself wide open for a counter." Thulani grunted, a thoughtful frown on his face. "I understand, Alaric." "Jonathan, Sebastian, Pen," Alaric addressed the butlers and the Quaker. "Impressive. Jonathan, your assassin training is still there, sharp and efficient. Sebastian, your agility surprised me for a man of your former years, you move like a cat. Pen, my friend, your determination is admirable, truly. You actually tried to block a few of my moves." He chuckled. "For all of you, though, it's about commitment. You have the skill, you have the enhanced bodies now. Don't hesitate. When you strike, strike to disable. Don't second guess." Jonathan and Sebastian nodded respectfully. Pen just sighed, looking slightly embarrassed. "I confess, Alaric, the art of war is not my natural calling." "And that's fine, William," Alaric smiled. "Your strengths lie elsewhere. But knowing how to defend yourself and those you care for is never a wasted skill." He then faced Matteo and Flavia. "Maestro, Flavia. Your assassin skills are top-notch, no question. Speed, stealth, precision. But," he paused, "you both rely a little too heavily on traditional assassin takedowns and openings. Against someone who knows your playbook, like me, or a highly skilled Templar, those can be anticipated. Think outside the creed sometimes. Improvise. Adapt." Matteo looked thoughtful, while Flavia nodded, a new understanding in her eyes. "You make a valid point, Alaric. Finally, he addressed his family: Leonard, Bernard, Eleanor, Lynette, and Avellini. Dad, UNC, Mum, Aunt Lynette, Avellini. Honestly, I'm proud of you. You charged in, you didn't back down, even when you were clearly outmatched. That takes guts. He grinned. Your technique needs a lot of work, obviously. You're still swinging those daggers and swords like you're trying to churn butter. But the spirit, the will to fight, that's there. We'll keep working on the rest. Bernard puffed out his chest slightly. Well, we Kenways aren't ones to shy from a scrap, eh? Eleanor playfully swatted his arm. Oh, hush, Bernard. Alaric is being kind. But she was smiling. As Alaric spoke, a quiet thought echoed in the minds of many present, from the seasoned warriors like Cassandra and Matteo to the Kenway elders. He's a monster. Not in a malicious sense, but in the sheer, overwhelming scale of his power, his knowledge, his effortless dominance. He had faced them all, dozens of highly skilled, supernaturally enhanced individuals, and had dismantled them with an ease that was both terrifying and deeply awe-inspiring. He was a benchmark against which they could only strive, a peak they might never reach, but his presence, his guidance, pushed them all to be better, stronger. A few of the younger maids, who had bravely joined the final charge and were now nursing bruised prides and a few sore muscles that were already healing thanks to the Azura's crest, watched Alaric with wide, admiring eyes. He was undeniably handsome, especially now, his platinum hair slightly mussed from the exertion, his crimson coat adding a dash of dangerous elegance. But then their gazes would inevitably drift towards Cassandra, who was now standing beside Alaric, her arm linked through his, a possessive, almost predatory glint in her ancient eyes as she looked at him. The maids would quickly lower their gazes, a shiver running down their spines. Lady Cassandra was beautiful, yes, but she was also terrifyingly powerful. Best to admire the young master from a very, very safe distance. With that, Alaric finally said, clapping his hands together again, a warm, encouraging smile replacing his earlier analytical expression, I hope you all could use my advice and improve. A collective groan, mixed with a few weary chuckles, went through the assembled group. They slowly, stiffly, began to get to their feet, stretching sore muscles. They hadn't even landed a single significant blow on Alaric, yet they felt as if they'd run a marathon and wrestled a bear simultaneously. Facing Alaric, even in a spar, was utterly exhausting, mentally and physically. One by one, they began to walk away from the training ground, heading back towards the relative comfort of Pensbury Manor, leaving Alaric and Cassandra standing alone amidst the scuffed earth and scattered practice weapons. They were dead tired. Pensbury Manor, Alaric and Cassandra's room, evening. Extra content. The door to their spacious room in Pensbury Manor clicked shut, plunging them into the relative quiet after the day's exertions and the communal dinner that followed. Lanterns cast a soft, warm glow, and the scent of Cassandra's preferred lavender incense, a small luxury Alaric had found for her, drifted from a burner. Suddenly, hup! Alaric, who had been shrugging off his crimson coat, immediately turned his head towards Cassandra. She had a hand clamped firmly over her mouth, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and alarm. He raised an eyebrow, a questioning look on his face. Before he could speak, she spun around, lurching towards the nearest corner of the room where a wash basin stood, and retched violently. Is that, Alaric thought, his mind racing as he quickly walked over to her, gently patting her back as she heaved. Hey, you okay, love? Why yeah, blurk. Cassandra managed, before another wave of nausea hit her. All that came up was a small amount of clear liquid, the remnants of the water she'd had with dinner. She leaned heavily against the wall, panting, her face pale. Just something I ate this morning, I think, she mumbled, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, trying to wave off his concern. Must have been some bad fish or maybe the water. Alaric shook his head slowly, a thoughtful, almost awestruck expression dawning on his face. Cassandra, he began gently, you're immortal, remember. A demigod, sustained by an ISU artifact and now an Azura's crest. You don't get sick from food. Your body, it wouldn't react like this to something so trivial. Cassandra's eyes widened as his words sank in. She stared at him, then down at her own stomach, a look of dawning realization, then utter disbelief, spreading across her features. Now that I think about it, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. My cycle, it has been absent for some time now. I thought it was just the staff, or the crest, or perhaps my body finally adjusting after millennia. Her hand instinctively went to her flat abdomen. This could mean, you're pregnant. Alaric's face broke into an ecstatic, almost boyish grin. He let out a whoop of pure joy and, forgetting everything else in his excitement, scooped her up into a fierce hug, spinning her around in a circle. We're going to have a baby. A baby. Then, just as suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in a different kind of alarm. He carefully, almost reverently, set Cassandra back on her feet. Oops, sorry, I just got so excited. He looked at her, his blue eyes shining with a mixture of elation, nervousness, and overwhelming tenderness. Are you really? A baby? Our baby? Cassandra was still a little breathless from the spin and the suddenness of it all, but a radiant, tearful smile was spreading across her face. She reached out, her hands trembling slightly as she cupped his cheeks. Yes, Alaric, she whispered, her own voice thick with emotion. Malka, I think we are. She laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy that echoed Alaric's own. A baby after all this time, a child of ours. The legendary Misthias, the eagle-bearer, who had walked the earth for over 2,000 years, looked utterly, beautifully, humanly, overwhelmed. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.